There's nothing quite like a championship Sunday in flesh and blood. There's an energy in the room that you can't quite put your finger on, a sharpness in our competitors' eyes. World champions, Pro Tour champions, determined challengers in the field. This is as good as it gets. This is the final hurdle. This is the top 8 at Pro Tour Singapore.
This is as good as it gets, folks. As the best of the best get ready to do battle. It's Championship Sunday, and that means only one thing. The top 8 is about to get underway. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani here to intro the day before we get into those games.
8 players and 7 grueling games before we get to our World Tour Singapore champion. I absolutely cannot wait for this, Sam.
Yeah, every Pro Tour just seems to top the last in terms of moments of excitement, of grandeur, of spectacle, and of entertainment. These games are going to be played at quite literally the highest level possible, and these players are primed to deliver on some pretty exceptional storylines.
So let's go ahead and take a look at what these players are playing for at World Tour Singapore.
We have got, as always, so much on the line. 175,000 USD was the total prize pool. But when you look at the very top of this grand list, there is a whole lot of cold hard cash going to the player who stands alone at the end of this day of competition.
And let's go game by game this time. So the 5th through 8th players will be walking away with 4,500 USD, Gold Foil Legendary, and a Pro Tour invite that's going to be happening next year in April in Yokohama. But each of these quarterfinals rounds, they are effectively playing for another 5.5 thousand USD, because the 3rd and 4th players will be walking away with 10,000 USD on top of the Legendary and the Pro Tour invite. And then, as we get to the finals, they are playing for 30,000 USD, because the winner, the Pro Tour champion, is walking away with 50,000 US dollars, as well as the champion's prize card.
I mean, we sound like broken records. It's life-changing money. This is the type of opportunity that can only present itself often, like once in a lifetime, unless you are one of the small group of players that have found themselves able to compete for this type of payday and glory again and again. And we have got 2 of those very players doing battle in this tournament. 3 when you actually consider the total grand scope of all these players who have done this once before. Taking a look at these prize cards here, this is also a fair amount of value you can find on these cards.
You say once in a lifetime, and Pablo Pintor is there like, am I a joke to you? I've done this twice, my man. Coming back to Champions prize cards, speaking of done this twice, Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, 2 of those are out there in the wild, but of course, whoever wins this event will be walking away with the Pro Tour Champion prize card of the hero that they win with.
And something tells me if it's any of the heroes here, there are going to be plenty of people staring up in envy at the glory at it. Can you imagine a Gravy Bones prize card Pro Tour champion? That hero is immediately so beloved by the community.
I mean, there's 4 of them in the top 8, so it's 50% chance to get a Gravy Bones Pro Tour prize card, right?
That's just, surely that the math checks out to me. I do think, honestly, the gold as well. You see the gold there on the Cindra, dude. Imagining like the gold, the Draconic and the Royal Hero with that gorgeous Pro Tour champion. There's so much on the line for these players. And the tournament at large has been just such a treat and a delight to watch. We talked about the open metagame leading up to this. We talked about the top 5, 6 decks. Really ended up being 6, as it was Dash.io and not Prism that made her way kind of up into the actual like end of the day's field. Day 2 still being able to compete in contention. But there was a whole tournament leading up to this with so many different storylines, so many different decks potentially able to close this thing out. And the thing that I really want to highlight as we're about to take a look at the metagame, these heroes that we're about to see, these are not the full story, right? These Pro Tours, these Tier 4 events, it's not about just finding the best deck in Classic Constructed. You are trying to find the best damn player in the room, as these split format events, Classic Constructed and High Seas Limited, really filtered out, honestly, some of the rogue decks, some of the decks that perhaps we were more like, oh, look at this cool, spicy list somebody brought. But if that player is not able to make it through the High Seas Limited rounds, we're not going to see them in contention. And the players in contention at the end of day 2, well, Well, man, they all kind of had coalesced onto a couple different lists. Let's check out the metagame here and see how this story developed.
And I love that we're going to go over the metagame of this past weekend, Sam, because I think you're right, where the beginning narrative was that this metagame is extremely, extremely open, but this is what Pro Tours are about. This is where these assumptions are tested. Like, do you actually have the rogue deck? Are there actually 5 or 6 top decks? I think as the weekend went on and on, it slowly became clearer and clearer that Arakni slipped through the cracks and Gravy Bones were actually the 2 decks that were actually able to survive the rest of the narrative of these are top 5 or 6 decks. I think these 2 did stand out after the dust has been settled, with 2 copies of Slip Through the Cracks in the top 8 and 4 copies of Gravy Bones in the top 8 as well. But it's so funny that the 4 most top top represented decks are actually all in the top 8. We also have a copy of Cindra and a copy of Verdance in the top 8 as well.
Yeah, but of course it was the High Seas Limited that really began to separate the top from the top, the cream from the crop. As you can see, the top 4 represented decks still maintained their percentages or still maintained their representation. You can see the conversion rates as the players playing these decks sometimes struggle to make it through the sometimes volatile limited rounds.
Speaking of volatility, Arakni Marinette over there with quite a high conversion rate going into day 2, 67% conversion for that hero here to target the Slip to the Cracks, which turned out to be the most represented hero at World Tour Singapore. Unfortunately, probably didn't, maybe struggled a bit in the draft rounds. Don't see any copies in top 8, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that hero coming up as the classic constructed meta evolves even further.
And this is one of those rare times where you saw the most represented deck really not end up being the most represented in top 8, and it speaks a lot to the type of player that was bringing each of these decks and the caliber of player that, like we said, kind of coalesced onto some of these major decks. We talked about the story leading into the top 8. Let's talk about the story of the bracket. Show me what we're working with as we're about to get into Flesh and Blood's next top 8.
So starting from the bottom of the bracket here, because that will be our first match of the day, we will be showcasing Michael Hamilton versus Enki
Dupaquier, baby.
Thank you for helping me with that pronunciation. In the Gravy Bones mirror over here, Michael Hamilton, of course, from Team Armory, here to try and get his first Pro Tour win to go along the rest of his accolades, versus a little bit of a newcomer in Enki on that Gravy Bones as well.
Yeah, taking a look. We've got a couple different Gravy Bones mirrors, and I'm really looking forward to both of them because they both feature perhaps our heaviest hitters here in this top 8. We do have another top 8 competitor in Jimmy Nguyen, but of course, we have 2 champions in Arthur Trehet and Michael Hamilton. We've got those Gravy Bones mirrors kind of bookending our top 8 quarterfinals coverage. We're going to be going from the Michael Hamilton match to the Slippy mirror, baby. Tom Escoffier versus Jimmy Nguyen on Arakni, Slip Through the Cracks. Looking forward to that one as well, as that one can really be a fireworks show.
And after that, we're moving away from the mirrors. We're going to showcase the Cindra versus Verdance matchup, which we already saw this exact same matchup played by the exact same players as our last match of CC yesterday. Edison Yu versus Nathaniel, Jerald. And I'm so excited for this match, Sam, mostly because just the personalities of both these players, they're both so emotive and so expressive. They just look like they're having fun at the feature match table, and that's what this game's about, right? We're playing Flesh and Blood to have fun.
100%. I don't know if it will actually come to pass. I think they were mostly joking, but they were having such a nice time chatting before the day as we were having our little top 8 players meeting. They literally were like, should we go test? You want to just go play some games? We'll see if they actually do it. But of course, then ending the day, Arthur Trehet versus Shirui. Woo, couple players on that Gravy Bones list. Arthur Trehet looking to become just like Mr. Pintor, joining Pablo in the legends who have won 2 Pro Tours. But you heard from Shirui in his interview yesterday when Mr. Gottlieb asked, are you ready to face down the likes of Arthur Trehet and Michael Hamilton? Shirui said, and I quote, I am so ready.
Shirui, of course, the lone Singaporean in World Tour Singapore top 8, and we all know how the hometown advantage can give that little extra boost of motivation to the player to potentially take down, the ex-Pro Tour champion, Arthur Trehet.
I love Swiss. I love days 1 and 2 of these Pro Tours, but there is simply nothing like Championship Sunday. We got top 8 games all day long for you folks, and at the end of all things, we will crown Flesh and Blood's newest Pro Tour champion. It all begins in just a little bit with the very first round of our quarterfinals featuring the very first world champion Flesh and Blood has ever seen. It all happens in just a second. You're not going to want to miss it.
ProQuest Yokohama lands at your LGS October 4th through November 9th, featuring Classic Constructed and Living Legend. These events are perfect for first-timers and seasoned pros alike. Compete for exciting prizes and the chance to qualify for the Pro Tour in Yokohama, Japan. Check the events locator on fabtcg.com for more information, and we'll see you at your Pro Quests. Of course, that's the first step to an event like this one. Pro Tour Singapore now heads into its final day of play. It is our top 8. We have put 385 of the best Flesh and Blood players in the world through their paces. And of course, as it always does, the cream rises to the top. Mentioned earlier, Brian, great to be back here with you in the booth. We've got a lot of gravy, a lot of Slippy floating around, but there are some interlopers making it into this top 8. Ultimately, after especially the quarterfinals, making for a pretty diverse field.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how these matches play out. We have paired into a bunch of mirror matches, but what that means is that the field really opens up as we move through this top 8. And Mitch, there's so many narratives to go over. Of course, Michael Hamilton about to sit down in our feature match area. And I just can't express what this man has meant to the game of Flesh and Blood, really from the beginning, from becoming the first world champion. Has held himself out as an ambassador, as a face of the game, as somebody who technically has moved the game forward to such a huge degree. So much of how we approach the game today, the modern game, it's built on what Michael Hamilton did in those early years of competitive Flesh and Blood. Looks to be challenged here by Enki Dupaquier, who no slouch in and of himself. And actually, I think Enki has an interesting take on Gravy Bones and some real fighters' chances in this matchup, despite all of Hamilton's accolades. We got to play this one out, Mitch. It's so far from decided.
Absolutely. The rest of this quarterfinals bracket, we have Tom Escoffier here as our number 1 seed. His local, his teammate, Arthur Trehet, looms in that second matchup, that other Gravy Bones mirror that we'll be looking, of course, the potential of a team kill there as we advance through the semifinals. Nathaniel Jerald Bay has toppled some Titans to get here to that top 8. He'll take on Edison Yu, who showed us some fantastic Verdance gameplay, a very Bullander-esque take on that deck. A lot of tall attack actions, walking those life totals down, and played a very exciting game yesterday against our Italian competitor, Mr. Pisoni, on Slippy. So there it is. That's the field, folks. A good mix of heroes in there. But we do have the matter of one little Gravy Bones mirror to resolve. It's going to be Enki Dupaquier taking on Michael Hamilton. First, though, we heard from Enki a little bit about his journey here, about what his expectations are coming into this all-important match.
The top 8 here from Pro Tour Singapore is about to get underway, and I have one of our very first competitors. It's Enki Dupaquier. Congratulations, my friend. I got to ask you, how you feeling?
I'm ecstatic.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy to be there. Like, who thought? Who can expect that? Like, this is my third Tier 4 event, and the first 2 went not that well. So this time I hoped I could get the cash, and look at me, I'm here in the top 8.
Yeah, you got some cash. No, definitely got some cash. Well, tell me a little bit about your journey, about how you started in Flesh and Blood, and how it feels to actually have reached what 99% of players in Flesh and Blood will never even sniff.
Well, I started back in Dynasty when in the pre-release, and I fell in love with the game instantly. I was playing Magic before, and I just tried Flesh and Blood and fell instantly in love and built my first Bravo deck. I'm a Bravo starter, and I guess I just got the reps in, and the French community is really awesome and wonderful, and so it really helps to play with everyone, being so nice, getting better together, and at the end of last year, I got a battle-hardened win, which was already a crazy feat for me, which because in Magic I wasn't that much of a competitive player, but the Flesh and Blood brings you to the competition. You want to get in tournaments, and this year I really hoped I could make something big, and that's crazy. It happened so fast.
And here you did. Here you did. Well, looking ahead, your first round opponent, none other than the world champ himself, Michael Hamilton. You feeling confident? You feeling ready to take down such an impressive player in a mirror match, no less?
Yeah. I hope it goes well. Honestly, I don't. I think we both have a super good list. We are probably ready for the matchup, and we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah.
I
Totally.
can't tell.
Totally. Well, anyone at home watching, helping you test, any friends or family you want to thank or give any shout outs to?
Yeah, sure. So thanks a lot to the Montpellier community in south of France, the best community in the world, obviously. Thank you all for being so nice and making this game so cool to play and so fun to go to the tournaments with everyone. Thanks to Arthur for showing us that it was possible to win a big event, even for us common mortals. Thanks a lot to Evan for teaching me the deck, because without him I'll be probably playing Kasai or something else, and I think it was a fairly worse choice. And so thanks to him. Thanks to Clément for showing me the game and being my best friend after all those years. Thank you so much, mate. And thank you to my girlfriend Sophie for being so supportive and for listening to me yapping days after days after days.
I know the feelings. Yeah, well, that's awesome, dude. Your journey to this trophy right here starts in just a second. Congratulations on the run so far. We'll see you soon.
Great to hear there from Enki Dupaquier, of course. And, I think that the French community really hitherto had been sort of uncovered before that Pro Tour Los Angeles showing. See Arthur step up. And we've had a chance to speak to many French players, and they've all said the same thing, that the community is so incredible. And a huge part is what allowed them as individuals to advance to this level to stand on the world stage.
Yeah, and you do have to give credit to Arthur Trehet's epic win back at Pro Tour Los Angeles. And since that win, I can tell you from an insider's perspective, we've seen tremendous growth across France. The community has really come together to embrace Flesh and Blood. And look at the results it's yielding. 3 players, all friends, all whom know each other, in this top 8 here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what our French contingent can do in the top 8. But of course, there is the issue of the raid boss, maybe the final boss for many of these players in the top 8. Michael Hamilton awaits. He's the kind of player, the gentle type of giant. We had a chance to sit down with him and hear his thoughts coming into this match.
Oh, so you forgot, huh? Oh, all this talk about Pablo Pintor, 2-time Pro Tour champion. You forgot about the OG champion, huh? We got Michael Hamilton back in the building, Pro Tour top 8. Michael, congratulations, my man. I don't think you forgot how much time and pressure and practice you put into this. How you feeling? Pro Tour top 8, first time.
Yeah, it feels really good. I'm very happy. There's still, I would like to continue to create things to be happy for.
Yeah. It's hard. You've accomplished a lot in this game. World champion, calling champion multiple times over. But the Pro Tour top 8 has eluded you up to this point. How does it feel to be finally reaching the end of perhaps a long and storied journey?
Well, I haven't gotten my goal yet, because there's been a running joke in my friends that I've been trying to collect all the Infinity Stones. I've won Worlds, I've won Callings, I've won Battle Hardens, won Pro Quest.
Nationals?
I don't want to skirmish yet. I won Nationals, yeah. I won too. But Pro Tour, I haven't even come close until this weekend. I hadn't even made top 8. I don't know if I got 9th, but I definitely got top 16. I lost a couple winning ins, or a winning in. So it feels great to be here.
Yeah.
But I would love to collect the final Infinity Stone and complete the gauntlet.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday, and you said, you let Pablo have the title for a little bit, but it might be time to grab back the crown. Is that accurate?
I kind of like passing it back and forth. It's really cool. Pablo's a great guy. He's a very, very good player, and we're very good friends. So
Totally.
It's great.
Testing together on the Armory, right? How has it been working with some of these unbelievable players that are just absolute killers at every level coming together? You guys all came together and found this Gravy Bones list, and it's put 2 of you into the top 8. Talk to me a little bit about that process.
Yeah, this experience was actually quite different from prepping for London, where London we were all kind of like playing different heroes, and I thought I was going to play new until like 4 days before the Pro Tour, and then I switched to Slippy. This one, about 2 weeks before the tournament, when we were all getting ready to fly to the testing house, we're like, what if we all play Gravy Bones? The deck seems really good. It seems like we could get a really clean list that would be at least like good or reasonable into everything, and basically locking in on the hero gave us time to prep some of the matchups that we might not have had time to really prep with the hero that we chose. So that's great.
You've got a new fresh face challenger, Enki Dupaquier. How you feeling about the mirror? I'm sure you've played it a lot, especially with your whole team on the deck. Anything you're kind of ready for or looking to make happen to take the win?
So we actually played less Gravy Mirrors than you would expect. We kept being like, it'll be easy to get a Gravy Mirror in, so let's play this other matchup now and do the Gravy Mirror later. we added a copy of Scuba to our deck a couple days before the PT. We're like, this card's good seems like it would be good in the mirror. We tested it in the mirror. It was really good. Great. It helped shore up fatigue a little bit too, but mostly there for the mirror. And I'm hoping it delivers what I'm hoping, or what I'd like.
You're hoping Scuba maybe fetches you the win.
Last night, I played a couple games against basically Jacob Clements and Pablo Pintor, two-headed the other side of the gravy matchup, and they were playing Enki's deck. And
it's a tough matchup.
I think with Scuba, I'm favored, but I got smashed both games. They were not close.
Okay.
And so, it was great to get the practice in, not the best for the confidence, you know.
Sure. Hey, well, you've got you can rewrite the script, write your own story in just a little bit. Anyone you want to thank or shout out before we let you get to the feature match table?
I actually have a few shout outs that I want to make. First, to my wife and family back home. I love you guys. Thank you for supporting me. I want to shout out my friends and testing partners, Brody and Michael. Brody Spurlock and Michael Fung. They travel with me to everything. They help me get to some tournaments that would be harder to get to otherwise. Like for Houston, I flew to Dallas and drove up with Brody and then stayed at Michael's parents' house the whole weekend, which was great. They're also sponsored by MinMax with me. MinMax has been great supporting us and helping us get to more and more events and making it financially feasible to do so. And lastly, I want to thank, of course, the Armory, my testing team. We've spent a week in Malaysia practicing, and I wouldn't be here if we hadn't all worked together on the deck.
Well, Thanos is ready to collect that final Infinity Stone. We will see if the Avengers can stop him or not. Congratulations to you, Michael Hamilton. We'll send it on back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Sam and Michael. Great to hear from the man himself, of course, previous world champion of the game. And he's right. I mean, his best placement at a Pro Tour was 15th place in Lille. And then just turned around and won the Battle Hardened the next day after missing the top 8. So that is exactly the kind of talent that we are dealing with there. Curious to hear how we felt sort of matching up against the list. Sometimes, you have that. You might feel favored in terms of your list, and then you just walk into a game and things don't really pan out in practice. This Gravy Bones mirror is really deep. I think when we get to the point of talking about this player's deck list, there's going to be a couple of key differences between the two of them that we're going to look to highlight. But one way or another, if you're a fan of Flesh and Blood, especially if you're a fan of Gravy Bones, you are in for a treat.
100%. Can't wait to see how this plays out. And like you said, we're going to get into the specifics, but it sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area, and we are ready to kick off Pro Tour Sunday here from Singapore.
Battle Hardened winner in Geneva, Enki Dupaquier takes on Michael Hamilton with a bevy of incredible results. Let's dive a little bit into Enki's record so far. A whole slew of different opponents that he had to take down, notably Kaiser Wong, Vespa, Michael Yasker as well through those classic constructed rounds, and then a fantastic showing in day one there through that high seas draft. That puts him on a collision course, of course, with a very strong start in day number 2. And again, only dropping that one round in limited, turning around as Dylan Thompson falls by him. Jimmy Nguyen as well, his victim in round number 15. This guy has seen it all here in Singapore, and now he's ready to see the prize into his hands.
Yeah, not the easiest road for Enki Dupaquier. Had to take on some real heavy hitters, and there you see the record 7-2 across the CC rounds and a very solid 5-1 record in draft, representing Team Iron Rot, playing out of Cartapapa. And as you mentioned, Mitch, this is the moment for Enki Dupaquier. This is the chance to really have that hallmark finish, a winner in Battle Hardened Geneva, but this is a Tier 4 event. This is a whole different can of worms.
Now, let us have a look at what Enki is working with. This is his Gravy Bones list, and something we often want to look at as some of the tech pieces here, or some of those less used ally. One of the notable ones, I think, is Anka, right? Being able to punish an opponent who's looking to draw. That's something that Gravy Bones is doing with a great deal of regularity. We're looking at Whaler, Humperdinck, and some of these other allies as well. What does like a later game look like? Is there a situation where these two will play it close and really just spend most of their time clearing their allies?
I think if Enki gets a win here, it's about him getting ahead early. He really is disadvantaged in the late game. We mentioned those scubas from Michael Hamilton. They're going to pay dividends. So for Enki, it's about getting out to an aggressive start, using something like Limpet, which only he has access to. Hamilton does not. We'll see that when we look at the deck list. But also I want to call out a one of Blanche in this list as well. A card that if you have things rolling in your favor, can actually just shut the door. So we'll be watching closely for that card to show up.
The ability to clear those allies efficiently efficiently is going to be important. And Gravy Bones doesn't always bring these large attack actions into the game. Something like Blanche is something you often set to your face. You want to have that effect to rely on. Limpet is the ally that most easily deals with Rigor Mortis. That is generally what Enki is going to hope to make use of there. Obviously, Limpet allows you to go a little bit wider with that go again stapled to it. A Pearl Amulet here as well in that blue hold, and a couple of copies of Give No Quarter, discounting those high-cost allies, your Whaler Humperdinks of the crowd as we get towards the later part of the game.
Yeah, and Hamilton will differ on several of these choices. Let's learn more about Michael Hamilton and his path thus far through the tournament. There you see a somewhat rough start to Classic Constructed by Michael Hamilton standards. Did go ahead and pick up a 3-2 virtual record, but then started heating up a little bit, Mitch, as he went undefeated across his first draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Great showing there in that first day of Limited, and heading into day number 2, another clean showing. You mentioned this multiple times yesterday. It's the players who can thrive in draft that will set their place at the table in day 2 and day 3, and that is exactly how Michael Hamilton has paved his way forward. Puffin and Gravy Bones, respectively, played up and Limited, of course. Hailing from Valkyrie Vault, Michael Hamilton representing the Armory, and we don't have enough room for the top finishes. We've condensed it into a 5-time calling winner. Top 8 worlds in 24, but 2022 definitely this guy's biggest year. Coming off that win in Battle-Hearted Lille, goes on to win Worlds there in San Jose. He was also the US national champion in that year. Let's have a look at the deck list, Brian.
Unbelievable list of accomplishments, but for Hamilton, he's looking for one more. He's looking for the last Infinity Stone, looking for the Pro Tour win, and this is the weapon he will choose to go ahead and do it with. As we mentioned, some subtle differences amongst deck lists here, but they're going to matter a lot as the game plays out. I have to call out that Scuba. If this game goes long, it will give Hamilton an advantage over Enki Dupaquier, but there's some other little notable exclusions, I think. Something like Give No Quarter not even appearing in Hamilton's deck list. That can often be very valuable in conjunction with something like Whaler Humperdinck to just get up to those really, really oppressive Gravy Bones turns. But Michael Hamilton willing to play things fair, says the deck has enough inherent power, not really looking for those spike turns, and just wants to go turn after turn and grind his opponent to dust as he has so many times before.
I like the inclusion of Prismatic Leyline in this deck. Doesn't always care about the red attack, but pumping up a yellow attack with +2 and the next blue attack with a +3 can help with some of those awkward breakpoints on clearing your way through some of those allies.
Sounds like we are ready to go down to the action, and our players are now about to play for the highest stakes possible in Flesh and Blood. And I want to note, Michael Hamilton choosing to go first is the higher seed here and is going to be able to decide how he will dictate this matchup.
Into the game we go, folks. The Titan of Michael Hamilton, the challenger of Enki Dupaquier, our first match of this top 8. Our first quarterfinal is underway with, like you mentioned, Hamilton opting to go first. Mage Master boots in the leg slots for both these players. Balance of Justice for the headpieces. And of course, the usual suspects in gold baited hook and dead threads to round it out.
That gold baited hook going to pay big dividends across this matchup, because not only are you producing gold here, you're stealing it. You're getting the full buff here. And gold economy in the Gravy Bones mirror can be everything, Mitch.
We're going to start off here with a peek towards the top of the deck for Michael Hamilton. Looking to get set up here on this first turn of the game. I don't always want to see the back-alley break line hit your hand, but it's a reasonable pitch if it should be needed. Sawbones and a 2 of Swabby in the hand.
So maybe a bit of a slow start here for Hamilton. Just going to go ahead and get a Swabby set up. No real fireworks across this first turn.
And again, Swabby with 3 health. Not something that Limpet can easily clear, right? There are, of course, a non-zero number of those 3 power attacks, or relatively simple ways to clear that. Representing, though, like on both sides of the card, 10 value there, hitting hard for 7. Michael will dangle it in front of Enki's face here now, as you'll have to decide how to receive this opener.
Worth noting that Hamilton did have the option to overpitch for that Swabby, choosing to keep 2 allies around for the next turn cycle. Golden Tipple kicks off the turn for Enki Dupaquier.
Sawbones being discarded. This lines up very well with Swabby's 3 life. So Golden Tipple here, generating a gold token, making a gold-baited hook activation virtually free or risk-free this turn. A Conqueror of the High Seas. Not a terrible time to find that. And the High Tide effect will be active.
Yeah, chart the high seas in hand for Enki, so trying to see if he can go ahead and just safely play that to get value off the top as well. 2 cards will be revealed here.
Give no quarter.
Both blue, so only getting the pitch benefit in this case. But 5 resources now available, 2 blue cards in the pitch zone, and we know what that means, Mitch.
It's time to leave the docks. Enki, considering here this Conquer of the High Seas, maybe what it might offer, this is the only... Is he considering maybe even like an ally deployment here?
He could also be considering just using a gold and trying to find a spike for this turn and get both the Sawbones and the Conqueror of the High Seas with a potential hit.
I mean, 5 pitch currently available to him. Sawbones would cost 2 resources to develop. Dead Threads would be able to get him one if an ally has been put into the graveyard. But it's just a Conqueror of the High Seas, keeping it simple for now. For Michael Hamilton, though, this is never a simple proposition. 8 damage and the threat of Arsenal. And even more importantly in a matchup like this, the generation of a gold token. That gold economy, very, very important.
Yeah, I think this was a really tight decision for Enki, actually. And it's influenced by the fact that, as we said, I think Enki is favored in the early game. What he could have done there is gone ahead, cracked the gold, and taken a chance to find the blue on top. If he hits the blue, he's able to fire Conqueror and get that Sawbones into play. But Enki ultimately chose to play it safe here, only fired off the Conqueror, and I think that's a really interesting decision.
Yeah, taking it easy. Trying not to churn too much through the deck.
Yeah, worth noting the Sawbones is going to be made anyway.
This has
but
go
he
again.
Gets the attack as well if he does find the blue off the top. And he's going to take it now. Going to go ahead and take the gamble here.
What do we have? I think it's a yellow. It's a chum in hand.
Not the end of the world for Enki. Basically puts him into the same scenario. Only the red was disastrous there.
Yep. Would have been 3 resources required to develop Sawbones and then to send it.
I think thinking about a Gravy activation as well to take one more shot at this.
I love this.
Yeah, I love the aggression here from Enki early on. Now, this is a huge burst of gold expenditure.
Here we go.
We talked about gold economy being important, but here it is.
We're going to try and see what he peeks off the top.
And he pulls the blue golden tipple. He gets everything now.
Oh, buddy. It just doesn't get much better than this. Tipple into the pitch, Sawbones onto the field, and gold-baited hook gets sideways for 6. That is a fearsome turn. 8 damage off the Conqueror of the High Seas. Now 6 with the on-hit of gold-baited hook. Like I said, risk-free to generate Enki potentially some more of that gold.
Love it, Mitch. It's so easy to get conservative when you step down into the Pro Tour arena. You don't want to look like a fool on camera and just brick your turn. But Enki says, this is what I need to get ahead early. Went ahead, expended all of his gold on turn 1, pushed hard, and is rewarded with a Sawbones attack here, backed up by gold-baited hook. 17 damage across this first turn for Enki Dupaquier, as well as disruption in the form of that Conquerors of the High
Arsenal?
Seas.
That is absurd.
Not bad.
That is the kind of power that these two are playing with. Even better when you've got a brain like Enki's behind the wheel. So swappy golden tipple. A bones card, a sloop in hand for Michael Hamilton. He's thinking, man, I've already taken 8 damage. I was already priced into a big turn, and I'm going to have to stay the course.
Hamilton's going to take the hit here. I think there is certainly some pull to go ahead and try and deny this gold-baited hook and see if you can starve Enki of gold. But it's hard to keep Gravy off gold. And Hamilton just says, I think I need to get my own game plan started. And there's going to be a lot of back and forth in these Gravy Bones mirrors. It's about using things like these golden tipples to go ahead and clean up the allies. We'll see boards established back and forth as players try to find the moment where they actually surge ahead. But I think the first salvo of this match has gone to Enki Dupaquier.
Yeah, I mean, God, at what cost for Michael Hamilton to have a turn like this? He chooses to go first, by the way, to try and develop that arsenal, which is threatened and ultimately destroyed by that Conqueror of the High Seas, giving Enki the gold, allowing him to power that turn where he goes kind of above and beyond the normal value curve that you would expect to see. Tipple, though, accounts for Sawbones pretty easily. Eats him up, and it was a swabby thrown into the graveyard by Michael.
Hamilton
Yellow
not
tipple.
going to have quite the same offensive output as we saw from Enki. And I really think the decision from Hamilton to go first, not questioning it, but just in this case, the way Enki's first hand played out, huge benefit to Enki going second there.
I'm not sure if that was a sawbones on top, perhaps, for Michael. Just looking, obviously, he knows he's got another tipple here this turn, but his output unlikely to be in the same postcode as what Enki was able to achieve.
For Hamilton, though, if gold-baited hook were to succeed, that is another way to challenge Enki's gold economy. We talked about potential defenses going ahead and denying Enki gold. Hamilton still has the chance, and I think that does weigh into this decision to just go ahead and go first. You can kind of not develop your gold state in those first few turns and look to challenge your opponent when you get your first real turn. Hamilton thought he would be playing this turn, hopefully with an arsenal. Unfortunately, Conqueror of the High Seas had other ideas, so Hamilton working with a little bit less resources than maybe he anticipated. But here is that gold-baited hook activation. Try and put Enki to the test and see if he has the defensive tools necessary to keep these attacks from hitting.
Swiftwater Sloop.
Breakpoint.
Okay, it's not go again. There's only one blue card in the pitch zone right now is the issue. A High Tide is not active. Michael sort of deciding there between, I guess, another tipple play. But still, a breakpoint with a gold-baited hook activation, excuse me. I think Enki starting so strong with such a big amount of damage. Can he concoct a big turn with this current grip? There's a chum in the graveyard.
Swiftwater Swell at the ready as well, potentially able to generate some resources on this next turn. Good for cleanup. Allies, of course, if they are of the smaller variety.
Okay, get the hook in front. It's reconsidered.
Does feel like another spot where you do want to go ahead and protect your own gold, deny Hamilton's development.
That Battle Worn, of course, giving him that little bit of extra block. I think he was looking at the sea legs to combine here for a 4 block in total. Okay, Michael says, okay, move to Arsenal. Man, yeah, without his Arsenal card coming into this turn, Michael has to take something that approximates a bit more closely a setup turn and hoping to tease something out of Enki, but he's Stay Stalwart offers the 1-card block with some equipment. And now we move back to the Frenchman. A healthy 14 life lead. Going to chart the High Seas to start the turn. Oh, okay. Yellow and a blue. Oh, buddy. That is nasty. Back alley break line into the pitch zone. And Swabby into the bid.
Man, Enki is rolling at this point. Tough turns for Michael Hamilton and everything coming up. Enki Dupaquier in the early turns finds the back alley break line off the chart, the High Seas. Action point rich, resource rich, gold rich, has everything for this turn.
It's one of the most powerful things that Gravy Bones can do. Getting an action point just because back alley break line has happened its way to his pitch zone. Swabby, of course, into the yard, so gets both sides of Chart the Seas upside. Now could do a heck of a lot. Once you start to add action points, well, Gravy Bones gets unlocked. I mean, that's why these guys have also brought Mage Master boots in. It takes your turn from being, pretty compelling to kind of bonkers.
Enki thinking about ordering here. Some information from that Swiftwater Swell could be worth a lot. Can you even take the gamble on it? He has to decide how resources are going to be allocated. And we've talked time and time again. Just think about how many different options Enki is working with right now. And all of them reset with each gold used. It totally resets the texture of the turn. You go into a Gravy Bones turn, you know some potential outcomes. You never know all of them.
Swabby, of course, is 5 cost to develop and then turn sideways. So here comes that Saltwater Swell. So when it attacks, we're revealing the top card of the deck. If it's blue, we're pitching it. Is a Limpet Hop Along.
A rare miss here from Enki Dupaquier.
That was a limpet on top.
Yeah, limpet on top.
It registers a deck list with 36 blues. So the odds are pretty decent.
Could have seen even more fireworks. Maybe even a double ally turn, something like developing the chum. Had we found the blue.
At some point, we need to correct, Enki's altitude somewhat. This will, again, put a bit of more of a cap on this turn, but we are still looking at 2 action points.
Gravy.
Swabby was developed. Gravy activation knows, obviously, you can draw and discard that Limpet.
Yeah.
Get him out there as well. Limpet has Go Again stapled on.
completely fine. And that means the Dead Threads is on now at this point as well. So that means we're going to see a limpet attack here, and the Swabby is still going to do its thing. So,
Pretty bloody good.
Yeah, a miss to some extent with that limpet, but it did open up this additional line for Enki Dupaquier, and still going to have 2 allies in play when this turn ends, and finds good damage output.
Yeah, it gets, can start to get prohibitive for Michael to clear these. Obviously, Limpet and Swabby, with only 1 and 3 life respectively, can be handled pretty easily with Tipples, and there's a couple of those in hand. Rigor Mortis, Eye of Ophidia, that is. 7 for Swabby. And again, this is all very relevant damage. Michael took a whopping, 16 damage in that sort of first turn defending Enki.
I don't believe I've gained any information, unless the judges are opposed. I think it's fine to hook this.
I just forgot to hook.
Okay, yeah, just a question if Enki would like to use gold-baited hook here. And Swabby sends a break point. Always feels pretty good to make that play.
You're good.
Michael saying, well, yeah, it's not as if I've really learned anything that would influence that decision, so he's allowed Enki just to sequence that slightly differently. The consummate sportsman is Mr. Hamilton.
Time and time again, we've seen that from Hamilton down in the feature match area. Just wants a good game of flesh and blood to be played.
It is rough, though, for him in this game. Life total tells a whole story, or at least a lot of it at this time. Frustration here for Michael, just not really able to stay in step with some of these turns from Enki.
14. Triggers.
Okay, gold stolen away. Lets that one through. Oh, buddy, big damage. Michael knows to have these turns that could sort of put him back into the saddle, he needs to keep all of his cards. But he's getting absolutely beaten black and blue out there.
40-14 are the life totals at this point. Hamilton has done nothing thus far in this game and has mandated work to do. Has to clean up at least this Swabby, probably this limpet, before he can even start to think about generating a board.
So loot the hold in a blue, or rather, and an ally, excuse me. Unclear of what that Arsenal card is at this time. You can see why he sort of took so much of this damage. Blocking with Tipples, not a great prospect. Only 2 block on that card. Rigor Mortis does not get on defense.
Yeah, a total of 4 block in that hand for Hamilton.
Pretty rough. This is sometimes it, just getting off to that early start. And, something I'd probably ask Michael is, about that decision to go first this game. What, obviously it does seem favorable to try and, get an ally on board early. As soon as you see a Conqueror, right, the whole value proposition of, getting that Arsenal card first kind of seems to fizzle away.
Yeah, and I got to go back to Enki's aggressive quest for a blue on that first turn. Could have gone so wrong, Mitch, and could have certainly blown up his game plan on the spot, but ultimately committed to the plan, found what he needed, and has gotten off to a roaring start here in our Pro Tour top 8.
Rigor Mortis discarded away. Gold created from that golden tipple. And he can draw a card. He knew that this Rigor Mortis would be on top.
Additional Rigor Mortis added to the fray here, and that means Golden Tipple is going to do its thing again, clean up this limpet, and that Rigor Mortis also going to be refreshed here. So a great turn thus far from Michael Hamilton, doing the required work, as we said, but also is going to finally be able to develop that board. Going to use the compass to take a look, see if there's any gold potential here.
Saltwater Swell was on top.
Loot the hold, the last card in hand. Graveyard is already unlocked, so unclear whether this will be a resource moment. Maybe a chance for Mage Master boots if Hamilton thinks this is a moment where he really has to get back into the game and do multiple things on this turn. It is Dead Thread's time to start. We're going to have a Swabby activation here, though, and that is going to complete the turn. Just set up the big ally, try and get the ball rolling in your favor.
Opting for Swabby here. Maybe some of those more premium threats just being sat on a little bit longer. Gold-baited hook on a 7 power attack is always pretty reasonable. Getting to steal that gold away matters hugely in this matchup. And so many others, it's just, I'll create a gold. Now, though, it's a gold swing of 2 against another Gravy Bones.
Enki's thinking about his defensive decisions here. We take a look at his hand.
Saltwater Swell can unlock it. No blues yet.
He knows the top card.
Another peek in towards the graveyard here from Michael Hamilton. Enki has obviously a ridiculous lead in this game, but his board is being cleared diligently by Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, and let's not forget that this gold-baited hook does mean more than just a gold created. It's a gold stolen, so that could limit options for Enki's next turn here, reaching for the balance of justice.
Well, there were 2 tipples this turn.
That is
from
correct.
Michael Hamilton, so 2 cards drawn.
35.
Means that can get ahead in front, and Enki
Down to 1.
loses a gold here.
Activate balance.
Instant speed, activate Balance of Justice after Michael's pass to draw the card that was seen on top.
Yeah, Enki working with a large hand now, and it was a yellow on top, so wanted to clear that for a potential swell. Does have plenty of discard fodder in the form of allies for the tipples.
Gravy activation. We're going to keep peeking towards the hand here, folks. A blue?
Still a yellow.
He has every copy of Golden Tipple in his deck list in his hand right now.
3 yellow golden tipples.
Dear.
Well, one could be discarded here, one could be discarded to the other, but they're going to have to be used to fuel this turn for the most part with an unfortunate lack of blues thus far. And Hamilton, as we mentioned, stayed the course, did his required work. Now has Enki with a somewhat awkward hand. Also no gold, Mitch. He has 1 on gold economy for the first time, sitting on 3 gold.
Okay.
Can Enki find more? We know the tipple will at least produce.
Dead Threads virtually can turn a yellow tipple into a blue one, or any of these other yellows.
Here is the first tipple. This is going to go ahead and get a draw.
Triggers.
Rigor Mortis reached for as the discard.
Discard.
It looks like it's a debate. It's actually going to be the extra golden tipple here.
Michael's like, wait, how many of those you got?
Plenty.
2 go again.
Gold generated, card drawn. Got
Finally
a blue.
Finally a blue off the top. I think it was a Murderous Rabble picked up by Enki here. So a lot more fuel. Potential for even more if that Saltwater Swell gets a little bit lucky on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Enki can't really look any deeper now outside of a crack of the gold. So definitely needs to knock the top of the deck.
It's cleared a lot of yellows, Mitch. I'll
Yes.
say that. All those yellow golden tipples hitting the bin. Blue counts are high in these Gravy Bones decks. The odds are in Enki's favor for sure.
You'd be forgiven for thinking he was playing a light hero this turn. All those yellows to work with. This is another golden tipple, yeah, being considered. So suffice it to say, Balance of Justice is active. This is going towards Michael Hamilton. That 2 power doesn't really get the job done against Swabby.
Another blue shows up in the form of Murderous Rabble.
Now the proposition of paying into gold seems a bit more reasonable.
Quickly becoming potentially resource rich is Enki. We know this Saltwater Swell likely to be deployed to go ahead and clean up that Swabby. Can take a gamble here with the Murderous Rabble and use that to get a bit more information. Maybe send that face. All depends what he wants to do in terms of ally development on this turn.
And in the background, Michael's just beckoned forward every attack here from Enki this turn. Down to 10 points of life.
Total getting precarious for sure, Mitch. Gold draw going to be the play here. Enki refreshes one more time, picks up yet another blue in the form of a Vastgi.
Obviously, giving a pirate attack a go again and threatening a gold token on hit.
This makes this rabble a little bit safer. The resources have gotten deeper, and you can now safely use the rabble for information if you would like. Again, depending on what your ally goals are on this turn. And it looks like he is reaching for the swell at this moment. Maybe looking to gamble yet one more time is Enki Dupaquier. It's fared well thus far in these moments.
Remember, to play allies, Enki needs a blue to hit the graveyard by some mechanism.
Yeah, has several options to do so with that rabble and the Avasti.
Yep. Play Avasti, close the chain, that will be fine.
Here is the swell.
Swell on
We'll now see the revealed card. It is a yellow. Unfortunately, went maybe a card too deep. Sea legs on top. No extra resources here. He's going to have to play the rabble. It's only going to attack for 2. So a blue on top, Mitch. I mean, it's so close to just being maybe an insurmountable turn for Michael Hamilton. Saved a little bit by that sea legs on the top of the deck.
We are getting into the red zone a little bit, though, for Michael Hamilton. And, like, all of these attacks have come in, and none of them have been attractive blocking prospects. It's all been, coming in 2s this turn. These tipples, the saltwater swell, eats up the swabby, now Myrtle's rabble. Yeah, it's not full value, but Michael might still have to commit a 3-block to it. And in that case, it may as well have been a blue on top, at least in that sense.
Damage one more time. Falls to 8. Does Hamilton. We know this turn not going to be over. Chain closed. Blue now goes to the graveyard, and it's time for Rigor Mortis to do its thing, and it's going to be backed up by this gold-baited hook as it comes in for 6.
Yep.
Not only threatening to go ahead and steal one of Hamilton's
go.
gold, also threatening the life total, but it's time for Hamilton to get that equipment into the mix. Suspect we'll see the draw from the Balance of Justice as well, with multiple cards drawn by Enki Dupaquier.
Yeah, I mean, that does promise, upwards of 5 cards from Michael being able to crack his own balance to draw. So in that sense, that headpiece finds his 5 value. Just doesn't want to see Enki have even more of this gold to work with. 3 gold for Michael to sit on is pretty good. He doesn't have an issue so much with blues in his hand. Got the blue saltwater swell, blue Avasi.
The thing that is most scary for Michael Hamilton now, having fallen down to this precarious life total, is if he creates a situation where Enki can actually just say, I don't care about your allies anymore. I'm going to go face. I'm going to have one of those gravy turns that produces 15, 16 damage. And I don't think you're going to have the block value to actually make it through. A very real proposition for Gravy Bones, which has a lot of no blocks in the deck. So Hamilton has to stay at a somewhat comfortable buffer that dissuades Enki from trying to play the game that way.
Scuba was the draw off of Balance of Justice. And efficient ways to clear Rigor Mortis we're often looking for. Otherwise, that 6 damage threat sits on the board and gets to attack for a singular resource. It is almost always something that demands a response.
Textbook Hamilton pose right now with head in hand. A Vashji, Golden Tipple, as you mentioned, that Scuba drawn on this turn.
And he's run out of buffer. He's at the point now where he can no longer afford to just allow this damage to come through.
Yeah, he has to ask Enki questions and demand answers. And I wonder if that's the moment where you have to start thinking, along the lines of Mage Master Boots, developing multiple allies so you can get the pressure off a little bit. As I mentioned, there will come a point where the threat of an ally is no longer effective enough to protect your life total. Right now, still viable. I think we're still in that range, but a little bit more damage, and you put yourself in gamble territory. And Enki has shown himself ready to gamble, by the way.
Absolutely. And honestly, he hit the jackpot in those early turns. That's what's given him such a comfortable lead. Michael Hamilton, though, is not a world champion for nothing, folks.
Gravy activation here puts a Swabby in the bin and again refreshes the hands. That is going to unlock the dead threads.
Tipple in the arsenal will go in Rigor Mortis' direction. A lot of game actions to be potentially taken here. And Michael Hamilton's potential silver bullet being shown there. The goodest boy goes into the graveyard. Scuba, I mean, in a game that's maybe more stately, a little bit more grindy, feels pretty good. In a game like this, Michael doesn't really have the room to deploy that. Remember, Scuba is a little expensive to get sideways because it is a very potent effect in the right context. This, though, isn't it. Michael is not thinking about trying to refresh his deck with those, face-down allies. He's trying to stay alive and start to put some pressure on.
It's not impossible, though, that Hamilton can get back to that mode of game. Thus far, I agree. It's been more of the high-paced game that we said favors Enki Dupaquier, but this precise, careful play thus far, trying to push back to that different state, and you do see Hamilton prioritizing the Scuba here as opposed to any other ally. So, again, I think it's about denying Enki some options and trying to put together something awkward to build a cushion to get the ball rolling in his favor.
think maybe what appeals to Michael here is that it's, obviously Swabby is a 5 cost to get out there and get deployed. Scuba sends a break point, so with this Avasti, it matters in terms of trying to get that gold away.
And it is time, Mitch. It's time for the Mage Master Boots to go ahead and set up the multiple ally turn. As I mentioned, Hamilton on a clock has to find a window where this still matters. He says it's right now. Going to go ahead and get that Rigor Mortis out into the arena with the help of the Boots.
Michael is still thinking about which ally he's going to send in here. Obviously, he still has an action point. Rigor Mortis attacks with Go again here. 6 with that Avasti on here, but it says only your next pirate ally attack this turn gets Go again and when it hits a hero, not the next pirate ally attack to hit. So it is appended specifically to Rigor Mortis, that effect. Now it's time for Enki here to dig a little deeper and just see what his prospects are. That extra card spotted on top absolutely affects the blocking decisions.
Yeah, Hamilton using a lot of resources on this turn. Had the extra card from Balance of Justice, cashed in the Mage Master Boots, waited as long as he possibly could before he went really hard with using some of his spike capacity. I think found a really good moment to go ahead and push.
It couldn't be later. Michael, there's a sense that his hand is forced here into trying to, make his gambit. Gold activation. Give no quarter finds its way into the hand.
Enki maybe just looking to pick up a little bit of block value here.
Yeah, sea legs. Going to be dropped out of the hand, of course. Discarded away to that Gravy Bones effect, creating a Gold Kiss Rum.
That'll help with ally clearing duty on the next turn, if that's the path Enki wants to take here. Does have, of course, that life lead that he can use as a cushion. And cards in hand are what is going to be needed to go ahead and crack this board that Hamilton has built.
Now, you did mention at some point Enki might opt to overlook the presence of those allies and try and go face. Do you feel like that might still be a little early for that?
Definitely. Definitely. He has to do more work before he can get to that point. Otherwise, the game will snowball. It goes back to like the classic Dromai games that we called so many times in the past. If you blink at the wrong moment and just say, surely I'll be able to kill my opponent from here, disaster will befall you. You cannot get overly aggressive. You have to pick your spots. And I feel like Hamilton found exactly the right life total to dissuade Enki from taking that kind of line.
Gold-baited hook activated. Call to the Grave powering this attack from Scuba, allowing Michael to get Chum out of the graveyard, limiting now the allies in the bin for Enki pretty drastically. It's just an Oyston sitting there for the time being. And Enki with a Gold Kiss Rum is kind of signaling, I want to develop multiple allies and try and clear yours. Now Michael said, well, you're going to have to find them the old-fashioned way. You're going to have to do it on your turn.
Enki thinking about more defending here, and that tells me he's probably found what he needs to go ahead and play a fine clear turn next go around, but not looking to do anything too aggressive probably.
I think if the response to Michael's Mage Master Boots turn, what we'll dub his pop-off turn, is just to clear those allies and try and stabilize the game, that's reasonable. I think he knows victory is well within his grasp, but he has to really dot his I's and cross his T's here. Sunken Treasure now, inflicting upon Michael a similar effect as what Enki just suffered, flipping over one of those allies and creating a gold token.
Hamilton's so gold rich now at this point. 6 gold in play for Michael Hamilton versus Enki's none. No gold.
Spent it there to draw up.
Yeah, also, of course, gold-baited hook doing its thing for Hamilton.
Stealing that away.
So Portside Exchange kicks off the turn here. Does refresh the gold for Enki. But Hamilton is winning on that gold economy front at this point. Avasti was the draw off the top for Enki. Partnered up with a Give No Quarter, but only that Oyston in the last turn did just refresh with Rigor Mortis. So there's a couple options here, but not really a Give No Quarter type turn. Does need to find out what's on top of the deck to open up the possibility of gold activation here. Be a nice moment to find something like a Conqueror on top. Could really unlock this turn for some offensive output in combination with the Rigor Mortis. But I think Hamilton is going to make it out of this turn floating an ally potentially.
Yeah.
That's the first time we've really seen that kind of advantage start to accumulate in Hamilton's favor.
Enki opens with the Rigor Mortis. So then representing 6 power of attack here, Avasti with an on hit, giving Rigor Mortis go again.
Yeah, so looking to set up a 2-ally turn of his own is Enki Dupaquier.
No gold token generated from this Avasti, though, because Rigor Mortis needs to hit a hero. Yep, and that's just what's being cleared up on the table. So Scooper goes away. Still an action point here for Enki.
Has the option to go ahead and draw off the gold with combination of dead threads if he would like.
Now, Oyston is
reaching for the Mage Master boots, though, and he is going to go take the opportunity to go ahead and clear the Rigor Mortis as well. So a bit of a defensive usage of the Mage Master boots, but it's really flipped the script here, Mitch, where Hamilton went into that turn with a double ally setup. Now Enki has the double allies and puts Hamilton back to the test.
And he's off Arsenal as well. That Conquer of the High Seas in Michael Hamilton's hand doesn't look nearly as good here. Getting Oyston out there, obviously he costs nothing to deploy. Also doesn't feel nice for Michael to clear in a Gravy Bones mirror, kind of allowing Enki to clamber back into the gold game. Both players drawing up their big boats on this turn cycle. Enki with the Conqueror.
Actually want to take a moment to look at Enki's hand, because I do think questioning whether we're dealing with one of those big offensive hands is really what we want to focus on. Now, if Hamilton has to use this entire turn to just go ahead and clear these allies and doesn't get much of a board state set up, it could be a little bit of a breath of fresh air and an opportunity for Enki to go ahead and pressure that low life total of Michael Hamilton one more time. Of course, Golden Temple is going to refresh the hand, so still many options for Hamilton. Also, Compass and Gravy still available, so evolving options as we move through this turn, Mitch.
Starts with the Tipple with Rigor Mortis going away. Now, Enki, if you'll notice, has no allies to dredge up right now, but he has 2 copies of Call to the Grave in his hand. So he can definitely bring them in. However, those are the blues that he's working with. So you've got to make that decision whether they fuel your turn or they are played for their effect. A lot of swells here for Hamilton.
Yeah, and Hamilton is completely rich right now. Gold loaded. And it could be a moment where we see a few draws off gold, really trying to build up a powerful hand here and keep the pressure up, because he did a great job using a lot of resources on a previous turn to claw his way back into the advantage seat. Enki, though, is very willing to use the Mage Master boots to try and just keep pace and maybe reassert himself as the leader in this matchup.
I'm sure Enki thinks, as long as I can just, get the same level of value out of my Mage Master turn as my opponent, and I still have this big life lead, that's got to favor me. But the fact that we're still treating this game like it very much balances on a knife edge and hangs in that balance should tell you everything you need to know about the kind of play that Michael Hamilton is. 3 Saltwater Swells spied this turn. With 2 cards in pitch and still a full grip, Michael continues to dig, uses that wealth of gold to give him a lot more information, a heck of a lot more agency.
Good opportunity for Hamilton to check the top of the deck and see if it's time to send one of those swells into the mix. Pick up some resources. Looks like Rabble going to be the play as well. Excuse me, pitched here. Gold again, one more time. We'll pick the card off the top. It was yellow Golden Tipple, so not the card that Hamilton wanted there when it was time for the first of the swells. That one's going to head towards Oyston. Reveal is a back alley break line off the top for Hamilton. And now we are rolling. 4 resources, 2 action points. What a time to find that card floating on top of the deck.
They say not all that glitters is gold, but Michael has used all of the aforementioned to give himself now that free action point, flush with resources, a myriad of options at his fingertips, and that's why this is a turn he's going to navigate.
And you see a wry smile there from Enki Dupaquier. He knows how big of a hit that was for Hamilton. Basically everything unlocked on this turn, and it's going to be a huge turn for Hamilton now.
Yeah, about to peer into all 9 billion realities and try and find the ones that resolve with him walking out of this game into the semifinals. A 20 life difference, but in a matchup like this with this kind of hero, it's not enough to count out this previous world champion.
Hamilton back into the tank. Again, turn has changed. Texture of turns always evolving when it comes to Gravy Bones. Always more information to unpack. We talked about how every point matters in Flesh and Blood. A dagger attack for 1 can put you into the tank. imagine how many possibilities you're considering now in Michael Hamilton's seat. It looks like they are going to just go ahead and remind players of pace of play. And look, I get it in Hamilton's seat. There's a lot to consider here. But the game has to stay moving forward.
And so it will. Michael says, I will take a game action. You'll be familiar with this one. Murderous Rabble is found. Still a red saltwater swell in the hand. Golden Tipple. Sawbones, though, clambers out from the depths. Dead Threads active. Yielding a resource. Saltwater Swell now will be the next play off the top. It's just
blue again.
This is too good.
Is this a Kano pitch, though?
it's looking like that. Was that deja vu? Get it back in there. All right. Still 3 floating. 5 cards in the pitch zone. All of them blues. That is, of course, 15 resources plus the Dead Threads drawn upon this turn. And again, Conqueror of the High Seas. Obviously, it's online. For Michael, it just represents a ability to swing these life totals back if he's going to lean in that direction. It's expensive, though. Now, at least, Enki is the one that has to deliberate a little bit on these blocks. Yeah, 2 Call to the Grave, Golden Tipple, Conqueror of the High Seas. So those Call to the Graves are 2 blocks, as is the Tipple. And Enki's trying to figure out how much life can I afford to just give away here so I can stay in the driver's seat.
Let's not forget Hamilton also cleared 2 allies on this particular turn, getting lots and lots of work done here, coming after the life total.
But now it's back over to him. As Enki said, I'll be taking 3 here.
Gold-baited hook activation time. Trying to apply this to the largest of his attacks.
On the Conqueror, potentially. He knows that Enki is probably going to use that life buffer here as a resource. Oyston played out. That is an action point used there. Yeah, this one does not have go again.
And
Conqueror of the High Seas.
It is time for Conqueror. That's going to be backed up by the hook as well. Looking to take one of the only 2 gold on Enki's side. And we talked a lot about gold economy, Mitch. Hamilton had to use, I believe, 3 gold across this turn to go ahead and unlock it. And doing so let him have an absolutely ridiculous turn.
Yeah, I mean, he's had access here now to a total of 19 resources. 19 resource points, rather. No blocks. Take 8, he says.
Yeah, has to.
And he's still going to have a gold for his turn.
But Hamilton has 4 again, and it just... It does feel, Mitch, like we've seen this game turn over the course of this turn. It was a lot of fortuitous reveal, and I have to call out that back alley break line as the big one for Hamilton. That's when this turn really kicked into overdrive, and now it feels like Hamilton may have, through patience, through perseverance, through going ahead and just doing the work, pushed his way back into the driver's seat once more against Enki Dupaquier. 2 allies will be set up, and Hamilton is closing this life difference rapidly.
Yeah, a big turn like this, like you mentioned, the back alley break line unlocks it because Mage Master Boots have already been used. There's no Gold Kiss run for Michael to try and get more sources of go again. Absolutely bonkers turn, and he has, for all intents and purposes, folks, evened up this game. Enki doesn't have a good blocking hand. It's just not going to get him there. 9 points of block, I think, available to him.
And has to say no blocks.
Ship it.
Yeah. 6 more damage comes through. Enki's going to fall to 11, and all of a sudden, the life totals are neck and neck, and Hamilton has the allied lead. Enki, with no access to allies on this particular turn, until he does some work, does have Call to the Grave, so we'll be able to find them. But Hamilton feels very much in the driver's seat right now. And this is not one of those hands that looks like it's going to unlock resources. Enki can't go 6 pieces of gold deep to go ahead and create virtual resources. There's still so much he has to do, so much work, as we talked about, Mitch, that Enki's supposed to get done on this turn. But he's not as rich as Hamilton was. And Hamilton is going into the next turn with Arsenal set up as well. So Enki really does want to get that Conqueror involved if he finds a way to do so.
It's not a good blocking hand, though. And the Conqueror of the High Seas for Enki definitely represents a pretty decent piece of disruption, as Michael hoping to sit on that pocketed card.
I want to say it's not a good blocking hand yet, Mitch. You can always go ahead and refresh with Gravy. And we talked about context changing all the time. That is one of the shifts that Hamilton can look to make as we move into this turn. First step, we are going to crack that gold and look to better the hand. A blue was found, so we're getting more resources. That means Conqueror should be able to go ahead and have influence over this turn.
Yeah, open with it. Why not? It's going to have go again here for Enki. If he gets 2 blues into that pitch zone, across it comes. Lethal damage presented here by Enki.
I think he kind of needed this on this turn, or Hamilton was just going to run away with this game and should find success with this Conqueror. It is possible Hamilton goes for redraws here, looks for a little help off the top of the deck with the Gravy Bones activation.
Enki needs to get allies into the yard at some point, though. He drew up a Loot the Hold. Again, another disruptive effect, something that probably demands respect from Michael if he can get it stapled onto an ally. Loot the Hold. Hitting a hero will cause them to discard a card and net Enki a gold token. And let's not forget, there's a Gold Kiss Rum in play, allowing an action to gain go again that otherwise would not have it. Well, you mentioned about the ability for Michael to refresh this hand into something that looks a little bit better on blocks. However,
I think he drew another no block in the firm of Sawbones potentially. Does have, though, Sunken Treasure now to add to the mix.
He was sitting on that one. Oh, excuse me. This is a check of the graveyard here. Both players have done that this turn. I think Enki was trying to figure out like what kind of density of allies still remained in the deck. Michael still has his Compass free. But just the way the game feels when you have gold to feed to like Gravy Bones' ability as opposed to sort of being more starved of it, it's night and day.
Hamilton is reaching for blocks, it seems like, here.
I mean, look.
Let's not forget, too, Mitch, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think I don't want to sleep on this gold generation either that Enki can pick up here. Is gold starved right now? No gold available. And that further influences Hamilton to say, maybe this is the moment where I go ahead and try and deny this pickup here.
As yet unclear what is that Arsenal card. Held over from that monstrous turn that Michael Hamilton put together. The sheer fact that Michael's been able to find his way back into this game, incredible.
Take a moment to look at Enki's hand here. It is Call to the Grave, and Tipple did use the Loot the Hold as pitch on this turn. So maybe Tipple just slated for a little bit of cleanup here. Unclear what the path forward is going to be, but Hamilton needs more information. Going to go ahead, activate Compass, takes a look at the top card of the deck.
Enki really needs this gold from Conquerors on hit. And remember, even to play allies from the graveyard, Enki needs to get a blue in there.
He does.
And that Gravy Bones would allow that to happen.
Hamilton now reaches for the block.
Okay, first up. Saltwater Swell being committed. That is a 3-block.
Single card blocked with, and that means Hamilton will now fall to just 3. Arsenal is cleared, and Enki Dupaquier picks up a gold here.
First step in the turn for Enki, but there's still more building than he needs to do. If he can't get allies on the board, Sawbones and Oyston get more difficult to clear. Now, if that was a red golden tipple in the hand, it is. That is something that can account for Sawbones at least.
Enki does, of course, have the option to use gold here one more time. But to what end? What is he trying to achieve by doing so?
I think now that idea that Enki would even dare ignore these allies, I think is out the window. The game is now far too tight, but this gold generated from that connection of the Conqueror of the High Seas now starts to reach for the Gravy Bones.
And I have to call out, Mitch, this line could look easy. Something like Call to the Grave, 0-cost ally, say Oyston, and then just play the tipple off the dead threads. I believe, though, Enki has burned the sole copy of Oyston in the deck. And that means there is not the clean line here and has to get a rigor mortis instead.
Okay.
It is still going to be able to use the tipple, but Oyston would have made this turn so much better. You get double clear, and only having the one copy here, huge, huge punish for Enki Dupaquier.
So it's rigor mortis, the sole ally found. Both these allies diligently clearing them. Enki's definitely running low on them. Here's the Dead Threads activation. This more likely, like you said, just gets that tipple out there. Really now having to create a turn from the smell of an oily rag, basically. Not a lot to be going on.
And it's going to go with rigor mortis here.
Okay, yep. Pay
And
that
pitch
golden
the
tipple.
And it's going
At
face,
face.
Mitch. Yep, this is the moment. Enki is getting aggressive, and he's putting Hamilton to the test, and he's looking for cards from hand.
Back to that block discussion. Yes. Michael. 5 block. 5 block for Michael. If he goes that way. Golden Tipple and Sunken Treasure. That accounts for 5.
Has the Dead Threads as well. So there is a full cover available if that's the chance he wants to take here. And I believe Enki went ahead and activated, yes, the gold-baited hook on this turn. So Hamilton could go ahead and trade his Dead Threads for hook. I don't think that is particularly the move you want to make here.
Count of deck, or rather, count of the graveyard here for Enki. Those face-down cards, of course, were the allies due to Watery Grave turned down, so Michael is able to probably knows, might have even kept a count of just the number of allies in the 80. Saw him sitting down with Enki earlier on. Both with deck lists, just reviewing them, sat at the table, having a good time, just chatting it up before this game. But the jovial atmosphere that was present then has definitely dissipated now into one of extreme tension and focus. 5 block. Sawbones prevents the damage.
Yeah, I forgot about the Sawbones, Mitch, and that means is going to go ahead and deny here.
Passing priority now back to Michael Hamilton. With 1 card in hand. Sawbones and Oyston on the field. Enki has opted to bypass the allies entirely. Try and knock Hamilton out of this game. He's resilient though. Gold token here.
Does mercifully have the Oyston to do cleanup duty here on the rigor mortis, but Hamilton is going to play the next turn at 3, Mitch. And we talked about this moment. We talked about can Enki find a window to deny and just go face, but picked up some big allies here in the form of Chum and Sawbones and an Avashji. Now, Avashji is the type of card that can unlock a go-wide turn, but you have to find some resources. For Enki does have a chance at a redraw in the form of that tipple and an ally going by the wayside. But what's the pitch here? What's the setup? Going to use Gravy Bones to go ahead and refresh.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to get one of those allies into the bin here.
Big turn coming up, Mitch.
Gold Kiss Rum still on the board. Potential for a lot of work. But so much depends on what this draw looks like for Enki. Compass untapped, unused as of yet. Here's the draw. Sunken Treasure gets into the hand now. With a blue added to the mix, the possibilities start to expand a little more. Chum goes into the bin.
Expensive ally going to go ahead and get gone. Blue opening up the possibility of the tipple play now to get that Sawbones in as well. Avashji could allow us to attack multiple times. Could depend a lot on what's coming off the top of the deck when we go ahead and use this tipple.
Doesn't get much tighter than this.
Tipple can be deployed by the Dead Threads at this point with the Chum having hit the bin.
And the yellow variety, in theory, would not be able to account for Sawbones with that damage prevention effect available to Michael Hamilton.
And with that, this match passes the 50-minute threshold. We knew we were going to be in for a potential slog. Things look like it could just be an absolute blowout, a snowball in Enki Dupacier's favor. But the pace has slowed down. Hamilton clawed his way back into it, had the first double ally turn. Enki's dutifully cleared those allies. But now, with Hamilton at 3, the math has changed. And where's this golden tipple going to go? Let's not forget about the Sawbones defensive capability on this turn.
Absolutely. It's golden tipple at if it's at Oyston, it's possible Enki's trying to like bait Michael into an early Sawbones activation here to keep that ally alive. Targeting you. It is so one to face. This card of Sawbones. Now, allies starting to fill the graveyard.
Another blue picked up in the form of Saltwater Swell, so we have resources to work with unquestionably on this turn. We have a gold, thanks to Golden Tipple. Now I have to ask, how are we defending on Michael Hamilton's turn? And the answer, Mitch, pretty good.
The better blocking hand.
Pretty good. It was a good time for a good blocking hand for Michael Hamilton.
And with a decent amount of blues to work with. Arsenal card being sat on. Only one copy, in theory, of that Conquer the High Seas in the deck of Enki Dupaquier here. 1 damage. Is that enough to tempt a card out from Michael? It might seem innocuous, but it accounts for a large portion of his remaining life. Chum and Sawbones got into the bin this turn.
And Enki still has that cushion, is the first one to really go ahead and start talking lethal. Even if Hamilton is able to defend through this turn, he's not going to go ahead and put Enki in the same position when he comes back with the clapback. That assumes even both these allies are kept. Your ceiling is just not as high as what Enki is offering for the first time in the face of you having only 3 life. Takes 1. Falls to just 2.
Hard for Michael to feel like there's a right answer in a situation like that. Thinking about breakpoints, thinking about damage that could just overwhelm his blocking capacity, and he just can't afford to give 3 block to 1 power.
Swabby, I believe, on the top of the deck for Enki Dupaquier.
Well, he knows what the swell would be targeting. Maybe tries to clear that top card with a gold activation.
It's an option for sure, Mitch.
The setup for Enki's been happening all over the course of this game. Getting a Gold Kiss Rum in play. Using that Mage Master boots just to try and match the magnitude of Michael Hamilton's Mage Master turn. Didn't see the need to go above and beyond that. Just keep himself in the lead. And that early buffer has transitioned over to this turn 6 of the game. Now that has Michael Hamilton sweating every time an attack action comes across the board. Now these Saltwater Swells, his Golden Tipples are more than just the effects stapled to them.
Yeah, they're real threats, Mitch. And it feels like Enki Dupaquier just a single resource short of doing absolutely everything here. Going to go ahead and offer this Saltwater Swell, maybe? Question mark?
Yeah, because he knows that's still Swabby potentially sitting on top. So won't get that added upside from the Saltwater Swell. Deep breaths. One of the most important games of, probably the most important game of Enki's flesh and blood career. And the most important turn, most likely.
Who is this targeting?
Oyston.
It goes after Oyston. Cleanup duty, reveals a Swabby. No added resources on this turn, and now he's asking Hamilton, do you want to use the Sawbones?
Again, Sawbones tapping to mitigate Saltwater Swell's damage means that Michael won't have it available for offense if we come back to him. There's obviously no blocking decision to be made here, as it's an ally that's been targeted. Michael trying to figure out just how badly he needs that Heart of Gold.
Enki is putting Hamilton to the test, making him make a decision, perhaps for his Pro Tour life. Hamilton tries to plan the next turn, thinks about how many cards he's going to want to keep. Has 3 gold in his side of the arena. Impossible to know what the next turn is going to reveal.
Enki, in the biggest tournament placing of his career, has been able to tempt Michael Hamilton into getting Sawbones sideways to keep Oyston on the board. 1 damage prevented. That's all that Saltwater Swell was threatening. Oyston will remain in play.
Here's the question, Mitch. Is that what Enki wanted? Is that the move he was trying to push Michael Hamilton towards with that attack?
There's more where that came from, though, isn't there? Here comes Chum. Leaving a resource available.
And we'll go after Oyston yet again here. And Enki is trying to prevent Hamilton from sending any of those allies. Wants to just take a redraw, see what he can put together on the next turn. Let's not forget, Enki did work on that turn. It was small work, but Hamilton is at just 2. And he did it at a moment when Hamilton had a really strong defensive hand.
This hand, though, has some potential to convert on the offense as well.
Feels like every gravy hand does, Mitch. You
Yep.
can always go ahead and just find a fine solution, especially with 4 gold at the ready for Hamilton. This turn's going to unpack in myriad ways.
The kind of turn where Michael can see 3-4 cards deep into this deck. Let's start with our first gold activation.
Fresh card is picked up here. It's going to be a call to the grave, so the possibilities branch even further.
Swabby and Rigor Mortis, though, already represent pretty attractive options to get into play. Swabby's expensive, but this is a very blue flush hand for Michael Hamilton. That 3 cost to deploy, that 2 cost to attack with, absolutely within his grasp. Avasti as well, allowing for that slightly wider turn, giving the first ally that comes out that go again. When you've got this much, this embarrassment of riches to work with in gold and in resource density of the hand, Michael knows he has to make use of every last one of them.
Questions whether this is the moment for gold-baited hook. Again, Enki only with a single gold. Hamilton has been winning gold economy unquestionably this entire game, even when falling behind. Really nice job of gold setup for Hamilton.
And it's required some contortionism from Enki on his turns to generate that gold and then basically use it straight away. Enki would love to start with some gold in play, but Golden Tipple will obviously allow him to get there.
Does have Eye of Ophidia as well if he makes it to his next turn clean to set up his own powerful plays.
Been in the tank for much of this game, approaching an hour of play. And a very, very technical yet explosive mirror match between Gravy Bones.
Yeah, and Enki looking to go ahead and respond to the gold-baited activation with some chum action here.
Now, this does require Enki to discard a card with Watery Grave. That Swabby in the hand will allow for this. Now, Michael Hamilton must choose Chum as the target of attacks if able, till the end of the turn or until Chum leaves play. And 6 power obviously is a fair bit to sort of muster. Sawbones is tapped. Cannot be attacking this turn. Now, Rigor Mortis obviously can clear that. But that's a big amount of damage that Michael might have wanted to send to lower that life total even further.
He's got a lot of options, though. A lot of ways to unlock this turn. Things like Call to the Grave still at the ready.
But this may narrow the scope of this turn somewhat in terms of where Michael's first points of damage have to be dedicated. He's thinking, is there a better ally for this situation than what I currently have in my yard? I would suggest, given that he has to attack Chum, Rigor Mortis is the most elegant solution to that. So he already has access to that card. So that means that Call to the Grave might be utilized elsewhere.
I don't want to sleep on the idea that Call to the Grave, versatile card. There's actually a lot of things it can do. Go ahead and creating action points also in range with the help of those back alley break lines. Going to go ahead and activate Compass here for a bit of information, it appears, is Michael Hamilton.
You gloss over that a little bit, but that is very important, being able to drag a back alley break line face up into the yard.
Well, here is the Call to the Grave. Let's see what Hamilton is looking to set up here. Already has Swabby and Rigor Mortis at the ready. What else does he need to go ahead and complete this turn? Let's not forget that blue will go ahead and unlock the graveyard. It is, in fact, the back alley break line going to pick up an extra action point here. So Enki Dupaquier spoke for one of Hamilton's action points. He said, you will attack Chum. Hamilton reclaims it with the help of Call to the Grave, puts back alley break line into the bin, +1 action point now.
And so that potential explosiveness of this turn remains on the table for Michael. Finds the answer.
once again, we're seeing that kind of smile/grimace creep into the face of Enki Dupaquier. We saw this the last time back alley break line showed up in the pitch zone for Michael Hamilton. Now with it going to the bin once again, Enki is forced to go ahead and wonder what Hamilton might have in store for him.
10 resources currently potentially at his disposal. I've asked you now, of course, with that extra action point, does it need to be used for its effect? Sea legs drawn.
Pick up the sea legs. Portside Exchange doing its thing. Sea legs going to go ahead and create gold and Gold Kiss Rum, as well as another card for Michael Hamilton.
This is going to be a disgusting turn.
Still chum work to do. Murderous Rabble is the draw here. Still able to chart the high seas.
Too quick for me again, Mr. Hamilton. And I would suggest that the range of possibilities hasn't really been narrowed down much over the last couple of interactions between these two. So a lot of twists and turns that a turn like this can take. In theory, could just be rigor mortis to chum, swabby to face.
Yep. That sounds all very reasonable to me, Mitch, and it leaves Hamilton in a state with 3 allies. But for Enki Dupaquier, I think the ally moment is over. As soon as you ignore an ally and choose to go face, you're kind of saying this is the game we're playing, and you're not going to be able to clean up 3 allies. You have to instead look to produce offense. And with Hamilton at 2, all those little annoying attacks in your deck, all those golden tipples, they start to become real.
And I wonder, like, if chum has crossed Michael's mind here as a way of just, like, maintaining a little bit of a defensive arc on this game. But he says swabby. Go again, of course, here. That action point used. Swabby going to get sideways. Now Enki has to decide just how much he respects this 7 damage.
Doesn't feel like he can, honestly. Like, what is his plan if he does respect the damage on the next turn? He's facing down 3 allies. Hooked earlier in the turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, looks like Swabby just presenting vanilla damage, but it is some real damage. Enki Dupaquier knocked down to 4 life, 3 allies on the board. A veritable dredged army at the disposal of Michael Hamilton, and here is the crack of the gold token. I have a feed here allowing Enki to have some choice in terms of that card that he claims. A Blanche, Chart the High Seas, seen on top.
Doesn't feel like exactly what we are looking for here in Enki's seat.
If he's trying to end the game, he's thinking breakpoints and evasive damage. And I'm going to be honest with you, reasonable block potential in the hand with the exception of the Sawbones. And as we've mentioned it, there's gold in play to allow Michael to send it away and get something else.
Yeah, 3/3 block and then the ally, and that ally can be refreshed. So for Hamilton, it's going to take more than just your average turn to go ahead and put him in the bin. And with 3 allies at the ready, that spells trouble for Enki Dupaquier.
He may have lost control of this game.
I will say, though, he's got some clear potential in this hand with Murderous Rabble and that Golden Tipple. So he can look to maybe reset a little bit. But I think the problem might end up being that Sawbones, frankly. You really do need to present 3 twice. If there's a blue on top, this hand would do that. That would still leave something like the Rigor Mortis behind. And then are you in a favored position with Hamilton just holding a Rigor Mortis in play, an arsenal, and 4 cards? No way. There's no way you make it out of that spot with 4 life. So I think Enki is just priced in now. And if you were asking me who is in the driver's seat in this moment, given that I know the hands, I would have to say Michael Hamilton.
Absolutely. He has more than just gotten himself back into a situation of parity. Now he's threatening to close out the game in the coming turn cycles. Here's Chart the High Seas.
Yeah, 2 cards going to be revealed here. What are they?
Remember, got to...
It's double blue. The Blanche went to the bottom. Resources picked up from Chart, but just functioning like a pitch here. And now we have 4 resources to work with. Looking at something like...
Compass to look.
Yeah, it could be Rabble, Tipple, Ally. That's a good turn. Where's it going, though, Mitch?
Sawbones really just muddles the mixture here in terms of the calculus.
Rabble at you. We're going face. We're trying to get the job done. It's the only option Enki Dupaquier sees left. 3 go again is the offer here with Michael Hamilton at 2.
Just present lethal attack after lethal attack. Has to be the plan for Enki Dupaquier. Sea Legs gets in on block duty, though. That's going to account for the entirety of that 3 power.
Still 4 resources at the ready. Looks like it's going to be Tipple into Sawbones as our attacks here. Here comes the Sawbones into the mix.
A golden Tipple of the red variety.
Time for Tipple.
Again, likely at face at this point.
Hamilton has to block 3. Still 2 3 blocks left. The 6 is face up at this point, Mitch.
And that's obviously a lot to handle with Michael down at 2. The golden Tipple gets blocked out.
Block value on Dead Threads and on Sawbones. So it's not a do or die situation. Michael might look to refresh this Sawbones, but he's got the defense value he needs right now. It costs a lot, but he should have enough to stay alive here, Mitch.
Here it comes. 6 damage, asking the question of Michael Hamilton. Do you have enough to cover this up? It has to be 5 block at least.
Let's not forget, Enki Dupaquier took a lot of cards away from Michael Hamilton here. It is going to be the activation here. The draw is Tip the Barkeep.
3 block.
Hand defense very well now. And there's a blue available to play back on the next turn. Let's think about these allies, though, Mitch, because this is noteworthy at this point. Sawbones, Swabby, Rigor Mortis, all have an activation cost.
Yes.
There is no free attack for Michael Hamilton on this next turn. So if he does not keep a card in hand, there will be no aggression from him. Keeping a card in hand involves tapping the Sawbones, defending with a card, and giving up the Dead Threads. And that is what Hamilton is going to do here.
He
says, I need to keep my offense up, not willing to Enki just take full tempo in this game. And now it's a question of what is in that arsenal and how does it combine with the ally attack that's certainly coming from Michael Hamilton.
We've been waiting to see it for a while, but this is the only block available to Michael Hamilton that allows him to have a card left back. Every little bit of value being squeezed out of these cards, and finally the Dead Threads will get in on block duty. Michael Hamilton goes to 1 life and a chance to crack back to try and claim the game that he has been behind for much of. But now that light at the end of the tunnel is there. Can he navigate through? To say stormy seas for these two would be an understatement.
Just a single gold for Hamilton on this turn. It's going to be used. The draw is going to be refreshed. We have a single resource floating and 1 card coming off the top of the deck for Hamilton.
Swell.
Yes, Swell going after the Sawbones. That's a clean cleanup. And the reveal is a chum, so misses the blue on the Swell.
He may have to satisfy himself with just the clear of that ally. That Arsenal card may well remain locked down. That's it. Pass
and
back.
The turn passes back, so that Swell miss was big. And now it's up to Enki Dupaquier. What can he put together on this turn with Hamilton at 1?
Chum represents a break point. Swabby also a break point. Michael does not have equipment left to block, but still has the damage prevention of Sawbones at his disposal.
Gold Kiss Rum available for Enki Dupaquier. Compass going to go ahead and get the information he needs to start planning out this turn.
Already a chum in hand there for Michael. No gold left for Gravy Bones activations to sort of clear some of those non-blockers.
At least 1 non-block in Hamilton's hand. The gold has finally run out. Enki Dupaquier is counting. He's thinking about output. Jittery Bones is the first play here.
And it has go again. So Watery Grave card on top of the deck for Enki. That was scouted with the compass.
Yes,
this is good. Little break points.
So big to have that Sawbones on top, Mitch. Just able to go ahead and get the Jittery Bones go again without giving up a card from hand. And that means go again is at offer. And Hamilton forced to block with Conqueror of the High Seas.
Wait a minute.
What's left in hand?
2 non-block cards in the hand for Michael Hamilton.
Only a single 3 block left for Michael Hamilton. And Enki Dupaquier still has offense, has played the blue, has a Sawbones in the graveyard. I think Enki Dupaquier is going to do it, Mitch.
Now it's a matter of landing this plane. A rare moment here where his opponent really is shields down. No more equipment to get in front.
He's got to stick with the plan. He's got to stay strong. He's got to keep going face. He's got to believe. Or does he take a moment and falter and go after the allies?
Swiftwater Swell. One at you.
He goes face. He demands another card from Hamilton. Finds the blue on top.
It's backbreaking. Now, this likely has to be a Sawbones activation. Michael can't afford to commit 3 block here to stop this, but it's face up. There's breakpoints in the yard for Enki Dupaquier. Has to tap Sawbones. Prevent the damage from Swiftwater Swell, but Enki's flush with resources. A gold to work with as well.
Turn will continue for Enki Dupaquier. Still Gold Kiss Rum available, Mitch.
A gravy activation with that gold. May send Chum away, refresh the card. So many resources to leverage.
And I just want to be clear. This is easy from our point of view. It is not from Enki Dupacier's side. He does not know what those cards are in Hamilton's hand. And if you're Michael Hamilton, you need Enki to make a mistake right now. You need him to falter for just one moment. But the odds seem so slim. It seems so trivial to go after these allies at this point. And surely this Swabby just has to go face.
He needs to divest Michael of his hand. That's what he's thinking. If he sends this in, he does not realize that that would represent a lethal attack.
Gold picks up another card here. Sea Legs is the pickup. Is the Swabby about to be activated? And is Enki Dupaquier about to move on to the top 4 of Pro Tour Singapore?
There's enough resources. Gold Kiss Run being reached for. Oh, man. He's doing the most right now. Gravy Bones tap down. Swabby attacks with Go Again. Gold Kiss Run allows an action point refresh to come in. 7 Go Again. Michael Hamilton. A blood in the water in the arsenal,
and he gets the handshake! And Enki Dupaquier has taken down the all-time great Michael Hamilton.
Well, Titans, in fact, can bleed. Enki Dupaquier out of Montpellier, France, with an incredible demonstration not only of individual prowess at Flesh and Blood, but the raw power of Gravy Bones. Big turns, back-to-back, stripping Michael Hamilton of the life, and it takes a player like Michael Hamilton to make this game interesting, to make it close. He clambers right back into the saddle. It's a 2-life differential in those last couple of turns, and then he falters, can't quite get across the line. For Enki, the biggest match of his career, he comes out on top. Just incredible stuff. What a moment. We had a chance to chat with him earlier on. You could see the nerves were there, but he believed in his team, the deck, the strategy he'd put together, and he comes and delivers a fantastic result here in our first quarterfinal.
I don't think I can do this all day, Mitch. Look, I'm shaking already. That was just our first game of the day. I've got the jittery bones after just one go in our feature match area, but we're just getting started. And let's take a look at the bracket and remind you how the rest of this day is going to go. 1 Gravy Bones mirror down, and the underdog has come up with the win. Enki Dupaquier moving on to our semifinals.
Stunning showing. First player to make it into our top 4, but there are incredible matches abounding in this quarterfinal. Still remaining Thomas Escoffier against Jimmy Nguyen, of course, in that slippy mirror. We've got teammate of Enki's, Arthur Trehet, waiting in the wings to take on Shirui Wu on that Gravy Bones. And then Cindra versus Verdance in our other quarterfinal there. Absolutely unreal. This bracket already shaping up. And if that game was anything to go by, we're going to see some incredible flesh and blood today, folks.
Yeah, I mean, look, there haven't been gravy mirrors on camera thus far. But if that's what we're in for this next gravy mirror with Shirui Wu and Arthur Trehet, you can certainly sign me up for it. That was impressive. That was top tier flesh and blood.
Yeah, more where that came from as well. Plenty of it just around the corner. Our final day of Pro Tour Singapore kicks off with a bang. Enki Dupaquier dispatches world champion Michael Hamilton, advancing to our top 4. Fuck yes.
The world premiere of Super Slam in Montreal is already over 50% sold out, folks. You got to join us for a head-banging good time and the very first chance to crack packs of Super Slam. Secure your spot in the Deathmatch Arena by heading to fabtcg.com. So get your game face on, because this one is going to be super. Well, legends are made and legends are felled in the feature match of the Pro Tour Top 8. If our games, any more games today are any indication of what that one was, we are in for a head-smashing good time.
What an incredible start to the top 8, and I agree with you, Sam. If our future games are anything like that, which I expect they will be with this caliber of player, with this level of play that we've been seeing already so far, we are in for such a treat.
Yeah, that was a banger, dog. I swear, at 6 different times in that match, I was like, oh, Enki's got it. Oh, Hamilton's got it. Oh, Enki's got it. Well, Hamilton's got it. And at the end of all things, it is our very first world champion, former world champ Michael Hamilton, who falls to the challenger. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, set the stage, because we've got a lot more flesh and blood to play.
So, of course, right now we will be looking over to the other side of the bracket and coming into another mirror, but this time it's going to be Arakni slip to the cracks, the most represented hero here this weekend at World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, this hero is pretty interesting for a whole lot of reasons. Really, the reason it was the most represented because of its good matchup into Cindra and because it could do pretty darn well into Gravy Bones. The question is, which of the Slippies will have the honor of playing either Shirui Wu or Arthur Trehet in the next semifinal match?
And the question is, how much tech did these Slippies bring for each other? Because as you pointed out, Sam, a lot of the targets in this meta were the Cindras, the Gravies. Slippy was a bit of a target, but how much have these players actually teched for each other? We'll definitely get to that as we get into the deck list. They'll be coming very soon.
And we might get into that with some interviews with these players. I had a chance to chat with both of these players before they headed into the arena. Let's hear first from Thomas Escoffier. The French Revolution continues, my friends. I am here with Pro Tour Singapore top 8 competitor Thomas Escoffier.
Hey.
Congratulations,
Thank
my
you.
friend. How you feeling?
Super excited. Like, not so stressed. Like, I just want to play the matches, see how it goes, and I'm already so stoked to be here. So I'm going to do my best and try to bring the trophy home.
That's great, dude. That's great. Well, talk to me a little bit about your journey. This first major top 8. How'd you get here? How'd you get into the game? And what do you think is the difference maker that brought you to a top 8 this event?
Well, I started playing like a bit more than 2 years ago. I was like looking for another competitive game coming from like miniature war games. And I've been an avid like CCG player my whole life. And I heard about Flesh and Blood. It looked great. And I was like I spiraled into the game super quickly, and my competitive spirit like took first place in my mind, and I started like grinding tournaments. And as I was playing in Paris, like we had a rising community of great players, like with Arthur, with Evan. We all started playing the game approximately at the same time, like a couple of months apart. So with the already like really good players that were there, we like elevated ourselves at the same time. And then I started like doing tournaments and not doing great, like doing like day 2s at some callings, doing day 2 at Worlds last year. And yeah, I felt like I was ready coming into the tournament, and I'm happy it paid.
That's amazing, dude. I'm happy for you. Talk to me about the French community and how it has been to watch, Arthur Trehet as this rising star, but then, a rising tide lifts all boats. Now there are 3 of you in this top 8.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think we have a community that's like very welcoming and that's very supportive of each other. There's no like rivalry in the French community. Yeah. Like we all like come together to train together and like to prepare for the big events. Like of course there's some like small tone rivalries when nationals comes around, of course. But like once nationals was over, like we were all together, like trying to prepare for the Pro Tour and being like, okay, this is what we're gonna play, and like putting reps and preparing for draft and being like all focused on, okay, let's do our best for this event.
Yeah, awesome. Well, this is Play the Game, See the World, right? An American and a Frenchman sitting in Singapore talking about the Pro Tour. All right, quickly, looking ahead at the matchup. It's a slippy mirror, all right? So tell me a little bit about how you're feeling and about what you think the matchup might go like.
Well, I'm 5-0 so far in the slippy mirror in this tournament, so I'm hoping to continue the trend. Honestly, I don't have like a lot of special insights in the mirror. I think it's very like tempo dependent. You have to get back the tempo at some point and try to ride it until victory. The game can be quite grindy because both decks can play defensively. That we have D-reacts, so you have to be really careful of the possible breakpoints on the styles that have a lot of disruption. And ultimately, it's going to come down to who gets a good bounce at a good time, and like that card is going to define the matchup.
For sure. Any quick shout-outs before we let you get ready to the feature match?
Well, first to my 2 friends in the top 8, so to Enki and Arthur, and then in general, like to the whole French community, my LGS Ukraine Games, and the other LGS in Paris, and like everyone supporting us and watching at home. Like, you've been great, and it's been amazing, like hearing all the shout-outs and encouragements from afar. Merci beaucoup.
That's awesome. Dude, well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
Good luck in the match.
Thank you.
Send it on back to the booth. Well, you heard it from Tom. No special insight in the matchup, but clearly had found some kind of special sauce. Undefeated so far in the mirror match. We'll have to see if the story continues in that direction.
And you heard it from Sam that the French Revolution is continuing. And that was our first seed here at World Tour Singapore coming into the top 8. But of course, he will be against the 8th seed in the form of Jimmy Nguyen, who I believe also has some thoughts of his own to share. So let's go ahead and take a look at his interview.
The most represented deck in the tournament for a reason. Arakni slipped through the cracks carrying Jimmy Nguyen to a Pro Tour Singapore top 8, and we got him in the booth to chat for a little bit. How you doing, my dude? Congratulations. What a run.
Thank you so much. I really didn't expect it. I just wanted to get a top 32 going into the tournament. I would have been super happy trying to qualify for Worlds. I didn't make it in Nationals. I was like, maybe I can sneak in on ELO while that's still a thing. I hope I did it now, but now for some reason I also need to play top 8. It's a little bit scary, but I'm excited.
Well, that's great. Love to hear that some of the goals have already been met. You know, you and I, we share a lot of mutual friends. So
yeah, we do, but I don't think we talk that much.
We haven't talked that much, no, but I've heard really, truly only wonderful things about you, so I'm really happy for you to be here. Tell me about your journey in Flesh and Blood to get to this point. Your first major top 8, couple top 64s at Pro Tours, really good finishes, but there's something different about once you hit that top 8.
Yeah, for sure. I think this has been a really good year for me so far. I top 8 at Prague. I had to go past some really strong opponents, notably my teammate Yuki. It's one of the ones I really hate to face because it's always stressful. We're happy and we're not happy at the same time. I got past Yuki. I was like, I really need to make top 8 or she's going to be pissed.
This event, you played her. Yeah.
Also at Prague.
Oh, wow.
It's the same thing.
Gotcha.
It was the same thing. So I got past her. I was like, I really need to not bomb this one, and then it will be all good. Yeah. So I made top 8 there. And from there, it's been a really good year for me. London was a top 64. I never had a top 64 before that. That was my first goal.
Wow.
I made it. Got basically paid for the trip. That's really nice. I get to play more Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, dude.
That's basically what I need the money for anyway. So, and then went to Taipei. Had a great time. Didn't top 8, but you can't. There's so many good players.
You just can't.
I go to any event, I see Michael Hamilton, Michael Fang, Lee Bender, Brody Spurlock. I'm like, there's so many good players, especially now. It's impossible. I feel very, very lucky to have made any top 8.
Yeah.
And now this is unreal for me.
Well, I got news for you now. As by hitting a Pro Tour top 8, that list of players grows a little longer. People are going to be like, oh, dude, Jimmy Nguyen's in the room. This is going to be a tough tournament. So tell me a little bit now about Slippy. You brought the most represented deck to the tournament, clearly for a reason. Tell me a bit about how you feel about the deck in the meta, and then how you feel about the mirror.
Yeah. So basically, for this event, flying in, I brought Slippy, I brought Dio, and I brought Gravy Bones. And I brought Cindra, actually. But I was pretty sure I was not going to play Cindra, despite thinking it's a good matchup into Gravy Bones. I was like, I also think Slippy is going to be very popular. Our team is very high on Slippy. So like, I was testing it to Slippy. It's like, I'm getting rolled. This is not it. I can maybe beat some Gravies, but this is not it. So I kind of wrote that one off early. What else did I mention? Gravy Bones. Super strong deck, of course. But the opposite problem, I really don't want to face Cindra's. I think all the other matchups, they're pretty great. Even Cindra's pretty doable.
Yeah.
But I also didn't feel that confident playing it. I think there's a lot of better Gravy Bones players.
Yeah.
There's 4 in this top 8 probably. And a bunch more in the tournament.
Gotta know what you play well, right? Yeah.
I gotta play to my strengths.
Yeah, totally. That's really smart. All right, before we let you get down to the feature match area, any shout outs, any people you want to thank, friends and family?
Yeah, just shout out to the team. I wasn't gonna be on Slippy. They convinced me to be on Slippy. They're like, it's the best deck. We need to all be on Slippy, and I have some great Slippy players on my team. Last night, Peter, he went 7-1 in the calling, but he spent the evening helping me prep for this matchup, the mirror. So I hope I don't disappoint them. But even if I do, I made top 8. It's all good.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's disappointed with this record. So congratulations. So happy for you already, and we'll see how you do in just a second. Such a fan of that dude. Seems like the consummate player and professional. You test with him. You're on the same team as Jimmy. Tell us a little bit about Jimmy as a competitor, as a player, as a testing partner.
I think the biggest level up that Jimmy offered the team that people were reflecting on was his insight in draft, and particularly for Puffin.
Oh, that's the Puffin dude.
Yeah, we actually called him the Puffinator internally in the team because he had such a bias towards Puffin, and he taught everyone else how to draft this hero to the point where everyone would actually just hedge on Puffin at the beginning of the draft, and then Puffin became kind of unplayable in the picks because you want to be the one of two Puffin typically, but if everyone else is hedging on Puffin, then you can't actually get a good Puffin deck. But yeah, I think that was the biggest insight that Jimmy brought to a team that everyone really appreciated.
Well, we'll have to see if the Puffinator can take down the first seed at the Pro Tour Singapore Top 8. I think we've gabbed long enough. Let us get down to the feature match table and begin the second quarterfinals of this Top 8. We can see here Tom Escoffier on the left of your screen versus Jimmy Nguyen. Let's take a look into both of these players' journey through this tournament. You can see the overall record 8-1 with Arakni slipped through the cracks. A perfect sterling 3-0 record, as well as that 2-1 record in the first draft. He's on Team Friends. That seems like a nice team. You can see the LGS there and a couple other top finishes, both at France National. So this is the definitive breakout performance for Tom Escoffier.
Picking up only 2 losses throughout this entire event is Tom Escoffier, and that is nothing to slouch on at such a high-level event like this. Taking a look at his day 1 record, started off going full 7-0 and only picking up 1 loss against Naim Mobasir in the final round of day 1.
Yeah, you can see here, taking down a bunch of slippies, and look at this final record of Swiss. Took 1 loss to Nathaniel B, also in the top 8, and let's be very clear, you have to imagine Tom was expecting to beat the Cindras when he brought this deck to the tournament, but Nathaniel's just been taking down killers all tournament long. We'll get to him in a little bit, but I want you to look at those final 3 enemies down there, round 13, 14, and 15. Those opponents all on Slippy. He's just been taking down mirrors this whole tournament.
I mean, specifically, I want to point out the round 14 opponents.
Yeah, dude.
Jimmy Nguyen, who is currently who he's facing off against in the quarterfinals of top 8.
So I'll have to wait and see if Jimmy Nguyen can rewrite the script. Let's take a look at the deck list here for Thomas Escoffier. Anything you're noticing in specific, my friend?
So right off the bat, 2 of Codex of Bloodrot in this Arakni slip to the crack. Like, a little bit of a contentious pick. Not all Slippy lists are on this. We have to imagine perhaps this is the sauce that Tom has found to give him the edge in the mirror. Codex of Bloodrot, as long as you find it not with other codexes, you can actually get a lot of value from that card. The other card, a spicy pick I want to point out, is the 2 of Concealed Blade that he has over here, because he's running 3 Hunter's Claves. So that's his choice of the retrieve mechanic rather than something like Upsticks and Run. He's going for the Concealed Blade tech, which, very importantly, can be used on non-stealth attacks. So a Leave No Witness is coming at you. You might not be expecting Concealed Blade to buff that attack up.
Yeah, and no Shred, which is the other copy of the card that can hit these kind of random contract cards. Pretty much the only ones we've really seen in these lists is the, like you described, the Leave No Witnesses. Everything else does have stealth and can be targeted. I like that double Concealed Blade. The other thing I want to point out, just the 1 of Savor Bloodshed. This is a card I feel like you see go up and down, because sometimes it's just that +4 pump. It's a little harder in this deck to be marking consistently without the Flick Knives, other than with like Arakni Marionette, and so often that card just becomes that 0 for 4 pump on a dagger, which is not exactly where this deck shines.
So we've spoken a lot about Tom Escoffier's deck list. Let's go ahead and take a look at Jimmy Nguyen's profile style over here, going 6-3 in Classic Constructed and picking up 1 loss in the draft as well. Remember, Jimmy Nguyen is our 8th seed over here, the only X4 to actually make it into the top 8 of World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. You said, Sam, a lot would have to go right for an X4 to make it in, and a lot went right for Jimmy Nguyen, just sneaking in. But if there's one thing we know about Flesh and Blood Pro Tours, World Championships, and Top 8s, it's that the 8th seed always seems to have some kind of special sauce. We got that team, Stroopwafel. You know that team well. The Doppelstein, LGS, and look at those top finishes. The first Pro Tour beyond a top 64, although he did hit that top 8 at the Calling Prog just this year.
The 8th seed buff indeed, as we like to say it over here. Taking a look at Jimmy Nguyen's day 1 run, a bit of an unfortunate start, picking up a loss to Katsu on round 1. But other than that, almost a sterling record, except against Shirui Wu, who is also in the top 8 of World Tour Singapore, picking up that loss in round 7.
So cool to see how many of our players in this top 8 have already done battle in the Swiss rounds. Let's take a look at the Classic Constructed heroes, because he really hit a pretty interesting spread. 5 different heroes in those first 5 rounds. And that Katsu deck, he took the only L in CC on day 1 to Katsu. I think that's a deck we're going to see get more and more explored now that those Ira cards in the Armory deck have come out. And look at that draft pod he was in day 2, taking down Ben Dodd in round 9, Pablo Pintor in round 10, Mirko Dulce in round 11, and then you take a look at the final 4 rounds, and something we're seeing with both these Slippy players, they had to take down a bunch of Slippy to sit in this seat.
So can we just point out that 3 of Jimmy Nguyen's 4 losses across his weekend at World Tour Singapore were against other top 8 competitors at World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. You can see a little bit of a team kill there, the Yuki Lee Bender win in round 12, but yeah, this is going to be a rematch round 14, and Jimmy Nguyen wants to rewrite that script. Let's take a look at the deck list and see just what he wrote down upon the list and see what he's bringing into the match.
So the first thing to point out is what you called out in the previous deck list, Sam. In Jimmy's list, he does have a copy of Shred. 2 copies of Shred looks like, which is 2 copies of Shred, which can be used to have a combat trick on your cards like Leave No Witnesses, which otherwise you cannot actually buff up. Also need to point out, he actually has more 1-power attacks. Since he doesn't have Conceal Blade, his blue base consists of more of these 1-power stealth attacks, which means he has more targets for just a nick.
And yeah, like we've mentioned as well, 2 copies of Pick Up the Point and 3 copies of Savor Bloodshed. This is pretty fascinating, seeing just how these players have brought some different cards into the matchups and how differently they will present themselves. Shred, it can get stuck in that arsenal because you can't just give it the +1 like a Concealed Blade, but 2 different copies for both of these players of ways to get over on any card.
And ways of retrieval over here also different for both players. We spoke about how Tom was having 2 copies of Concealed Blade. Jimmy here has chosen 2 copies of Pick Up the Point to pick up the claves from the graveyard.
Yeah, only 2 copies of Just Nick in this list as well. Pretty interesting to see just how these players have built these decks, and look at the pitch ratio over there. 50 red cards, yellow only 8, and 11 blues. This list is damn near as red line as they come.
And with that being said, we have seen both players' deck lists. I think it's time to head over to the feature match area to watch these 2 players duke it out. Now, of course, with Tom Escoffier being the higher seed, he gets to choose the turn order over here and has chosen to go second, which is to be expected in a very tempo-based matchup like the Arakni slipped through the cracks mirror.
Well, the stage is set. The lights are bright. The players are ready to slip through the cracks. It's time for the second quarterfinal match here from Pro Tour Singapore. Jimmy Nguyen playing Thomas Escoffier, 8th seed playing the 1 seed. Beautiful extended art Findall Spring Tunic gets that first counter, and we're off, folks.
Jimmy Nguyen going first. In the mirror over here, in terms of equipment loadout, both players sporting the same set of equipment: Crown of Providence for the headpiece, Tunic for the chest piece, Flick Knives in the arm slot, and Black Tech Whisperers in the leg slot, which offers an extra attack reaction for cards like Bonds of Agony, and of course 1 point of block for pesky breakpoint blocks, particularly Leave No Witnesses.
Hunter's Clave coming in. 1 with go again. Pretty easy blocks for Thomas Escoffier, and that's going to take the Command and Conquer. That's a copy that we might see rip on back to the arsenal with the Codex of Frailty later in this game.
Being able to block with a Command and Conquer early on, very important in a deck that runs 3 copies of Codex of Frailty for sure, as you pointed out.
So yeah, the turn wants to continue for Jimmy Nguyen. You have to imagine an arsenal would be important.
Take a look at what he's working with. So he's got his own copy of Arsenal Disruption in the form of the Leap No Witnesses and the Savor Bloodshed as well. So a bit of an anemic turn 0 for Jimmy Nguyen over here. Typically you want to be able to at least leak some damage on turn 0 to overcome the going first disadvantage. But swinging 2 daggers, Tom Escoffier definitely very happy to see this.
No blocks. Reaction's going to be the call, and a sink below is coming out. Tom Escoffier might be sniffing out that there's not that much exciting offense coming from Jimmy, and I think we're seeing this Leave No Witnesses come out because the sink below was just placed forward. Tom Escoffier sinking a card. Jimmy Nguyen may be saying, oh, you're trying to sculpt your hand. You got to give me multiple blocks if you want to not leak any damage, and more importantly, leak a card off the top of the deck.
That's a great point, Sam, because while it isn't common, sometimes these Assassin Mirrors can actually go to fatigue. And we have to point out, in terms of card economy over here, Jimmy Nguyen has only used 1 card from deck in the form of the Leave No Witnesses, but has taken 3 cards away from Tom Escoffier, including 2 defense reactions.
2 D-reacts that can be pretty important. Sink below. Does Jimmy Nguyen run any sink belows, or is it just the... he does. Okay, so both players running copies of sink below. But 2 copies out on turn 0 for Thomas Escoffier. You want those cards in the arsenal. You want those cards blocking in the reaction step on a more impactful turn than that turn 0.
3 sinks and 3 shelters in both lists as well. So plenty of defense reactions to go around. But to your point, Sam, 2 of them already gone from Tom Escoffier's deck. Starting off with the Kiss of Death, a very, very scary card in these Arakni Slip to the Cracks list because of the attack reaction Tarantula Toxin, which you can use both modes on for Kiss of Death, as it is an attack with stealth and a dagger attack as well. On Jimmy Nguyen's side, we know that he arsenaled the Saber Bloodshed. If he can pair that up with the Kiss of Death on his own,
it's going to be a beautiful spike with Blood Rot coming forth, so an additional +5 damage if this thing doesn't get blocked out. 3 from the attack reaction and 2 from the Blood Rot.
And this is a scary combination because now when you flick the Kiss of Death, it retains the on-hit Blood Rot. So potentially gonna leave Jimmy Nguyen with 2 Blood Rots at the end of this turn. If Tom Escoffier is able to follow this up with an attack and flick the Kiss of Death, looks like it's going to be another Kiss of Death.
This is taking a full block from the Razor's Edge, but the Spike with Blood Rot effect does continue to confer, like you mentioned, on the Kiss of Death, a perfect turn 1 from Thomas Escoffier. And let's be very clear, this was possible because he sunk away a card and then was able to get another card out of the hand, so he got to filter completely like defensive hand into a perfect offensive hand, exactly where you want to be in an aggressive matchup, especially when you're trying to present on-hit effects.
That effectively puts Jimmy Nguyen at 25 unless he's able to pay for either one of these Blood Rots. However, have to point out, that was not disruption from Tom Escoffier's side. That was vanilla damage. Jimmy Nguyen only gave up 1 card on blocks, used the Razor's Edge, and now is potentially going to be able to send disruption of his own if he has it after the Saber Bloodshed Hunter's Clave.
And now I think we're seeing a little bit of how these decks have been built playing out in real time. Jimmy comfortable just throwing that Saber Bloodshed because he's got the Flick Knives and he's got pick up the points to bring them back a little easier than Tom Escoffier. So he might be happy to flick this thing if it was to be unblocked, but Tom has to respect that, gives 2 cards. He doesn't want Jimmy drawing a card here.
Looks like a flick is still going to come out, perhaps heralding that there is a retrieve effect, as you were talking about, or perhaps wants to use a mark for another reason.
And the Saber Bloodshed for the whole turn, is it just on dagger hit or just on hit?
Just on dagger hits.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
If he could have a Kiss of Death of his own, or he could have a potential retrieve effect to pick up the Hunter's Clave, or he could have an Orb Weaver Spinneret to make a Calistro, which is a dagger, which then will still offer the on-hit draw card because the opponent is marked, and it looks like that is exactly what Jimmy Nguyen has. Orb Weaver Spinneret coming out, generating Calistro, gonna get the +3 buff on this as well because it is an attack with stealth, coming in for 4, with go again twice because of Arakni Slip Through the Cracks and the mark token.
Graphene Calicera, such a fascinating dagger in this Slip Through the Cracks decks, can fill just so many niche cases and use cases. There's going to be a no-block call from Thomas Escoffier. He's happy to see this dagger come through, draw a card off the Saber Bloodshed.
And similar to Kiss of Death, this is a very scary card to block because it is a dagger with stealth, so it opens you up to nasty, nasty Tarantula Toxin lines.
And I think this is an unfortunate draw because the Codex of Frailty is the follow-up from Jimmy Nguyen. He'd have to just lose the Sink Below for nothing if he plays it.
Yeah, he can't swing the Clave because that Clave has already attacked. So it's just going to Codex of Frailty, discard a Sink Below. But Tom Escoffier also needs to discard a card over here, so won't be able to protect it unless he gives up some armor.
Yeah, so Jimmy just feeling pretty priced into making this attack because of the double block and the arsenal left open from Tom, thanks to that impressive turn on turn 0. He has to resolve the Codex effect, lose a card from the hand, and that means this is going to be just exactly the classic Leave No Witnesses pattern we've seen time and time again. Oh, you've kept 2 cards? How about you lose one and have to defend whatever you just brought in there against my Leave No Witnesses? It comes in for 4, Ponder, Frailty created. There's no Overcrowded in circulation yet, folks. That card doesn't come until ProQuest season, and we're buying the full block for 4 as that Kiss of Death needs to be protected. Let's see what the Ponder is here from Jimmy.
So he's triggering the Ponder first before the Blood Rot. Draws a yellow shred. That is a scary card to Arsenal, Sam. Especially because it's unlikely to have an attack coming his way, since all Tom Escoffier has is the Kiss of Death to work with while he's under Frailty. He's very likely just going to pass. So no opportunity for Jimmy Nguyen to use the Crown of Providence to, in a sense, unbrick his arsenal. He needs to hope that Tom Escoffier has blocked one of his cards.
It has to be an assassin attack as well, like that Command and Conquer is not in the hand. So this hand is looking a little bit awkward now that that shred sticks around in there. The 2 Blood Rot tokens bring Jimmy Nguyen down to 25. He's even the life totals out some, bought all the tempo, but the question is, will that yellow shred prove to be a little clunky? It's something we assassin players have felt many times. You draw the shred off the Ponder, you ask yourself, do I arsenal this stupid card? It can be so impactful, but can also be so confusing and confounding.
Mark of the Black Widow in his hand, though, could potentially force a block out of Tom Escoffier. However, Jimmy Nguyen is down to only 1 Hunter's Clave. If he wants a Mark of the Black Widow to be threatening, he will need to flick his second Clave, and so far has not found a pick up the point to guarantee they can get a Clave back. So it'll be a very risky flick for him.
He knows what Tom's got in the arsenal. It's that Kiss of Death. That represents 5 to actual 6 damage if left completely unblocked and unchecked, coupled with the Flick Knives. Flick Knives have already put in so much work for Tom Escoffier in this game. The spike with Blood Rot, so impactful on that very first turn.
Currently an 8-point life lead for Tom Escoffier, but full tempo on Jimmy Nguyen's side. Arakni slipped through the cracks with 5 cards in hand is a very, very scary thing to face down.
25 currently playing 33. Will the 8th seed story continue to be a magnificent one in Flesh and Blood? It's going to be the Mark of the Black Widow. It's going to be threatening the Banish from hand. It's going to be up to Tom to see, does he want to try to respect this with any blocks or force Jimmy to move forward, commit the resources, and see if he runs into a D-React and see if that shred will change the math.
Big thing is whether he wants to force Jimmy to flick that second Clave, especially, Jimmy's holding Take Up the Mantle. That's yet another card in the deck that really wants you to be able to mark your opponent on demand. If the second Clave is just sent to the graveyard, and if Jimmy doesn't pick up the points before he finds more of these cards like Mark of the Black Widow and pick up the point, things can get awkward really, really quickly. That's a 3rd copy of Kiss of Death for Tom Escoffier. We saw him use 2 already. 1 went back to the arsenal thanks to the opponent's Codex of Frailty. On his 3rd Kiss of Death already this early in the game. That's typically a card you want to see a little later on.
No blocks. Call is down to 32 as the Hunter's Clave comes forward. Now all of a sudden Tom Escoffier is marked and the Mark of the Black Widow's effect is online. We know there are no D-Reacts in the hand. Take 3 is the call. 29. What's the banish? It's going to be the Infect. Now the question is, no longer marked, so the Graphene Calycera would not have go again. Do you throw down the Leave No Witnesses?
Command and Conquer, I believe.
I think he also has a Leave No in the hand, no?
He does?
Yeah. Hits the pitch, actually, just to come in with the Command and Conquer, just to utilize all the cards in the hand and force Tom Escoffier to give some blocks or give the Crown to protect that Kiss of Death. Looks like it's going to be the Crown. Put the Kiss of Death on the bottom and just utilize the hand in other ways.
Tom wants to be in the driver's seat for a little bit. It's been Jimmy for this past turn cycle at least. Tom Escoffier saying, using the Crown of Providence to dodge this disruption. Wants to come back at Jimmy with a 4-card hand. Life totals have been evened up, but now Tom Escoffier has a 4-card hand. Can he wrest back the tempo in this game? That Ponder draw for Jimmy was
contentious to say the least.
Starting with a 3rd copy of Kiss of Death. Now, however, 1 Kiss of Death did go to the bottom of the deck thanks to Crown of Providence.
Which was returned to Tom Escoffier from Jimmy's Codex of Frailty. been the story of this game so far. Extended Art Kiss of Death proven to be pretty effective. There's a Razor's Edge
So you
in the
have to-
hand as well for Thomas Escoffier.
have to double check the graveyard because Take Up the Mantle is a scary card. You have to make sure this Kiss of Death isn't actually secretly a Bonds of Agony. No Bonds of Agony currently in Tom Escoffier's graveyard.
This is an awkward Justinic. 2 Infects and a Razor's Edge.
More vanilla damage.
Yeah, and if I'm Jimmy, I'm maybe priced into taking this to present my own damage later in this turn.
And Kiss of Death, you can't block Kiss of Death. Tarantula Toxin is too scary of a card, so even though Jimmy's hand is a little bit awkward, he'd like to block because specifically this Kiss of Death, he's just forced to take the full 7 damage, and it's going to be another 2 because his Kiss of Death is going to be flicked.
Now, both players know that there is no way for this Leave No Witnesses other than the Concealed Blade to get over. But Jimmy's not going to respect that. He's just going to block for the total of 4. The Flicked Knives is going to confer the 2 damage from the Kiss of Death because when that dagger hits, it deals an additional damage. Jimmy here, he's got a pretty potent offensive turn. And if Tom does any blocking, he finally gets to get that Shred out of the arsenal. He's got 2 tricks in the reaction step, a Razor's Edge and a Shred. Will Tom Escoffier block either of these infects that come through on this turn?
And he still has the Crown of Providence, so still will be able to unbrick that Shred if it's still stuck there in the arsenal on the following turn. However, life totals are starting to get a little bit scary for both players. And something that's been very interesting about the way this match has played out so far, we haven't seen too much disruption. We've just seen a Mark of the Black Widow coming from Jimmy Nguyen's side. But other than that, it's just been Kisses of Death and infects flying around.
Yeah, these assassins doing damage. Not doing disruption all too much yet. This block might buy the Shred, which might buy the attack reaction on top. -3 on the Command and Conquer. Any further reactions from Tom? He does have that 3rd and final Sink Below in the hand.
Might want to use it over here, but this is a scary fork that Arakni Slip Through the Cracks put you in. If you use a Sink Below here, are you potentially leaving yourself vulnerable to some disruption after that? The Sink Below would only cover vanilla damage, but if Jimmy follows up with, say, an Infiltrate or another Leave No Witnesses, then you'll be really sad that you use that defense reaction.
Here, Jimmy say, another one and a little bit of a head shake from Thomas Escoffier. Same question, brother. Here comes 3. Do you want to block it? Do you think I can get over? We know there's a Razor's Edge in the hand for Jimmy Nguyen. So this Infect could get even more scary. Up to 6 and an additional +2. It's going to be a block from the Orb Weaver Spinneret. Let's see if the Razor's Edge comes forth. Yes, it does. Does that mean that the Sink Below is going to come through to deny not only the +3, but the additional 2 damage from the Blood Rot Pox?
Sink Below effectively going to be a 5 block if it is used here to deny the Blood Rot Pox. But that means Tom Escoffier will go into his turn with only a 2-card offense, and when Arakni Slip Through the Cracks comes in at you with just 2 cards, it is so much easier to block than 3 cards. Just the potential threat of what a 3rd card could be makes the deck very, very terrifying. So will Tom Escoffier give up that bluff potential? Looks like he will. Sink Below going to come out. The 3rd and last Sink Below in Tom Escoffier's deck now hits the combat chain.
Attack reactions and defense reactions abound on that turn cycle. Jimmy Nguyen, no arsenal, but only the Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand for Thomas Escoffier. So there needs to be an attack in that arsenal that he can come in with to be able to flick a Clave to make that Orb Weaver Spinneret even worth playing. There's 2 more damage on the Blood Rot Pox. All of a sudden, the game's gotten a little closer, and it's a Persuasive Prognosis in the hand. He blocked with the Orb Weaver Spinneret, excuse me. So the Persuasive Prognosis is coming here, 1 with go again. Jimmy Nguyen's going to say, how many attack reactions have you seen or played? And he just nicks.
I expect we're going to see a lot of this match, Sam. Double-checking each other's graveyards. How many reactions have you played? How many Kisses of Death have you played? How many Codexes have you played as well? That is the fork that Jimmy Nguyen currently is in over here. Is this going to be an attack reaction to pump up the Persuasive Prognosis, or is it going to be followed up with a Codex?
Can see what Jimmy Nguyen is looking through.
Sees all 3 Sink Belows are gone. I don't believe Tom has played a single Codex.
No, has not.
Has played a Leave No Witnesses, though. However, with the Crown of Providence still up on Jimmy Nguyen's side, perhaps it doesn't need to be too afraid of a Codex. Could just Providence away the card he puts back in there.
This is a really important block for Jimmy Nguyen.
And let's take a look at the colors that Jimmy Nguyen has in his hand, if he would show it to us instead of putting it down just as we switch over this camera. Okay, brings it right back up. I believe I see 2 blues and 2 reds as well. So Persuasive Prognosis is very, very likely to hit. The only way it would miss is if he hits a yellow off the top, say Take Up the Mantle or Codex of Frailty, which is very, very unlikely.
To block and be blown out by an attack reaction would be devastating here for Jimmy Nguyen.
And if you put a Crown Providence block in front of this to try and say, oh, you play around, say, another stealth attack from Tom Escoffier's side, you could just get blown out by Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, that's the problem with Slippy. You never know what's following from here.
When you don't have the defense reaction to react to your opponent's potential attack reactions, it gets really, really awkward when you're defending these Slippy blocks. And just 1 3-block isn't going to cover even just a simple Razor's Edge.
And it's Tom with the additional count of yellows. He's got the additional Blood Rot codexes, so he has the higher likelihood of a Persuasive Prognosis missing when the hand is red and blue. Looks like Jimmy Nguyen might be even considering a 2-card block on this turn.
Two-card block basically telegraphs that you have no defense reaction. That 3-block saying, I don't believe you. I think you're just going wide. I don't think you have the attack react. Jimmy Nguyen asking Tom Escoffier.
And what's fascinating is one of the cards left in hand for Jimmy Nguyen is a Bonds of Agony. And I don't think he has an attack reaction in the hand. I'll have to wait and see when we see. But it looks like it's just going to be the call. The block was successful. The 2 damage taken from the Blood Rot. Jimmy Nguyen successfully sniffing out that turn, and this was a huge turn for him to get right.
And Jimmy Nguyen sniffs out the bluff, catches Tom Escoffier off guard, and gets to follow up with the Bonds of Agony. And I think you are right, Sam. But we've just seen how the level of mind games in the Arakni Scepter of the Cracks mirror. Jimmy Nguyen doesn't actually have the 3rd react to turn on his Bonds of Agony, but Tom Escoffier still has to respect it. Given how much Jimmy Nguyen agonized over the block and Persuasive Prognosis, Tom Escoffier has to imagine there is at least 1 reaction in the hand, because looking over the equipment suite over here, Flick Knives and Black Tech Whisperers are 2 attack reactions on the board. Jimmy Nguyen just needs 1 more in hand. So from Tom Escoffier's perspective, this Bonds of Agony is very likely to be turned on.
Jimmy Nguyen needs Tom Escoffier to blink first. He needs the first seed in this tournament to lay down at least a blocking card for this play to get him what he needs. If Jimmy has to hear no blocks and pass on reactions and watch as Tom Escoffier takes 1 point of unreasonable of damage that means nothing, this play will have not gotten him what he needed, especially when he could have played the Kiss of Death and at least flicked the Flick Knives after the go again. Maybe that means the Kiss of Death is destined for the Arsenal in the hand, because the Infect could be the follow-up, but he needs Tom Escoffier to block incorrectly on this turn. And so hard to be staring down a Slippy with 2 cards available and think, no, this Bonds of Agony won't be online.
Yeah, the mind games.
And he gets the 3 cards out of hand. An absolute masterclass from Jimmy Nguyen in stone-faced maneuvering. You can even see just the slightest hint of a smile as he knows his plan worked. No reactions. The Infect follow-up threatens 5 damage. Does this just fold another card? It does. Tom Escoffier committed to blocking, and Jimmy Nguyen keeps a 5-card hand, all of the tempo. He needed Tom to blink first, and he did, and he blinked hard.
And the thing is, until Jimmy uses that Arsenal, Tom Escoffier still needs to respect the potential of attack reaction over there. Because of his block of 9, he didn't actually get any information. The only information that he got was that that's not a Justinik. Is basically, it's not 2 reactions is the only information he got. That could still very well be a +3 react. Could actually even be a Justinik, because that would have put the Bonds of Agony up to 9, and Tom Escoffier did block 9. So the Arsenal card from Tom Escoffier's perspective, still a complete mystery.
What a moment in this game. Jimmy Nguyen needed to block correctly and then force his opponent to miss, and he did both. The question is, will this leave no witnesses be enough to change the math and change the direction for our 8th seed? The Crown of Providence still online. Can just be a get-out-of-jail-free card for that Kiss of Death that's in the arsenal. But when we look over at Jimmy Nguyen's hand, he's got some nice things to work with that Kiss of Death, including the Tarantula Toxin and the Savor Bloodshed.
But no way to mark, though, because he did give up both Hunter's Clave. So the Savor Bloodshed is actually just going to be a +4 and not much more than that. I can't get over that previous turn cycle, Sam. That
was fire.
He called Tom Escoffier's bluff, and then he had to do his own bluff and have Tom Escoffier fall for it, and was successful. But what is he actually getting out of it? He still uses 2 cards there to block the Leave No Witnesses, wants to keep his Crown of Providence up. Does have the Saber Bloodshed Kiss of Death right now, but no mark.
No mark, and so do you just pump this thing up to 7 to try to get your to 6, I guess, to try to get your opponent to do a clean block? Looks like that is going to be the call. He's just wanting to threaten an enormous amount of damage. This would be 7 points.
And because of Tunic being up, he can actually still send the Calycera right after this Kiss of Death, which will allow him to flick the Kiss of Death at his opponent for an extra 2 damage. And it also confers 2 attacks on this turn, which are both dagger attacks and stealth attacks to go with the Tarantula Toxin that's in Jimmy Nguyen's hand.
Yeah, so here we go. No blocks is going to be the call. So 8 damage taken, and the Calycera gets to come forth for 1 and threaten the 2 additional damage from the Kiss of Death.
Taking 3 total as Tom Escoffier going all the way down to 9. Jimmy Nguyen puts a Tarantula Toxin in Arsenal. And we're starting to get the precarious life totals. We're starting to get to life totals where both players might need to start blocking these Kiss of Death, might need to start blocking these Calyceras, which puts you in Tarantula Toxin range. Tom Escoffier, 4 cards in hand. Can he start presenting some disruption? Most of the disruption we've seen this game has come out from Jimmy Nguyen's side. We've seen Tom send a couple of Arsenal disruptions like the Leave No Witnesses, but nothing seriously impressive has come out from his side yet so far. He did eat quite a bit of damage on the Kiss of Death. Okay, starts with Mark of the Black Widow. This is some hand disruption. This is something Jimmy Nguyen potentially has to respect. And on his side, I believe he still hasn't found a defense reaction.
Oh, an interesting looking hand there. Orbweaver Spinneret, Infiltrate, Command and Conquer, but a handful of reds. And 2 Hunter's Claves for Tom Escoffier, threatening with this Mark of the Black Widow. Last time we saw this card resolved on the other side of the table, Tom Escoffier was happy to just accept the Flick Knives, accept the disruption. We'll have to see if Jimmy Nguyen is interested in doing the same.
And that force of the second Clave being flicked was actually massive. It has had such a snowball effect on this game already. It means the Saber Bloodshed on the previous turn from Jimmy Nguyen's side was just +4 because no further way for Jimmy Nguyen to mark. Has not found one of his 2 copies of Pick Up the Point.
Yeah, that's the problem with the 2-ofs. They're a little harder to find in that first cycle, and these 2 cards sitting at the bottom of that first cycle of cards for Jimmy Nguyen. He's got to find it, and he's got to find it soon. Unfortunately for him, he has already utilized the Tunic for that last turn to power up the Flick Knives and the Kiss of Death. So to pick up the points, resource cost would have to be from a card from hand.
I want to point out further mind games and further bluffing that can be happening on both sides. We know that both players are sporting 3 copies of Shelter from the Storm. So how confident can you be to flick your Hunter's Clave to mark your opponent when you know the opponent could easily just have a prevention effect for the Flick Knives? And we know Jimmy Nguyen, well, both sides we haven't seen a single copy of Shelter from both these decks so far. We've seen 3 sinks from Tom Escoffier's side. Barely any defense reactions from Jimmy Nguyen's side.
Jimmy once again going to check the graveyard.
As we pointed out earlier, a lot of that going to be happening in this mirror match. You have to be tracking defense reactions, attack reactions, codexes of frailty.
Nine life for Tom Escoffier. First seed in this tournament, only taken 2 losses so far. The Pro Tour Singapore. Facing down the 8th seed, Jimmy Nguyen, but we know how terrifying 8th seeds are in Flesh and Blood. Tom Escoffier currently undefeated in the mirror match. He doesn't want to take his first loss here against this challenger.
Who he has already beat in the Swiss rounds. Round 14 of Swiss was this exact same matchup between these 2 exact same players, and Tom Escoffier did come out on top. Here he is again in top 8 as the highest seed.
Damage, but so much more represented with this Mark of the Black Widow, as Arakni present problems in a myriad of ways. You can see the grimace from Jimmy Nguyen there. Unsure of exactly how the best way through this turn is. It's a kind of awkward one. Tarantula Toxin in the yard, 4 reds and a Command and Conquer in the hand. You got to get these turns right in a Pro Tour top 8.
And it's more than just this Mark of the Black Widow, Sam. There is a Bonds of Agony now in Tom Escoffier's graveyard. So now you also have to be worried about a potential take up the mantle, which is, I think, something that Jimmy Nguyen is potentially agonizing about. Because this Mark of the Black Widow could just out of nowhere become a Bonds of Agony, and that changes your turn entirely. If it's just a Mark of the Black Widow, you can play around it. You can decide, I'm just going to banish my Command and Conquer to it, for example, since I don't have the resources to cast it anyway. But if it suddenly becomes a Bonds of Agony and the opponent chooses the card that you banish, that could mess you up completely.
The intensity in the feature match area is palpable. You have to imagine the heartbeats are starting to increase. Perhaps the sweat beginning to trickle. It's so important to make the right call. Jimmy has had a couple beautiful turns in this game. So he's thinking about just giving the Tunic and the Crown of Providence on this Mark of the Black Widow.
The Tunic makes a lot of sense. This match is unlikely to go another 3 turns. The Crown of Providence, though, that one's really risky. Because if Tom Escoffier follows this up with a Codex or follows this up with Arsenal Disruption, well, follows up with Codex, if you clear your Arsenal, then you might suddenly find yourself in a very tough position without the Crown of Providence.
Let's see what the call is here from Jimmy Nguyen. In these situations, you sit there, you think about, well, if it's this, I'd like it to be this. But if it's this, I want to do this. If it's this, I want to do this. And in the end, it's going to be the Hunter's Clave. 1 damage over, down to 15. Mark comes through. Now Mark of the Black Widow gets to take a card from hand. If there's any further reactions.
No further reactions is a call, so no take up the mantle shenanigans over here. Just going to be the effect of the Mark of the Black Widow. Command and Conquer is the banish choice for Jimmy Nguyen in an all-red hand. Totally makes sense to just get rid of the card anyway. Question is, can Tom Escoffier follow up with more disruption?
And I think we might be looking at a potential Black Tech Whisperer's turn if this Art of Desire body is going to be able to hit. Getting to banish a red off the top, draw a card, and gain a life and continue to go. There's a Tunic counter on 3, as well as a Spike with Blood Rod in the hand. So now Jimmy Nguyen has to think once again, how do I get this block right?
A piece of information that Tom Escoffier potentially has from the Mark of the Black Widow is that Jimmy Nguyen is unlikely to have a defense reaction in this hand, or you would have used it on the Mark of the Black Widow. That opens up the Black Tech Whisperer play with a little more confidence. You just pump out a Spike of Blood Rod and Black Tech Whisperers and be confident that it will hit, he will get the go again, and he potentially gets a card draw if the top of Jimmy Nguyen's deck is a red.
Of course, Jimmy Nguyen here could tap the Compass of Sunken Depths, look at the top card, and oh wait, no, sorry, that's the 4 of our other games in the top 8.
Almost putting the Tarantula Toxin there as a blocking card. Again,
giving some equipment. Because it's a hand for Jimmy Nguyen that is an interesting one to try to make work. Because once again, it's just damage, and Thomas Kofi has not fallen low enough to really be threatened by what Jimmy Nguyen is going to be able to present. I wonder if this game is slipping back firmly in the control of our first seed after the damage threatened by Jimmy Nguyen last turn was impressive, but not enough to make Tom care.
One difference in these deck lists that we didn't point out during the deck list portion is that Tom Escoffier is actually running 0 copies of Infiltrate, and Jimmy Nguyen's list has 3, which is a very strong stealth card in this matchup in particular, because you're both running the same deck. You can play any of the cards off the top, whereas Infiltrate into some other matchup, say into a Ranger or something, you banish an arrow off the top, you can't play that because you can only play arrows from Arsenal. But in the Assassin Mirror, however, Infiltrate effectively just gives you a free card draw on hit, and Jimmy Nguyen is currently holding one of those infiltrates in his hand.
It's a block for 6. That's going to cover the spike with Blood Rot, and I believe the last card, I don't remember what the last card in the hand is from Thomas Escoffier. Let's see if there's any reactions. There is not. Jimmy once again figured it out, found the perfect block, got rid of the tunic, got rid of the crown, and got rid of the tarantula toxin in the arsenal for a random card. Let's see if it's going to be enough for him to continue to move forward, get the tempo, and take the win. But Jimmy has had 3 turns where he's needed to get it right, and he's done so.
Jimmy has had the perfect read so far, calling the correct bluffs, making his own bluffs that Tom Escoffier has fell for. Question is, can he capitalize? The previous turn cycle, we saw that just wasn't too impressive after he did the whole call the bluffs. Looks like he drew a spike with Blood Rod off the top from a Tarantula Toxin, and since he gave up the Tunic already, just not the greatest pick off the top. Can still send Infiltrate for 6 thanks to Orbweaver Spinneret.
That's so interesting. Do you want to play the reaction with the Orbweaver Spinneret for the +3? It looks like that is going to be the call. Infiltrate first. Stealth with Go again. You buy a block from Tom, and then you can spike with Blood Rod over the top. Get the damage.
I think Tom has a defense reaction in his arsenal.
I think he might too. It's going to be the spike with Blood Rot pitching away the Orbweaver Spinneret. There's a defense reaction in the hand. It's the Shelter from the Storm. Jimmy Nguyen here, passing back over, couldn't establish the arsenal. 3 cards for Thomas Escoffier to work with, and he has a spike with Blood Rot of his own. He's got another Art of Desire body that Jimmy's got to think about. The difference between this turn and last turn is this one has Go again.
Again, it was a fantastic read from Jimmy Nguyen on the previous turn cycle.
Can he do it again?
But didn't get the payoff. The spike with Blood Rot off the top was incredibly awkward for him, and he got a little punished trying to go for the attack reaction play over there. Had he gone for the Orbweaver Spinneret, which is a little bit more face-up, sending Infiltrate for 6, he would have had an extra Calistera, which does represent 1 more damage over the course of the game as well. With Tom Escoffier currently at 9, the 1 point of damage could come back and hurt Jimmy Nguyen.
Jimmy Nguyen here does not want to give his opponent another card. Both players reach for the graveyards. Check what their opponent has worked through. Jimmy Nguyen, probably off that Crown of Providence block, was looking for something like a Codex of Frailty, something to continue after the Infiltrate, utilize the Go again, utilize the action point, but instead drew that spike with Blood Rot, and I think has drawn into another one.
I'm just going to block with that. This is not a card he wants to see right now.
Spike with Blood Rot blocked, Spike with Blood Rot played, Shelter from the Storm in response. That's going to block out the Art of Desire body. Is there any follow-up from Thomas Escoffier? Yes, there is. There's the Codex, and you can see a little bit of a head shake from Jimmy Nguyen. Thomas Escoffier living the dream that Jimmy was looking for on this last turn cycle.
Leave no witnesses, the classic assassin play. Codex into leave no witnesses, send a breakpoint at their opponent after you force them to arsenal a card and discard a card as well. And important to point out, Jimmy Nguyen also used his defense reaction on that Art of Desire body, so doesn't have another one right now to cover up the breakpoint that his leave no witnesses is presenting. So either he has to just give up his arsenal to leave no witnesses, or he has to give up the flick knives to protect it, both of which are devastating decisions. You know, while Jimmy has had some fantastic reads in this game with the Persuasive Prognosis, with setting up bonds of his own, hasn't been the most fortunate when it comes to random draws off the top, coming back to that Ponder that drew the Yellow Shred, coming back to the Crown of Providence that drew a spike with Blood Rot after he had already given up his Tunic. Fantastic reads from Jimmy Nguyen, top of the deck, though at certain points not really been favoring him.
Yeah, he's needed some things to break his way. He has played the game to damn near perfection. I wonder if he's just committing to losing a card to this leave no witnesses.
So the color of the card he chooses will tell us whether he's committing to lose it. If he wants to lose the card, you just pick up a blue from a graveyard so that you deny your opponent a silver for leave no witnesses.
Very important.
But if he picks up a red, then it seems like he might be giving up the flick knives to protect the card.
Going to be the Infiltrate. It's the call. That means the Tarantula Toxin is going to stay in the hand. Looks like just to block. Leave no witnesses. Comes forth with the flick knives.
And giving up the flick knives, that is a massive win for Tom Escoffier over there. That means the end game from Jimmy Nguyen is that much weaker. The end game states that slip through the cracks wants to put the opponent in, involves Kiss of Death, that the opponent is forced to block with Tarantula Toxin and with Tarantula Toxin threat, and then you also flick the Kiss of Death. But that end game no longer available for Jimmy Nguyen.
Let's see what Tom Escoffier was able to rip off of the top with full tempo. As the Codex of Frailty on the left side of your screen, going to prove to be so impactful. And I think we are looking at a devastating turn potentially from Tom Escoffier. The Orb Weaver Spinneret is going to power up potentially the most impactful card for the Assassin class to come in recent memory as Bonds of Agony hits the combat chain for Go Again. And there are plenty of reactions available for Tom Escoffier. We don't know what the random ponder is, but it's looking like potentially it was a little more favorable for Tom than it was for Jimmy.
2 reactions on board in the form of Flick Knives and Black Tech Whisperers, and since he just made the Kalishra, that is basically a free reaction that he just produced from that card. Not only is that buffing up the Bonds of Agony, it's giving him a free Flick Knives. He won't need to go down to 0 claves like how Jimmy had to do early in this game to turn on his Bonds of Agony. And 3 cards in hand, the odds of one of them being a reaction are incredibly high. And on top of that, Bonds of Agony has Go Again as well, so the pain isn't over for Jimmy Nguyen even after this Bonds of Agony.
Jimmy commits 2 cards. It's a block for 6. And I think this Bonds of Agony is getting over the top. Taking a look.
So if it is just 1+3 reaction, this Bonds of Agony goes up to 10. And Jimmy Nguyen does have the shelter to cover that up. So Tom Escoffier needs something more than just 1+3 reaction. Either he needs a Justinic or he needs 2+3 reactions.
Let's see what the play is here from Tom. There's the Flick Knives. Here's the Black Tech, which makes me think it might just be this Razor's Edge as the +3. And that takes the shelter from the Storm from the hand, so a block for 10 on an attack for 10. He's pitching into the Spike with Bloodrot. That's been in the arsenal for 2 turns. That's +3 over. Nothing Jimmy can do about that. But Grimace put a hand to the face and think about potentially where it started to go wrong.
So it's 3 extra damage from Bonds of Agony and the extra 2 from Spike with Bloodrot, and Jimmy Nguyen loses his last card, the Razor's Edge in his hand. His arsenal is still the Infiltrate that he put there from Tom Escoffier's Codex of Frailty. But when the Infiltrate comes in with no card to back it up, that is so much easier for Tom to deal with. Can just put a block 3 in front of it and know there's no tricks behind it, while all the Razor's Edges from Jimmy Nguyen's deck are banished to Bonds of Agony.
Full 3 cards taken from that Bonds of Agony. And it does start to feel like, you look at often these mirror matches, both players have played this well. Jimmy's had a couple great turns, so has Tom, of course. But the way the cards are just coming together off the top of the deck, seeming to favor our first seed a little more than our 8th. And in a mirror match, the top 8 of a Pro Tour Singapore, sometimes that's all the advantage you need.
Jimmy Nguyen at a virtual 6 life here, thanks to a Bloodrot Pox that has been conferred onto him from the Spike with Bloodrot. Tom Escoffier at 9, also going to go into his turn with full tempo, potentially 4 cards. Could be 3 if Jimmy Nguyen decides to send the Infiltrate at his opponent. Might just be forced to tell Tom, you only get to play with a 3-card hand, so that I can potentially do something, get back into this game.
Turn passes over. We know it's just the Infiltrate. Jimmy Nguyen's arsenal. This might be the beginning of the end. Bloodrot Pox trigger, down to 6 goes Jimmy. All of a sudden, a single attack plus react is lethal damage. No equipment left to work with in terms of blocking capability. Let's see what the first card played on the chain is going to be for Tom Escoffier.
And once again, no defense reaction from Jimmy Nguyen. That is another aspect of the deck that he isn't really drawing. We've only seen 1 defense reaction out of him so far. That was a Shelter from Storm on the previous turn.
And you have to wonder, when 1 Go Again hits the chain, is Justinic going to be the answer and be the call for Tom Escoffier? I think we can actually see it sitting there in the hand. That means Jimmy has to block. So the double trouble comes forth. Let's see what the continued call is for Tom Escoffier. I don't think there's much defense reaction capability. A little bit of a head shake and a smile from Jimmy, as potentially he's aware his fate hangs in the balance of this reaction step.
Tom Escoffier does have a Justinic, also has a Flick Knives on board, so does have 2 reactions. Flick Knives comes in. Hunter's Clave gonna confer a mark onto Jimmy Nguyen.
Down to 5 goes Jimmy. The Justinic comes forth. That's +5, +2 from the double trouble effect. This attack goes up to 8. Currently exactly lethal damage. And the handshake is extended. Tom Escoffier takes it down. The 8th seed not going to have that storybook ending this time, folks. Because if only one player is slipping through the cracks, it's Tom Escoffier bursting through the door into the semifinals.
I'm going to be honest, Sam. When we were about to cover the Arakni slip through the cracks mirror, I was a little bit worried. This mirror can often be volatile. This mirror can often be quite snowbally, where it feels like one person was in the driver's seat the entire time and the other person didn't have a chance at all. But that was not it.
No.
That was a fantastic mirror where on either side it looked, they both took turns being the one in the driver's seat. In the end, Jimmy Nguyen falls to our first seed, Tom Escoffier. But what a fantastic match for our second quarterfinal game at World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, dude, this is card games, right? You play to your perfect outs, you play to the best of your abilities, and at the end of the day, you're still at the mercy of the cards off the top of the deck. But both players played that so well, and it honestly came down even a little bit to the deck construction and to the way that the decks played it out. You talk about the pick up the points. You talk about how Jimmy was comfortable sending both of those flicks probably throughout the days and throughout the tournaments, was able to find the pick up the points to get them early, but they literally never presented themselves, and that mark and that flick became a lot more challenging. So congratulations to Tom Escoffier. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it continues to shake out.
So the next matchup that we're going to watch is going to be the Cindra versus Verdance, where we're done with mirrors for a little bit in the quarterfinals. It's going to be the Cindra versus Verdance match after this, which, remember, again, we watched both these players play this exact same matchup as the last game in yesterday's Day 2 of World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, look at this, folks. We have our first two semi-finalists, Enki Dupaquier and Tom Escoffier. So there's a chance we might even see two Frenchmen making it into the grand finals. I was speaking to these players earlier, and they said, hey, listen, there's a chance we all flame out in the quarters and the revolution ends early. But that has not taken place today. We've got a couple more incredible matches coming up for you in just a couple minutes, folks, including our very next game. It's the lone Cindra and the lone Verdance. But for the second game in the quarterfinals, that's going to do it as Tom Escoffier takes down Jimmy Nguyen in a battle of the reaction step. The codexes were flying, the flick knives were activated, but at the end of the day, it was a bonds of agony. Ain't it always the bonds? Tom Escoffier takes it down.
Flesh and Blood's newest Armory deck, Armory Deck Pleiades, brings the sound of suspense to your LGS this September. Featuring the brand new Auras of Suspense and a new take on the Guardian class, this revered rock star looks to be a spectacle for the ages. Pre-order yours now before the show sells out. I tell you what, the seats out there in the spectators area are definitely getting thin as well, because many people converging to see our next matchup in the top 8. We have the highest ever placing Filipino player in Nathaniel Bayer taking on Edison Yu, the sole Verdance in our top 8. A matchup, but we've already had a look at here, but can Cindra singe the leaves of Verdance, or will it be another wizard winning out?
I think we had a look at this matchup, but in a very different context, Mitch, and we'll delve into that as we sort of unpack what we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, again, a lot of really interesting ways in which this game might look entirely different to the previous one, but a great matchup. Edison's really animated. It's a great guy to get a chat to as well, really jovial, and you know, the take on his Verdance list is definitely one that is reminiscent of Icelander. Without, of course, that sort of frostbite-bidden disruption, but a lot of those big attack actions, and he plays the game in a way where he's happy to walk the life totals down, put his opponent in kill range, and find a way to blow them up with that arcane damage burst.
I love that you mentioned the disruption, because there's not a ton of it for the Verdance player, but I really think that's going to be the key. If you find those CNCs at the right moment, maybe you can go ahead and just take just enough output away from Cindra where you're able to close the game on the back of your Storm.
Yeah, absolutely. She really wants to work off those 5-card hands. We had, of course, a chance to sit down with our competitors before the game. Let's check in with Nathaniel and see how he's feeling at the top of this quarterfinal. Once again, on the coverage booth here, Mitch Leslie with Nathaniel Bayer, a top 8 competitor here at Pro Tour Singapore, hailing, of course, from the Philippines. Thank you so much for joining me, man. What an achievement to make a top 8 in Southeast Asia as well. And I'm sure you got a lot of people cheering you on back home and even here.
Yeah, I got so many messages last night. Yeah, and my friend says like I'm the first Filipino top 8 in any TCGs for the Pro Tour, even in other TCGs. So it's very an incredible achievement for me.
And you've got an amazing scene out there in the Philippines. We've had a chance to showcase a few of you guys now, but I mean, making a top 8, big achievement, not just because of where you're representing.
Yes.
How are you sort of, feeling about your run so far? How's the deck operated for you? Cindra, do you feel like that was the right choice to bring here?
Oh God. To tell you the truth, I didn't prepare for the CC event. We prepared for draft because of the nationals. It's the last week in the nationals, so it's just 2 weeks later than Pro Tour. So we prepared extensively for the draft. But for the CC part, I brought a Gravy in last nationals. I didn't do well. Okay. So I just said that Gravy might be the best deck, or Sleepy. So I was choosing up for Sleepy or Cindra. That I'll use a deck that can be said to be advantageous against Gravy. So I choose Cindra. Then it's about the deck from my friend. Send me a list. I won't change anything and then run it.
Now, you have a relatively unique scenario in that you're replaying Edison. You went up against him yesterday on that Verdance. How did that game sort of go for you, and how do you feel about the matchup in general?
Yeah, so going into the match in round 15, I saw the result and I said I'm locked in on top 2. So whether I win or lose, so I just said, then I won the dice roll. I said that I'll try to be the one in the disadvantage, because I think in the matchup, Cindra wants to go first. So I said in that game, I wanted to go. I'll choose second, so let's see what happens. Then, yeah, he blew it. He threw a spell at me, and then I'm down 35 life, then I'm holding 4 cards. So I think the game plan will be, later in the rematch, will be to go first, arsenal a card, then pass, then hope that it doesn't have any CNCs in hand.
And that Arsenal.
Yeah. So he can throw a spell at me, but I am holding 5 cards compared to holding 4 cards when going second.
Absolutely. Huge for Cindra, of course, that 5th card.
Yeah.
Like it really unlocks your turn. Look, I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but is there any, teammates, friends, family you wanted to shout out before going into a match like this?
Of course, I want to shout out, first of all, my girlfriend, Pamela. Was very supportive. She was always going with me to events, calling nationals. Yeah, she wasn't able to come today, but yeah, this is for you. And to my team Unbox, yeah, especially to Carlo and Joel, they provided the box for every draft practice we had in the last month. So it really helped with the draft portion of the Pro Tour.
Nathaniel Bayer, folks, the lone Cindra heading into top 8 here in Pro Tour Singapore with the hopes of an entire nation on his shoulders. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me, man, and good luck out there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Ryan, you said it once, you said it twice. That focus on limited really goes a long way to getting into those top 8s, and that's something Nathaniel said was kind of his main focus, right? Big shout out to Carlo Opal there as well, providing the goods to make sure that they could get those reps in.
Yeah, I love seeing the Philippines find success. It's been such a vibrant region for Flesh and Blood. Their attendance numbers are preposterous at times, particularly at Unbox. Just can't say enough about what the team there has done for the game and paying big dividends here with their first Pro Tour top 8.
Put themselves on the map in a big way, and can't wait to see more, of course, not from just Nathaniel, but that Filipino scene. Let's move across the table, though, and start to talk about Edison Yu here, someone, that lone Verdance player coming in. We knew she had game. We knew she absolutely had play, especially against the Gravy Bones, out there in the format, but we've already seen how his deck matched up against Nathaniel's earlier on. Let's hear from Edison now. Have things changed coming into this final day of play?
Welcome back to the coverage booth, folks. Mitch Leslie here with top 8 Pro Tour Singapore competitor Edison Yu. Bro, thank you so much for taking the time to join me, man. You've got to be feeling good. It's a top 8 that's stacked with talent, but you've proven your own to stand among them.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm really looking forward to playing my games today. I had a great game with Nathaniel for my win-in yesterday, and he's also my round 1 opponent. I hope it goes well. It was tons of fun playing with him yesterday, and I can't wait to play him again.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your list, right? Because there's a number of different takes, I think, on the Verdance list, but we see you bringing in almost a Bulllander style of gameplay, right? With these big attacks to walk the life totals down. But we had an on-stream game between you and our Arakni Slip Through the Cracks player from Italy yesterday, where you actually choose to pop those Storm Striders a little bit earlier on here just to get some of that damage in. So tell us sort of about the list and what the overarching game plan is, especially in a Cindra matchup, for example.
Yeah. So I really like this list because I think I can do multiple things very well. In some matchups, I can just aggro my opponent down. I can block for 8s with 2 D-reacts and then send 8 back at them with a felling, right? As well as take a card from their hand. Yep. In other matchups, I also really like the fact that Verdance can play the long game. You can accumulate a lot of damage, and in games where your opponent is just trying to fatigue you, like Victor, you can set up potions and then you can combo them. In other matchups, such as Gravy, I try to set up combo, but a lot of times it also just ends up being a fatigue match. I can turn my combos into gaining health, into killing allies, and I really like the fact that Verdance is very versatile. Depending on what your opponent is presenting, you can actually go and win the games in different ways.
Now, you obviously have demonstrated the strength of the deck against a number of different opponents here. Let's talk a little bit about that matchup with Nathaniel. The Cindra matchup specifically goes pretty well for you yesterday, and hopefully you've got that confidence here. What is your game plan overarchingly going to be there?
So for the Cindra matchup, honestly, it is quite luck dependent. I need to draw my cards in the right order. So this means I need to draw a Cadaverous Tilling or one of my Rootbound Carapace early so I can start getting Earth cards into Decompose. After that, I need to chain together at least 1 or 2 fellings if I really want to have a shot at winning. If I can consistently disrupt his hands though, then he just takes a little bit of damage every turn, and eventually he gets into range where I can Burn Bear, Waning Moon him. So he really needs to try his best to stay around that 9 health total mark, but it's really difficult when I have damage that he can't prevent through arcane damage.
Now, obviously you've got your eye on the prize today. You're looking at the rest of the field and you're gunning for that top spot, but making a top 8 at a Pro Tour is an incredible achievement in itself. I wondered if you had any shout outs to friends, family, testing partners you wanted to put out there.
Yeah, so I'm from Vancouver. Shout out to all my friends in Vancouver that are watching right now. Special thanks to Jay and Yuki and their podcast On the Bobble. I pretty much learned everything about Flesh and Blood through these 2 players, and they're basically the reason why I'm here today.
That's fantastic, man. Edison, thank you so much for joining me, man, and good luck, of course, in your quarterfinal game.
Yeah, awesome.
Great to hear there from Edison. Also, couldn't speak more highly of On the Bauble as a piece of content to consume, especially if you're into the limited format. Some great insights to be gained there. But, folks, it's time. We're going to head down to the feature match area momentarily for this game. A song of Forest and Fire. Nathaniel representing the Philippines versus Edison Yu representing Canada.
Can't wait to see this one play out. This feels like almost the most traditional of our matchups in this top 8. It's just going to be about finding value across hands, finding moments of disruption. As we heard Edison mention, order of cards matters a lot. When your disruption shows up, going to be very, very important. And I want to call out when we get to the deck lists exactly what Edison is going to be leaning on. But we'll start with Nathaniel first, and I want to run through how this tournament went. Again, that solid draft record, 4-2 across draft, but really set the world on fire with Cindra.
Absolutely. Feeling very good about his draft rounds. Felt like he put the prep in there. Again, from Team Unbox, the store that definitely has those numbers in attendance. Top finishers at Philippines Nationals, top 24 this year and finalist last year. Nathaniel Bayer is the real deal. Let's have a look back over his Pro Tour journey so far. Gets through a number of victors, notably. I think as Cindra, that's sort of a deck that had emerged to try and disrupt and, find wins there. Tao Tao Chu also taken down, notably. Aiden Barsany also a real Puffin specialist. He artificially whiteboarded his whole deck. So that's the effort that guy goes to at the end of the Mind Games. Unfortunately, didn't help him there against Nathaniel Bayer. And then, going up against Yukili Bender through those draft phases, she was obviously looking dominant at that 8-0 after day number 1. But moving past that, it's the day 2 record here for Nathaniel Bayer. Liam Bennett falling to him there through those draft rounds. And how about this run? Thomas Escoffier, Arthur Trehet, Michael Hamilton, one after another fall like dominoes in front of the Dupaquier of Retribution.
Yeah, so Nathaniel's already beaten the vast majority of this top 8. The one blemish, though, was against Edison Yu. However, Nathaniel had locked up top 8 at that moment and started to experiment. And we go into the deck list, and I'll tell you a little bit about how he was experimenting last go-around. Presented Mask of Momentum, went second. He doesn't have to do that this time. In his own words, he was scouting a little bit, wanted to understand the possibilities. This go-around will choose to play first, and we suspect he'll put Mask of the Pouncing Lynx out, and I'm very curious if that's exactly the offensive firepower he needs to push things to the next level.
2 copies of Lava Burst in the deck. Great 2 targets for that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Assault the Wound and a tenacity there as well at yellow. Sometimes finds its way in those late game situations where opponents are looking to block pretty heavily. Tenacity can represent a real threat, but much of this, what you'd expect to see, of course, out of our Cindra play. Straightforward, it's simple but not easy. Absolutely. I think is the best way to
describing it, Mitch.
Cindra's game plan, and especially up against Edison Yu on Verdance. It's got to be a tough one. Let's talk Edison now. I'll see with Verdance 8-1 through the classic constructed round. Strong showings there through limited. No team just yet, but
yeah, that's going to change. Yeah. You got to pay close attention to what this guy is capable of after going ahead and pulling an 8-1 record on Verdance at the Pro Tour. Surely gets added to the list of those Wizard Masters that we're all now so familiar with. And I bet this may be his first top finish, but I don't think it'll be his last.
No chance. Let's have a look at the road here for Edison Yu, getting through a majority of different looks. Shoma Yamamura falls to him in that second round, and then obviously into that limited phase. Great showing, both 2-1s in both phases of that one. Let's have a look at Edison's day 2 performance that essentially landed him here.
Caught fire down the stretch, did Edison. 4 unblemished rounds in a row on this Verdance deck. Gotta love to see that kind of hot streak when you're heading into the top 8.
Blue pitches when Law goes down to him. Obviously that win against Nathaniel was huge, and our Italian player, we got to see that one on stream. A very interesting game between Arakni slipped through the cracks and Verdance. This guy, absolutely the one to watch. It's time to discuss what he's registered here on this Verdance look. So a couple of things I'd sort of point out, things he might not really make their way in. Surgeon Aethertide is here in the list if there's ever a need to go over towards that sort of more combo-focused play. Can generally allow you to maybe deal with some of those allies a little bit easy, but on the deck list side, Command and Conquer 3 of, Enlighten Strike, Felling of the Crown. There's Plow under there at yellow. Disruption, Disruption, Disruption. But 3 Scar for a Scar as well. Edison really interested in trying to manipulate those life totals a little bit, and that's something that Nathaniel actually mentioned. Chatting to him, he's like, I'm really looking out for times when Edison is trying to manipulate life totals. I want to try and shut down those Scar for Scars if at all possible.
Yeah, and there's the 3 cards I'm going to be paying close attention to. Command and Conquer. We need to look for Plow Under, and then we need to look for Felling of the Crown. When these show up, if they disrupt at the key moment, that could be Edison's path to the semifinals.
Quarterfinal number 3 is just about to get underway. We've acquainted ourselves with our competitors, and so time to talk table. Nathaniel Jerald Bayer will be going first in this matchup. A very different look to what we saw on stream last time, and we know what Flesh and Blood is like. Sometimes a meteorically different result can emerge.
Do note, Mask of Momentum remains the choice for Nathaniel here. Maybe some late testing pushed him in the other direction. We'll call it that Claw of Vincerakai as well. But Edison Yu with a big push in his favor on this turn 1 says Yum Yum, picks up 2 life on the back of that Fruits of the Forest.
Claw of Vincerakai, of course, will be important in this matchup. That Spell Void, crucial. Nathaniel's able to pass here and head over to Edison. Now.
This is my one line. No CNC.
He says no CNC, please, no disruption. Wants to keep that 5-card hand and is willing to pray for it here in the feature match area.
He is in luck, folks. Everbloom Life going to be the play instead here from Edison Yu. He's absolutely praying for it. And Lightning Strike comes down and says, you know what, I'll take that happily. Now, getting this equipment in front, a lot of the sort of disruption that can be prevented by Verdance, doesn't really care much for blocking strategy outside of Command and Conquer. So Nathaniel wants to get value out of his equipment just to maintain as high a life total as possible. 5-card hand for our Filipino competitor. This is what he was hoping for.
Yeah, there was a felling for Edison Yu, but wasn't set up yet, so it's just going to be parked in the arsenal. And for Nathaniel, it's all about getting that damage on the board. 3 life already gained by Edison, erasing that first Ronin Renegade, but surely more to come across this first salvo.
Yeah, nothing like a spicy head jab to start your turn off. We're going to go straight into hot on their heels right after that. This is the second Draconic Chain Link, which is very relevant in terms of that card's printing.
More defense here from Edison. First card committed to the combat chain. Doesn't want to end up marked early on. Those fealties can, of course, play dividends as the match plays out. Looks like Assault the Wound in hand for Nathaniel. So going to be wanting to get as much through as possible here. Try and take a peek at this last card.
Wrath.
Yeah, Wrath is the last card.
Obviously with the potential to pump up these dagger attacks. Throw dagger coming in here. Oh, this Shelter from the Storm eats it up. A damage prevention there, allowing Edison to prevent the dagger hit. Does also mean the dagger doesn't need to be destroyed as a result of that, but there's going to be a flick of the Claw of Vincerakai. That dagger, the big difference is it does not have go again, so often used sort of at the end of a chain or quite happily flicked into the fray here.
Still some prevention floating here for Edison. It was responded to, though, by the flick knives. So throw is the thing that's going to be prevented here.
Yes. Oh, if you flick first, I don't know. No, I don't think so. I can block before, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here comes that Wrath of Retribution, as we expected.
Looking for, now, of course, that dagger follow-up. That could be pretty terrifying. Cindra obviously online to rebuy her daggers here. With only 1 damage prevention on the Shelter means that that flick knife did come in, which means that there was a hit registered on that second chain link. So we are threatening Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, and that's going to inspire Edison Yu to pull out some defenses here. It looks like Barkskin of the Millennium Tree going to be the defense, and Shelter from the Storm does its thing, blocks off that chain link. Okay. Follow up here, simply Kunai of Retribution is, of course, buffed up by that Wrath, so 2 more damage on offer. Thus far, well defended here by Edison, and that Shelter from the Storm paying huge dividends, as it so often does against Cindra.
How does Assault the Wound find application here? With the blocking that comes in from Edison, it's kind of hard to turn that into a compelling threat. Claw of Vincerakai here.
No go again.
No go again. Unless the Dragon Scalar Flight Path is going to be activated. Nathaniel looking for hits on this combat chain to unlock the Assault the Wound, so it will be used. Not only, when used on a weapon attack, it allows for another swing. So often seeing that Dragon Scalar Flight Path get involved in a Wrath of Retribution term that does represent another dagger hit for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion here. Has to go ahead and go on to the claw.
No, but I can take it back.
So does not have the resource as of now to go ahead. No, he has the reduction there. So they're just debating exactly whether he can rewind here. It looks like he wants to do things slightly out of order.
So Dragon Scalar Flight Path gives target Draconic attack go again, and if it's a weapon or ally attack, Going to attack with it again this turn.
Then before the shell
Discounted for each draconic chain link that is controlled, so free in theory.
Oh, there's no dagger. Yeah, there's no dagger.
So I should have retrieved them both. If I Cindra, I should have retrieved
Sounds
them
like the judges are going to go ahead and get this one sorted out. We'll figure out exactly the timing of when we can rewind. And, you know, I think a decent first turn for Nathaniel. You kind of want something a little bit more when you're setting up that first 5-card hand. You really want to make your opponent feel the pressure of Cindra very, very early on in the matchup. I would say it kind of depends what Salt the Wound is going to go ahead and add to this turn. If it gets a big burst of damage, maybe that's exactly what Nathaniel was looking for, to go ahead and put himself on the front.
A telegraph somewhat because there's a block with the Dragon Scaler flight path in the prior turn there. Again, like maintaining a slightly higher life total, excuse me, but also maybe representing that he's looking to use it pretty soon after. And it plays well with that Wrath of Retribution. So information on that resolution will be coming sort of momentarily. But you're right. The idea is to get that extra dagger attack, potentially go a little bit wider, register more hits on that combat chain so that Salt the Wound looks that much more powerful. Couple things do go right, I think, for Nathaniel here. I don't know if he wants to natty, draw into that Salt the Wound at this point in the game, but without Mask of the Pouncing Links, there's nowhere to have that on demand. So the fact that you have a turn where you can add extra chain links because of the flight pass ability to allow another weapon attack that comes in, like I mentioned, Claw of Inserekai doesn't naturally have Go Again printed on it, but that is conferred by the Dragon Scaler flight path. And we've heard from the ruling here from the table. Sounds like no changes, no rule action needs to be made. Maybe just some clarification here on sequencing.
So we are back in the action now, and we find ourselves with that Salt the Wound going ahead and coming in 4-5 on the end of the chain. Edison's still at a fairly healthy 36 life here.
So obviously 3 attacks hitting on the combat chain. Very respectable 0 for 5 here is the Salt the Wound. Edison now. Think about how those last couple of cards might best be deployed. Is that a Command and Conquer there at the bottom? I'm squinting for it.
I think it is, and that means
it's not a great time to find it. And Nathaniel does not want to have a surplus of cards after this. He has vomited them out onto the table.
I could see a window for some more defense here from Edison, but also, let's not forget, this is, I believe, the second time we are threatening Mask on this turn. So that kind of changes the math here, denying the arsenal here. May inspire Edison to just go ahead and really get active with the blocking very early on.
But it also says, okay, well, Mask Trigger would give my opponent that card to target in Arsenal for a Command and Conquer to feel a little bit better.
I think that's what's being debated here, but it is going to be the Stonewall Gauntlet plus Command and Conquer used to deny the hit here.
Yeah, functionally sort of blocking 2 there because Salt the Wound is coming in above its base power. That extra damage reduction would be applied. No, not a ton of great places to use that here. Like sometimes if there's a cut through earlier on in the turn from the Cindra player, but but if they can ever afford to break the chain, if they don't have to worry about conditional, like how long the chain is, some cards obviously care about how many links you have in it, then you're worried about that. But that's normally how we see that gauntlet get applied. Felling of the Crown comes out, and again, needs 4 or more Earth cards in Banish to get that +4.
Yeah, not there yet, but it is the first Decompose, and it is Disruption, Mitch. And as we mentioned, you really want to line this up at the right time. Cindra 3-card hands, they're not that good. They just aren't impressive.
Yeah, Nathaniel hoping for a setup turn here. So, as a result, hoping that Edison doesn't draw into further disruption to make that hard. And honestly, he's in luck again. There is a Rootbound Carapace, though, in hand for Edison. So, decomposition almost guaranteed here. Mental Block, I think. Burn Bear. Emeritus Scolding. A lot of arcane to hand.
Yeah, a lot of heavy arcane damage here. So certainly some guaranteed damage going to be on offer for Edison. Can kind of just pick and choose here which cards he wants to commit to the defense. And this is about extracting value from your hand. Also denying Mask of Momentum. You got to keep that in mind. But that first block on the Fire Tenant should be just enough to do it. And Mental Block will go ahead and refresh the arsenal for Edison anyway. Float a Prevention Shield here. You want to dodge that one if you're in Nathaniel's seat. Go ahead and respond to that with the Flick Knives.
Claw of Inserekai in response to that Mental Block. So
Then I'll trigger the Blood Splatter.
Blood Spatter Vest also going to be triggered here. So another resource for Nathaniel. Okay, Hunt the Hunter coming in. Nice little firepower. Pretty decent turn off a 3-card hand. Ends up into the tune of 12 damage. That's a thumbs up from me. And obviously, Edison marked Nathaniel definitely thinking about, getting more of that fealty going. Those Dragon Art cards, very important, need to be made Draconic. Also, cards like Fire Tenant Strike First, not Draconic in and of themselves. There are a few of those, can be misleading, so kind of want to make sure you can smooth your turns out. But as far as a setup turn is concerned, and I use that with air quotes, 12 damage presented, fealty token generated, Edison without disruption to send back.
Not bad. Not bad for a small hand. And for Edison, there is the bailout of the Ponder token on the back of the mental block. So now the arsenal is set up, plays against a 4-card hand this go around. Again, still not in those kind of scary ranges that Cindra can reach. It's all going to be about those 5-card hands when they show up. How much damage can Nathaniel extract from them? And can Edison just prevent Nathaniel from playing those larger grips?
Oath of Loyalty requires that all cards are Draconic on this turn. So Nathaniel, depending on what the texture of the hand is, the Art of Dragon there in the hand. So that fealty token may well find application. Oath of Loyalty with that restriction, but it's a 3-block at the 0 for 4. Very powerful card.
I got to call out, Mitch, at least thus far. Players less jovial than they were yesterday. And you know what? I appreciate that. I think you have to acknowledge the stakes. It's all good. It's nice to have a, very, very sportsman-like demeanor when you step into the feature match area. And to be fair, these players aren't crossing any lines. They're not certainly hostile to each other.
No.
But they are more focused than we saw them yesterday. And it really does feel like maybe the moment this Pro Tour top 8 starting to creep into their psyches a little bit. And particularly with Edison, I haven't seen Edison kind of less than bouncy and smiling the entire time I've known him now, which hasn't been long, frankly. But still, in this moment, he really is starting to get focused up, and you have to find that next gear if you're going to become a Pro Tour champion.
Safe to say we're going to get to know him a bit more, I think, over the coming years, Brian. This guy looks like he's here to stay. Oath of Loyalty into Rising Resentment has been the play. Nathaniel, honestly, has been kind of allowed to do his thing for the most part. There's a felling of the crown that forces him into... I hasten to not call it a setup turn because it still was a decent amount of damage thrown across, but this is still the game plan that Edison is happy enough to follow along with, right? These life totals are coming down on both sides of the table, getting more towards that more critical threshold.
Blood runs deep, looking to do its thing, and now we get just a rebuy here from Nathaniel and trying to, again, get back to that 5-card hand range with both daggers starting in play. So this is kind of the ceiling. This is where the damage can be presented. And you couldn't see Nathaniel go ahead and take the 4 from this Scar for a Scar any faster.
Multi-format All-Star Scar for a Scar on the table. A more of a unique element of Edison's deck. Pretty attack action heavy. Pulsing Aether Life also going to be the play. Nathaniel says, you know what? I did not bring any Arcane Barrier. I choose not to respect it. If I do not see it, it doesn't exist.
Wait, I have SU here.
Yes, he does
Thinking
have Spell
about
Void.
Claw Spell Void here is Nathaniel. Has to figure out whether that's going to be part of the next turn. Likely no. And this Claw of Vincerikai was a real pickup for Cindra in these arcane matchups. You might say, oh, that's just a little bit of prevention. How much can it matter? Over the course of the game, if your dagger, which you didn't plan on putting resources into anyway, is just generating 4 or 5 points of value, that's the difference between a bad matchup and a good matchup.
Obviously, yeah, it's a Draconic dagger, so could have found its home in Fang, but the guy already has Valiant Dynamo, so we just need to chill for a little bit. This is definitely a Cindra card, and it fits in to the game plan so very smoothly. Fealty Token is popped here to make Art of the Dragon Blood into a Draconic card. Going to be discounting now the next 3 Draconic cards played.
Super powered starter here, Mitch, with that fealty at the ready. Not only are you getting a 0-4 to kick things off, but you're going ahead and getting some reduction on every single thing that comes for the rest of the turn if you happen to have picked up any costly attacks. Not many of them in the Cindra deck, but they are there. And if you get that reduction, then this card really goes parabolic.
Display loyalty of 2. So 2 fealty tokens generated on this turn. They all have go again. So again, a different flavor of head jab, but one that absolutely plays into Nathaniel's game plan.
Another Mask of Momentum threatened here for Edison, and it looks like this time we are just going to go ahead and accept this. So Mask is going to do its thing, and a card is picked up for Nathaniel. So there must be a big offensive turn potentially on the return here for Edison, and you see it, Scar for a Scar into CNC potential.
Holding on to Ring of Roses there as well, Rootbound Carapace.
And Nathaniel says, forgot to flick.
Forgot to flick.
Here.
Dude, you're cheating me.
I mean, these guys at the start of the game are they're very candid about the game plan. Nathaniel was like, this is my only line. I have to hope that you don't have this card.
I know you flick, and then I didn't block, and then you forget to flick.
I was so excited to draw from
I think that was exactly it. Nathaniel saw the mass draw coming. He was like, yeah, I'll scoop that one up before he changes his mind.
It's the three word phrase that every card gamer dreams about. Draw a card. And mark you. Here's a root-bound Carapace there. I think Edison was hoping just to get the full value out of that potential 4 block after Decompose. So Hunter will mark on attack and threaten another fealty token generated. Correct. Yeah, Dragon Blood discounts.
Yeah, and gets to pick that card back up.
But I don't like the way that Nathaniel structured his turn here. Leaves him in the IP zone a little bit. Obviously, that Hunter not naturally with go again. So okay, maybe. Okay, there's a flick here. Yeah, so maybe not the kind of efficient turn that Nathaniel was sort of hoping for. Not being able to make use of the full grip here, but still putting that pressure down. Got to say, though, and he's aware of it, he sort of says it. It says a couple of errors here are starting to creep into the gameplay.
Yeah, that was quite a big misstep here from Nathaniel, and maybe the intensity of the Pro Tour stage starting to sink in a little bit. I mentioned Edison really felt like he was settling in a little bit. Thus far, a little smattering of nerves on the side of Nathaniel.
I think Nathaniel needed more that last turn. I think he needed things to have broken a different way.
And now the disruption comes, and it feels like Edison is at exactly the type of life total range where this is going to start mattering. And it's never a good thing when these Cindras are starting to reach for block cards. That's not the position they want to be in.
Oh, he's not
and
happy.
You're starting to see the head shake raise in.
Oh, double Ancestral in hand. This is an awkward one. Bit of a clunker.
Does have the option to protect this arsenal here. But what's the return fire?
I don't think it's particularly compelling. It's like a blood runs deep. Throw dagger in hand.
Both ancestral empowerments are taken there.
And I've got to say, Edison knew white knuckle grip on the reins, but he has maintained, I'd say, control of this game. It hasn't gotten out of hand. It hasn't snowballed away from the Verdance player. And that's exactly what they want to see.
Yeah, let's not forget about virtual life totals, Mitch. Those Storm Striders lurking down there in the corner, waiting to have influence over this game.
Mental block also, having a damage prevention effect, and it's not just one source. This doesn't say prevent 2 damage from the next source of damage. It says prevent the next 2 damage that will be dealt to you in general. So it carries over. Blood runs deep was the follow-up. Not the kind of output that Cindra players are looking for this turn. Okay, Edison ticks down to 13. Cut through the follow-up. We've hit with a weapon this turn, so this is a dagger this turn, excuse me, so it is 4. Go again. What is our wizard player sitting on? Another Command and Conquer? Might have been a felling.
Yeah, I'm not sure I saw a bunch of resources in the hand, so it's just going to take the opportunity to go ahead and defend here, and knows there isn't going to be an arsenal on this turn anyway, so comfortable giving up the Command and Conquer. Does have the blue, though, and that's going to be Cadaverous. Tilling 8 is a big number when you're sitting at just 17 for Nathaniel, and you just can't afford to block. You have to find offensive output, and now a very vulnerable 9, Mitch.
Yeah. Obviously, the magic number, because of the presence of that spell Void Dagger, I think Edison needs to walk Nathaniel down just a little more. Get him down to 8 because of the spell Void presence of the Claw of Vincerakai.
It does take the Claw of Vincerakai out of play, though, as a potential flick target if you want to maintain safety at 9. So we'll have to see if that influences the lines that Nathaniel is able to take over these closing turns of the match.
And we're also operating under the assumption that a Burn Bear is just sitting in the arsenal, right? And that's never guaranteed. Warmonger's Diplomacy, there is a Shelter from the Storm there, so definitely can interfere with flick knives, maintaining your hit status on these chain links.
Always an interesting question when you're taking on Cindra. That prevention effect's so good to split over chain links, but also 0 for 4, also good, Mitch. Cover up something like this Oath of Loyalty very cleanly. Stuff that first chain link, make Mask of Momentum more complicated. So a lot of options defensively for Edison here, and I believe that's what he's in the tank about at this moment. Does have some arcane damage to potentially offer on the next turn in the form of what I believe is a Pulsing Ether Life.
We at least can see the life side of that card.
Maybe an
Everbloom.
Everbloom in this case, yeah. Got just a peek at the bottom side.
Don't always want to block on that first chain link
Sorry, 1 second. Take your time.
against the
I think we're
Cindra.
fastest. No, the Sleepy Mirror was very fast.
That was pretty quick, but the Slippy Mirror ended up descending into mid-range shenanigans.
Time for Edison to take the first count of his deck. We saw him very deliberate about this process when he was taking on that Italian Arakni at the end of the day.
Yep.
Always considering the possibility, what if this game goes just a little bit longer?
This is critical mass virtually, life-wise, for Nathaniel. Edison wants to structure a turn here that both keeps his life total high on one side and also can start to threaten, but no attack action in this hand. Thinking about trying to get Nathaniel to 8 somehow.
Edison himself is going to fall to 9. There is some life gain available in hand in the form of Heartbeat. Here's another 0 for 4. It's Blaze Headlong now coming through. This one is going to win the shelter.
Yep. Flick on that
Edison.
chain link.
Time for a flick.
Now, we've seen 2 0 for 4s here for Cindra. Not necessarily the normal rate you're seeing. I mean, it's like those 0 for 3s that are highly blockable. Just like this one. Display Loyalty, 3 go again. Obviously needs to be blocked. Creating a Fealty token. Oh, Ancestral gets it over.
Ancestral last one, Mitch, and
Sound
picks
that.
up a card.
Okay. Display Loyalty goes up. Draw a card off Ancestral Empowerment. Draw a card off the Mask of Momentum. And all of a sudden now, things get a little bit more stressful.
Yeah, this turn will continue for Nathaniel. That was a massive moment in this match. And now the chain links will pile up. Fire Tenant strike first. And that means there's more to come. And it's going to be buffed up as this turn rolls on.
Our next Draconic attack will be getting +1. So a heck of a lot of 0 for 4s here for Nathaniel. Can he put a Lava Burst in front?
Lava Burst, perfect chain ender here, and the output went through the roof
All of
for
a sudden,
Nathaniel.
Pressure now for Edison. You just divests himself of the rest of the hand. He says, I just need to take a seat here. Big, big turn for Nathaniel. What an answer to come off the top. The Lava Burst chain ender for 6. He's sitting on 3 Fealty tokens. His opponent basically just has to pass the turn straight back and hope that that Shelter from the Storm is going to be enough.
What a miracle turn for Nathaniel, and now he has to keep the momentum rolling. Kick things off with the Ravenous Rabble. Big reveal coming up. It's a red. Blaze Headlong.
In comes the Crown of Providence. Edison, what is he recycling here? Looks like that Scar from a Scar left the hand.
Looking for more block value, I believe, is Edison.
Fruits of the Forest?
Yum, yum.
Okay, a little bit of life. That matters. Absolutely relevant. And we've got another Lava Burst in the hand there, I think.
Nathaniel has to keep the pressure up at a quasi-comfortable 9, as we said, with that Claw of Finzerakai floating around. Does have some coverage.
So demonstrate Devotion in the hand here. That obviously requires 1 resource to play, but it is a 1 for 4. Creating Fealty, but that's getting less and less important now with how many there are. So Nathaniel might be looking for a Blood-Splattered Vest trigger to let him pay for that. I'm thinking, how can I guarantee another Mask of Momentum connection? He's going to be so careful with the Claw of Serakai. He knows he's literally and figuratively playing with fire there.
No reactions. 2 more damage coming over the top. Edison U is down to 2. We know. Always life gain in the tank.
Pitch the Lava Burst.
Okay, resource needed here.
Kunai of Retribution. Now Edison getting close to being, as we call it, Kadachi locked, but in a position where he'd have to give whole cards up to these Kunais.
Still potential for Blood Spattered Vest to contribute more resources to this turn. That Lava Burst leaving, very, very interesting.
Yeah.
No blocks.
It does mean
No
that
reacts.
that just demonstrate Devotion would be paid for. Nathaniel, I think, really wants this to hit.
Edison's debating. Has Shelter from the Storm in hand can go ahead and get those shields up. Is this the moment? No reactions, falls to just one.
Okay. Flick Knives still online. Nathaniel has to guess, basically, that there's a shelter in the hand if Edison is willing to do that, or a way to gain life at instant speed. Otherwise, you don't go to one here against Flick Knives.
Resource has been reclaimed here.
Is it Art of the Dragon?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Art of the Dragon Fire! What a pick here. When Draconic, this one can be a real problem for Edison Yu. Have to respond here by gaining 2 life, because Art of the Dragon Fire deals 2 damage to any target on an attack when Draconic. That is a devastating card to run into here. Now he needs to answer the 5 damage.
It looks like 2 cards, maybe one once again here from Edison, and we'll have to play with a 2-card hand.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That 2 is going to be fine.
And Edison, again,
back to 1.
Falls to 1.
Silver lining? Scar for a Scar's online. It will be. It will be for quite some time, apparently.
Way to look at the bright side.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to count your blessings, especially when the rest of them are banned from the game.
This game approaching a very interesting state here because Edison still has Stormstriders, and it looks like 2 cards are going to be defended with. What is the arsenal for Edison Yu? Is it a big salvo? Is it enough to get Nathaniel into range?
Scar from the Scar from Arsenal would be fine, right? He needs to knock Nathaniel down just a little lower.
Nathaniel still has some block value, though, in the form of that Mask Momentum. And with an arsenal seemingly set up here, something like giving Mask +1 card with your opponent at 1, you're feeling very, very good about your chances of closing out that game. Flick Knives, of course, usually we term as inevitability. A little bit different against Verdance. A lot of life gain rolled up, potential to go ahead and stop that quote-unquote inevitable damage. Also shields like Mental Block, like Shelter from the Storm. And you're seeing Edison really having a hard time with this last 5 damage being offered.
There's no efficient block here. Edison has to find a coverage of 5. And he's deciding which of those 2 cards he's going to be sending away.
I hate to do it, Mitch, but I'll actually say Nathaniel has done a very good job letting go of that flick that he passed on earlier on in the game. Of course, with Edison at 1, you wonder how the context changes. But I'm not really seeing it in Nathaniel's demeanor right now. It happened. He accepted it. He moved forward and has played the game very well from that point. Found some magic off the top of the deck, Ancestral Empowerment, getting him a Mask of Momentum trigger, and the hand really unlocked. And since then, Edison has been on the back foot.
This is really complicated because Nathaniel's also telegraphing a Flick Knives activation on this chain link. So Edison knows he has to discard Shelter to that, which means his hand is stripped, potentially. Or discard Shelter now.
Yeah, thinking about, is there a way for life gain to be more efficient? Maybe.
Block 6.
It is just going to be block 6 here. And now it is time for the flick.
Blocked.
And there's the Shelter.
Hand stripped.
And we're back in the same dance one more time.
It's interesting. I guess there's an idea as well where you just block 1 card and then discard the Shelter, right? That also accounts for 6 damage and it leaves you with a card in hand. If he had a 3 block.
No, because that was coming in for 5, Mitch. So
yes.
You wouldn't have the cover. Yeah, had to always have 2 cards committed there.
Yeah, but he loses firepower attack and the Flick Knife. That's obviously 6 damage could have been done. Shelter.
Now, all the onus headed back to Nathaniel. How's the hand?
Double hot on their hands. So you need...
And a Blaze Headlong. Okay. So he's going to need to go ahead and pitch a card here.
Yeah, it's a little awkward because you do need to get to 2 Draconic Chain Links. Blaze Headlong.
It's just Blaze here as the play.
He says, you need to have life gain. You need to have, obviously, a way to stop this flick, but there's no natural starter, and because Kunai Retribution's in the bin, there's no other way to get this turn going. He didn't Cindra at the end of his last turn. He could have got that knife back.
He passed on it, Mitch. He absolutely had the chain links to go ahead and reclaim. And now the mistakes from Nathaniel are starting to pile up, and they have opened a huge window for Edison Yu.
And that life side of Rampant Growth life represents instant speed, gain 1 life. It is an unbelievable stumble to have made here from Nathaniel Bayer. Opening the door for Edison Yu. A Cindra turn represented by a single attack action card without go again. But it is still a break point. 4 damage is going to ask for 2 cards. Nathaniel Bayer, so deep in this tournament. Unfortunately for him, just a couple of crucial stumbles in this game.
He's timer, right?
Sorry, I really do need a moment.
Oh, geez, yeah, thank you. We see it. Snatch, and 2 hot on their heels. No natural go again to speak of. No point playing a snatch, you're already IP3ing yourself.
It's possible. It's impossible. I have so many starters. Like, half of my deck are starters.
He says it's near impossible.
I mean,
but sometimes the impossible rears
half
its
of his
head.
deck has starters, and he normally has one that starts in play. And
Very true. Very true.
I understand. Sorry.
I don't mind this, but it's your call.
Yeah, pace of play, not a huge issue at this time. Every decision matters here in this game. You can see what kind of position it's put Nathaniel in. Edison has to consider his options. Autumn's Touch, a blue, block 3.
Yeah, and look, Mitch, this was a disaster for Nathaniel. But 2 cards demanded here. So this is not just simple for Edison. Nothing is solved here. Hasn't fully reclaimed a path into this game yet.
Yeah, exactly. He still has to answer the question of surviving this turn and doing it in such a way where he doesn't give Nathaniel enough breathing room just to come back in again.
And it's just a question of what he wants to play his next turn with, thinking which is better, something like Heartbeat of Candlehold into Waning Moon activation or a Plow Under. That is the question here. Has to check the graveyard one more time, figure out exactly what he's working with, what he can draw into.
A Waning Moon activation would still get him to the sort of required threshold against Nathaniel, because now Cindra player would only be in a position to prevent 1 of that arcane damage.
Don't know if the Plow Under is actually going to turn on Verdance. I think it may still be short of the threshold.
There's a number of cards in Banish still. But Edison not otherwise representing Verdance being turned on. And
counting the deck one more time. Trying to understand how many fresh draws are left before he actually knows the contents of the deck.
Definitely feel like we're getting close to a decision here.
For an abysmal hand. It has generated a lot of debate for Edison. Just a 0-4 presents a world of problems. Edison has not found the path forward yet.
Yeah, a lot of problems, but obviously couched in the context of this turn from Nathaniel being about as bad as possible. It's not just a stumble at the last hurdle, it is a face plant into wet concrete. At least he will have left his mark on the sidewalk. Some math being done here by Edison. Any broadcaster knows doing math on stream is a dangerous endeavor.
Doing math anywhere in my life, dangerous endeavor, Mitch.
I understand. Yes. Sorry, I block. I understand. Blocks. Go to.
Is going to go ahead and defend with that Plow Under, and now it's time for Storm Striders here from Edison.
He needs to.
Before Storm Striders, so I can.
Nathaniel asking if there's a window to respond here.
Checking for a window here.
Is he thinking of flicking the Claw of Enserikai? In response to the Stormstrider's activation.
That's a scary proposition.
Oh my goodness, this is getting a little absurd.
He is.
The current block represented by Edison would still have him knocked out of the Pro Tour with this attack to resolve.
Is going to let the Stormstriders resolve here. Here's Edison.
Heartbeat sends Burn Bear on in. In response.
Claw of Enserikai going to Spell Void here.
It is 6. Nathaniel here just trying to think back. How bad is 6? Is it something that I need to Spell Void away my Claw for? Is he just or pitch 2 reds to bring his knives back again, maybe?
6 down to 3. Yeah, I'll flick this to you.
Flick the Claw of Enserikai.
He's going to flick, and there's going to be the life gain. And Edison stays alive here.
And the other side of this rampant growth represents an amp effect for the waning moon.
No, that's a gamma.
For lethal.
Right? If I didn't flick, I'll win. Yeah, you got it.
And it gets the fist bump. What just happened, Mitch?
Unbelievable. Edison Yu has gotten away with it. Murder, not just murder, but evisceration out there in our third quarter final. He has it. It's represented on the table. Oh my God. Rampant growth, life, and amp effect for the waning moon. Nathaniel just in the tank trying to find out if he can afford to kick that claw, and he goes for the aggressive line of flicking his lifeline at Edison, who's more than happy to punish him for it. Verdance advances here into our semifinals, and one of the most cantankerous displays of flesh and blood I think I've ever seen.
So sorry. I just don't know what I witnessed. That was one of the craziest games of Flesh and Blood I have ever seen. Show me the bracket. Bring the bracket up on screen.
Bring the bracket up. Okay.
Here we see the story of this top 8 now in the bottom half of the bracket. It will be Edison Yu taking on Enki Dupaquier. We have potentially an all-French-Canadian finals developing here, an interesting wrinkle for the rest of our top 8, Mitch. But I'm going to need a moment to compose myself, I believe.
I'm sorry, but the deadpan look at Edison's face. It feels like it needs to be that meme where they put the backwards cap on him. You know what I mean? And freeze frame the photo.
It was something. It was definitely something, Mitch. And, you know, our first 2 games have delivered thus far. Just fireworks all over the place. An incredible top 8 developing, and some diversity around this top 8 as well. It's going to be Arakni slip through the cracks, a Verdance, and 2 Gravy Bones guaranteed. But who's it going to be, Mitch?
That is the big question. It's going to be a matchup of powerhouses coming back as our last quarterfinals. Of course, incredible stuff from Edison Yu to have made it this far as well. And of course, the top placing Filipino player in Nathaniel Bayer putting on an absolute show for us. There's no other way to frame this one. Folks, we've seen thrills, spills, and arcane-powered explosions here in our third quarter final. And if this is how we're getting started today, God knows where we're going to end up. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked to Pro Tour Singapore's Championship Sunday.
Flesh and Blood's next set has been announced, and Super Slam hits your gaming table this September. Featuring the brand new revered and reviled talents, this hard-hitting set is filled with big hits and crowd favorites. Featuring 31 expansion slot cards and the one-night-only return of super rares, Super Slam has something for everyone. Head to your LGS and bring your order in today. Welcome back, everybody. That was one of the most entertaining games of Flesh and Blood I have ever had the pleasure to watch. Honestly, truly, such a delight to even when you see players potentially not playing suboptimally, playing in a way that has fun, that has flair, and really speaks to the fact that even at the Pro Tour level, you can get to a pretty high placing record and still make a couple stumbles.
Entertaining is definitely a great way to put it, Sam. And honestly, a little bit heart-wrenching. I really feel for Nathaniel over there. I mean,
100%.
Something that people might forget is that this is the top 8, and for players like Nathaniel, it is their first time at the top 8, playing on camera in front of thousands of people. It can be quite nerve-wracking, missing that flick, missing the extra damage on the cut-through because of it as well. Ended up, unfortunately, losing out at such a narrow life total. My heart goes out to him
But
for sure.
at the second seed, I think you have to just take a moment here and just celebrate all he did to get to this point, carrying the Philippines on his back. Team Unbox, the unbelievable scene they have over there. Remember that picture of the battle hardened from like the second floor? Everybody looking up with their decks. Like, he has put on so much pride for his country, and it's just an unbelievable run to be the second seed at a Pro Tour. But we got to move on to our next quarterfinal game, folks, and it's the last one, and it's a good one. We have got a gravy bones mirror here for you, and one of the players is a challenger against a player with a Pro Tour top 8 finish at first.
The story of this quarterfinal, in a sense, writes itself. We have Arthur Trehet coming back to try and be the second-time Pro Tour winner, following in Pablo Pintor's footsteps. And against him, we've got Shirui, the only Singaporean in this top 8 at World Tour Singapore, wants to bring pride to his home country for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And for Arthur, the other 2 French players have already made it through their quarterfinal. So you know there might be some lighthearted bantering if he's the only one to not make it into the semis. I had a chance to sit down with both of these players before they descended into the feature match area. So let's go ahead and hear first from the challenger. It's Shirui Wu. All right, y'all, we've got our first of the last quarter finalists. Shirui Wu, congratulations. Oh my God, I'm happy for you, man. How you feeling?
Feeling amazing. I mean, it's a one-of-a-kind feeling to really make it this far into the Pro Tour of a hobby that I love.
Yeah.
Playing a deck that I love.
Oh, dude. Gravy's pretty fun, eh?
Yeah. I agree.
Well, let's start off there. Tell me a little bit about the deck. What drew you to it? What's been the most fun for you, and why you think you've had so much success this weekend?
Well, I just love the concept of this undead guy that resummons his friends over and over.
They're just friends.
Yeah, I think it's just a really cool concept to have, and I like that he's more mathy.
Yeah.
And his turns are always so complex because there's so much you can do, and the amount of pitch stacking you can do with the hero is also insane.
Yeah.
I fell in love with it at World Premiere when I drafted and I played Gravy Bones in the Sealed.
Wow.
And I had to pitch stack almost every game because the Jittery Bones would get from the top deck, and if you were able to do that in the second cycle, you're always so ahead. And
wow.
I just love that aspect.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, the deck is very fun, complex, and a high skill ceiling, shall we say. So congratulations on, proving some mastery in one of Flesh and Blood's hardest decks. You've even heard Brian Gottlieb, our co-caster, say it might even be the hardest deck in Flesh and Blood. So congratulations there. Tell me a little bit about your journey, where you started, around what time did you get into the game, and how you think it's led you this far, taking down the Pro Tour top 8 in your home country.
I started about the end of Dynasty when I graduated from my high school with a scholarship. So I had some excess funds I could just sink into.
Nice.
And I got in from my secondary school friends, Alexander, Dobler, and Ping Hao. They got me into this game, and I enjoyed how mathy it was, and how it was also easy to get into.
Yeah.
And I got into it pretty quickly. I started off with Viserai, and then I moved on to Dash IE when I opened her Marvel.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
It works out that way sometimes. Yeah, totally.
And I played in the first ProQuest, and I actually went undefeated. And that was a turning point for me. I realized, wow, this game, I I can be pretty good.
I can be a player in this, yeah. Hell yeah. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Well, here we are. You're about to be in your first Pro Tour top 8. Hopefully not your last, but you're facing down a Pro Tour champion in the mirror match. You got what it takes?
I do.
Yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How do you think it's going to go? Tell me a little bit about the mirror match, what you think you bring to it, how you're going to try to get over the top.
Well, after seeing both deck lists, I think my deck might be a little weaker. I don't have tech like Scuba, and I don't have the third Sunken Treasure. But being able to choose to go first probably makes it a little bit better for me, and I think it'll go good.
Yeah,
it's a mirror, so I can't really. There's not much to do other than just draw better.
Play the game. Yeah, totally. Draw better, play the game, baby. Love to hear it. Well, any people you want to shout out? Anyone from home, friends and family that helped you get here?
Yes. Shout out to my sister Yiling. I think she's watching right now. And shout out to my friends Alexander. Shout out to Chu Heng and Kayang. They helped me build the deck and helped me test.
Nice.
And of course my group, the Gas Guzzlers. They're amazing. They cheered me on every single time. I was actually about to drop after I lost the first round. They cheered me on.
Let's
so
go.
hard.
Never drop after the first round. Well, that's awesome. Congratulations on the run so far. Good luck in the match. We'll see how it goes in just a sec. And that we will. Just love to hear the confidence from Shirui, baby. You know, it's like, hey, you think you got what it takes? He says, I do. I know I'm ready. That is a man with some confidence, and there's a reason for it. Made his first Pro Tour top 8 in his home country. It's got to feel good.
Almost a little bit of a Pablo Pintor story happening over there, losing the first round of Classic Constructor and making it all the way to the top 8 at his first Pro Tour. And speaking of people following Pablo Pintor's footsteps, I believe we have someone who's trying to clinch his second Pro Tour victory. Let's go ahead and hear from Arthur Trehet.
Well, the French takeover continues, and our final Frenchman left standing has a Pro Tour title to his name. Arthur Trehet is back, and he's trying to do it again. How are we feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm a bit stressed, to be honest, but also excited and just, feeling good to be here.
Yeah, well, I'm happy for you, dude. I'm proud of you. Let's talk a little bit about the journey, right? Pro Tour Los Angeles, you take down the whole tournament, an absolute breakout, star-making performance. And then after a little bit, you were playing, nothing too major to yell from the rafters about, but then now all of a sudden we're seeing French national champion, Pro Tour Singapore top 8. What's changed?
Maybe the allies are back. No, I would say, definitely the deck. I like Gravy Bones a lot, and as I like Dromai before, so maybe that's something.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Decks can just click with people. That is absolutely so real in Flesh and Blood. You find a hero, you connect with the identity, you just get the play style in a way that it doesn't sometimes feel the same with other decks. So Gravy Bones, clearly the talk of the town, the talk of your team, the Armory, the kind of super team that's come together. Talk to me about how it has been to just I was talking to Pablo Pintor as he was watching your game. He was like, I feel, happy for Michael, happy for Arthur. I can't always be the protagonist, but I feel like we found the deck. It seems like you guys maybe just did just that.
Yeah, I think so too. To be honest, after Nationals, Evan and I were both super high on the deck, and I think also Michael and a lot of people at the Armory were super high on the deck. So we were let's go, let's try to break it, have the best list, and yeah.
Incredible.
Only Sam just
and how to go for him.
The Dio master.
Yeah. Well, all right. I want you to talk just a little bit about how it feels to be back in a Pro Tour top 8. This is a mountain you have climbed. What would it mean to you to join Pablo Pintor and be the only 2-time Pro Tour champions in our game?
Would be awesome, to be honest. I would. It was my goal, in London. I would have liked to be the first 2-time Pro Tour champion, but congrats to Pablo. He's too good. So now I'd like to join him a lot, yeah.
Incredible. Well, any thoughts on the mirror match? Any thoughts on taking on Shirui? He was talking about the deck list. Michael was talking about the Scuba. Any things you're going to try to do? Sometimes with these ally-based decks, you just got to see how the cards play out.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup. It's a very skilled one. I think we saw in the match between Michael and Enki that there's a ton of decisions there. So I don't know. I'm happy that I have 2 Scubas in my deck for the mirror, because it's the tech is here for it. But let's see how it plays out. I don't know.
100%. Well, anyone you want to shout out, friends and family who's helped you get here?
Yeah, sure. First of all, huge shout out to my friends and family who are watching me from home, because also there is a huge hour difference. Time zone. Yeah. So thanks to them for the support, and then also huge thanks to the Armory for the preparation, the deck and stuff. And then thanks also to my friends who are here with me, and just really nice to hang out with them.
Well, actually, I had one thought. I had one final question. How does it feel to be kind of the person who put French Flesh and Blood, I don't want to say on the map, but at a different level at the Pro Tour, and now see 2 other French players in the top 8 with you? How does it feel to be the person who kind of started that trend?
Yeah, it's a bit, I wouldn't say that I started the trend, but it feels good for sure that my friends also showing like good, like huge level and good accomplishments. I'm super happy for them.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That's awesome, dude. Well, good luck in the match. I'm excited to see it. We're going to see it in just a second. Let's send it back to the booth. We lost the only other major champion in this quarterfinals. In that first round, Michael Hamilton did fall, of course, to his opponent. The question is, will the challenger prove successful again, and will Arthur Trehet go the way of the birds? Let's head to the feature match table and find out if history will repeat itself or will a new ending be written. It is Shirui Wu versus Arthur Trehet. Let's first take a look at the journey for Shirui Wu through this tournament. Taking a look, that is Gravy Bones all the way down.
Sporting a 7-2 record in Classic Constructed across both days and a very strong draft record as well, 5-1. Playing the same hero for all, how many rounds is it? 15 rounds of World Tour Singapore and potentially another 3 more depending on how well his quarterfinals and semifinals runs go from Team Gas Guzzlers in Singapore.
I think there's something so impressive and it's always so cool when players are playing in a tournament that features the limited format that their CC hero is also represented in. When you get to see Gravy Bones for 3 rounds across 2 formats, that is somebody who's gotten to just play the hero and learn all the different intricacies. And look at some pretty nice top finishes there for Shirui. Let's go ahead and check out his journey. We saw Paul von Heysel, top 8 in London, of course, giving him that first L, but the rest of the day was perfect for Shirui.
He brought this up in the interview that after his round 1 loss, he almost wanted to drop, but his teammates urged him to stay on, and he went on to have a stellar record rest of the day, going fully undefeated rest of the day after round 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at his day 2 as well, taking out a win against Tao Tao Chu in his first round of the day in day 2. Unfortunately in the draft, losing out to Thorbjorn.
You got it.
Thorbjorn.
You got it. Hell yeah.
And then another loss against Michael Hamilton in round 13.
Yeah, I want to say in that first round, didn't have to play any Gravy Bones mirrors, but then day 2, his final 3 rounds, the 3 most important, 3 mirrors, a 2-1 record. So not flawless, but clearly figured something out. Let's go ahead and head over to his deck list. As we saw him take out Michael Hamilton, doesn't got to worry about Hamilton. He's got to worry about Trehet. Talk to me about the deck package.
So he pointed out himself that without a copy of Scuba, which the Team Armory Gravy lists are running, he feels a little bit behind in the mirror, but I will point out he does have 2 copies of Anka Drag Under, which can be a little bit of a tech piece in the Gravy mirror as well. Gravy is known to want to draw a whole bunch of cards, and Anka can make it just a little bit more awkward for them. He also pointed out only 2 copies of the Sunken Treasure instead of the full 3, so definitely lacking a little bit in the tech for the mirror, and you can see where the tech has gone to. He has 3 copies of Blood on the Water rather than the 1 to 2 that the other Gravy lists have been wanting to run, and that's definitely probably for something like Slip to the Cracks.
Taking a look in the red pitch as well, the Saltwater Swell and the Swiftwater Sloop, just a couple 2-ofs there, as well as the Command and Conquer. Seeing a lot of players in our top 8 hit the 2-of instead of the 3-of, trying to get more and more copies, especially in a deck like Gravy, wanting to see multiple different copies of those allies, not just trying to put all 3 into one basket. You want to call upon all the different members of the crew when you need them.
Especially because of how fast you can churn through your deck. Even if you just won a few copies of cards that are just 1 to 2 copies of, you will still see them when you need to because of how fast Gravy Bones moves through the deck. Now, we've spoken a lot about Shirui Wu's run through World Tour Singapore. Let's go ahead and take a look at Arthur Trehet's run through World Tour Singapore. 8-1 CC record, also similar to Shirui, only running Gravy Bones for both formats.
That's so fire. I was curious, were we going to see Arthur switch off for either of the drafts? He actually told us in the interview yesterday when we followed his draft, and we talked to him about, going through that tournament. He doesn't like to force Gravy Bones, but he stayed open and he found his lane, and he has gotten to really just sink beneath the waves and figure out exactly how he wants to play Gravy Bones in multiple different formats. Let's go ahead and look ahead at his run here so far. Only 1 loss on that first day of competition. He took out 2 of the AGE SoCal boys back-to-back, and Alexander Vore and Christopher Ayali on that Riptide list. And then the final mirror against Chu Hang, one of the world's best, in round 5.
And his only loss was to Justin Fryer, who was running a Cilio in the Classic Constructor rounds, but of course this loss was picked up in the draft rounds.
Yeah, and just walk us through the names of the 3 players in the draft rounds, if you would be so kind, Pankaj.
I swear you're going to put me on the spot. All right, fine. Sing Chung, Justin Fryer, and Thorbjorn.
Yes, all right, all right. Close enough. Let's move ahead to day 2. He did take 2 losses, one to eventual top 8 competitor and semi-finalist Thomas Escoffier, but then you can see there Esmond Hang and Yuki Bender did take out in that massively stacked pod. And then when you look down, round 12, we weren't able to get the characters up, but that is Tatsuya Okanishi, the player who won Calling Kobe on Florian. And then you look at the rest of that run through the tournament, did fall to Nathaniel, who did just fall in our last quarterfinal, took out some other big heroes, but didn't have to play the mirror on this final day.
And took down a Dorinthia in round 15 as well. Dorinthia, very, very interesting tech choice into Gravy Bones specifically. So the fact that he was able to come out on top, very, very impressive for him. Taking a look at Arthur Trehet's deck list, first thing that sticks out is the 1 copy of Blanche there in the red pitch slots of this deck. Can be a little bit of added disruption in the Gravy Mirror to match the Command and Conquers on Shirui's side of the field. But I think the biggest thing to talk about is 2 copies of Scuba Salty Sea Dog. We saw Michael Hamilton in his mirror match, just 1 copy of Scuba, how impactful that was. Arthur Trehet, however, packing 2 copies of the good old boy.
Also, the Fiddler's Green, I think, pretty important card in the Cindra matchup from what I'm understanding, as well as 3 copies of Saltwater Swell and no copies of Swiftwater Sloops. We'll have to track that. The other thing I do want to point out, 2 copies of Back Alley Breakline to Shirui's 1. So that's 2 buttons that Arthur is able to press with something like a Call to the Grave or the Chart the High Seas to get some action points. And you know these Gravy Bones deck, they need action points, especially when they're facing down the allies on the other side of the table.
3 copies of Sunken Treasure as well for Arthur Trehet to 2 copies of Shirui Woos. If those line up correctly, it can be quite backbreaking for the opposing Gravy.
Well, folks, we've talked about the heroes, we've talked about the players. It's time to talk about the final quarter-finals match. It's Shirui Woo versus Arthur Trehet. It's the Pro Tour Los Angeles champion versus the challenger that is looking to take the first title. It's Singapore versus France. Let's go ahead and get down after this quarterfinals match.
And Shirui Woo, with the higher seed, is getting to choose whether he wants to go first or second, and I believe he's chosen to go first, just like how Michael Hamilton did in his mirror match against Enki in an earlier quarterfinal. However, that did not end up going very well for Michael Hamilton. Let's see if it's going to be a little bit different for Shirui Woo as he starts off our final quarterfinal at World Tour Singapore.
Game action here for Shirui. What's the first play going to be? Ooh, he has his options, a Portside Exchange, a Rigor Mortis, and a Sea Legs. What does he want to value, getting the Gold Kiss Rum or the Ally in the Yard?
Also has a Golden Tipple to potentially discard both of them. The Portside Exchange is one of these awake, and Golden Tipple the other one.
Nice start here. Sea Legs going to trigger on the discard, make the gold and the Gold Kiss Rum. Card drawn off the top. Looks like it's a Murderous Rabble. He's going to Compass off the top. I think we see another Portside Exchange on the top of the deck.
I think that's what it was. Can go ahead and reach for it with the Golden Tipple if he wants to. Interesting choice to discard Sea Legs first or Portside Exchange. Had he discarded Rigor Mortis, Death Threads would have been available for him. And looks like this is why. He just wants to play the Rigor Mortis from hand manually and goes ahead and arsenals the Golden Tipple.
And I think we know why after seeing a number of Gravy Bones mirrors. The Golden Tipple, that's a great card to clear an ally, not a card you necessarily want to send for no value on turn 0. First ally of the game is to Shirui. The Golden Tipple blue is going to go ahead and attack. You have to imagine this Rigor Mortis. Trigger the Golden Tipple, going to find the chum, hit straight to the yard, make the gold, draw the card. This card got to be the single greatest glue card in this Gravy Bones deck.
The other aspect of not sending Golden Tipple on turn 0 is that it would have left Shirui vulnerable to the Sunken Treasure that we already see in Arthur Trehet's pitch zone. So very, very heads-up play from Shirui over there to not send the Golden Tipple because his Rigor Mortis would have been turned face down thanks to Sunken Treasure on Arthur Trehet's side.
2 floating now. Arthur Trehet's going to Compass. Take a look at the top.
And a blue has hit the graveyard for Arthur Trehet, so Chum Friendly First Mate is available for him to deploy should he wish to do so. I believe he's holding on to another ally in that hand, another Chum Friendly First Mate. Does have the option to gravy it away to get rid of that card. Knows what he's going to draw into as well, thanks to Compass of Sunken Depths.
See what Arthur wants to make on this play. 40 currently still playing 40. Very beginning of this highly important quarterfinals match at the Pro Tour here in Singapore.
Gravy Bones mirrors, you want to make sure you extract as much value from all your cards as possible. Want to make sure you use them to the fullest extent. And right now, the golden hook for Arthur Trehet is risk-free activatable because he's already made a gold this turn. So wants to make sure he makes use of the card just to put pressure a little bit on Shirui Wu's gold economy. We saw how impactful that was in Michael Hamilton's game, but when he was 4 or 5 gold ahead of Enki, he was able to do some very devastating things with those, with the pile of gold.
Arthur saw it was on the top, knew he wanted it, grabs the port side exchange from the 2 floating with that gold token, remakes the gold token, and gets another chum into the yard, refreshing the gold. Dead Threads grabs a resource here to play chum alongside the Murderous Rabble in the pitch. Hook gets to be activated here. Chum comes in for 4, threatens that gold immediately. I wonder if the hook's going to get in the way. Instead, Gravy Bones here going to be activated.
Wants to make use of the gold before it can be stolen by the opponent.
Conqueror of the High Seas, chum of his own. Looks like there's an Oyston in that hand.
I do believe he has 2 blues for the High Tide of Conqueror. Discards his own chum. Gonna have to keep track of the allies that both players have used in this game. In Michael Hamilton's game, the pace of the game was a lot quicker, and we didn't quite get to the potential fatigue end state that Gravy Mirrors can sometimes go to.
These players very methodical, playing at an extremely high level during this event.
So now the gold-baited hook activation on Arthur Trehet's side only threatens 1 extra gold for him instead of the -1 for Shirui as well, thanks to Gravy Bones' ability being instant speed.
And I think that final card in the arsenal there was the random draw off the port side exchange. So not quite sure what it is, but Arthur was happy enough to arsenal it after getting to develop the chum and has a second one floating around beneath the depths of the graveyard, ready to emerge at any given point.
Happy enough to arsenal it over the Murderous Rabble, and we've seen how important these small go-again attacks can be in the mirror match.
Let's see what the play is here from Shirui. Balance of Justice going to be impactful for both of these players, especially on that first Conqueror of the High Seas attack for 8.
Chum confers quite a little bit of awkwardness for Shurui's sequencing. Wants to make sure the first thing he does is as offensive as it can be before the chum is allowed to be activated.
Pro Tour, Singapore, continuing in earnest with this quarterfinals match. See Chum there, smiling over at Shirui, and it is going to be the Command and Conquer to start this off.
And looks
Conqueror
like it's
of the
going
High
to the
Seas.
face. Looks like Conqueror of the High Seas is going to Arthur Trehet's face over there, just directly at Gravy Bones, bypassing the chum. So priority window is now handed over to Arthur. You could activate chum as you want, if he wants, to stifle any future attacks on this turn. Question is, does Shirui Wu have other plans to deal with the chum? Conqueror of the High Seas on hit is destroy Arthur Trehet's arsenal and create a gold for Shirui Wu, who is currently sitting on 0 gold.
Let's see if the Balance of Justice comes into play on this turn. Could also take a look at what Arthur Trehet is working with. Rigor Mortis, Swabby, Tipple, and an Eye of Ophidia. Not a lot of block potential.
That hand only blocks 2, and he could filter with the Gravy Bones ability, but decides it's not worth the risk. Just goes and loses the red golden tipple to the Conqueror of the High Seas. That creates a goal for Shirui Wu. Chum's still not been activated yet.
Targeting Chum.
Golden Tipple targets Chum. Discards the Oyston. Which means Oyston can come in and clean up this Chum.
He hasn't played a blue yet this turn.
Oh, he would have had to find it off the top. He has to have been confident that he would have.
He did see what was on top thanks to Compass of Sunken Depths, so almost certainly is a blue. Can deploy.
Rabble shows a red. Where's the declaration of the attack?
So he had to do it before he does the reveal. Yes, and is going at Arthur Trehet and will steal a gold. So while it's only coming in for one, still has the annoying on-hit thanks to gold-baited hook. And this is a blue that will hit the graveyard, so he can go ahead and deploy the Oyster after this and clear out the Chum, who currently is only sitting at 3 health.
Yeah, so fascinating.
Bit of an unfortunate hit off the top for Shirui over there for the Rabble.
Still going to buy a block from the gold-baited hook. That's a button you only get to press once in any game. Blocks out the Rabble. Trehet gets to keep his gold.
Shirui would have loved to threaten a little bit more.
Dead threads?
Dead threads to draw a card with a gold, it looks like.
Draw a card?
Draw a card.
So that is the second card drawn for him this turn. He did start this turn off with the golden tipple. So Balance of Justice on Arthur Trehet's side is available should he want to use it.
Trehet looking like he might want to respond. Is this a blind draw off the top with the gold?
I believe so, because he knew he was going to draw Murderous Rabble from the Compass of Sunken Depths.
I'm not even sure. Has Shirui even looked at the card that he drew? Maybe very briefly, if at all. I think this is a response window for Arthur Trehet. He's just going to let the Chum hit the bin, not utilize the effect to get a card in the yard. Watery Grave.
So that's one Rigor Mortis down for Shirui and one Chum, friendly first mate, down for Arthur Trehet. Random card off of the gold went to the arsenal for Shirui. Oyston on the field for him.
Time for the second gold to be created. You have to imagine the golden tipple here. Just going to clear out the Oyston. Oh, though I guess I always forget Oyston just has the measly 1 life.
It's a yellow golden tipple.
Oh, yeah, it's only yellow.
So, yep, goes ahead. Red. Clears out Oyston. Ivafidia going to let him fix the draw off the top as well.
Let's see what he's looking with there. Ooh. He does have a yellow and a saltwater swell, but he's not going to know unless he can. So he can compass, right? He can draw the saltwater swell, compass to see if it'll hit a blue from there.
But
if it doesn't, it's a much more awkward hand.
Could draw it off the gold. I mean, he is quite likely to hit a blue if you see these many non-blues in a row. He's holding 2 yellows. See red and yellow on top. These lists have 33 to 36 blues in the main board. So it's quite likely. Question is, do you really want to take that gamble? Are you behind enough that you feel like you need to take risks like that? Or can you go for a little bit more of a conservative line? Does also want to potentially try and find a blue to hit the graveyard this turn so he can actually play an ally.
See how he wants to opt this. Ivafidia. Contentious for certain reasons, but really puts in some major, major work in these Gravy Bones lists. Yeah, that is going to be the call. The seed legs to the bottom. Swell to the top. Or maybe considering putting that to the bottom as well. So we know whatever that card goes, it's Saltwater Swell. He's either going to be comfortable drawing it here to the tipple, then utilize the compass to see if it is a blue card on top. No, he's putting the Saltwater Swell as well. He's going to draw a random card off the top with this tipple. And it's another Rigor Mortis. Oh. So it would not have hit with the Saltwater Swell, but now he's all of a sudden pretty ally flooded. And it's a pretty awkward list of allies he's working with.
Does have the Gravy Bones activation here to get rid of one of them. Could potentially draw another looting effect, like a portside exchange or another tipple.
Looks like he drew a blue sunken treasure. So there's a blue to power up the turn, but he needs a blue to get to the graveyard in some way.
Yeah, so currently deciding on the discard to Gravy Bones. Could potentially discard the blue so he can play out the Chum. Because if you discard an ally, you can play an ally from hand, I suppose, but you won't be able to play an ally from the grave because no blue has hit his graveyard this turn.
Golden Tipple, pitching I to clear Oyston. I resolved opt 2 of I, and then I forgot to discard, but still made the effects of as if I had discarded it to yellow.
All right, so yeah, Arthur forgot to actually do the whole discard part of Golden Tipple. Did just went ahead and drew the card. Have to see how the judges are going to resolve it. See if Arthur's able to just get the card out of the hand, make it all fine and dandy. You know, it's not, interestingly, you know, you talk about like, oh, did you gain information and would it have changed the card you discarded? I guess he did draw a random card off the top. I was going to say he opted to, but it was a random card off the top, so I suppose it was some info. We'll have to see just how the judges want to resolve this one.
And also see that might also affect his discard decision as well. Because remember, if an ally hadn't hit the graveyard that turn yet, so it also offers additional lines of play involving dead threads, for example. So gonna have to let the judges handle that one. Can get a little bit complicated in these game states.
Oh yeah, because had he already activated Gravy Bones? For the
no,
Sunken Treasure? No,
he activated it after.
Yeah, yes, he did activate Gravy Bones.
Yeah, exactly, at that point.
Yeah.
So we got even a little further information there. So that's what the judges are there for. Huge shout out to them for making sure these events run smoothly and helping us sort out these frankly, you know, convoluted game states.
Yeah, honestly, you see here there that like these players are playing at the highest level. They are under the bright lights, and even a player like Arthur Trehet might have a moment and forget exactly how the card needs to resolve, and you just see when the pressure comes up, when the lights get high, even a player like Arthur Trehet might need an extra bit of moment to make the right decision and honestly just resolve the cards correctly. Let's get down back to the table and see just how the resolution came to pass.
So it looks like the judges allowed the opponent to manipulate the top of, to randomly select from the top of Arthur Trey's deck, and gave the opponent some level of agency on that because it was a misplay in the end from Arthur Treh's side. But that's all said and done now. We're back to Arthur Treh's turn.
So I have to discard a card.
So Arthur Trehet, I believe at this point, is deciding the discard to Gravy Bones' effect.
Yeah, so just to be clear, 2 random cards were selected face down, I believe, by Shirui to go back on top of the deck. Then the triggers resolved in the order they were supposed to. So now we are back to resolving the effects just with basically a little less, so that the information was still, the cards are still there. The cards that were effectively, there on the turn didn't change, but Arthur didn't get to pick them. We made them random again, and now the Sunken Treasure hits the yard.
So that is the blue that's hit the yard to the Gravy Bones' ability, and that means Gravy Bones can now play watery grave cards from the graveyard, meaning the allies in Arthur Treh's graveyard are available to him. I believe there's a Rigor Mortis in there right now, alongside a Chum as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I think it's a pretty efficient solution here by all the staff. Random selection by Shirui, face down on the table, no knowledge gain by Shirui. So it was really just like, let's make this just like as random as it was, make sure we can resolve the cards correctly. It's going to now go ahead, 2 floating into the gold.
So that is actually the 3rd card drawn by Arthur Trey on this turn. He drew one from Golden Tipple, drew one from Gravy Bones, drew one off a gold over here. So Balance of Justice on Shirui Wu's side available to him to deploy should he wish to do so. However, definitely wants to block with it first before he goes and activates that effect.
Plays the Rigor Mortis from the graveyard. Now plays the Jittery Bones here. Just going to go ahead and discard that other Rigor Mortis. Here comes 2. Go again.
No blocks.
No blocks for Shirui. Arthur Trehet not interested in arsenaling that Jittery Bones. Focusing more on just getting the Rigor Mortis out of the hand into the graveyard. And now the Hook is going to power up the Rigor Mortis. Attempt to steal one of the 2 golds. And Shirui is not interested in blocking that whatsoever. The 6 damage going to be taken. 1 gold down for Shirui. 1 gold created for Arthur Trehet.
And he's still going to have 1 gold remaining, despite one of it being stolen by Arthur Trey over there. So still will be able to fuel his turn off of the 1 gold, either pitching to it to draw a card or activating Gravy Bones.
And you can see them players actually discussing exactly what happens. Arthur Trehet saying, when we rolled it back and made it random, I think it ended up exactly the same. After the 6 damage taken, Shirui down to 28, playing Arthur Trehet's 32 as a Pro Tour champion of last year. Attempts to continue that legacy.
Blue Golden Tipple headed Rigor Mortis' way. Very, very efficient. 1 power to Rigor Mortis' 1 health, and will be a blue that hits the graveyard for this turn for Shirui. And as a Sawbones hits the graveyard as well, thanks to Golden Tipple's discard.
1 Golden Tipple deserves another. Sawbones and Swabby hits the yard. The ally advantage in the graveyard firmly at the moment in Shirui Wu's favor. As this golden tipple is now something that Arthur's got to think about.
He also has a rum on the field from the turn 0 play of discarding sea legs. So we could be potentially seeing a double ally here, a turn here.
Down to 20.
Without the use of Mage Master Boots, which is one of the strongest turns that Gravy Bones can potentially do. With the activation of the Gravy Bones, looks like we are not going for a Rum line this turn. Since Rum, of course, requires Gravy Bones to be untapped when you play the Rum, when you activate the Rum.
Limp it here into the yard. Top of the deck shows a Tip the Barkeep. So now Shirui has to decide how he wants to continue this turn. Look at all of the allies in the graveyard, slowly rising up from the depths. A stark difference when you consider just the Rigor Mortis and the Chum over on Arthur Trehet's side.
Gold economy as well, equal on both sides for now, but of course Shirui Wu does have a free hook activation this turn. So might have something to say about that, while Arthur Trehet is holding on to a Conqueror of the High Seas.
And a red golden tipple. This is a kind of awkward hand for him if he wants to try to find a way to get an ally out of the yard as well.
Shirui Wu closes the chain. It's currently holding on to 5 resources. Reaches for the Swabby, can pitch to it, can activate Death Threads as well to attack with it in Arsenal. The Sea Legs, it's not a great card to Arsenal if you're in Shirui Wu's position. So maybe we'll just pitch it up. Pitch it, looks like it's going to be pitched to gold.
Simply pitch the Sea Legs away, draw the card, go down to 1, activate the hook, activate the Dead Threads, make the requisite resources to attack with the Swabby, so 7 damage crashes down. Arthur Trehet's got to think about it. He's got the blues for a Conqueror of the High Seas, and he's got the Golden Tipple to clear the Swabby.
Doesn't have a card to discard the Golden Tipple, though, so it would be clear Swabby and, you know, threaten the Arsenal, which is still a fairly strong play, given that Shirui Wu is representing putting a card in Arsenal on this turn. Also have to point out Balance of Justice is available for Arthur Trehet. Shirui Wu has definitely drawn more than 2 cards on this turn.
Good look at the top of the deck. Block with the Balance of Justice. Get that 2 value. Then go ahead and pop it.
And potentially find an ally off the top that you can discard to your Golden Tipple, which unlocks the turn completely.
Huge.
Golden Tipple, discard the ally, go Conqueror as well. If you can potentially find a blue to put in the yard as well, you could even resolve the Rigor Mortis and swing with that as well.
Wonder if Arthur Trehet's going to see it. Wonder if he's going to look at the balance. Consider the block. Get a look at the top of the deck first. Get some info. I think you see the highest level Gravy Bones players wait until the last possible minute to look at the top of the deck with the compass. They know they're going to take some other game actions. Wow. Ponkage, you called it out. The Balance of Justice is going to get in front because of the multiple cards being drawn.
Looks like he might not want to compass before it, though. Decided that no matter what, he'll be drawing off a balance this turn, regardless of what he draws. So he's going to save the compass activation for potentially the tipple or further gold draws on his own turn.
It's fascinating when you look at Balance of Justice, a card that was printed in the days of Art of War, a card that was printed when in the days of Tome of Divinity, when all of these cards were drawing to, the books were around, and now utilized in these Gravy Bones mirrors, where the cards are being drawn, but they're also being discarded at such a high rate that the Balance of Justice in this matchup, drawing an extra card, is absolutely huge.
And what did he find off the top from Balance of Justice? Looks like he found a Loot the Hold, so yet another blue. But he does have a gold remaining, so could potentially fish for the yellow to discard the Golden Tipple.
Does he look at the top of the deck at any point to get a sense of what he could be drawing or not? Looks like this is the moment. Activate the sunken depths. See if he'll
looks like he's
just
not
outside.
Just slightly out of the camera range for us. Has 2 ways to access the top card, either via pitching to gold or by activating Gravy Bones. Currently live lead on Shirui Wu's side. Board state also on his side. Of course, we are on Arthur Trehet's turn. He's holding a 5-card hand with Conqueror of the High Seas in it. Another potential pivot point in this game is the use of the Mage Master Boots. Both sides currently still holding on to that very powerful feat equipment.
Gold being drawn here. Let's see what the rip is off the top.
That's a rigor mortis.
That's a rigor mortis, and that changes everything on this turn for Arthur Trehet. All of a sudden, the golden tipple can come forth, target the Swabby, finally find the card to discard to the effect. Arthur Trehet going to resolve it correctly this time. Make the gold. Draw a card. I think you can hear both players have a little laugh about that. Draw the card off the top. Looks like it's another blue. I think it's a Murderous Rabble that just joined the hand for Arthur Trehet. And all of a sudden, one blue is in the yard. Excuse me, in the pitch. Second blue will join shortly. The arsenal for Shirui will be threatened. Conqueror of the High Seas, such an important card in this matchup, really is the defining moment when you see the tempo and the life leads begin to shift.
Arthur Trehet could line up a very disruptive turn right now, thanks to Loot the Hold as well. Could go for a Conqueror into playing Loot the Hold, which would be the blue that hits the graveyard this turn. Could follow that up with a Rigor Mortis that attacks for 6 and threatens a discard from Shirui Wu's hand after he's already had to deal with a Conqueror of the High Seas.
And without a Gravy Bones activation, two cards have already been drawn here. Drawn with the gold and drawn with the golden tipple. So Balance of Justice is alive for Shirui Wu as well. If a block for 8 is called, if Shirui has the requisite 3 blocks to put in front of this card with the Balance of Justice,
which can be a tough ask. We saw Michael Hamilton in his game get caught. I mean, the game ended because he didn't have the requisite 3 blocks needed to survive the onslaught. Looks like Shirui Wu's going to line up his own Conqueror of the High Seas block. He would have loved to send that towards Arthur Trehet instead of needing to block with it. Was forced to do that.
Closed chain here. Is the Balance of Justice going to be... Oh, Guardwell. It's Guardwell. I always forget that it's Guardwell.
Little does he know, as yet more disruption coming from Arthur Trey's side, and that's exactly the line he goes for. Loot the Hold. That's the blue that hits the bin into Rigor Mortis, into Hook, and attack for 6 on hit discard, on hit steal a gold from Shirui Wu. Arthur Trey has lined up an absolutely massive disruptive turn off of the 5 cards.
This is a turn that can swing a quarterfinals match in the Pro Tour. 24 plays 28, but the ally advantage now in Arthur Trehay's side, and the 2 cards left in Shirui Wu's hand do not block very well at all. It's time to look at the top card of the deck and see if Gravy Bones can help out with the blocks on this turn. It's another 2 block on the top of the deck and a golden tipple.
Can access that via Balance of Justice or via Gravy Bones. Of course, that will cost him a gold should he go down that route.
Balance of Justice here to draw another 2 block to lay 3 cards in front of this Rigor Mortis. This is a massive turn. The Loot the Hold just powering this turn up for Arthur Trehet to a level looks to be a little back-breaking for Shirui Wu here.
Want to also point out, in terms of ally differences in both lists, Shirui Wu is packing a couple copies of Limpet Hopalong. Perhaps the most efficient answer Gravy Bones has to Rigor Mortis. However, if he wants to resolve that card, we'll need to find a way past this disruption that Arthur Trehet has managed to find on this turn 3. Conqueror of the High Seas into Loot the Hold into Rigor Mortis. Just so mean, really. It's like 8 damage attacking the arsenal and then 6 damage attacking your hand after that.
Dog, have you seen Gravy Bones? You think that dude's nice? He is not interested in doing anything other than the most dastardly, devilish maneuver possible as he raises these allies back from the depths beyond, crashing through the white caps, emerging in the darkness as they slumber forth, trying desperately to get that shambling blow. And when you add some disruptive effects like the Loot the Hold, it can start to get too much for any player to overcome. What's the discard here? It's going to be a golden tipple.
So this is massive gold generation for Arthur Trehet. Gets a gold off of the Loot the Hold effect because a card was discarded, and steals a gold from Shirui Wu as well thanks to gold-baited Hook. And now Shirui Wu is just down to 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. However, still has Balance of Justice available. So if you can deal with the Rigor Mortis in a somewhat efficient manner and develop a bit of a board state.
It's like, yeah, Shirui Wu is here thinking before you draw, thinking about the Balance of Justice activation. Literally, I don't know what the arsenal is. Maybe just for the golden tipple left in hand, do I need to draw a card just to kill the Rigor Mortis? Can I let Arthur Trehet draw up with 3 gold, 4 cards, and a Rigor Mortis on board?
That's a really tough position to be in.
What do you do? Do you think you draw?
What?
Why are you looking at me like that?
So it really depends what's in his arsenal.
Yeah, 100%.
If you have something like a portside exchange in an arsenal, maybe you don't need to. That would be a very specific card to have in the arsenal, though.
Let's see what the call is from Shirui. I mean, it's tough. You know Arthur Trehet is going to draw 2 or more cards again in this game. So perhaps Shirui Wu wants to go ahead and get some value out of it later. Tip the Barkeep comes out.
The blue go again. So can play watery cards. Arthur Trehet asks, would you like to give me a gold? Because that is a line of text on Tip the Barkeep.
Shirui Wu saying no, but the blue starter in the yard means that the limpet can come forth and clear out the ally. Though I will say something we've been talking about throughout this day, Punkage. If you're in the Gravy Bones mirror and you're using allies to clear allies, that is when you start to wonder when a player is perhaps disadvantaged. You want to be using your attack actions to clear the allies and the allies to attack face. Limpet, of course, with the go again, might be a different story, but it's the only ally attack you have.
Still at least managed to clear the rigor mortis in a somewhat efficient manner and develop a threat of his own, is Shirui Wu. Limpet definitely an ally you have to deal with as soon as it hits the combat chain. Or the arena, I should say. Arthur Trehet taking a moment to decide his line over here. Still has the rigor mortis and the chum friendly first mate in the graveyard. Let's take a look at what Arthur is working with over here. Has the Saltwater Swell, hasn't activated Compass yet. Call to the Grave, just another one of those cards that offers so many branching lines for these Gravy Bones decks. Lets him grab any card with Watery Grave from his deck, or even Back Alley Break Line. Very, very common play pattern as well for Gravy Bones.
Gravy Bones? Okay. Gravy Bones activated. Card off the top.
Conqueror.
And the massive Dreadnought once again comes to Gravy Bones' aid. The call made across the water. Bring me my ship. The top of the deck delivers. The question is, can you find the blues to power it up on this turn, or is it destined for the arsenal here?
And this time, Shirui Wu does not have an arsenal to protect. However, 8 go again can just suddenly send the life totals to such a low point that Shirui Wu might be forced to block allies, in which case he won't be able to clear them on his own turn, which would start him down the spiral where he potentially loses his spot in the top 8 of World Tour Singapore.
There's the discard of the sea legs. Makes the Gold Kiss Rum for Arthur Trehet here. First time.
Holding on to the ally, holding on to the Sawbones in his hand.
Which means if the blue's on top, Dead Thread's currently not available to Dead Threads into the Saltwater Swell and create the resources.
No blue has hit the bin yet for Arthur Trehet as well. So Rigor Mortis and Chum currently just sleeping under the water, sleeping with the fishes, as they say.
Call to the Grave an option. Half of Arthur Trehet's deck's currently sitting in his hand. "24 life, playing 22, 31 minutes elapsed. This is our last quarterfinal match of the Pro Tour in Singapore. Call to the Grave going to be resolved. Let's see what the grab is going to be for Arthur Trehet.
That will be the blue that hits the bin for him. Will also allow him to use Death Threads on this turn, but it does seem like he's moving away from the Conqueror of the High Seas line, at least on this turn, so potentially trying to just get that into his arsenal. Decided that the ask of getting 2 blues in a pitch zone is too much in this hand where he only had 1 blue, and really wants to play an ally onto the field to match this limpet hop along on Shirui Wu's side.
The salty sea dog comes to the call of his master as Gravy Bones sends out the signal, and the Great Hound responds, shambling forth, ready to add some recursion to the game plan of Arthur Trehet. This is the card that both players identified as potentially the mirror breaker.
Not just recursion, also allows him to bottom one of Shirui Wu's allies that are currently face up in his graveyard. He can go ahead and prevent Shirui Wu from resolving the Sawbones or the Chum. So it could be recursion in the end state, but in a state like this, potentially just offensive value from the Scuba.
Gravy Bones tapped. Means that the Rum, not an option here. Saltwater Swell going to clear the limpet. Oh, thinking.
He's not guaranteed for a blue.
No, certainly
for that
not.
line. And if he doesn't hit that blue, still, I believe, has the resources to play Scuba and attack with it thanks to Dead Threads. So goes out with the line anyway, does not hit the blue, so might be forced to pitch the Conqueror if he wants to play Scuba and attack with it. Or maybe he'll just go for a Rigor Mortis line instead. So he doesn't need to pitch the Conqueror, just leave the Scuba there for the following turn.
Yeah, I think that's likely the play here. Just go ahead and grab the Rigor Mortis and play it out. Keep the Conqueror around for when Shirui has an arsenal. Still just send a fair amount of damage. Utilize the Dead Threads to make it all work. Send in the 6. Shirui, yeah, he might take it, but this is the game plan. You clear the ally, you send an ally at face.
Can also activate Hook on this, I believe. I believe he's made a gold on this turn. Looks like potentially not. Nope, no gold created.
Yeah, made a Gold Kiss Rum by discarding the sea legs. So Rigor Mortis comes out now, attacks for 6.
Next turn could potentially be slightly awkward for Arthur Trehet. Arsenal Conqueror of the High Seas, and we know the top card is a Sea Legs. So that's yet a card that's not a blue for the Conqueror of the High Seas. 6 vanilla damage coming Shirui way right now.
And 6 vanilla damage taken by Shirui, down to 16, but the life deficits in these board state-based decks, not even a fraction of the full story.
And this Scuba Salty Sea Dog in Arthur Trehet's graveyard is a bit of a looming specter for Shirui Wu.
And look at the top 2 cards here on the chart, the High Seeds. It's the perfect hit. It's a blue for the pitch and an ally for the yard. Gold will be created as well. Off the chart, the High Seas.
Absolute perfect hits for him off the chart, the High Seas. Let's see if the Saltwater Swell does the same thing, and it does. A Vasti revealed off the top. That is a blue. Goes up to 5 resources, has 2 gold to potentially pitch into to just make this turn something out of seemingly nothing. Remember, the Saltwater Swell was the blue variety as well, so does have access to the Watery Grave allies in his graveyard currently.
Wonder if we'll see the Mage Master boots reached for or the Gold Kiss Rum because of the Scuba threat that Arthur Trehet is presenting. It's a tale of 2 saltwater swells. One for Arthur Trehet revealed a Sea Legs that Shirui Wu knows is now in the hand. But for Shirui, we got even more resources.
And this is looking to be quite a wide turn from Shirui Wu as his Avasti gives the Sawbones attack go again and on hit create a gold. Rum still available for Shirui Wu. Mage Masters was still available for Shirui Wu.
Rum here means another ally can come in and crash down. Arthur Trehet might be facing down 12 damage on this turn. And if it's 2 Sawbones, it makes it a little harder to clear with an attack for 3.
I don't fully know the resource count in Shirui Wu's hand, but this could almost potentially be a triple ally turn. You could Mage Master's Boots, 1 ally, Rum attack with it, and then resolve another ally as well. Will require quite a bit of resources in his hand. Death Threads, of course, still available.
There's no extra information, right? So I think it still should be. You want to confirm it? I can call it.
Looks like Shirui Wu asking if he can take back the attack.
I think he wants to activate Gold-Baited Hook. He recognizes it as a free activation over there because Chart the High Seas did create a gold. So let's create a gold on this turn. Wants to see if he can perhaps roll that back to activate the hook. Just going to double check that with the judge.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and check in on that. Like you heard from Shirui, no information gained from that point forward. So most likely, have to imagine, based on how things have been ruled in the past, we'll go ahead and be able to not make the attack and probably activate the Gold-Baited Hook as well. Have to wait and see just how it's ruled.
Once again, I mean, this is top 8 of World Tour Singapore. The stakes are high. The pressure is mounting, and these players are playing under camera as well.
Let's head back to the feature match table. Sounds like it's a quick resolution, and the ability was given to not make the attack, activate the Gold-Baited Hook, or do something else in the moment beforehand. So let's see just how Shirui wants to continue.
Almost wonder if he perhaps wants to activate a gold instead. And yes, should be at 3 floating since the attack hasn't happened yet.
That attack wouldn't have go again, Shirui. So yeah, needs to utilize the Gravy Bones ability.
No, I think he was trying to activate a rum.
No, sorry,
He's
that's what I
tapping-
meant. Means to tap the Gravy Bones for the Gold Kiss Rum ability.
Because it's well, yeah. Yes. I'll activate rum. Yeah.
Double checking the resource count. So activating rum to play out the Sawbones, perhaps playing around a Sunken Treasure block. So wants to play out the second Sawbones first. Remember, the attack still has go again thanks to Avasti, so Gold Baited Hook still hasn't been activated yet. But of course, still has Dead Threads available to attack with the second Sawbones as well. So it looks like the follow-up to this is going to be Gold Baited Hook into attack with Sawbones off of the Dead Threads resource.
Yeah, and I think you called it out perfectly, Ponkage. The reason for the slight rollback there, wanting to play around Sunken Treasure, wanting to make sure that this Sawbones wouldn't get turned over face down on defense. Let's see if it was even an option for Arthur Trehet on this turn. Doesn't look like it was. Slightly awkward hand there.
Once again, very blue light. On the previous turn, we saw him only have one blue to go along with the Conqueror of the High Seas. This time, again, just one blue in this hand. Does have the Saltwater Swell to potentially find the second blue, but that does mean that he needs to find yet another blue to hit the bin so he can actually play a Watery Grave card.
And then he needs to deal with both of these Sawbones, and having two of them on the field means attacks for 3 no longer do it. You can attack for 3 into one Sawbones, they both can tap, and then all of a sudden one of those Sawbones is still alive at 1 life, which is a huge detriment to Arthur Trehet. This is a massive, massive swing back for Shirui after the disruption that Arthur Trehet was able to present.
You know what attacks for 4, though? Scuba Salty Sea Dog that is currently in Arthur Trehet's graveyard. That good boy, shall we say, does attack for 4, so could potentially clear the Sawbones while both of them on the field. We'll need to sequence in a way that lets him get a blue in the bin and actually still hold enough resources to attack with the dog. But as we said, currently a little bit resource light is Arthur Trehet.
Six damage, go again. Thanks to the Avasti. No blocks, it's a call from Arthur. He's not blocking this one.
6 go again, creates a gold off of the Avasti on hit.
Close the chain. Dead threads. Go bait the hook. Swing for 6 on hit, seal a gold. Yep.
Dead Threads and Hook power up this Sawbones attack. 6 no go again. He's already found the action points he needs on this turn, and the Mage Master Boots still sit unblemished, unused.
Both sides now with Mage Master Boots still up and a copy of Rum as well. Gold economy advantage though firmly on Shirui Wu's side at the moment, especially with the threat of this gold-baited hook on this Sawbones attack for 6.
And you saw Shirui here really understand the matchup. In that moments, right after making that first declaration of the attack with the Sawbones, did understand the potential for things to go very wrong with the Sunken Treasure block.
This Conqueror of the High Seas in Arthur Trehet's arsenal. Normally a very scary, very potent card. A little bit awkward when you're not able to find the blues to go with it. It does put quite a tax on the number of blues you need to draw. You want to have 2 blues in the pitch zone for the high tide, but because you're Gravy Bones, you also want to make sure one of your blues hits the bin as well. So you can continue playing allies, which are so incredibly crucial in this matchup. You don't want to be the one to end the turn without any allies on the field. This matchup's all about clearing your opponent's allies and establishing your own board state as well. Currently Shirui Wu, though, 2 Sawbones Dock Hands on the field.
And on hit here means Arthur Trehet loses a gold. It's not just that Shirui Wu makes one. The gold-baited hook is always the most impressive in these pirate matches, as Gravy Bones on both sides of the table looks to plunder and steal what pirates do best.
They also drink rum very well, I hear.
Very well. Better than anybody else.
And we saw Shirui Wu make that to use that to incredible effect this turn, allowing him to resolve 2 Sawbones and attack with both of them as well, thanks to Avasi.
Let's see just how Arthur Trehet wants to deal with this one. He's in a tough spot, I think, Ponkage. I'm not sure he's happy with his position. Sea Leg's going to be the block here. 6 power attack means it's going to pop. Never mind. That's not how this one works.
Doesn't even cover it up. Does get a block out. Doesn't cover it up.
Can't do it.
A gold is stolen. Shirui Wu gets a pass over the turn with 2 Sawbones in play and an Arsenal as well. Now, Arthur Trehet does know the top card of his deck thanks to Compass of Sunken Depths.
And now we're seeing the ramifications of Arthur Trehet not going for the scuba play on the last turn. Shirui said, I see the dog sitting in the graveyard. I'm going to make sure I get both of these allies out as soon as possible before the good boy puts one of my cards to the bottom of the deck.
If Arthur Trehet still manages to get the scuba out, though, and actually attack with it, still will get to bottom Shirui Wu's Chum and clear Sawbones despite 2 Sawbones being on the field.
I wonder also if Arthur Trehet attacks into a Sawbones, lets both of them tap, knows he doesn't have to deal with them for a full turn, waits until he has an easier way to clear. Have to wait and see. If they're tapped here for the Sawbones, there's no way to untap them in Shirui's deck, so they will be stayed tapped. They will stay tapped for the rest of the turn cycle.
Murderous Rabble. What's the target? Target is Sawbones.
And there is a blue on top. Now, huge choices here for Shirui Wu. He has to tap both of these cards to make just the one Sawbone stay alive. This is a fascinating decision point here. Yes, Shirui Wu is going to tap both of them down. Means that one lives at 1, but now they're tapped for the turn cycle. Does that mean Arthur Trehet just continues on his way?
That did cost him a full card. Arthur Trehet just used a whole card just to tap both of the Sawbones for 1 turn. Still needs to try and get them off the field somehow. However, with the deployment of the Murderous Rabble, that is now a blue that's going to hit his graveyard. Could go and resolve either the Sawbones or the Chum friendly first mate that he has face up in the graveyard currently.
And there's a Saltwater Swell targeting the other one, takes it down, pitches the blue from the top.
4 floating for Arthur Trehet. Death Thread's currently not available. No allies hit the graveyard this turn.
I wonder if he just sends through. The players confirming which allies remain in the graveyard. Chain going to be closed. Arthur Trehet can just play out the Conqueror of the High Seas. It will come in for 7, not 8, but does still have the on-hit effect.
7 into the opponent who still has gold-baited hook up, and you'll be leaving a Sawbones on the field. Be a little bit of a tricky ask.
Can play the scuba out here. Looks like that is going to be the play.
Cost 0 to play. Does have the resources floating. Does bottom the Chum. Question is, who is the scuba attacking? Is it attacking the Sawbones or is it attacking Shirui? It's attacking the Sawbones, so does manage to clear the board is Arthur Trehet, but Shirui Wu gets untapped with a full 5-card hand.
Yeah, all tempo over to Shirui's side. The allies continue to trade positions. Arthur Trehet here, 4 cards left in the hand, 1 in the arsenal.
We know the Arsenal is a conqueror of the high seas. Shirui Wu over to his side does have 4 gold, but currently no allies in the graveyard thanks to Scuba, Salty Sea Dog. Effectively killing Chum on offense, tucking it to the bottom.
Top of the deck for Shirui, I believe, shows a Call to the Grave. And as we know in these Gravy Bones deck, there are plenty ways to get the top card of the deck into your hand.
Could just go ahead and grab it right now thanks to the gold. I might potentially draw into it thanks to this golden tipple.
And we did see Chum-friendly first mate hit the bottom of the deck thanks to Scuba, but another one sits in the hand ready to be deployed at a moment's notice.
And Chum-friendly first mate does come in for 4, which does give him an easy, efficient-ish way to clear the Scuba Salty Sea Dog, which he definitely has to on this turn. You also have to plan your turn out far in advance. You have to make sure you get your activation of the gold-baited hook as well.
3 go again. I'll discard Chum. Make a gold and draw a card.
More riches for Shirui. Enka Drag Under joins the party from the top of the deck, so it wasn't called to the grave.
Enka Drag Under, another one of those potential mirror breakers. Gravy Bones loves to draw a bunch of cards. And while Enka requires you to discard a card as well, since you're just discarding a Watery Grave card, can often just be card neutral. Golden Tipple coming in for 3. Go again. No gold-baited activation on this, but Arthur Trehet needs to start worrying about his life total.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this is a whole 5th of what Arthur is working with. 16 plays 15. Arthur Trehet on defense here.
Well, we say on defense. I believe he's holding on to 2 no blocks there. Oyster Heart of Gold and a Swabby.
As defensive as he can. No blocks is the call. From 15 to 12 goes Trehet. Chain close. Hook activated. Tipple here. Discard Anka, draw a card.
Now this is 2. Uses the hook on the 2 attack rather than the 3 attack, since that is a lot more awkward for Arthur Trehet to deal with.
Might be another Anka in the hand.
Don't believe he has a way currently to get rid of that.
Other than just Gravy Bones.
Gravy Bones would be the way, but he also needs to get a blue in the bin if he wants to resolve either the Charm or the Anka.
I think he's got a Murderous Rabble in the hand. Should we see? Anka Drag under it, Murderous Rabble, so there's your blue.
I will steal a gold.
Down to 10, gold stolen here. So once again, Shirui Wu is just robbing Arthur Trehet blind, stealing gold after gold over the course of this game, as Arthur is left with pennies to the dollar. He shows 3.
But this is blind. He's just confident. He's like, yeah, it's 3. I know it's 3. Just the heart of the cards moment here for Shirui Wu.
All of a sudden, like you said, just doing a bunch of damage. Now that the blue is being played, Arthur Trehet has to think about both of those allies. He doesn't know what is possible on the turn, but he knows that one of them, at the very least, can be played and attacked with. Dead Threads can get Anka out of there, and then the last card in hand can be pitched at the minimum. Arthur Trehet does not know what else Shirui Wu is working with. It's going to be looking to be a fairly offensive turn that Arthur Trehet just continues to say no blocks because of the texture of the cards in his hand.
Almost wonder whether Shirui Wu would use a gold over here to swap the Anka for a blue on top of the deck, and then get to resolve the Chum, which will also very cleanly clear the Sorbo and Salty Sea Dog.
A little more life to boot.
Draw a card.
Dead Thread, draw a card with the gold. Does that find a blue off the top?
Yes, we knew it was a Saltwater Swell thanks to the
yeah,
Murderous Rabble.
shown on the top. Now Gravy Bones activated here. It's going to be another ally, Swabby.
So which one of those is going to hit the bin for him to have access to later? He started this turn with 0 allies in the bin because of the Scuba Salty Sea Dog.
So right.
And now he's going to have 3
You're
in
so
the bin.
Right. This Gravy Bones deck can change things in a hurry. Life total now firmly advantaged to Shirui. 16 plays 7, 3 allies in the bin as after Arthur worked so hard to clear it with the Scuba.
So does have the resources to resolve the Chum. Looks like he's going to pitch Anka for gold. Looks like, no, maybe not quite pitch the Saltwater Swell for the gold in case he draws like a golden tipple or something. In case he draws something, lets him discard the Anka. Going to take that back as well, thinking it's Shirui Wu.
Very thoughtful player. At the top of his game, playing in the Pro Tour, top 8 in his home country. You know Shirui wants to take this game with everything he's got. He's going to take all the moments he needs, figure out the best possible line of play.
Both players still have access to Mage Master Boots. That one power play, the one pseudo pivot turn that Gravy Bones has access to on top of everything else he does, still available for both our players. Looks like Anka is going to be the pitch for the gold. Is that a sob?
Might have been a call to the grave.
Call to the grave? Okay.
Let's see. No, it's a loot to hold. No, it is a call to the grave.
It's a call to grave. Okay.
And an Eye of Ophidia off the top as well. He just keeps drawing. We're just starting to see all of the gold get activated. Now it's time for the Eye of Ophidia to be pitched into the Chum. We're going to see a Swiftwater Sloop, and we're going to see
Chart the High Seas.
The High Seas on top. Swiftwater Sloop here looks to be pretty nice.
And that's the advantage the gold gives you. We saw Shirui Wu with a massive gold economy advantage over there, and we see him activating that here in this turn 5, if you can believe it, Sam. 4 cards in the pitch zone for Shirui Wu, thanks to the mountain of gold that he was sitting on as he started this turn.
Yeah, all the tempo was on the side of Shirui Wu, and he had plenty of tipples.
Still deciding on the opt here is Shirui Wu. Turn could continue if he wants to crack even more pieces of gold. So that's exactly what he's going for.
Yeah, because I do believe he can continue to draw until he gets to the sloop, play the sloop here. This is going to be 6 go again, and then the chum to follow things up to potentially clear the scuba or just attack face for 4.
6 go again to Arthur Trehet's 7 life
And
total.
look
This
at the
has
pitch
been
zone.
an absolutely massive turn from Shirui Wu, and he started this turn with 0 allies in grave. Resolve the Chum has 2 more remaining in the graveyard as he's sending 6 damage after already sending Murderous Rabble and 2 golden tipples Arthur Trehet's way.
Yeah, sometimes the Gravy Bones hand can be a little clunky, and sometimes they do this, and they go again, the allies, and the attacks just seem to be unrelenting and as unceasing as a riptide.
And it's all off the back of all the gold that Shirui Wu had. He started this turn with, I think it was 6 pieces of gold, all the way down to 1, which allowed him, unlocked the ceiling of this turn.
This is what happens when the pirates amass their hoard.
Starts to sort out the pitch zone as Shirui Wu, but doubt we're going to get there this game, Sam.
This game is looking like it might end sooner rather than later. And Arthur Trehet still sitting with those 2 no-blocks in the hand.
And still sitting with the Conqueror of the High Seas in his arsenal as Shirui Wu is moving off an arsenal on this turn. Decided to just take the aggressive pivot.
I wonder if we're about to see our second champion in as many Gravy Bones mirrors fall to the challengers here. Remind ourselves just what Arthur is working with. 2 3-blocks, 2 no-blocks. He has to wonder if the Chum is going to attack the Scuba to follow this off. If Arthur Trehet just takes 6 and goes to 1, I wonder if Shirui just says, you know what, fine, here's 4. Deal with it. Show me some blocks.
Agency is on Shirui Wu's side right now. Gets to decide where he wants to send the Chum. And all the while, Arthur Trehet needs to think about whether his Chum's going to go face or go towards a Scuba Salty Sea Dog. And not only that, on his turn, needs to find a way to sequence it so that he doesn't get absolutely blown out by the opponent's friendly first mate, which offers quite a bit of disruptive ability on Arthur Trehet's turn. This could very well be the turn cycle that decides which one of these 2 players moves on to the semifinals of World Tour Singapore. Is it Arthur Trehet, the player who's looking for his 2nd Pro Tour win? Is it going to be Shirui Wu, the Singaporean challenger, trying to win in his own hometown?
7 life for Arthur Trehet, staring down an attack for 6 with go again. Oh, a little bit of a head shake and a shrug.
The problem is, if he uses Gravy Bones right here, he's going to go into his turn with
No
0 gold. And, I mean, we've seen how powerful gold is to unlock Gravy Bones' best turns.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between having 1 gold and 6 gold is
5 gold.
this.
That's
Well,
where math works.
But this, it's the pitch zone filled with cards after a 5-card hand just absolutely perfectly unlocked by all the gold. It's going to be a block for 6. It's going to be the Chum attacking into the Scuba. Chum sticks around. Arthur Trehet stays at 7 with 2 no blocks left in the hand. Question is going to be, how does Arthur try to claw back into this, as I think Shirui is firmly advantaged from here.
Speaking of advantages, speaking of blowout, Shirui Wu has found a copy of Sunken Treasure in his hand. Arthur Trehet's graveyard, I believe right now, just has the Chum-friendly first mate. If he starts his turn with an attack, the Sunken Treasure could just turn down the Chum and shut down the remainder of Arthur Trehet's turn.
You can hear and see just how the difference in deck building is changing the outcomes of these games. Swiftwater Sloop, so impactful on that turn. Not present in Arthur Trehet's list.
I have to say, I haven't been too impressed with the Scuba, Sam. In both games, Michael Hamilton's game and even in this one, the Scuba heralded as a potential mirror breaker, and at least in the 2 games that we've seen so far in today's top 8, it's had impact, but it's not been game-winning by any means.
And look at this. Off the top, It looks like an Oyston, and so both of the other no blocks just have to pitch into the Conqueror of the High Seas to clear the chum. Once again, the onus is on Shirui Wu. Use your cards, find the action points. The difference is the gold is significantly less impressive on this turn cycle. Let's see what he is able to put together. He's got the Pro Tour Los Angeles champion on the ropes. Question is, can he finish the job?
No gold for Arthur Trehet as well. Charter High Seas going to find 2 allies. And that will be the blue that hits the graveyard this turn. I wonder if we're going to see the Mage Master Boots activation this turn, Sam. Could also be the Rum activation to save that Boots piece.
And that Rum sitting around here is one of the 2 that was created. First from turn 0, second from a Tip the Barkeep. Draw a card, back alley, Great Line, hits the pitch.
Charter High Seas, not only was it a blue that hit the graveyard, it also gave Shirui Wu 2 more gold because 2 allies hit the bin from that card.
And interestingly, you have to imagine Shirui Wu did not need the back alley break line's action point here because he does have access to Gravy Bones, maybe has other uses for the gold. But Gravy Bones could have put the back alley break line. Does it need to come from deck? Yeah, it needs to come from deck. So the Swiftwater Swell here, gonna go ahead, find more resources off the Golden Tipple.
And it does hit. That was a blind flip off the top for the Saltwater Swell. Coming in for 3 go again to Arthur Trehet 7. Dead Threads available for Shirui Wu. Gravy Bones' ability also available because a blue has been played this turn.
Let's see if there's some good blocks in the hand for Arthur. All of this, his whole hand does block, but it doesn't do very much else.
Especially without gold to filter into something better.
Swabby looks impressive on this turn.
Does have some allies in the bin, though. Arthur Trehet, if he's able to go to his turn holding a few cards, could play a Murderous Rabble into an Oyston even. Does have a somewhat solid 1-card play.
Let's just imagine what's possible, though. Swabby with the Rum for go again.
Mage Master Boots for another ally swing as well. This could be a massive turn for Shirui.
And Dog, Shirui is working with 2 blues in the hand here. He's got all the resources he could possibly need to power this turn up. I think we're about to see a number of allies come through and maybe slam the door on Arthur Trehet.
Resource count for Shirui Wu is currently at 10, thanks to the 2 blues in his hand and the Dead Threads and the 3 floating. Looks like he's going to go digging even deeper, popping yet another gold.
Let's see what the play is going to be. Looks like he was looking to see if he could find a gold for this Avasti, find a blue so that this Avasti can be utilized for its actual effect. Sawbones gets to come in now with go again. And swing in for 6. Arthur's got to block again.
Swing in for 6. Go again. Creates a gold on hit thanks to Avasti and has go again as well. Rum still available. Mage Master Boots still available.
Rum here means you can just play any of these next allies with go again and then attack with it. I think we're going to see Swabby come forth and crash down for another 7.
And Arthur Trehet just has 1 card remaining. He's got 5 resources left. Shirui Wu looks like Rum going to be activated. That 5 resources means that he can swing with Swabby if he wants to.
Looks like it's going to be just the Anchor Drag Under because it's a red in hand, but the Dead Threads now gets to be activated.
Hook
gets to be activated. Anka comes in for 5. Arthur has to go to 1. Oh, yeah, you don't steal a gold, Shirui. It's going better than that. Arthur's got no gold left. And 2 allies on the field, 1 card left for Arthur Trehet. This is feeling like the end of this one, folks.
If the Murderous Rabble hits a blue, he can still actually clear both allies. There you go, hits a blue. He can play Oyston now and use Oyston to clear Anka Drag Under. So still very strong 2-card play, but he is at 1, and all he has going for him is 1 Oyston on the field.
And once again, for the 3rd turn in the row, we are seeing Shirui Wu with 4 cards in hand. All the tempo was under no pressure. He remains at 16. And the question is, will he be able to finish the job here? Activate Gravy Bones, card drawn. Limpet in the hand, that could be important on this turn. Mage Master Boots still available. There goes Limpet straight to the yard.
Oh, and I believe it's a Conqueror of the High Seas as well in that hand.
Oh my goodness, and a call to the grave. Conqueror of the High Seas come forth. It's 8, it's got go again. Arthur shakes his head. A little bit of a grimace, a little bit of a smile. I wonder if the writing's on the wall here, folks. He blocks 6. He plays the back alley break line as well for the defense. Call to the grave means any card gets to come forth from the deck and hit the graveyard. Arthur's got the head in the hands. I wonder if he is aware that his journey through this top 8 may have just come to a close. Rigor Mortis hits the graveyard. 2 floating means this puppy's going to get to attack. In it comes. It attacks for 6. Nothing he can do but smile and extend the fist bump. And Shirui Wu takes it. You hear the applause and the crowd going wild. Arthur Trehet, the lone Frenchman to not make it to the semifinals. His resume is impressive, but it's Shirui Wu looking to put something sterling at the top of his.
The ex-Pro Tour champion is taken down by the Singaporean challenger in his own hometown, and what a fantastic match. Shirui Wu saying he chose to go first, was the highest seed, and did manage to capitalize on that.
And we've heard it now twice from Shirui when asked by myself and Brian, do you think you have what it takes to stand next to giants in our game and play for your tournament life against players that have done it all? And both times he looked us in the face, looked into the eyes of all of you watching and said, yeah, I got what it takes. He put his money where his mouth is here and takes down Arthur Trehet in the quarterfinals. Let's check out our updated bracket and see just how the semifinals have shaken out.
All 4 quarterfinals have wrapped up. We have our 4 semifinalists at World Tour Singapore. At Singapore, Tom Escoffier in the first seed manages to make it to the semifinals, going to be facing off against Shirui Wu on that Gravy Bones, the Pirate Necromancer. On the other side of the bracket, we have Edison Yu piloting Verdance, Storm of the Rose, also against Gravy Bones, piloted by Enki.
Dupaquier.
Dupaquier, thank you.
Yeah, I got you. Thorbjorn was the other one also. So those are our semi-finals, folks. We have had some fantastic quarterfinals. We've had thrills, we've had laughs, and we have had some incredible games. And that just means it only goes up from here. The semifinals are next. We've got Slippy's, Gravy Bones, and Verdance ready for you. As we saw Arthur Trehet taken down by the hometown hero. Will Shirui Wu finish the Cinderella story, or will his run end? We'll find out coming up soon.
The World Championship returns to the USA for the first time since the very first Worlds. Join us in the city of brotherly love from November 13th through 16th for an action-packed weekend of classic constructed and living legend. Secure yourself exclusive promo cards with the souvenir package. Details coming soon to fabtcg.com. From 385 players, we whittle them down to 4. That's right, folks. Heading into our semi-finals now, we're going to have Edison Yu back on deck on this Verdance up against Enki Dupaquier, one of the many French folks still remaining in our top cut.
Yeah, but one is gone. Arthur Trehet has fallen. We'll take a look at the bracket and refresh exactly what we've seen thus far. We knew 2 Gravies were going to make it through. We didn't know who it was going to be. And frankly, I bet if you took bets before this started, you would have bet on the other side. But Shirui Wu and Enki Dupaquier have taken down Arthur Trehet and Michael Hamilton, respectively. Impressive stuff from these newcomers to the top 8 stage.
Suffice to say, those notches in the belt are so big, you might want to replace it because it won't be fulfilling its intended purpose at that point. Great stories already emerging here from our top 8. We've got 2 French players in our top 4 and a hometown hero in Shirui Wu, who, of course, we just saw take Arthur Trehet to task. Now, though, we turn our attention to our first semi-final. Verdance will be taking on Gravy Bones here as Edison Yu's personalized take on the Thorn of the Rose, looking very good in a nail-biting, ridiculous finish, up against, of course, that Cindra in the first of the top 8 games.
Yeah, I had a chance to check in with Edison after that game, and, he talked a lot about the effect of nerves down there in the feature match area, but he's getting comfortable now. He's starting to collect himself a little bit, and we talked about his Gravy plan, and it sounds solid, and he doesn't really doubt his chances into this matchup, kind of going against conventional wisdom. And the more I speak to Edison, the more I see him as this kind of free-flowing player, very willing to improvise, very willing to take chances as well, and trust his reads of his opponent. And he said that had a big influence over how he played those last few turns of the match against the Cindra players. So I'm so interested to see how Edison builds on that resume of insight and how he goes ahead and puts together his game plan against Gravy.
Broadly speaking, I think one of the biggest points in this matchup to concern yourself with is how effectively Verdance can clear these allies, right? Obviously not always easy for Wizards in the past to play up against those sort of board state heroes. I throw it back to the old Icelander versus Dromite matchups there. But there are a number of cards for Edison that line up fairly well into some of those allies. And again, some smaller attacks, right? You don't necessarily want to be spending your Fellings and your Cadaverous Tillings going after them. But before we get decomposed, these 4 power attacks plus those Scar for a Scars that are in the list here for Edison can definitely give him a number of options. And of course, plenty of contingencies in the sideboard plan, which we can jump into in just a moment. We're going to head down to the feature match area. Folks, your first semi-final matchup. It's Edison Yu representing Canada versus Enki Dupaquier of France.
French-Canadian semifinals, potentially headed towards a French-Canadian finals, still on the table with the 2 Frenchmen on opposite sides of the bracket. Also, maybe all French finals in the cards, but there is the hometown hero Shirui Wu waiting on the other side of the bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at how Edison navigated to this point in the tournament. One more time, there you see the records, 8-1 on Verdance throughout some of the toughest competition we could muster.
And not the only, I would say, sort of rookie here in this top number 4, right? But again, Edison, this is his first top finish, and despite that, he has looked very composed, very collected over some extremely tight matchups, and a great showing in general over Limited, right? Marlon and Gravy Bones were his options when it came to draft and looked very, very good here. Let's get a bit more granular about the journey so far here for Edison Yu. And again, I want to point to some of the big names that he's able to get past in some of these key rounds. Runs into that defensive IRA list from Shomo Yamamura and probably felt a little favored in that matchup in that round number 2. But in general, rounding out the day with a couple of wins there are Limited after a slower start. Heading on into day 2, we saw a fair bit of Edison Yu at those top tables. And again, getting rid of Wen Law, the matchup against Lorenzo Pisoni, a great one to see. Wins out that first time against Nathaniel Bayer. It's not the first time those 2 clash, though.
You know what we don't see, though, in this path for Edison Yu? Gravy Bones. Has not played Gravy Bones in the CC rounds yet, so a new crucible to overcome for Edison Yu.
And I think that's going to inform some of our discussion about how he presents his list into this matchup. Speaking of which, here it is for you folks. Again, bunch of options. We even see some old favorites like Alluvian Constellus make its way in there. That's definitely more dedicated towards the mirror. But that disruption is definitely going to be important. Remember, Gravy Bones not always able to block well, and also some of the disruption Edison is sitting on is agnostic of the opponent's decision-making when it comes to the defenses. I'm talking, of course, about felling of the crown, and I'm talking about plow under. Options here to kind of throw things off kilter, because Gravy Bones can be unbelievably powerful with a full grip, and often he wants to get there. When those cards get stripped away, those turns don't always scale.
I talked a lot about Edison's potential game plans into Gravy Bones and what he wanted to do. His plans, free-flowing. He says it depends how the game plays out. He thinks he is capable of fatiguing a Gravy Bones, but also sometimes he believes he can just present enough early damage where he can blow them up.
Let's walk across the table and once again put Enki Dupaquier under the microscope. Representing the town of Montpellier in France, a Team Iron Rot. Gravy Bones, of course, took him to a 7-2 record through our classic constructed rounds, but it's that 3-0 pod there. Gravy Bones kicking things off very nicely for Enki, put him in pretty solid standing heading into that day 2. And it's well worth looking back over the record for this play here. We mentioned Edison hasn't had to run up against the Gravy Bones. Enki had a whole slew of different heroes that had to get past. Started against Florian, gets past Yalva Trady. There's an Acilio of Kaiser Wong, a blue pitch there to deal with. Well-known type player Vesper stands in his way next on that Prism build. That's a tough matchup, I think, at the best of times for Verdance to navigate. And then Canadian killer Michael Yaska also stood in his way in day 1.
Yeah, but he heated up when it came to the draft rounds. 3-0 across that first draft was Enki Dupaquier, then moved on to day 2 and kept things rolling, stayed strong, 2-1 as well. But I have to call out again, no matches against a Verdance. So Enki Dupaquier also going to have to adapt a little bit on the fly. And I have to question, when you're doing prep the night before, Mitch, are you going into your potential semifinals match? Are you thinking about that at all? Or are you just saying, look, I got to figure out how to get there to start with? And if it so happens that I'll queue into a Verdance, I'll figure that one out on the fly. And of course, so much testing goes in prior to the tournament to get you prepared for that eventuality.
The whole reason that Gravy Bones has had a target on his back in this metagame is because of how broadly powerful he is across the whole metagame. Here's the list for Enki. A couple of cards that we sort of pointed out earlier on. There's a Blanche in this list, which is a nice little touch. We looked very closely. I think it's a lot of the allies brought in last time around. Whaler Humperdinck in the list. Of course, 2 copies of Give No Quarter, not always a guarantee for a lot of these Gravy Bones players to involve in the list. Of course, Null Rune Boots and Gloves. You do have the ability, of course, to stave off some of this arcane damage, but sometimes Verdance can just go over the top on you.
Yeah, very curious where Enki's going to fall on the Null Rune stack. How much of it does he want? How much does he want to just execute his game plan? We've seen Gravies go super aggressive and just play no AB. I think that plan has kind of fallen by the wayside, but it sounds like our players are already down in our feature match area. We don't have to speculate anymore. We can just see what they want to do. And there you see our 2 top 4 competitors getting ready to do battle.
It's a battle of bramble and brackish water, Brian Gottlieb. About to jump into our first semi-final here. Surgent Aethertide being presented by Edison. That is a bit of a mix-up.
And only a singular piece of Null Rune on the side of Enki Dupaquier, so already throwing some expectations aside. Crown of Dominion also the headpiece for Enki as well. And Edison going with the Plume of Evergrowth in the head slot here. And Enki's going to take a moment and take a look at that Surgent Aethertide, so maybe already a bit of a switch up from what he was expecting.
Surgent Aethertide has the ability to amp arcane effects that occur after it, so it's going to be pretty darn important. Obviously, it's got 1 printed on the card, but you can obviously amp into a Surgent Aethertide, which then confers that increase of arcane damage onto the next effect. This equipment presented tells us that Edison is going to be leaning in that combo direction, but if you have a couple of health potions on the field, or ways of just like having that life gain whenever you need it, sometimes you might see Edison look to try and just turn this into the right numbers for clearing allies, right? Get a bit of amp off that life gain, make use of Surgent Aethertide and sort of passing that increase on. Got to clear these allies away. You've got to respect them.
Yeah, for Edison, he said sometimes those healing potions are just life gains. Sometimes they do set up towards the combo finish. Finds one very early here in one of his opening hands, but Enki's looking to get set up himself. Does get a gold boost here off the chart, the high seas. Not as important as the mirror, but he is very, very rich to kick things off.
An absurd amount of gold to have generated at this start part of the game, and that's the risk for Edison. Allowing Enki to sort of go first on that turn 0. Building up a bank. Definitely a very scary prospect. Fiddler's Green, put away, gain some life, and tell you what, on turn 0, when it's essentially 3 blocks from the opponent, Enki has been able to manifest a board state advantage already.
Yeah, a lot of advantage early on for Enki Dupaquier. And we kind of saw this, it was the tail of his match against Michael Hamilton as well. Came out with a really great start. And Rigor Mortis is going to go ahead and join the fray as well. So the great start continues here. Has, of course, played a blue. This one came from, I believe, the hand, if I recall correctly. We're going to see Edison already a bit in the tank here. Looks to fire off the Rampant Growth Life at the end of turn and pick up a little bit of life buffer.
Yeah, Rigor Mortis not turned sideways there. Now, Edison, the thing with these potions, it's your action point that you need to sort of spend on them. Sometimes, though, you need to try find ways to clear some of these allies. And there's a real risk, of course, that, yeah, I mean, you've got to spend that plow under here. There's a real risk of like Edison just getting overwhelmed by those allies, not having a good way to both set up that combo-based game plan and also just try and keep Enki's side of the board quiet. It's a treacherous tightrope that has to be trodden here.
Enki gathers a bit of information, as we so often see from our Gravy players before they make any decision. They want to know as much as they possibly can about the texture of the turn. Golden Tipple going to go ahead and juice up that Murderous Rabble.
3 go again presented, and a Command and Conquer comes out. Verdance pretty happy to part with a couple of cards every turn cycle. Little action point constrained. Happy to at least extract that 3 value from that Command and Conquer here. Saltwater Swell is the next card played. Oh, that's a Golden Tipple that ended up in the pitch zone. Not only is he flush with gold, but also with resources. And Gravy Bones players can rarely ask for more.
Edison, you quickly being forced into some defensive posturing here.
Okay, block that out. Golden Tipple to follow. Oh my God. Golden Tipple to follow here.
Is this a ninja or a necromancer?
I mean,
3 into 3 into 3. No
into
trouble
3 gold?
at all. Yeah, into tons of gold, into tons of resources.
Gold-baited hook also free here now. Like gold's been generated. All of the engine room basically on display here for Enki Dupaquier. Saltwater Swell puts a blue in pitch. Golden Tipple nets him the gold. Dead Threads to go to 5. That's a magic number if you're interested in getting Swabby developed. 7. Breakpoint with a on-kit of generating a gold. It might be more than Edison bargained for.
Yeah, this Swabby just continuing the onslaught here from Enki Dupaquier. 16 total damage being offered. No blocks, no reacts, I believe. Yes,
yep.
And it is going to be a successful attack from the Swabby here.
4th gold and pass priority.
4th gold, move to Arsenal. Edison really doesn't have much time to get going in this game. Again, locally, he had that healing potion early on. He's got to send a felling of the crown to try and clear Swabby out.
Not the best case scenario for sure.
Okay, there is a decompose trigger here. Edison signaling 2 earth cards in the banish zone.
And I wonder if we're already seeing signs, Mitch. Edison talked about varying game plans into Gravy Bones. What I have seen in these early turns, the way these cards are being used, the fact that he's pitched Healing Potion, I think he's angling for fatigue. I think given the start that Enki has taken, he thinks he has to defend a lot. Now,
is that even possible against Enki?
That is the risk. Is first you have to ask if that is possible. Secondly, things can go very wrong very quickly. And if Enki keeps up the offensive output, this game could get very lopsided. It's all about whether Edison finds the clears at the right moment, can keep Enki from really getting into those huge number spaces that Gravy is capable of accessing. Kind of, there's an issue around Enki's access to go again. How much Gold Kiss Rum, how many back alley break lines is he able to deploy to actually take advantage of an ally stacked board that he might be able to generate? But just the way Edison is kind of posturing and defending some somewhat meaningless attacks, I have to think given the slow start, that's the angle he's looking for right now.
It's a really taciturn demeanor at the table here for Edison Yu. Pretty bubbly, at least in the beginning of that previous matchup. Now, though, I just don't think he's liked what he's been seeing. The pressure keeps coming. Golden Tipple representing 3 damage. Chum thrown into the bin. And I would say that the cogs are well oiled here on Dupacier's side of the field. Everything really running nominally. 5 gold, Conqueror of the High Seas to threaten an Arsenal. Already a card parted with by Edison.
Does have the D-React here in hand.
A lot of 2 blocks, Brian.
A lot of 2 blocks. Yeah, this is the downside of those Scar for Scars. Perhaps not able to defend very effectively. We have to see if Edison wants to go ahead and try and defend Arsenal, but it would take the entire grip here. And Enki's still working with some options.
At least. Conqueror is hitting for more than its base, so Stonewall Gauntlet has that little upside built in here. If he's going to decide to throw that now.
No blue played on this turn, if you want to talk upsides, but it is just going to defend for 2 and has a second Rootbound Carapace in Arsenal, so is able to just go ahead and cover up here. But these are non-decomposing Rootbound Carapaces, so not with their fully powered up modes.
Only 2 cards in the graveyard at the time. So that game plan that Edison's looking to sort of generate, he really was hoping to try and get the right kinds of cards in graveyard, blocking out as he has done. The Rootbound, the 2 decomposes happening, neither of them can actually resolve.
Enki has refreshed the card in hand now. Gonna go ahead and it looks like draw one more time from the gold. Out comes Sawbones. Not yet, Enki. There's still work to be done if that's going to be the play here. Have not unlocked the graveyard yet. This could get you there. However, it looks like another red came off the top.
Jittery Bones. Okay, can come to play.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what the ally spread is here. I see a Sawbones. I see a Chum. Yeah, and it's just going to have to be an Arsenal here. So a bit of a brick there from Enki Dupaquier, but claimed a lot of cards anyway. And that means even with no allies out there in the arena, going to be hard for Edison to get a lot of work done. I do believe kept a Scar for a Scar. We'll be happy to park that in Arsenal, use that to clean up any future allies that may go ahead and find themselves in the arena.
Yeah, definitely is going to need to have that on deck. Hard to have a bad turn when Conqueror of the High Seas is involved. But in terms of the ceiling of Gravy Bones, Enki pulls up pretty substantially short of that. We are flush with Tipples. Red variety coming down first. Avasti into the pitch. And again, back to smooth sailing maybe. Back alley break line drawn up there. Arcane Twining gets in front.
Plenty of blues to unlock the hand here. Want to get that back alley break line.
That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, it's another Conqueror. And again, for the second time in our feature match area, Enki Dupaquier is off to the races in the early turn of the game.
I spy with my little eye a non-block card in Edison's hand. He wanted to protect that Scar for a Scar to be able to efficiently clear an ally. And so in comes the equipment. Good Barkskin. Really just reading for its block value right now.
It looks like blocking 8 on 7 here. Barkskin not yet online.
So no embodiment of Earth generated. Call to the grave. We're going to put the other break line in. Perish the thought, Enki.
Don't think we're resource rich enough yet. Enki stretching outside of our
out of bounds
view, yeah, our capabilities, but does pick up an additional ally. Suspect there's a good chance we go ahead and actually see that on this turn.
And it's important because the ally he chooses here should be pretty emblematic of what the game plan is, because Enki has options. He already had a Chum in there of two Chums and a Sawbones.
I think it's a Rigor Mortis Chum Sawbones, so he had a pretty good spread already.
Okay.
Not sure whom he added to the mix. Compass for a little bit more information before making this last play. Still has Dead Threads available, so could go ahead and draw that card off the gold. Looks like he is going to reach for that.
Just enough to play a Rigor Mortis and attack with it would be that Dead Threads. So Rigor Mortis gets in there for 6. And so the life total continues to tick down. Edison Yu has not yet been able to put a scratch on Enki Dupaquier, and he is racing out to the front. There's a Scar, held back precisely to clear that, and that was a card that Edison protected so doggedly with his hand and 2 pieces of equipment, and that non-blocking healing potion will account for his action point as he ships the turn back.
For Edison, there's so much work to do before that combo can be successfully set up. Plume of Evergrowth there in the head slot, so it feels like that's the goal. But also, we saw a healing potion pitched very early on in the game.
This might be, yeah, and that was a turn I think where he felt he needed to make use of the attack action with his action point. That's when it gets awkward, right? Can't block those healing potions, so have it stuck in your hand, have to pitch it away. And if the game plan for Verdance is supposed to be using your life buffer to set up, I'm not sure Edison would give himself a straight A in that subject. Chart a course. Ah, yes. Just like we drew it up. Blue to pitch, ally to grave, and was a Whaler Humperdinck.
And if you're Edison, you seeing that Whaler Humperdinck has to give you some pause. It seems like Edison has been setting up for a long game thus far. But Whaler Humperdinck can make that very, very hard to close out that long game. Enki can keep good track of exactly how many clean clears Edison has, and when the coast is clear, deploy that Whaler to extreme effectiveness.
So there should be 5 copies of clearing for Whaler Humperdinck in the deck with 3 Enlightened Strikes. And, oh, no, actually, there's even the Cadaverous Tilling, so you do have a number of cards to clear that, but it's never going to feel good. It's never going to be efficient. To the barkeep.
There is that Gold Kiss run. We talked about how it might be important for Enki to just reach damage ceilings. If Edison wants time, as Enki, you have to say, you're not getting that time.
You're not getting that action point either, buddy. Sorry, I'm not sharing this round. Not to Verdance, that's for sure. Limpet Hopalong is the choice out of the grave here. All right, we are thirsty. Reaching for that Gold Kiss rum here.
Credit to Enki here. He's absolutely identified it's on him to put his foot on the gas, maybe considering an aggressive use of that Gold Kiss rum.
There it is. We have downed it. So that Gravy Bones must be tapped, but Enki's next action this turn gets go again, which means he can go double ally here, and this also presents a big issue for Edison. Rarely having just the wealth of action points to clear more than one ally a turn, whilst also trying to advance his game plan. All of those things cost action points.
Sawbones joining the fray here. Limpet, of course, able to go ahead and get wider than Gravy is typically want to do. 2 go again, the offer here from the Limpet.
Still 2 cards in hand for Enki. One of those likely to power a Sawbones attack. All right, Striders have been activated. Edison feels like he has to do something right now, and it's a clear of Limpet. Away he goes. Now, importantly, that is a destruction of Limpet before that go again can resolve. So much in the same way we used to see Iceland to target those dragons in flight as they came into attack to basically end the turn. Edison was able to prevent that Sawbones coming in. Nice timing off that blow up of the ally, but that is the one time this game he'll get to do that. Spending his Storm Striders in order to end Enki's turn prematurely.
Aggressive use of the Storm Striders here to go ahead and deal with a potential problem that was mounting, but it makes sense if Enki Dupaquier is able to go ahead and just set up perfectly. Edison basically has no chance in this matchup. He has to be aggressive in that spot. And now the question is, what kind of combo building can he do? How much time does he have? It feels like he's really banking on something like a brick turn from Enki Dupaquier. But Mitch, how many brick turns have you seen from Gravy Bones over the course of this tournament? Very few.
And look, I shudder to involve yet another pun in our discussion, but Edison is really just treading water here. Clearing allies, trying to stay alive, but those tides are surging. The swells are salty. And here comes a golden tipple. Rigor Mortis getting discarded. Again, that card is doing everything it is promised to do in this matchup. Looks like a portside exchange was the draw off of the tipple. Additionally, a swabby in hand for Enki, so it's still very flush with those blues. His game plan probably feels pretty straightforward. A Vasti there as well.
More Go Again access. Just want to give a quick update on our calling going on simultaneously. We do have a top 8 over there. 4 matchups. Looks like we're looking at an Ocilio versus a Jarl, an Arakni slip through the cracks versus Shoma Yamamura's Ira. We've got a Florian Gravy matchup featuring Michael Feng. And then it's a Fang. Andrew Wilborn taking on another Arakni slip through the cracks in the hands of Peter Budensek.
Fun matchup. A lot of fun matchups there, to be honest.
7 different heroes across that top 8.
Here, though, in our semifinal number 1, it's more
it's the Gravy story.
It's
over
more
here.
business than pleasure at the moment. But for Enki Dupaquier, business is good. The gold is flowing in. The life total of his opponent is dropping precipitously. And now he's considering the follow-up to that golden tipple. Thinking about making use of that portside exchange. The eyesore of Swabby in the hand is something Enki might like to rectify. Portside. Swabby to the bin. Doing his best Oscar the Grouch impression to be called upon later. Conquer the High Seas? Is that good?
It seemed pretty good the 2 other times it was played this game, Mitch. Probably the 3rd time also going to have some impact. No Arsenal this go around for Edison.
Yeah, Enki just deliberating. Does he want to punish another attempt of Edison? If he has multiple attack actions in the hand, Edison might want to send one, save one back to clear an ally. So there's a case to be made for holding back on the big boat.
More pitching from Enki.
Break some gold.
Yeah, and Enki has been gold rich throughout this match. Picks up a back alley break line here. Now has access to 4 resources should he want them. Also believe we have satisfied the condition for dead thread, so maybe 5 resources. That could be a Swabby attack. Could be that Conqueror. World still feels like Enki's oyster.
Yeah, maybe that back alley break line being in hand a bit earlier to be discarded to portside might have been nice. Wouldn't have given him a gold, but action points are also good. That snag in hand. Pretty troll, actually, for some of those decomposed buffs on some of those cards. Actually gets you a pretty decent amount of value. Regardless, Land Ho says Conquer the High Seas. Trying to plant that flag right in Edison's forehead. 8 go again. Gets a 2-card block.
Yeah, just a pure defensive look there. No Arsenal protect, but did have 2-3 blocks in hand. So preserves a little bit of life here.
What remains of it? Dead threads. Up to 2 resources. This smacks of rigor mortis, and so he gets onto the board.
Still with an Arsenal card, though, so maybe more to come.
Oh,
here.
come on.
And
That is
be
filthy.
Loot the hold offered here from Enki Dupaquier.
Well, he's converted this hand extremely well. Loot the Hold says the next pirate ally attack this turn gets when this hits a hero, they discard a card. If so, create a gold token. And Edison cannot afford to give 2 more cards. He'll instead play out that ramp growth life,
Yeah, and a win there for Enki Dupaquier as he takes away one of the combo pieces from Edison Yu's deck. Would have loved to go ahead and stash that one in Arsenal, but not going to happen. And Edison Yu just going to draw up on this turn, and Rigor Mortis remains across turns here.
I want to set expectations for folks at home. There is a chance that Enki does not fall below his starting life total if he keeps this pace up.
Absolutely. He's just been relentless here.
This might turn into more of an extinction event than a fair fight at this rate. Gold Kiss Rum gets out there. Rigor Mortis obviously already in play.
If if you're Edison, the question is, how many of these threats have you burned up? Are you getting into reasonable fatigue rage? We know Enki is burning through the deck. That's just the way Gravies play. But there still feels like so much threat density left. And I mentioned that Whaler Humperdinck. The numbers on that card are often in and of themselves enough to defeat fatigue plans, which I am very sure Edison is leaning towards at this moment.
Whaler costs 6 to get out there, 6 to attack, but comes in for a whopping 11. Swabby, the little brother, still comes in for 7.
Yeah, and it's
Gold
time
Kiss
for
Rum.
another Gold Kiss Rum to do its thing, and that means both of these allies are going to be attacking on this particular turn.
Glug, glug, loot the hold into the pitch. Swabby into the red zone. 7 posted up, and Edison shipping this one.
Yeah, willing to take some damage here. That tells me maybe we're looking at a clearance on the next turn because here comes Rigor Mortis as well. We're certainly not ready to combo yet, so...
Just the raw amount of damage that Edison has to take here in order to be able to start to clear some of these allies. Remember, these multi-ally board states are really problematic for Verdance.
Yeah, you see
You're right.
why.
E-Strike, plow under.
E-Strike go again to take care of the Swabby. This does not feel good, Mitch.
You took 13 damage
Yep.
to clear these two.
It does not feel like you are moving the game forward. Sitting at 10, plowing under this Rigor Mortis. Coming in just for 2 here.
21 value off those 2 allies, Brian.
We are reaching for the Decompose, though.
Yeah, definitely enough. There we go.
Yep, attack value here does not matter. Plow Under
Yeah, we
has,
get the +6. It's just superfluous, isn't it?
Yeah, Plow Under has done its thing, but the turn passes back to Enki Dupaquier. Does not have allies now, but does still have a full grip and also has a 33-point life lead.
And it might just get worse. Blue Tipple with Sawbones in hand. Sea Legs also can go away. Call to the Grave. It's one of those turns where it's really all out there for Enki. Peek the top. Into the hand. It's a Saltwater Swell. There's a compass here to see what is waiting on top. And we're going to check now to see what the swell might flip into. I see Enki says, no, I couldn't get that satisfying snap when I turned my card sideways. So let me just run that back again.
One floating. Golden Tipple. Triggers. Discard Sea Legs.
Okay. No need to worry about the top when Sea Legs is getting discarded. Enki clearing a potential non-blue. We'll get a peek at that later from the top.
And that means more Gold Kiss Rum. And Gold Kiss Rum has been so instrumental to producing these damage numbers that have really kept Edison Yu from having any input on this game whatsoever. It's been the Enki Dupaquier show so far.
And it might be a marathon airing of that series, Brian. So we may be far from done there. Murderous Rabble was the draw off of that. And it looks like Enki didn't feel like gambling. It didn't feel like throwing the compass in at that point. Let's see. Give it to us. A blue, of course. Chart, the high seas on top. This means that the swell will be adding a lot more resources to the board for Enki.
Yeah, that'll really unlock that graveyard. Could start looking into things like a chum turn, but there's just massive allies piled up over in the bin for Enki Dupaquier.
And Edison, frankly, just getting brutalized by Graving Bones in this matchup. I would say, fortunate in many ways, Edison doesn't have to encounter the Shipwreck Looter over the course of his run here. But maybe also in a way didn't maybe get to test some of his ideas at this level into Gravy Bones. Get those matchup reps in this high-stakes environment. Rabble flips chart. 3 go again. All these attacks, constantly asking for cards. Edison hasn't given any over to Enki yet this turn. But those you're looking at Gravy Bones with 2 cards in his hand still. There's bound to be more behind this.
And Edison with only 9 life. When does this game start to turn, Mitch? What kind of hand could even turn it for Edison at this point? It really is just hope and pray. Hope the defensive options that he comes across are enough. But given how much gold Enki has played this game with, how much Gold Kiss Rum Enki has played this game with. I don't see it thus far. I don't see the path. And Sawbones here going to keep the damage output up. 6 more coming. Gonna sink here. Prevent 4.
So they're opting to make the sink. So in reaction, so no more blocking opportunities. Taking 2 more damage, going down to 7. Edison knows that he's had to take some damage. God, he took 13 in order to clear those 2 allies. Now he has to take some more. Sitting on a Blue Autumn's Touch. And the dual card.
Yeah, and sending that into the Sawbones is just so depressing.
It's a give no quarter drawn up here by Enki.
With a Chum and a Whaler Humperdinck.
Yeah.
In the graveyard.
And a Gold Kiss Rum in play.
Yeah, and no threat on this turn, so 5 cards kept. And this could be just a nightmare turn if you're a fan of Edison U.
And a Saltwater Swell in the arsenal.
Oh, good lord.
Sea legs. I mean, we don't need that much rum at this point.
I think he's going to get some information as well. And if that blue is floating on the top of the deck, this hand goes bananas.
Yes. Enki taking a moment to steel himself. He's bought himself an immense buffer. That this game is his to lose.
Yeah, there's really, despite how good this hand may be, there's no impetus on Enki whatsoever. There's no combo threat. There's nothing that Edison has really done thus far to make him uncomfortable. So just take your time, figure out what you need, and there's a great way to gain some extra resources on the back of a discarded ally. Picks a card off the top. Compass time. Let's figure out what we're working with for any potential swells. Maybe a Murderous Rabble I glimpsed there.
And again, God forbid we see Wayland Humperdinck hit the board, but if he and Chum come down, Edison has to stay alive. He's got to block with the cards that could otherwise actually clear them out. He opts to answer the Saltwater Swell here.
Kicks things off with that swell, offering 3 damage. There's another one in arsenal. Can fire a blind swell if he would like. Has already used the compass. Has a load of resources to work with here.
I just want to think a little bit more about how to make the most of this 3 in pitch right now. Spending 2 of it.
Picking up another fresh card here.
It was a Chum that he drew. So Chum was on the top. He's averted a potential Saltwater Swell brick. But if he resolves both swells for upside this turn, oy. Sea legs into pitch. Another gold popped. That was the Eye of Ophidia. Now he can guarantee that Saltwater Swell gives him max value.
Hand's completely unlocked, Mitch. He will know exactly what he is working with. Can burn another gold. And we talked about being gold rich and what it allows you to do. Disgusting things like this.
Eye into the pitch for another gold. Obviously, order of triggers means we look first.
It is 2 yellows. Yeah, so if we bottom here, we're still going completely dark, but it looks like Enki maybe just wants to keep the yellow on top and feels like that's good enough to go ahead and maybe chart the high seas with. I was going to pick it up, excuse me. Yeah, he still has the draw remaining from the gold.
He still can golden tipple here, by the way, and just clear whatever could be out there.
Just adds the Chum to hand, uses it for fodder, picks up another card, picks up another gold. Damage keeps pouring out of Enki Dupaquier's Gravy Bones deck.
It was a portside exchange of the blue variety that was drawn up. What have we got here? Chum, Sawbones, Whaler Humperdinck are the 3 options right now.
I think I missed the trigger on tipple. I forgot the gold.
Has to say no blocks, does Edison. They're just figuring out whether potentially a gold was missed here. Yeah, and they are going to get it correct.
Game state not, remotely different enough, I think, to warrant an advance of game without that trigger being recognized.
Yeah, can't really miss that. You did, of course, discard a yellow card, so just entitled to that gold. 2 damage headed the way.
Still waiting on that second Saltwater Swell.
Yeah, still parked in Arsenal. Is a bit of a gamble. At least the Eye of Ophidia did not leave the blue on top, but we'll close the chain once more.
I guess it's a question of like finding out what it really costs Enki if that is not a blue. He's probably planning 2 different ends to his turn.
And he's in a state in this game where just 1 for 3 go again is
We're
good.
cracking more gold.
Yeah, why not? God. When you're rich, you can get away with it. 3 blues
Pearl
in hand now.
amulet.
Finds a pearl amulet. That could allow an ally to potentially attack twice, given how much rum we've been able to generate.
To untap target permanent.
Yeah, more gold. And now we have 4 blues to work with in hand.
12
and we can
resources.
go ahead and give no quarter.
Here they
Producing
come.
even more resources.
Oh,
there
the big
is
boy.
the Whaler Humperdinck.
Oh,
Here
he's
is the
massive.
Humperdinck attack. 11 is the offer here.
And now, if Edison wants to stay alive against this, he will have to lose the card intended to clear Whaler Humperdinck, which is Enlightened Strike in the hand.
Yep, and that means more turns of Whaler Humperdinck following this. Also, with the Saltwater Swell already set up in Arsenal to produce more resources, and we're starting to look at numbers that are just too big.
The emotion on Edison's face, clear to see. He's probably searching his deck and asking, how many cards do I have that would allow me to clear this guy? Thundering footsteps, dripping with ectoplasm. Whaler Humperdinck sends a haymaker from Enki Dupaquier's side of the map. A man who's taken 0 damage, and there's the E-Strike. That's to get in front in blocks, combine that with a sink below, and go to a singular point of life. Edison, you fighting for his survival here. And his opponent has shrugged off every attempt of his to get back into the game. How many cards in pitch, buddy? 6 of them? Very reasonable.
And Edison, with just a single card to show for all of his hard work, a healing potion in play. You see a dejected shake of the head. Going to go ahead and pick up that 2 life to go to 3. Arsenal, but the turn will pass back to Enki Dupaquier.
He's still in play.
43 life with a Whaler in play. Swell in Arsenal. 4 cards in hand. Checks the top.
They say it's never over until the rotund sailor yodels.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, no, that's what they say. And I think he's already sang a couple bars. Expensive to swing with this guy, to be sure. And Enki...
On the last turn, Mitch, I'm pretty sure Enki Dupaquier produced something like 24 resources.
Yep.
So he'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
Looks like that Saltwater Swell got a Navasti into the pitch zone. Plow under, blocks. Next, Avasti. Whaler with go again.
Sure.
11 go again.
Why not?
How do you feel about that?
Let's make that card a little bit better. Maybe
Here
we
we
should have
go.
just given it go again to begin with.
But yeah, just printed on the card, actually.
11
No, you
go
read this
again.
one. You read this one, in fairness.
11 go again, one more time. The damage output is just
Block 4.
ridiculous here.
Go to reactions. We've got Sink. Block 9.
Edison falls to just 1 once again.
Hey,
Yeah,
he
he
got
says
him.
it doesn't
He is
matter. He's willing to
dead.
give the fist bump. And Enki Dupaquier has dismantled Edison Yu with Gravy Bone Shipwreck Looter.
Oh my God, that was absolutely filthy stuff. Now, to qualify this, in general, it's a difficult matchup for the Verdance to find success in. It's a matchup that Edison hadn't run into over the entire course of the Pro Tour, which is almost a feat in and of itself, but eventually, dread it, run from it. Gravy Bones comes for us all, alongside of his horde of reanimated lackeys, Whaler Humperdinck being the most sizable of them, and coming in for 11 on consecutive turns is a pretty decent way to play Flesh and Blood.
I'll say, too, the way Edison played that game, it was always going to play out in this fashion. It was probably going to be either 43-0 or Edison was going to just fatigue Enki Dupaquier, maybe blow him up with a massive combo turn, but that even seemed kind of doubtful, given that there was no chip damage early on. So Edison was really all of his eggs in one basket, and when it doesn't work out, that's the type of results you get.
Right, drew up the first couple of hands. Edison wasn't happy with what he saw there, got a health potion into play, but found himself limited. Either deploy, some of that combo or try and clear some of these allies. And in fairness, diligently, he is able to clear these allies, especially cards like Scar for a Scar fill that role pretty successfully for him. But as the dust settles, it will be a Gravy Bones advancing here first out of our semi-finals. Victory for Enki Dupaquier finds himself now playing for all the marbles, awaiting either Arakni slip through the cracks, fellow countryman Thomas Escoffier, or hometown hero Shirui Wu on Gravy Bones.
Yeah, either an all-French final to decide things or one more Gravy Bones mirror for all the marbles. What's it going to be, Mitch?
Man, honestly, I have no idea what expectations should be for that second semifinal. But either way, I'm excited, folks. It's been a crazy ride so far. Our field's now whittled down to 3 players, with Enki Dupaquier advancing into the grand finals of Pro Tour Singapore. Who will join him? Countryman, hometown hero? We'll find out after this.
Skirmish season is back, folks. Head to your LGS August 16th through 31st to enjoy a day of Blitz, Living Legend, and for the first time, crack, shuffle, and play with Mastery Pack Guardian. Cold foil Cerebellum processors, a Marvel Scurv, and more are up for grabs at these fan-favorite events. So make sure to find your local skirmish at fabtcg.com today. Well, folks, we are very close to the Pro Tour Singapore Finals. We've got one more game to get there. We got to figure out if it'll be a mirror or if Slippy will be making his way into the finals.
We have one finalist already determined by the name of Enki Dupaquier, who is sporting the gravy bones. He's gonna be curious to see whether it's going to be the Singaporean piloting gravy bones as well, or the other Frenchman piloting gravy bones. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see how they've been updated after our first semifinals.
Yeah, we are almost into the finals, folks, but that means we have to wait and see which of the players between Tom Escoffier and Shirui Wu will be meeting Enki Dupaquier in the grand finals. And there are so many implications for this next match. Not only really depending on will we see a Gravy Bones mirror match, but if we don't see the Gravy Bones mirror match, we'll see a Frenchman mirror match in the grand finals, which would be pretty amazing for the French community to see two of their players battling it out. It means the Pro Tour's coming home to France no matter what.
With the French Inquisition in Singapore and World Tour Singapore. And yeah, to your point, Sam, if it isn't a gravy mirror in the finals, it's going to be the same match up that we're going to see right now, which is the Slip Through the Cracks versus Gravy Bones.
So let's see just which of our next two players are going to join Enki in the Pro Tour Singapore finals. This is as high stakes as it gets, folks. A chance to play for a Pro Tour title. Let's check in on our players and see how Tom Escoffier got here. And boy, oh boy, did draft help out the man. 2-1 and 3-0, and of course, that 8-1 record. One of the only couple players only lost twice on his whole tournament run, and he has not stopped winning yet.
And that exactly explains why he is the first seed coming into the top 8 of World Tour Singapore. Let's go ahead and take a look specifically at his day one record and look at that 7-0 to start the day, only taking one loss in the final round of draft to Naib Mubasir.
Yeah, and look at the heroes. He's played a couple Slippy mirrors already and taken down a Gravy Bones in that first round 5 of the day. Looking ahead at his next day of competition, and boy, oh boy, did he play the mirror a bunch. He played it 3 times to close the day and then took down the mirror in the first quarterfinals match, but didn't play any Gravy Bones, so it's been a couple days since he's played a Gravy Bones in an official tournament setting. You have to imagine he tested last night, but not sure if that'll come back to bite him. Let's go ahead and check out the deck for Tom Escoffier.
So the first thing we have to point out is the 2 copies of Codex of Bloodrot in Tom Escoffier's Slip to the Cracks deck. Not a common choice amongst all Arakni Slip to the Cracks. Normally they're just sporting the 3 Codex of Frailty, but Tom has chosen to bring in 2 Codex of Bloodrot. And I also want to point out a very unique piece of gravy technology over here in the form of the Undercover Acquisition. 2 copies of that card coming out from High Seas. We're going to have to see if that's going to be as relevant as it seems like. We know how important gold is against Gravy Bones, yet to see it on camera though.
Yeah, Slippy can do so much damage in so many different ways. We'll have to see what the game plan is for Tom Escoffier, but let's check out our Singaporean hometown hero. Shirui has proven himself to just be so cool, calm, and collected throughout this whole tournament, and it's Gravy Bones all the way down.
X3 was his record coming into the top 8 of World Tour Singapore at the 4th seed. Has some impressive finishes here as well in his home country. Top 4 at Singapore Nationals this year itself. Top 8 at Calling Taipei, and was a finalist at Singapore Nationals just last year as well.
Yeah, so impressive. Let's take a look at the record it took to get him here after that first loss against Ponbal Heysel, Pro Tour London top 8 competitor. He did not stop winning. As we take a look here, took down a couple of Slippies on his way to get here as well. Moving ahead to day 2. Let's see what matchups he was in looking forward in the Classic Constructed. Took down an Ira, lost the mirror, but then it was all mirrors. Hall of Mirrors for Shirui Wu. So similarly, he hasn't played a Slippy until, since day 1 of this competition as well. Let's take a look at his deck.
So one main thing to point out in his deck is that he is sporting more defense reactions than we typically see in these gravy lists. Shirui Wu is packing 3 Blood in the Water, whereas typically we only see 1 to 2 copies of that card. Blood in the Water, extremely potent because it can not only can it empty your hand of Watery Grave card and get that card into your bin for you to play later. It can even potentially be a 0 for 6 if you find a Watery Grave card on top, which you can guarantee if it's there or not by using a Compass of Sunken Depths.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating to see just how Shirui wants to get through this. Can see, of course, those Blood in the Waters as we've been talking about, and you look over, he's even got a copy of Snag in there.
Exactly. That's definitely going to come into play in this game against Arakni Scepter Cracks for the pesky Bonds of Agony turns that you know for a fact that Tom Escoffier is going to try and set up.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to find it. We'll see just which player comes out to the quicker start. It's time, folks, to determine our next Pro Tour Singapore finalist. Will it be Arakni slip through the cracks, or will it be Gravy Bones, the shipwreck looter? Will it be a Frenchman finals, or will the hometown hero make his way to try to take the crown? It all comes down to this as the semifinals of Pro Tour Singapore is soon to conclude.
Tom Escoffier is the highest seed going into this match and has chosen to go first, denying Shirui the free opportunity to maybe set up an ally or set up the graveyard on turn 0 and potentially even leak some damage with the start of a blue double trouble to start the game off.
Here comes the blue double trouble. Got go again. Immediately going to threaten this Gravy Bones deck.
And on Shirui's side, very interesting choice of headpiece over here, electing to bring in the Crown of Dominion to start the game with a piece of gold instead of the more defensive Balance of Justice. Of course, Balance of Justice in this match, very unlikely to actually have the activatable effect where your opponent has drawn 2 cards and you get to draw 1. So that's unlikely to happen, but it does, of course, confer a block of 2. He's elected instead for the more aggressive loadout with the Crown of Dominion. As we say that, though, also has the quick dodge flexes to potentially mount some defense on a turn at reaction speed if he needs it.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if he can get the full defensive value on the quick dodge flexors. You'd love to be able to pitch a blue and go 3 chain links wide. Arakni slipped through the cracks, normally goes 2 chain links wide, and the question will be, will he get the full value out of that quick dodge? 1 damage over from the Hunter's Clave. Shirui now becomes marked.
And that's the first reaction for the double trouble. Is there a second one to get it up? Nope, looks like it's going to be chain broken for Tom Escoffier here.
Spinneret creates the Graphene Calycera to start this game, so only 1 Hunter's Clave for this moment forward.
But that is an incredibly potent dagger setup for the Arakni Slip to the Cracks. That's exactly where you want to be against Gravy Bones, because once they start resolving Rigor Mortises and Limpids, these pesky 1-health allies, having a Calycera to take that down efficiently can be exactly what Tom Escoffier needs to not fall too far behind. So he must be very happy with this beginning setup where he already has the Calycera in play.
Let's see the first hand here for Shirui Wu. Kind of an interesting one. Call to the Grave, Golden Tipple, and the Drag Under. Golden Tipple going to continue to do what it's done all tournament long. Put in some major work, fixing through the hand.
Actually, gold bait hook.
Yeah.
Starting in terms of the gold baited hook, since he's going to be sending a Golden Tipple, so guaranteed generation of the gold already makes that Golden Hook activation practically free, or risk-free, should I say. Tipple, 3 go again.
Once Gravy Bone starts to get up to 3, 4, 5 gold, it gets really challenging to stop him maintaining those riches for too long.
It looks like he drew into a Sawbone. Sawbones can be very, very tricky for Slips of the Cracks to deal with sometimes, especially if the turn relies on a flick. If flick hitting basically requires that a head jab goes towards the Sawbones first to begin with.
Activative Gravy Bones here.
This time did find a blue.
Sawbones hits the yard.
On the port side exchange to perhaps power up this Conqueror of the High Seas that he's currently holding on to.
Tom Escoffier is going to be able to deal with that with the Balance of Justice once.
Tom Escoffier as well with a very interesting choice of headpiece over here, opting for a Balance of Justice instead of the Crown of Providence. Both headpieces definitely have their merits in this matchup. Balance of Justice can often draw you the extra card because Gravy Bones draws and discard cards so much. However, Crown of Providence can sometimes just insulate you from a Conqueror of the High Seas or even a Command and Conquer, which Shirui Wu is sporting 2 copies of.
Comes the Dead Threads activation. Gets the resource. 2 come in with the Conqueror of the High Seas. This thing's got go again. It crashes in for 8. There might even be some follow-up here.
very strong first turn of the game for Shirui here.
But it's a shelter from the storm from the Arsenal. So 4 damage over, down to 34. Ghost Arakni slipped through the cracks.
Gets to actually play the defense reaction from Arsenal, because unlike Command and Conquer, Conquer of the High Seas does not have the clause that prevents defense reactions from being played against it. So Tom Escoffier dodges the Arsenal disruption effectively. Just takes 4 to the face, still holding on to 3 cards. Question is Shirui going to develop any allies on this turn? Looks like no, just moving to the end step and arsenaling his last card. So no allies deployed on this turn, and he is still marked from the turn 0 flick of the clave from Tom Escoffier.
Tunic goes to 2. Time for the first true attacking turn for Arakni, slip through the cracks. 3 go again with the Kiss of Death. We saw how beautifully these worked for Tom Escoffier in that quarterfinals match.
No reactions. 6-4. Yeah. 35.
Oh, taking 4 is Shirui from the Kiss of Death. Going to lose the mark token as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Bonds of Attraction coming in from Tom Escoffier. This is further Gravy Bones hate in his decklist alongside the Undercover Acquisitions. Undercover Acquisitions attacks the gold pieces on Shirui's side. Bonds of Attraction currently threatening the Soul Bones and the Anka that are currently in Shirui's graveyard. Block of 3 currently. Kiss of Death is flicked. Is there an attack reaction to force the on-hit of the Bonds of Attraction?
33, 34.
This for me, but you can write again. I will Arsenal.
Arsenal, the final card. So no reaction over the top for the Bonds of Attraction, but that's a really good call out. If there's any ways to get these allies out of the graveyard into the Banished Zone, they will no longer be accessible for Gravy Bones to call them forth.
And they do double duty in this matchup, because one angle that Tom Escoffier has in this matchup is not just killing the Gravy Bones via life total damage, but also via deck damage. And Bonds of Attraction attacks him on 2 fronts. Takes a card off the top of the deck and banishes an ally completely.
Plenty of allies available now for Shirui. Sawbones. What's the bottom? Was that an Enki? And a Chum.
I have a Fidia drawn off the Broadside Exchange. Gonna
See what
opt.
the opt is. Blood on the Water. Is that a Swabby? It's an ally of some kind, yeah. 2 golden tipples there.
Which means you could draw into the ally now from the gold, use golden tipple, discard the ally, draw into the defense reaction to park in your arsenal against the assassin. Of course, that would be the third card drawn this turn, excuse me. So Balance of Justice on the other side definitely going to be available for Tom.
Fascinating to see. We talked about it in the quarterfinals, but it's just fascinating to see Balance of Justice return to prominence because of how often Gravy Bones draws these cards. Just does such a different thing in the matchup. And we are seeing immediately Tom's just going to reach for it. He's going to get that perfect block out because of the gold-baited hook being stapled onto this golden tipple.
Will he go ahead and activate it this turn, though?
Dead Threads allows for Chum to come forth.
And attacks for 4. Chum can be kind of awkward for Arakni slip to the crack sometimes as well.
Yeah, we've already seen one Orb Weaver Spinneret get played.
Might require Tom to use a +3 attack reaction on the Chum, which is not exactly where you want your attack reactions to go. Balance of Justice also available to him. Unfortunately for the viewers, no copies of Regicide in this Arakni slip to the cracks deck, so we won't see that sort of ending coming out in this game.
Yeah, we've seen some of those cards sneak into these lists during the national season. I've noticed some Regicide in some lists, even some cards like Extinguish the Flame. Cards where you really get some specific tech when you are expecting so much of a specific hero or strategy. Tom here maybe even considering a block. Not able to use all the cards in his hand effectively on offense. Wants to get 3 value from them on defense.
One of my favorite spicy tech cards to come out in this meta is Hunter the Ends of Wraith in Cindra lists, specifically for Arakni slip to the cracks. 0 for 4, go again with unconditional mark. Cindra has access to that because of the amount of Arachnis present in the metagame. Not in this matchup, though. This matchup is a Gravy Bones versus Arakni slip to the cracks. 1 block taken out of Tom Escoffier's hand.
Life totals currently evened up here in the second semifinal. 1 go again with the Hunter's Clave. 1 floating now for Arakni slip through the cracks. Tom Escoffier Looking to potentially mark Gravy Bones. There's a window here for the Chum activation.
It's always a little bit scary when the Arakni Sit to the Cracks pitches a card to swing the dagger.
And there's a funny sequence with these Chum allies, these Gravy Bones decks. Often you don't see Chum actually activated. A player just attacks into it anyway because of the threat. Shirui maybe doesn't even have to activate it here.
You know your opponent pretty much has to get rid of it if they want to do any semblance of a strong turn later on down the line. So you might as well just hold the activation and save your Watery Grave card for your own turn.
One of these two players will be our next Pro Tour finalist. You think about the Pro Tours in the past, you can just remember the names of players who reached nearly the top of the mountain top. Such an incredible run when you get that far.
Kallistra coming in. One go again at Shirui.
+3 on the Kallistra. This is just damage, so looks like Shirui is just taking it here. Down to 28.
And this also consumes the Arakni Stip to the Cracks go again. Despite Kallistra getting go again from the opponent being marked, it still sees the Arakni ability and consumes the go again from the stealth.
Interesting here. Orbeaver Spinneret.
Yeah, didn't get full value from this.
Because you could have attacked with the Kallistra first if you were expecting to use the go again from Arakni, right?
Yeah.
And then flick knives on the Hunter's Clave, re-equip with the Orbeaver Spinneret. So a point of value lost on this turn from Thomas Escoffier.
Ponders into a random card, does clear the Chum at the end of everything. But Shirui with the full 5-card grip. Unfortunately for Tom Escoffier, a little bit of an anemic turn there. He just sent 5 damage to the face, cleared the Chum, and handed it over to Shirui.
And when you're already having a bad turn, not being able to extract every point of value.
Not only that, Shirui has found another conqueror of the high seas. Now we know his arsenal is a defense reaction. I believe he's holding on to a second Blood in the Water as well. So could be a little bit clunked up on defense reactions is Shirui. So let's see how much of an offense he's actually going to be able to mount with the space that he's been given.
Golden Tipple here. Discards the Humperdinck. Makes the gold again. No hook activation here.
3 card in hand, right?
3 cards in hand. No blocks. It's an easy call thanks to the hook not being activated. To see when that hook gets into play here on the turn, because now that the gold's been created, there's no worry of getting blanked.
Still has an option to activate Gravy Bones to perhaps get rid of the Blood in the Water that's in his hand right now. Or get rid of whatever the top card of the deck is. Looks like Gravy Bones is going to be activated. What was the draw? What's the discard? Looks like Blood in the Water will be discarded. That can be a little bit of a tell for Tom Escoffier.
Yeah, because we know it's a Blood in the Water in the arsenal for Shirui. And we see the Conqueror of the High Seas come forth. 8 damage with go again.
2 conquerors in 2 turns. You know, sometimes on the other side you might say, my opponent got really lucky, he found 2 conquerors, but with the amount of churn that Gravy Bones does, constantly changing the texture of his hand, it's really 2 conquerors amongst the first, feels like 12 to 13 cards, which definitely can happen, coming in for 8 go again.
Balance of Justice was just activated for an extra card for Thomas Escoffier. Oh, and it's still all reds. Looks like he might have even been searching for potentially something like for that Command and Conquer, but this hand is it all attacks?
Not only is it all reds, there's no attack reactions in this hand as well. This hand simply doesn't convert, which actually does make it a fairly good blocking hand. If you are forced to block on a hand, you want it to be a hand like this, where you weren't able to convert it offensively anyway. So blocking out the Conqueror while the opponent still doesn't have any allies on board and hasn't played a blue card this turn.
Block 9 is good as the call.
Might actually be...
No, he played the Tipple.
Oh, he played the blue Tipple, of course.
Yeah, played the Tipple.
And Death Threads is available as well, so Solvents can go ahead and attack for 6. All things considered, not the worst for Tom Escoffier there for drawing what is basically a break out of 6 cards in total, 1 in Arsenal and 5, thanks to Balance of Justice.
Now we see what the hook was saved for. An attack for 6 from a Sawbones makes the gold right on back. Frailty goes away, and we keep seeing what happens when Shirui Wu is given tempo and given space in this top 8. He has just continued to find fantastic turns when his opponents basically let him draw the 5 cards and say, show me what you got.
3 go again on Sawbones.
3 go again, and Sawbones clears it. Pain in the backside is going to take care of that card.
What is the follow-up, though? You need to start attacking Shirui Wu's hand over here. You cannot let him have the space, as you're saying, Sam.
Art of Desire Body. It's going to banish a card off the top, but there are so many fewer reds in this deck versus the mirror that we saw Thomas Escoffier play early.
It's 15 reds total in the 80-card list that Shirui Wu has presented. We don't even know if he's brought in all 15 of them in this matchup.
And he's even able to just see the top of the deck. He knows it's a blue. It's a portside exchange, so it's not even an ally. He's going to lose if this thing hits. I think he might just be content to say, sure, dude, you got it.
Actually,
you can take the top card.
Actually, this is a head jab. Unless, of course, Take Up the Mantle is a card he potentially needs to worry about. Not entirely sure if Tom Escoffier has managed to get a Bonds of Agony in his graveyard
No,
yet.
he has not. He hasn't seen a single copy of the card.
He's seen Persuasive Prognosis, but you don't really want to mantle into that, especially since that will require you giving up your final Hunter's Glaive.
No block reactions? No reactions.
Blood in the Water, 4-star, which Tom Escoffier probably had the read was there because of the Gravy Bones discard on the previous turn. Now Shirui was deciding if he still wants to get rid of a Watery Grave card from his hand. Looks like he declines to do that.
It's free on you.
Now they're Bonds of Attraction, and this is the second copy, and it's for the second time not backed up by an attack reaction. You have to imagine this card was a potential key for Thomas Escoffier to manage that graveyard, and it has now just come in as either a head jab or a chain ender. But it looks as though Shirui Wu is happy here to just let this thing hit because he knows the top of the deck is a blue, and he can just banish a different blue. Oh, he can just banish
Yeah, you can banish
any
any card. You just won't
Okay.
gain the life. So Humperdinck is gone now, and I believe Shirui Wu is only sporting one copy of the card. So Wayla Humperdinck not going to be a factor in this game at all. Which, to be honest, with the pace of the game right now, it's turn 3, and Tom Escoffier is already down to 26, already down to 66% of his life total, effectively. Let's see Shirui Wu being fine giving up the Wayla Humperdinck.
Both players here sitting at relatively even life. 25 currently playing 26, and once again, Shirui Wu hits it perfectly. And a little bit of a look to the sky there from Thomas Escoffier.
And that was fully blind as well, Sam. The top card of the deck that he knew was there got banished from the Bonds of Attraction. So it's fully blind shot the high seas that hits perfectly.
Perfect. Makes the 3 floating, gets the ally in the bin, makes the gold. Gold now can immediately be cracked, it looks like, after the utilization of the Gravy Bones ability. Goes down to 1 floating. Shirui Wu, once again, given full tempo. Going to go ahead and just draw cards, get allies in the bin, and the pressure does not stop.
He had the Blood in the Water to stop the Bonds of Attraction potentially, but decided he was fine losing one of his allies in the graveyard to hold on to the defense reaction.
But this is a bit of an awkward turn. We've played the blue, so the allies are an option.
Yeah, but he has no second blue for the Swiftwater Sloop, for the High Tide.
No, this is an awkward turn for sure. He doesn't have ways for more action points really in any way, and this Sea Legs is looking like it's going to be stuck unless it's pitched.
That was quite a bit of digging Shirui Wu did there. Didn't find the second blue.
Enki going to be played here with Go again, pitching away the Rigor Mortis. I wonder if he's just going to double ally? No, he's going to...
Could just send the Swiftwater
Yeah.
Sloop, just get out of hand. Looks like it's going to be an Anka coming in for 5 with the gold-baited hook activation.
Yeah, no Go again here. So Shirui Wu, for the first time after the perfect hit of the chart the high seas, for the first time we're actually seeing a bit of a stumble. This is something his opponents have tried to push for multiple games now that we've seen on camera. Show me what you can do with 5 cards. Every other time Shirui has been able to answer the question beautifully, but here 2 cards remain in hand after the arsenal. That's a veritable IP2. Thomas Escoffier was happy to give the gold off the gold-baited hook because now this Kiss of Death gets to come in, clear the Anka, and it's all gas from here.
And those aren't great cards to keep either, Sam. That's a red and a yellow that you're holding back behind with a defense reaction and arsenal. Now that he's drawn back up, he just has 1 blue in hand, and that's a snag.
Wonder we'll have to see if the snag eventually tries to find its way to the arsenal to stop something like a Bonds of Agony turn. Here comes the Hunter's Clave. This is 1 Go again, and of course the Kiss of Death going to be threatened for that Flick Knives.
1 floating, Tunic on 3 as well. Smells a little bit like a potential Codex. We know for sure this Kiss of Death is going to get flicked for an additional 2 damage to Shirui Wu.
This is actually a potential turn that the Quick Dodge Fluxers could have been used for those 3 chain links to get the full 6 value with a blue.
giving a full card to block Hunter's Clave, it just feels so incredibly bad. But Shirui Wu's hand currently, honestly, top of his deck so far hasn't really been very, very friendly to him.
Still doesn't have the blue.
Yeah, that's because he kept a red and he was forced to keep a red and a yellow from the previous turn, so had to find 2 blues in the next 2 cards.
This has all of a sudden gotten quite awkward for our Gravy Bones player. In reactions, after the no block call, it's going to be 2 damage from the Flick Knives, 1 damage from the Clave. Now Shirui is marked. 2 cards left in hand for Tom. Let's see what he does with it. Tunic is going to come in here for just the Command and Conquer, and that immediately buys the blocks off of Shirui. It looks like he was expecting that one. And there's the final card headed to Arsenal for our Arakni player.
And those were the 2 cards that he kept from the previous turn, the Sea Legs and the red Swiftwater Sloop. Going over to his turn, looks like he's going to start with the Gravy Bones activation. Wants to get rid of that Limpet. I believe knew what he was going to draw as well, thanks to Compass.
Yep.
Just
and
plays a
just
jump from hand. And that's a 1 copy of Snag gone to the pit zone. You know for a fact Tom Escoffier noted that down. Doesn't need to worry about Snag anymore for the rest of the game unless something like a Call to the Grave is played that will shuffle Shirui's deck.
And is it still the Blood in the Water in Arsenal for Shirui? So this is actually so important that it was the Command and Conquer on that turn cycle, because even if Shirui wanted to develop the Snag in the Arsenal, the Command and Conquer meant that Blood in the Water wasn't going anywhere, had to stick around, and Shirui Wu then forced into pitching that Snag away. That means that it is kind of all lights green for Tom Escoffier if he finds a Bonds of Agony at the right time. Double Trouble now going to go ahead and point itself at Chum. The Razor's Edge is going to put it up to 6. That's going to take care of the ally, send it to the graveyard, face down. And now Tom Escoffier's got a bunch of allies in the graveyard, but his life total's looking low, and another Command and Conquer once again threatens that Blood on the Water.
As long as Shirui Wu's deck isn't shuffled thanks to something like a Call to the Grave or the opponent's Bonds of Agony, Tom Escoffier doesn't need to worry about a Snag until very, very late in this game, if we even get there.
Yeah, there's the 1 copy of Codex of Frailty that was played. That's going to be able to be turned face down and create the gold token.
So there's a very interesting decision for what to turn face down here from Sunken Treasure, given that you haven't really seen that many Codexes being resolved from the other side. If you want, you could Sunken Treasure and turn face down something like Leave No Witnesses. Something like maybe if there's only 1 copy of Command and Conquer, you can totally turn that down as well to deny future Codex targets. But Shirui Wu at that point was sitting on just 0 gold tokens, so decided to just turn face down the yellow card, get his first gold to fuel this turn.
Let's see how Shirui wants to utilize a 2-card hand. I feel like in this feature match area during this top 8, we've just seen him flush with cards and resources and agency. Chart the high seas. It's hit perfectly 2 times, doesn't hit perfectly a 3rd. Tip the Barkeep hits the graveyard, Murderous Rabble hits the pitch. 3 floating in the zone. Looks like he might be switching that one out as he takes a look through the graveyard. Make sure he figures out what he wants to keep around. A lot of allies to work with. He'll be able to play one on this turn thanks to this Chart the High Seas. We know it's still the Blood of the Water in the Arsenal, and honestly, I think Tom Escoffier might have sniffed that out by now.
Yeah, he has to think of what he wants in the second cycle. Looks like it's going to be the Murderous Rabble. Doesn't want to tip the Barkeep to come back around. Looks like we might be heading for that sort of game state. Especially with the loss of the Whaler Humpeting, Tom Escoffier maybe at this point feeling comfortable to perhaps pivot to a fatigue strategy. We're going to have to see how he decides to block any damage that Shirui Wu sends his way.
Anka, Drag Under going to be played. Loot the Hold going to join this attack as well. So this will now get to come in on hit, make the gold, and discard for Tom. No go again. Excuse me, this is the on-hit discard.
Just to make extra clear.
1 gold remaining behind for Shirui Wu. And with the block of a Balance of Justice earlier on, Tom Escoffier perhaps needs to give 2 cards to block as Anka's on-hit. Looks like it's going to be just again Tarantula Toxin hitting the combat chain
2
on
premium
defense.
reactions. Yeah, I have to wonder what the rest of Tom Escoffier's hand looks like as a result. So let's take a peek. Ooh, interesting. The Concealed Blade's going to hit the pitch, though, as the Graphene Calicera.
1 go again on you.
1 go again. Heads towards Shirui.
No, go again.
Go again.
Go again from those 2, yeah.
From Sleepy and from the mark.
True. Super go again.
Super go again.
This thing, nothing has gone again like this Graphene Calicera. No blocks, no reactions. Both players down to 21. Our semifinals is all evened up. Tom Escoffier coming in for 1 with the Hunter's Clave, trying to remark.
And does have the 0 for 3 stealth card in his hand to clear out the Anka. So it's going to go right at the Anka. In fact, not going to be used for its on-hit effect because it is attacking an ally rather than a hero. So no Blood Rod Pox created. No go again either. Arakni slipped through the cracks. Effect was consumed on the Graphene Calicera.
So once again, Shirui Wu in our top 8. 5 cards. All the tempo, all the agency. Do you have the ability to swing together as impressive a turn as we've seen throughout this top 8?
Starting with the Gravy Bones activation. At this point, I do want to point out the deck sizes on both sides, Sam. Both of them, despite it being only turn 6, both players churning through their decks quite aggressively. Looks quite a lot thinner. Looks like both players have graveyards that are larger than their decks. And that puts the onus on Shirui Wu to overcome the fatigue that Arakni slipped through the cracks is potentially threatening.
Yeah, both players have just been walking each other down in life. 20 currently playing 21. Gold Kiss Rum created off of the Tip the Barkeep. Blue now has been played. Limpet joining the fray. Gold Kiss Rum has to wait a turn. To go again. Sawbones in the pitch zone. No blocks is the call. To 19 will go Thomas Escoffier. And it's just the sea legs as the follow-up. This is about as bad as it gets. And we've seen in the quarterfinals, when Shirui was given all of the space and agency from Arthur Trehet, he just put his foot on the gas and absolutely tried to slam the door, and it worked. Here, in this match, when he's getting these 5 cards, it has not played out in the same way whatsoever. He has just had so much trouble finding the action points, finding the allies. This turn is not very good at all. This is a lot of cards for 8 damage without any disruption.
And just one limpet left behind. And I think a big part of that is the choice of the boot slot. Quick dodge flexes instead of the Mage Master boots has left Shirui Wu sometimes unable to convert these hands and have those high impact double ally turns. We saw the 2 Conqueror turns back to back. Those were really strong, but after that he had a little bit of the brick, couldn't find the second blue for the Swiftwater Sloop, and past then, even though he's been given the space, without the Mage Master boots, hasn't been able to do something really, really threatening. Thomas Escoffier now with the space and the agency to decide how to block the sea leg, still going to respect the vanilla damage coming out from Shirui Wu. I think he's potentially setting himself up for a fatigue endgame here.
To see just how Tom wants to play it out. Tunic goes up to 3. 27 minutes elapsed so far.
1 go again on Limpet.
1 go again clears Limpet with the Tunic on the Graphene Calicera set up on turn 0.
And just like that, that's another ally sinking to the depths of the ocean, never to be reanimated again, as Leave No Witnesses hits the combat chain and threatens Shirui Wu's arsenal while he no longer has gold-baited hook to block a breakpoint. But I believe, is it still the blood in the water in there?
I think it is, dude. So this Leave No Witnesses is threatening what I think is still that blood in the water. So this has to be an easy time for Shirui to go forward. But
is Tom holding on to a Concealed Blade?
He pitched a Concealed Blade.
Ah, he pitched it, yes.
That turn, yeah. So I don't know what the card in hand or arsenal is here. So let's see.
It just feels like both players are just exchanging middling turns after middling turns. Like,
And
this
there's the
isn't
blood in
really
the water,
disruption
yeah.
because there's still a defense reaction there. Shirui Wu on his side just resolved a limpet and sent a sea legs. Both players are kind of swinging wet noodles at each other, and these were supposed to be the 2 most powerful decks in Classic Constructed.
It is going to be the Concealed Blade here. +1 is the call.
But is he flicking as well to actually empty out a dagger slot? Looks like he isn't.
No, he's happy to have the Calicera.
Well, he could have flicked the Clave and then re-equipped the other Clave in his inventory, but that would have gotten blown out by another defense reaction. Although I think all 3 Blood in the Waters have been seen. So not entirely sure. Perhaps missing 1 damage, or perhaps just didn't want to take that risk.
And look, here comes the Rigor Mortis out from the yard after the Tip the Barkeep makes another rum.
Okay. With this pitch zone from Shirui Wu's side, I think he's setting something mean for the end game. I think that's what's happening. I think he's recognizing that this could absolutely go to a fatigue state, and he's just putting on just enough pressure on Tom Escoffier's hands to be able to draw some cards from him to limit the offense that Tom's able to send. But I believe Shirui Wu's got a disgusting endgame lined up for us.
Well, Shirui told us in his interview, one of his favorite things about this hero is how effectively and how often you have to pitch stack. He was doing it at the world premiere in Taipei. He said that's what made him fall in love with this hero. And now, if what you're saying is correct, we might be seeing him play towards that exact strategy and game plan and see if it's enough to get him into the finals of a Pro Tour in his home country.
Especially the run that he's got going on as well. I think he's doing these middling turns on purpose so that in the end game, unless he gets disrupted, Tom Escoffier will just be under an onslaught of boats and tipples and allies. And remember, because this is Gravy Bones, a pitch stack isn't 15 turns away. It's more like, I don't know, like 10 turns away because of all the gold and all the draw discards off of tipples and the Gravy Bones hero ability itself.
6 damage that Thomas Escoffier has to think about. It's going to be the Shelter from the Storm.
Interesting inclusion in this matchup. A lot
Yeah,
of times against a
fascinating.
board state deck, you're heavily incentivized to just keep as much offensive output in your deck as possible. So the fact that we see Shelter from the Storm in Tom Escoffier's deck perhaps signals to us that he is ready to take this long, is ready to threaten fatigue, and put the onus on Shirui Wu to overcome the threat of decking out.
3 go again with this pain in the backside. Has the Calicera if needed to clear the Rigor Mortis easily with the go again.
Threatens an extra 1 damage with the mark as well, thanks to pain in the backside's effect.
So let's see just how Shirui wants to block this out. Both players now sub 20. Players half their starting life totals. Both players fighting for a chance to make their first Pro Tour finals. Mark token comes out from the pain in the backside, ostensibly flicking the Hunter's Clave.
I believe that's from the pain in the backside's hit effect.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
Shirui Wu
yeah. The Hunter's Clave
that-
from the pain in the backside.
got it.
Yeah. But now the Fiend Calicera gets to come out, take care of the Rigor Mortis, and to leave no witnesses one more time, threatens the arsenal of Shirui Wu. Last time, Blood in the Water was able to take care of it, no problem, but we are back where we started. That arsenal is threatened once again.
This time, no defense reaction for Shirui Wu's arsenal over here. I'm curious what Tom Escoffier's arsenal is. Don't believe we had a chance to take a look at what it was. But while we're talking about pitch stacks over here, looks like Tom Escoffier is also pitching Disruption to go alongside something as Shirui Wu might be setting up. However, Tom's going to reach this pitch stack a lot slower than Shirui Wu is.
That's a very good point. We've seen Tipples and Swiftwater Sloops. Those would be threatened by something like a Mark of the Black Widow, but there's so much more deck velocity for these Gravy Bones players. Block for 4 exactly, with 2 blocks there, the back alley break line and the golden tipple yellow.
Exact block of 4 that potentially vulnerable to a concealed blade, but he saw 1 concealed blade pitched and 1 concealed blade played, so knew that Leave No Witnesses was not going to be buffed. And the entire pitch stack conversation,
it's over.
It's over.
It's gone.
Done.
It's done.
Gone to the grave, as it's called to the grave, is played to get a chum-friendly first mate from the deck into the graveyard as the deck is shuffled. So anything that Shirui Wu was trying to set up is now going to be shuffled all around. But those threats are still in there. The red Golden Tipple, the red Swiftwater Sloops, those that were pitched earlier in the game, still present in the remaining deck.
Dead Threads allows for Chum to come in and swing for 4 and leave a big old body on the back end. And this was after a block with 2 cards. So with 2 cards left in hand, Shirui Wu able to present 10 points of value with both of those, with those 2 cards combined. Able to get 4 points here on offense and 6 on defense. In a game like this, where the disruption from Tom has, let's be pretty honest, not been that effective and not been that impressive, when you're now just kind of playing a straight value game, this is the type of play that can win you a match and get you into a Pro Tour Finals.
And that's what Gravy Bones absolutely thrives on. The numbers on these in this deck can just sometimes be very overwhelming.
I have to wonder if these sink belows, these shelter from the storms from Tom Escoffier, if they're just all trying to get over and get around the Conqueror of the High Seas that we saw played from Shirui. He got that once. He was able to get it out, get it on a turn that the Conqueror was played and threatening the Arsenal. But now we've seen a couple of the Conquerors, and these defense reactions, they're just not helping Tom put the pressure on that I feel like he needs.
And the Save of Bloodshed is looking a little bit awkward given the Chum's on the field here. There is a priority window for Shirui Wu to go ahead and activate the Chum friendly first mate right now.
And there are 2 allies in hand and on offer for Shirui. In response to the Save of Bloodshed, you can go ahead and activate Chum.
That's exactly what he's thinking about here. That would force quite a bit of damage to go into the Chum. Save of Bloodshed typically means that Tom Escoffier wants to start pitching the daggers, but these daggers come in for 5, which is really, really awkward for Chum's 6 health. Unless, of course, the Save of Bloodshed is instead going to buff up something like a Kiss of Death, which would make a clean clear of the Chum. And that's exactly what Shirui Wu needs to consider. If it's Kiss of Death, you don't want to discard the Chum over here because it's likely just going to go towards Chum anyway.
I feel like we just haven't seen whatsoever what this Slippy deck is trying to do in the matchup. No Persuasive Prognosis played, no Justin Nix, no Bonds of Agony, Codex of Frailty, that all it was able to do was clear a Chum. This Arakni Slip Through the Crack decks, it's not singing. It's a couple broken notes that are desperately trying to string together into something perhaps discordant and beautiful, but it is Gravy Bones perhaps playing the true Deadwood Dirge and trying to utilize these graveyard-filled allies to win this game.
It seems like Tom Escoffier honestly maybe trying to execute the fatigue strategy, which is potentially why his offense has been a little bit stunted. Not only is the defense reactions, he also seems to be blocking a lot of the vanilla damage that Shirui Wu is sending. I just go back to the sea legs, you know, the vanilla sea leg 6 attack that Tom Escoffier was happy to block. And also cards like Bonds of Attraction, for example. These cards tell us that he wants to just run the Gravy Bones out of threats.
So the Flick Knives here is going to flick the dagger. That is going to draw a card thanks to the Saver Bloodshed.
Chum was activated though. So Pain in the Backside went to his Chum, and this Hunter's Clave that's coming in for 5 thanks to Saver Bloodshed's buff effect is going to get rid of Chum, but there was quite a few resources expended. And is that the end of the turn for Tom Escoffier?
Wow, that is the end of the turn. Tom just went ahead and cleared the Chum. And Shirui, he had to spend a card to do it, but he now once again has a fair amount of tempo. The Golden Tipple comes out, he discards the Oyster, and this is 3 on hit, make a gold. Both players continuing to sit at these similar life totals. 14 plays 17, but the life totals are threatened to be evened up at this exact point and moment.
This is an extremely tense moment. As we get to these end games for both players, they have to be very afraid of what the opponent can do when they're presenting lethal. On Tom Escoffier's side, he gets to present stealth attacks with a whole bunch of tricky reactions behind them, which makes Shirui Wu perhaps not comfortable at the sub-10 life total. And on the reverse side, Shirui Wu gets to send allies, and once Tom Escoffier is in the sub-10 life total, facing down an ally that's attacking for 6 can make it so difficult for you to deal with it on the back end.
You have to wonder, Tom Escoffier, he got rid of that Whaler Humperdinck. That's part of what made him believe he would be able to go towards this fatigue strategy.
And look at that, he's counting the number of allies that he's already killed. I think we missed the count over there. I think it was looking like something like 6 to 7. And remember, this is open deck lists at the top 8, so he knows exactly the number of allies that are in Shirui Wu's deck. The maximum number of allies that Shirui Wu could have presented. He can do that count as he decides on these blocks. Looks like he's going to fully block out the Sawbones once again. I think he is determined to try and fatigue out Shirui Wu.
Tunic to 3.
And that's a scary proposition, Sam. In the semifinals of a Pro Tour, the skill level is extremely high. You're putting all the onus on your opponent to ask them whether they can solve the puzzle, whether they can mount an offense high enough that you cannot block. And then your fatigue strategy just completely falls by the wayside.
Tipple opting with the Eye of Ophidia. Back to the snag after the shuffle from the Call to the Grave. Swiftwater Sloop hits the top.
Needs to discard to the Tipple, discards a Limpet, gets back the gold, draws into the Sloop that I believe he topped.
Back to 2 floating. We've now seen 2 semifinal games be defined by the opponent attempting to fatigue their Gravy Bones opponent. Edison was unsuccessful. The question is, will Tom find a different route?
The Assassin is definitely a little bit more likely to be able to fatigue the Necromancer compared to the Earth Wizard. But it is still a very scary thing to do with your Pro Tour life on the line. Effectively asking your opponent to solve the puzzle. Because that was a take up the mantle that Tom Escoffier blocked with over there on that Sawbones attack. One of the more threatening attack reactions available to the Assassin class.
Yeah.
Another gold activator here.
Looks like it's a Saltwater Swell. 2 blues are now in the pitch. No gold remaining. Murderous Rabble going to show a blue. Now that Saltwater Swell is guaranteed to hit, and 3 go again is the beginning of this chain.
And this is a blue as well, so it will allow some of those allies in the graveyard to be played if Shirui wants to. Does still have access to the rum over there if he wants to do a double ally turn despite the lack of Mage Master boots.
3 go again. Showing the Saltwater Swell as it hits the pitch. Goes up to 4 floating. Or 3 floating, actually, because there was 1 left over.
And still has a blue in hand as well in the form of that snag. So could come in with the Swiftwater Sloop and still have a total of 5 resources thanks to Dead Threads. If he wants to go for something like a double ally turn off the rum.
3, 6, 12 damage already presented.
And this is after the 3 of the Golden Tipple earlier in this turn as well. That was this turn.
Wow, so 15 already presented and plenty of resources still to go. Leaving an ally on the field.
Potentially 2.
This is a turn that we talked about potentially getting sculpted with a pitch stack, but it was the Eye of Ophidia really that unlocked what we're seeing here as the Call to the Grave has changed any and all pitch stacking. But this is exactly the kind of turn that Shirui Wu has needed, and these Swiftwater Sloops have looked so impressive in both of the games here in the top 8. The go again, the action points, the ability to go wide, just proving to maybe be the difference maker, and we might be staring at a Singaporean player about to make a finals berth in his hometown Pro Tour.
The Golkis Rum over here is extremely scary to face down if you're in Tom Escoffier's seat as well, because this is 6 go again. Shirui Wu could absolutely play an ally, give the attack of the ally go again with the Golkis Rum, or maybe just play out a Limpet, which just has go again naturally anyway. And then use a Golkis Rum to give the ally, the playing of the ally go again, and attack with that.
And with Dead Threads not activated yet, no matter what the card is, that Rigor Mortis will be able to come in. Even a red plus the Dead Threads means 6 more damage is coming. So we've already seen 17 damage on this turn. There's potential for at least another 6.
And that will be potentially 2 1-health allies left behind after Tom Escoffier has given up his Kallistra on the previous turn. So it might even be very difficult for him to deal with the 2 allies. Goldkiss Rum activated. Gravy Bones is tapped. Rigor Mortis played with go again thanks to Goldkiss Rum.
You've tippled at the start of the turn.
Has made a gold with the tipple, so this gold-baited hook is free. Make a resource to block with the tunic, block with the boots, and play out the shelter from the storm to be able to clear the Rigor Mortis.
To be able to block the Rigor Mortis, just still needs to clear that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to be able to keep a card to clear the Rigor Mortis on his turn with the Hunter's Clave. That would mean Limpet is sticking around unless it's an attack with stealth. The Arsenal. He's just clearing it with the attack. Down to 6 goes Tom, and the Limpet sticks around, which is so important. In a deck without a weapon, Limpet quickly starts to feel like one at your side.
That was a fantastic turn from Shirui Wu on the previous turn. However, currently going to his turn with no more gold. Can he generate more on this turn, or does he even need it? Starting a turn with a Limpet attack for 2. Still has Golkis Rum as well. Could potentially do another double ally turn.
And
2 is so annoying to block. You don't want to give up a whole card to block 2, especially if you're trying to enact a fatigue strategy. And Tom Escoffier Seems to agree.
Really doesn't
takes
want
the
to block
two.
us for 2 with the single card. The Avasti now gets to come in and give this Rigor Mortis go again. And there's still a Gold Kiss Rum. The Gold Kiss Rum for Shirui has been so important in both of his top 8 games.
And that's why he played the tip, the barkeep, all those many turns ago. Knew he'd be coming to this sort of end state. These undercover acquisitions, we spoke about them when we were going over the deck list, have just been used to block. Called to the Grave, now being played out. That deck is looking really, really thin for Shirui, but full tempo is on his side.
Really, really thin, but the question is, will it matter? Because this attack is going to take at least a card from Thomas Escoffier.
Gonna activate the Gold Kiss Rum. Sawbones now can be played with Go again.
That taps Gravy Bones. Sawbones comes in with Go again. Hook. Attack for 6. There are 3 allies on the field at this moment. The arena absolutely filled with the stench of these rotting companions that Gravy Bones has called once again to his side. The question is, will they be able to pull forward through the most represented deck in this Pro Tour and vanquish the final assassin from these rounds?
Only 2 cards remaining for Tom Escoffier if he wants. He needs to give up at least 1, but he won't be able to clear anything. He just blocks on the Mark Black Widow, goes all the way down to 1, has 1 card remaining. How many of these allies can he even clear?
With 1 card, not many. It's just going to be the Kiss of Death into the Sawbones.
And now this means every attack is lethal. Limpet will be lethal. The blue saltwater swell that Shirui just drew is going to be lethal. Either Fate are going to guarantee that he hits a blue. If he even has any other colors left, which I don't believe he does. Murderous Rabble, Golden Tipples, Blue Golden Tipples, all of these are lethal attacks with Tom Escoffier at 1.
Golden Tipple now in the pitch, so 5 floating. Flick Knives has to come in and get in front of this saltwater swell.
Does have access to a Murderous Rabble on top of the deck thanks to the gold that Shirui has. Limpet going to be another pesky attack that Tom Escoffier needs to deal with.
2 go again.
2 go again. The Limpet.
And that's
Gets a block from the Codex.
Have we even seen Tom Escoffier resolve a Codex this game?
1, and all it did was clear a chum with a Orb Weaver Spinneret buff. Murderous Rabble shows a red, but that doesn't really matter here.
Still lethal.
And that Conqueror of the High Seas, if it's not this turn, it'll be next turn. That Conqueror will end this game. I think we might be staring at our next Pro Tour finalist. Tarantula Toxin gets in front. Oyston comes out. 6 block on the Rigor Mortis.
And he's going to draw into the Conqueror of the High Seas. That's 8 damage from that. 2 go again from Limpet and 6 from Rigor Mortis. That's all Shirui even needs to close out this game. And that's a fist bump extended. Shirui is your second finalist at World Tour Singapore. The Singaporean will be there representing his home country in the finals of World Tour Singapore.
Oh, I got goosebumps hearing you say that, Pankaj. Hearing the hometown hero, hearing the applause and the cheers from the crowd of his friends watching. The hometown hero continues his ride atop the Conqueror of the High Seas, and he is your next Pro Tour finalist.
And you have to absolutely commend his gameplay there, Sam. He presented not Mage Master Boots, showed up to the Assassin matchup with quick dodge flexes, and was still able to overcome the fatigue strategy that the Assassin opponent was trying to enact. What fantastic gameplay by him.
Dog, he ain't even need the boots at all. He didn't need his Mage Master or his quick dodge flexors. Those things sat in the equipment zone, and they didn't even have to hit the combat chain. That is how soundly Shirui Wu put himself into the finals. Let's go ahead and take a look at this bracket as we have reached the end of all things. There is 1 game yet to play. It's a Gravy Bones mirror. Did we expect anything else?
4 Gravy Bones in the top 8. The odds were definitely stacked in their favor for sure. And Gravy Bones, of course, turning out to be a pretty strong deck in Classic Constructed, I would say, but of course in the hands of the correct pilots. And Shirui Wu and Enki Dupaquier definitely showing us that they have what it takes to pilot the Pirate Necromancer to victory. Both of them going to be duking out in what's surely to be an extremely nail-biter of a finals.
Yeah. Look through this top 8. We've had so many incredible games. I mean, going all the way back, that Michael Hamilton game to start the day. What an unbelievable banger. Just seeing how Michael Hamilton was able to claw his way back, but Enki Dupaquier able to just
continue to cut through the tournament from there, find himself in the finals. And honestly, this has been the real storyline. Not only Gravy Bones and the emergence of the meta powerhouse, even though he was only the second most represented deck, but the real other storylines, we had the Frenchman, we had the French Revolution, all 3 players, but only one left in the finals. And now it's the hometown hero trying to stop the French Revolution, get in the way. Pocket, just for a moment, how does it feel for you to have a Singaporean player in the finals in the home country? You call this place home. Just how does it feel to be seeing this all come to pass?
I mean, what could be a better story, right? It's the Pro Tour in Singapore. We want the Singapore in the final to represent the country that we are playing in. And it's just, honestly, if either player takes it, I'll obviously be really, really happy. I mean, both players are absolutely amazing, but to have the Singaporean take it home, I got to be rooting for that one.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, folks. Brian and Mitch are going to take you through the finals as we take a moment and look through the scenes from our second semi-final. Shirui Wu, as you see there, calm and collected. Thomas Escoffier, what a run, but this is where it ends, as it's the hometown hero in the finals. Will he win, or will it be Enki? Find out next.
The Pro Tour comes to Japan for the first time. Join the Flesh and Blood community in beautiful Yokohama from April 9th through 12th in 2026 for an incredible event in the middle of cherry blossom season. Secure your tickets today and check back for more information this fall. But for now, we turn our attention to the current Pro Tour. We are at the business end of things, folks. We have two Gravy Bones players hoping that on the other side of the horizon lies their Pro Tour championship.
Feels like the appropriate way to end this Pro Tour, Mitch. With high seas season coming to a close, just seems so fitting that the hero has come out of the gates gangbusters. Gravy Bones will go ahead and decide the fate of who is the next Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, not even the most represented deck here at the Pro Tour, but definitely one that people had a target on the back of and definitely were worried about. One thing that probably isn't all that much in the forefront of our players' minds right now, but they'll be glad to be reminded of it at the conclusion of this game, is what is on the line. Outside of the title, of course, a Pro Tour champion, which in and of itself means a heck of a lot. Here is our prizing breakdown. $50,000 US. The gold for legendary, of course, PT Yokohama invite, and that champion's prize card. In this game, there's $70,000 to play for.
How about a card game with some of your best friends in the world played for $30,000 USD, the highest stakes our game has to offer?
Of course, this is what is on the line. I've only seen a very few of these Champions cards out in the wild. They are incredible. They are extremely scarce, of course, because you've got to beat the best to be the best and to claim one for yourself. And of course, with Pro Tour Yokohama already, now we know whispers of that on the horizon. A lot to be excited about. A heck of a lot to play for. But for one of our competitors, there's a little bit more than just the Pro Tour Championship title on the line. Something special about representing your country in your home country, defending them from interlopers, and now playing for all the marbles. Let's hear from Shirui Wu coming into this final. Mitch Leslie here with the second of our Pro Tour finalists, Shirui Wu of Singapore. Mate, what a run. It must be incredible here, of course, in home country, showing up in this grand final. We talked a little bit beforehand. I could definitely see the mental strain is there, but how are you feeling outside of that?
Feeling amazing. Those were two amazing games. I think played beautifully by both players, both games. I think that was some of the best Flesh and Blood I've ever played in my life. Yep. And I can't wait for the next match, but at the same time also feeling so anxious for it.
Do you feel it's kind of extra special for you? Obviously, Singapore as a Flesh and Blood region has definitely put forward some fantastic competitors in the past, but the fact that you're in a final here, in a home country, does that add pressure to you? Are you sort of enjoying it, soaking it up? Where's your head at in that sense?
I would say it's pretty amazing after every match to have the whole crowd just cheering for me because it's my hometown.
Yeah.
It's a really good feeling to see all my friends being supportive and happy, and it's just a really good experience for me. And
yeah, I mean, you looking ahead, I know you probably don't want to overindulge in that sensation right now. Let's talk about the grand final. You're walking into a mirror matchup here. We know those kind of games are extremely technical, but there's an element of snowballiness to them as well. What's the approximate game plan for you going into a mirror like this? What are you really trying to get established early on?
Well, I want to be the one with the bigger board first. Yep. Because the one with the bigger board is the one that the one with the smaller board is the one that has to clear the one with the bigger board. Yep. And going first will probably help with that, since he'll be on the back foot since he has to start clearing my allies already. I feel like this matchup is very swingy. The second an ally lives longer than one turn, it's quite bad for the other player. And my game against Trehet, I think I high rolled quite a bit. Yeah. I think he drew quite mediocrely, which I hope will happen again.
Yeah, sure. Nice to have that on your side heading into a mirror. Sometimes really it depends how the cards fall, so to speak, and how those draws come through. Shirui Wu, the hope of Singapore, heading into Pro Tour Grand Final. Thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, that kind of interview, pretty low-key. Shirui walks in and you could sort of see, I think it was just started to hit him what it meant to him to be in this game, and great to get to tease some of those thoughts out of him. Obviously, like there are a ton of heavy hitters that are coming out of Singapore. Chi Hong, a good example of like a fantastic player that always turns up at these events. Shirui Wu now inscribes his name amongst those top players. I'm excited to see what he has. His opponent hoped for a different matchup, I think, in this game. Hoped for a different opponent here. I'm sure definitely going to be feeling the tension coming into as well. Let's hear from Enki Dupaquier on how he felt heading into this grand final.
Mitch Leslie here with Enki Dupaquier, our first finalist here at Pro Tour Singapore. Enki, thank you for joining me, man.
Hey, nice to meet you.
In Flesh and Blood, there are close games, and then sometimes there are not. That was obviously pretty one-sided. You looked quite comfortable there, and in your run here in Singapore, you actually hadn't played a Verdance through the classic constructed rounds yet. So,
not yet.
First time going up against it for this event. How did you feel going into it? Did you feel favoured?
Oh yeah, extremely. Especially since I had the seeding also, so I knew I was going to play first, so I would have probably some good setup. And yeah, the matchup is very, very favored for Gravy if the Verdance doesn't have some crazy sideboard tech like Talishar and some very heavy fatigue game plan, which then they can fatigue the Gravy, but I think with the traditional Verdance list that my opponent had, it's extremely difficult to win.
So nice, of course, that you sit in a semi-final with a really positive matchup, but I got to know, what's going through your mind right now? This is a Pro Tour final coming up here. You know you're taking on a fellow countryman, or of course you're taking on a bit of a hometown hero in Singapore. Gravy or Slippy, where's your head at?
It's kind of hard to realize yet, to be fair. Still, it's like, I feel like I'm playing just games with nice people, and I can't realize that it's that big yet. Like, it's so, it felt so distant until now, and now in the finals, crazy things can happen. And the stars align pretty well for me against Michael, because I had to draw super hot to win that game. So now I can start to believe it a bit, maybe.
At the time of this interview, the second semi-final hasn't resolved yet, so you don't know who your opponent is going to be. What is your preference? Would you like to see Gravy Bones or Arakni slip through the cracks?
Obviously, I would want to see my teammate Tom from France to win, so we can play finals with both French players. We are friends in. We know each other pretty well now, so I'd love to play against my friend, and especially since I think I'm pretty good in the Sleepy matchup. I've worked on it pretty well before the event because I expected quite good number, not that many, but still a decent number of Sleepies. So we practiced that, and I'm pretty confident on this one. Meanwhile, in the Gravy Mirror, I think anything can happen, and it's a mirror match, so you gotta draw better than your opponent and play better, obviously. But I think my opponent is super good too. So,
well, I know your mind's racing right now, but I think don't hesitate to take the chance to just appreciate what an achievement it has been so far, not only for yourself here, but I mean, the French representation in this top 8 is no coincidence. You guys are playing incredible Flesh and Blood, truly, again, putting your country back on the map. So thank you so much, Enki, for joining me.
Thank you.
And good luck in the Pro Tour Grand Final.
Thank you.
So Brian, Enki Dupaquier didn't quite get his wish to take on his countryman and friend in the final. He will be saddled up for a bit of a mirror match, and Shirui talked a little bit through what he was hoping to do early in that matchup. Also, Enki says, I had to draw pretty hot to beat Michael. That game ended up being a little bit of a nail biter here. So he's hoping once again that luck is going to be on his side.
Yeah, and I'm looking at both these deck lists, and I don't see a whole ton to distinguish one from another in the mirror match. So I do think it's going to be about, to some extent, who draws better, because both of these players thus far in this top 8 have just awed me with their skill. And honestly, you were not going to make top 8 here unless you had that high level of skill, especially playing Gravy Bones. The amount of preparation, focus, just raw flesh and blood knowledge that is required to pilot this hero to the finals of a Pro Tour cannot be overstated. And I'm so impressed with what I've seen so far from these players. but there can only be one champion.
And so, folks, it has come to this. We've whittled down our 385-player field to 2 finalists here at Pro Tour Singapore. One last time, to hit the feature match table and see who comes out on top in this Gravy Bones mirror. It promises to be explosive, highly technical, and both of our competitors have to be locked in here. You mentioned some of the sort of overarching differences between the deck lists. Not a whole lot. There's some red Swiftwater sloops in the deck list here for Shirui. I see like a Diamond Amulet turning up, an extra copy of Limpet Hopalong in Shirui's deck as well.
Yeah, also some more Tip the Bar keeps available to Shirui Wu, so maybe able to get that broader battlefield set up and really get those allies humming, making multiple attacks in a turn. But we've seen a few of these Gravy Mirrors now, and they are explosive, they are volatile. Nothing, though, Mitch, seems more important to me than gold. If you are gold advantaged, you are game advantage. And both of these players are going to be hoping they can go ahead and get that currency flowing, making themselves rich.
The high seas ain't big enough for the two of them. And now, one last time, Shirui Wu and Enki Dupaquier prepared themselves to be tested. We'll see, of course, all the work put in by these two up until this point naturally comes to a head in this game. $30,000 being played for over the equipment suite. Mage Master boots, very important in this matchup. That gives you the ability to generate that massive turn if you feel like you need to obtain an edge, get back into the game if you fall behind. A bit of a safety valve, you could say.
Identical setups on both sides, as we expected. Kicking things off here with the first golden tipple is Shirui Wu.
Off to the races we go. That's a Limpet Hopalong into the graveyard. Golden Tipple represents a singular point of damage. And Enki straight away says, we're going to flip that ally straight over. Sunken Treasure gets in front on blocks. Shirui Wu going to have to work a little bit harder to dredge up some extra pairs of hands.
And we talked about gold economy right away, both players getting into the arena, but Enki doing so with a bit of disruption for Shirui's first turn, finds immediately the Sunken Treasure, an important tool for this Gravy Bones mirror.
It's the gold token generated off that moment as well. Talked about it, gold advantage is game advantage, and Enki Dupaquier is able to get a head start in that metric.
Does have an additional copy of Sunken Treasure as compared to Wu. 3 copies in Enki's deck, only 2 for Wu.
He's got a second one in hand as well. Compass, Peaks, that looks like a chum to me.
Sunken Treasure likely to fuel this turn. Maybe not, though, if the Chart the High Seas can do its thing. This card has impressed all weekend long, and it will do so once more.
Just like we drew it up.
Gold generated, resources generated. Enki Dupaquier, for maybe the 3rd time, might be off to an explosive start here in our feature match area.
Gravy Bones activation at the cost of a gold. We'll have Dupaquier draw a card and then discard a card.
Plenty of allies to further join the squad here. Call to the Grave picked up, so Enki going to have access to basically everything. Life, action points, who knows?
That
balloon animals, perhaps. Anything could come out of the deck at this point.
He's on 2 break lines, whereas Shirui is on 1. I mean, if you have a game, I think, where you see 2 break lines satisfied, their conditions are being put into his own face up, then you are probably pretty favored. And so, we've done a bit of maneuvering, bit of moving and shaking, gotten 3 free pitch this round. Now our eyes turn towards the offensive game plan for Enki.
If you're in Wu's seat, you're just thinking, no Conqueror, no Conqueror, no Conqueror.
Really wanted to benefit from being the first player, getting to establish an arsenal. He himself is sitting on a Conqueror and a copy of Sunken Treasure. Missing 4 copies on either side of the table of that card so far.
Showing up early for sure. Enki does have 2 allies in the bin. Perhaps can go ahead and get one protected before he has to attack. And now we see the call to the Grave coming out. Is it more ally setup?
Enki, I think the texture of hand doesn't allow him to, or doesn't require him to attack before deploying an ally. So there might not be a great window for Shirui to target one of those allies in graveyard and flip them over.
Yeah, and has pulled forward a back alley break line,
Oh,
so we
man.
might be trying to go ahead and get this multiple ally turn set up nice and early. 2 action points to the Gravy Bones.
Having an ally taken away, though, this could be awkward. Enki might be hoping to deploy both of those here, and running into a block of Sunken Treasure will blow that plan out. Unless he's got another way to get another ally in the bin.
Yeah, he would have to do so before attacking here to keep himself from being vulnerable to that Sunken Treasure. Let's see if he gets the sequencing
Surely
right
he
here.
plays around it here.
We've seen nothing but tight play from Enki Dupaquier thus far.
Rigor Mortis. Still 2 action points. Mage Master Boots.
Yeah, we're going for it all here, Mitch. We're trying to set up absolutely everything, and we've talked about how important it is to get the snowball rolling in your favor, and has dodged the Sunken Treasure, gets the chum out of the bin.
Full steam ahead.
And both of those massive members of the Cursed Crew are ready to do their thing out there in the arena.
Looking imposing. Chum and Rigor Mortis back to back, representing 10 damage here. And Shirui frustrated that Sunken Treasure in hand has no valid targets in Enki's graveyard. And I think in his own, it's a blue golden tipple and a face-down ally. He can't even generate a gold off that.
Time for the gold-baited hook here.
It's pretty blistering pace as far as Gravy Bones mirrors are concerned.
We've seen it time and time for Enki Dupaquier. Really does prioritize getting out there and getting in the mix.
Pick at the graveyard here. Another chum in hand for Enki.
Not sure exactly what Enki's debating here. Maybe how he wants to go ahead and pay for this Rigor Mortis attack. We saw him reach for the Dead Threads briefly.
He might be concerned about ending his turn with Chum still in hand here. So if he generates a free goal, he might feel more confident just sort of cracking it to draw. Okay. Pitched, of course, to power this Rigor Mortis attack instead. Yeah, said it's Dead Threads activation, or I send this yellow ally into the pitch. Puts him off Arsenal. Unbeknownst to him, pretty good against the Conqueror of the High Seas in his opponent's hand. So Shirui Wu has had 2 of his cards virtually blanked in terms of their effects by Enki on this turn.
Potentially, Mitch. There is still some possibility of a gold crack on this turn should this Rigor Mortis hit, and we want to go ahead and deploy the Dead Threads to pick up an additional card. Will depend. Depend if Monkey wants to go ahead and pass multiple gold into the next turn.
The temptation
getting a little lower.
Temptation to get greedy here, I guess, and get on an Arsenal, keep the pressure on, I'm sure is there.
Let's not forget here, gold-baited hook, amplified effectiveness in the Gravy Bones mirror. You're not just making a gold, you're stealing a gold. You're taking that away from your opponent.
Yeah. Creating a gold differential of 2 instead of 1 in other matchups. Okay, Saltwater Swell, Conqueror of the High Seas thrown forward. Seeing that, and instead, Chum's going to get forward.
Chum in the arena, finding a successful attack, and first damage is dealt here to Shirui Wu.
Looking towards the pitch zone now. Shirui just definitely a question of what's going back in the deck. Obviously, Call to the Grave would cause that stack to be interrupted. Okay, tipple, another Chum.
So now on work duty, it is Shirui Wu going to have to go ahead and clear out these allies. However, not a lot of cards in hand. Might only have 1 success here. Is it just the Rigor Mortis that looks to leave here, or is there some more action there in the arsenal potentially ready to clear out that Chum?
Swiftwater Swell pitched for, now revealing the blue on top. So that is an on-attack trigger. So Shirui can resolve that before we go to blocks, or rather, the resolution of the damage on the ally.
5 big resources at the ready now, and Swiftwater Sloop's going to do its thing out of Arsenal and clear out the Chum. The perfect answer here for Wu. We mentioned the differences in these deck lists. Those red Swiftwater Sloops only available to Wu, and they pay big dividends very early on in this matchup.
Not too shabby, able to clear the board. Remember, that was a Mage Master Boots turn from Enki Dupaquier.
He gave up a lot to set that up, Mitch.
Yep. Now, following that, we have an action point still. So I'm busy cracking into some gold.
Could be Wu just trying to set up that arsenal here.
Yeah, obviously no ally to really call upon.
Debating the value of keeping that gold for a future turn or burning it now. We will say that something like gold-baited hook could challenge that gold anyway. Maybe it's a use it or lose it situation for Wu.
You might be right. That's what he's considering now. Knows that he just doesn't want to be put in a position being forced to block. Also, he doesn't know the contents at the top of his deck. Is he going to gravy into his blind gravy?
Even further here, Mitch. He's going to take the opportunity to maybe gravy and find an ally off the top.
Jeez, okay, no way to see this coming. No way to have advance notice of this. That would cost him the goal, but Shirui probably believes that he's going to lose it anyway. He just wants to make use of this gold if he feels like it's going to get stolen from him anyway. Wouldn't be able to play the ally from graveyard. Nope, no good. Okay. It does represent at least an arsenal target. So, Shirui Wu skint, as they say, of gold. But able to get himself that extra card. Drawing on up. Sea Legs Avasti. Ally. Not exactly a blocker's dream, that hand. Golden Tipple. Chum goes away. Gold generated. Tip the Barkeep, drawn up. It sits next to a Call to the Grave in hand. Enki does have a second copy of Back Alley Breakline in the deck.
Still needs to deploy that blue to go ahead and unlock the graveyard. Taking some information off the top of the deck now. Another one of those copies of Tip the Barkeep we mentioned. Only one of those in deck for Enki Dupaquier versus the 3 for Wu.
Taking his time. Tip the Barkeep is what's being considered. Just another card that unlocks those slightly wider turns for Gravy Bones. I think if you compare this turn to the prior one, definitely the chasm in power level between them is pretty clear. Shirui Wu, though, in terms of advancing his own game plan, is playing reactively here. He's clearing allies, trying to maybe angle for a position where his own Mage Master turn can all of a sudden make him the beatdown.
But he does have those Mage Masters, Mitch, and I don't know that Enki got exactly what he wanted out of the Mage Master turn.
It was aggressive. Really aggressive use of them.
We've seen aggression rewarded time and time again in our feature match area when it comes to these gravy plays.
That's the Blanche to hand here for Enki.
Blanche, a card that was mentioned as being really good when you're ahead, when the game is rolling in your direction, and really, really bad when you're behind. We'll have to see how Enki assesses where he's at this moment in the game. Looks like it's going to be time for a chum here.
Gold-baited hook, of course, on a breakpoint. Shirui Wu as well, using that gold last turn, might even tell us that he's probably not going to look to block too heavily, which means something like Blanche could definitely get Shirui's attention, but that's not the plan on a turn like this. Might be just maintained for a pocket. Compass. Golden Tipple on top. 4 damage, no gold to steal, but Enki will still generate one. And this represents the last ally that was in Enki's graveyard to be called upon. Quite often see them leave as soon as they arrive in a matchup like this. You really do feel like the onus is on you to keep deploying those allies, keep trying to put your opponent in a position where they may stumble. And like Shirui Wu said, if you ever have a turn where an ally sticks around, that could just be it.
And Shirui is just going to take the opportunity to get value out of that balance of justice.
This will give him that tipple he saw on top. Angling for
That
a big
unlocks
turn.
the hand a little bit for Wu, being able to add that tipple into the mix. Not really a great start.
Wants a
But
way
now-
to get allies in that graveyard, right? It's really important. Comes into the turn with none of them there. Otherwise, it's, like multiple allies and a vast ye.
It would have been almost a brick hand. So reliant on finding the tipple here.
Tipple meet Chum. Going to knock that ally down to 4 health for the turn. Chum discarded. Gold generated.
That means that hook will be ready to go on this turn.
Spending that last turn with not a shekel to rub together. Portside exchange was the find. Just keeping track of the amount of damage that Chum has taken. Multiple hits in a Chum is never really ideal, but Shirui really just wanted to get his own Chum into the bin there. A vast ye is going to be played. It gives Chum go again. And on hit of a hero, importantly, creating a gold token. So if Shirui doesn't have a compelling follow-up to Chum that would threaten his opponent's Chum, he'll have to use the attack there. Send it into the other ally.
Completely acceptable. Holds pace here in the matchup. Checking out Enki's hand here.
Saltwater Swell, port side. Give no quarter.
Still with that Blanche set up in Arsenal.
Obviously, very effective if there's ever a window where Enki can actually deploy it comfortably against his opponent. Blanche just turning off colors.
Yeah, alternatively, clearing out the Chum, completely fine. But yeah, blanking tipples for a turn.
He just, I guess, played that Avasti out. No real way to make use of it. Go again, or no on hit, but
had to unlock the graveyard. Troy
had to have a blue card enter it by closing the chain after Avasti was played. Now, give no quarter here, interesting. No allies yet in the graveyard to discount. And probably hoping that Portside Exchange allows him to get some into the bin, but info about the top card of the deck is something Enki already has. That Compass of Sunken Deaths, giving him a chance to look forward.
So far, you played 2 Chum, 1 Rigger, right? So far, you've played 2 Chums and 1 Rigger, right? Maybe. True.
Enki just having a look at the allies he's already burnt through. Certainly taking his time. Yes, an awkward hand, actually. Both players have had a couple of hands that have been a little bit harder to unlock. Shirui is able to do it, of course, with that golden tipple moment. Waiting for a stumble is a reasonable strategy if you can keep yourself afloat.
This is that balancing factor for Gravies. You know, if you have 6 gold piled up, it feels like Gravy is capable of doing basically whatever it wants. If you get confined on gold, you find an awkward hand, numbers can be quite anemic, quite unimpressive, frankly. It happens rarely, but it does happen.
Okay, that was an ally on top. So Enki decides to crack gold for the draw as opposed to Gravy Bones activate. Portside exchange, okay. Gets Limpet Hopalong into the graveyard and generates a gold token.
Blue also played now, so that ally is going to have a chance to go ahead and join the fray as the turn proceeds.
It's not really enough to account for this Chum, though, and that's maybe what had Enki in the tank a little bit. Limpet's great as an extender, but she only comes in for 2.
I need to find more gas on this turn. There are some options, though. There's the sea legs in hand. There's that Blanche that's floating.
What's on top?
Any action? No. It's okay?
Swell is going to reveal a blue.
Okay. Now we're cruising. Again, like I do think Enki would much rather a bigger ally to have gotten into the graveyard this turn. So still, structuring a turn around that idea, and we'll have a ton of resources potentially. Chum needs to meet his end.
I think it's going to come eventually. There's plenty of options left here.
Was it like, yeah, like what, Limpet at Shirui, the other swell at Chum? I mean, no way, he's actually just targeted Shirui with the first one, so.
It could be sending the sea legs at the Chum. As those resources at the ready, Dead Threads could also do its thing.
That is a saltwater swell in hand for Enki, just deciding if this is the moment for it. Limpet doesn't need to be attacking now. Compass allows Enki, of course, to get that refresh of action point after playing an ally anyway. Quick math on the table. And just zooming out for a moment, Shirui has taken, incidentally, 9 damage across the course of this game.
Yeah, that chip damage, it adds up. It's a lot of Gravy's game plan. We are going to swell one more time here, still trying to get that aggression out of the turn. We'll see what the top card it is. It is going to be a blue once more, so 5 resources now.
Yeah, probably wishes he had a swabby in the bin. That is not the case. Is there a world where you're paying into gold here to dig even deeper?
Seems pretty reasonable right now. All you're using those resources on right now is a limpet attack into something like Sea Legs, so you can spend the gold, but it's a little bit harder than that. You really do want to go ahead and consider, oh, this is even better though, Mitch. No, I love this. Gold Kiss Rum here being spent, and you can use the Dead Threads resource to go Sea Legs, clear Chum, and then fire off that Blanche anyway. And we talked about being able to use Blanche at a moment where you're pulling ahead, and Enki has found a really nice spot to do so.
Gold-baited hook. Dead Threads. I think Shirui has enough incentive to block this card anyway, but that tech card, the one of Blanche, comes out of the deck here for Enki.
Yeah, and check out the hand here. It's a double golden tipple hand, so when that hits, that will defeat a lot of the purpose of golden tipple. Big dividends from this one of from Enki Dupaquier.
Yep. When this hits, all cards your opponents own lose all colors.
Look at this though, Mitch. The perfect answer here from Shirui. It's the blood in the water coming down to go ahead and cover that Blanche with very little resource expenditure.
Yep. It's just sending an ally to the bin. Gets him over in blocks. 6 block on that defense reaction. Nicely done. That is the perfect window for it.
Big find on the top of that deck to get that ally and not even have to give up a card in hand to effectively react and cover the Blanche.
Limpet's got to go. Golden Tipple trigger. Discard, anchor, draw. Gold generated. This has got to be about where Shirui goes for it. Leaking 12 points of damage so far over these last 3 turns. So what's next? Where do we go from here? Call to the Grave is there. Another Golden Tipple in the hand. We're going to send the call now.
And just remember, Mitch, it's so much less about life totals with these decks. It's way more about effective resources. Gold, very important. Mage Master Boots, very important. These are the type of things that, despite having a life total deficit, could propel Shirui into an advantaged position in this mirror match.
And all of a sudden, that graveyard's filling up with quality allies. Anka matters in this matchup, genuinely. Sawbones and Rigor Mortis are both there as well.
Yeah, Anka making its way in and out of lists, but both of these players choosing to play 2 copies here today. Happy to have access to that powerful option in the mirror match.
Now, obviously, it can be costly. You've got to discard a card with Watery Grave to trigger that effect. But basically, just the threat of Anka activation makes your opponent think twice about, effects like Golden Tipple that would let you draw up those cards, or gold activations. Rigor Mortis comes in. Enki says, I need to see what I'm working with here. We need to see what he's working with too. Oyston in hand. Rabble Abasi ×2. And there's no allies in graveyard right now for Enki that he can call upon. Oyston, I would not consider a premium choice, but he's going to be able to tangle with Rigor Mortis if he gets on board. No go again is the call.
Feels like this hand is going to have to improve a little bit for Enki.
So we saw Shirui do earlier on today is be really disciplined about how he uses his Mage Master boots. Couldn't be two more differing philosophies between these two players in terms of how they've used those. Balance of Justice and Gold Medal. When you ever see a double tipple turn, you know it's a decent time to throw that 2 block at the Balance of Justice.
Yeah, only one card
so
on this
far.
go around with the tipple, so not going to crack the Balance of Justice yet. It's a shame.
It'll
As
hang
I
around.
mentioned, I think Enki really needs to improve the hand here and only has 1 gold to do so. So could be a bit of an off turn. It's okay. It's not like it's a spot where Shirui really set up something oppressive on the other side. It is just a Rigor Mortis, fairly easy to clear. I don't think this is a moment where things will spiral out of control for Dupaquier.
Murderous Ramble here obviously would be an option for open, but instead we are paying into the gold token. Drawing.
New card picked up here. And
Golden
it is
tipple.
a golden tipple, and this just juices this hand immediately.
That's why we're playing 9 copies of Golden Tipple.
Yep. Now
between
the
these
gold
decks.
baited hook, a very live option. As soon as you find that tipple, everything changes.
There's obviously the question of the issue of Rigor Mortis on board that has to be handled. All allies basically say, you need to clear me instantly, but him more than most. 12 life lead here for Enki Dupaquier. That is something that he can work with, and it's owed to his strong start and use of Mage Master boots, forcing early Shirui Wu onto the defensive. But his opponent incrementally, I think, has managed to put himself back in a bit more of a commanding position. And it's been aided by Enki drawing a hand that initially didn't look great. But the tipple off the top with the gold activations changed that. Murderous Ramble at you, flipping a red, so just the 1.
Would have loved in retrospect to use that most ineffective piece of damage to go ahead and clear the Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, hindsight 2020 there. Enki didn't have the ability to peek that card. He'd already made use of the compass to see the first tipple of the turn.
Does still get a block, though, and that's because this gold-baited hook represents Enki's only path to gold right now, completely out. And again, gold economy.
Golden tipple will allow for it too. Discarding Oyston, drawing a card.
This is a nice way to get back into the mix here. Gold economy has been refreshed by the golden tipple. And there is an ally in the bin. There is a blue played. Oyston can go ahead and do its thing. And that could eventually lead to some gold as well. So a nice refresh here from Enki Dupaquier.
So to recap, we are able to clear Rigor Mortis, buy a card from hand on blocks, develop an ally, not the most premium one, but Oyston still also represents a gold to Enki if Shirui looks to clear it. And kind of has to, because Oyston represents a pretty cost-efficient way of keeping Shirui's board under control if he would dare to leave it up. So all things considered, if that's supposed to be an off turn from Enki, that's not too shabby.
I would agree. Turn improved quite a bit. As we said, it needed to via golden tipples.
And he's still making the most of his efforts to get in front early as Shirui bleeds a little bit more, down to 25 now. But we saw Michael Hamilton fight back from a far bigger deficit and almost claim the game. It's never over till it's over when it's a gravy mirror.
Yeah, I don't believe this game is out of Shirui's control whatsoever. This is still absolutely anyone's game. That life total almost meaningless thus far. And as I mentioned, those Mage Master boots, we can't lose sight of them. They're worth so much life. And something like a hit on a chart the high sees, a perfect hit, also worth a lot of life. And Shirui Wu is also winning the gold game right now. 3 gold piled up. With a gold made here, we're also going to be able to get an activation of the gold-baited hook on this turn. And Enki's almost going to be forced to defend with only a singular gold in his side of the arena.
Limpet's relevant in this kind of matchup. They do help you with that board control a little bit more, but sometimes you want to do more than just Limpet, swing with go again, get another ally out. You really want to be able to attack. If you're going to get 2 allies on board, you want to attack with both of them that turn. It's not enough just to put the body out there.
Second gold is picked up by Enki Dupaquier by virtue of that Oyston.
Reaches for the Limpet. considering getting into the red zone here, and off we go. 2 damage. Go again. Time for Enki to consider some blocks. Conqueror of the High Seas. Sawbones. Compass sees a golden tipple on top. Again, with a portside exchange, pretty straightforward. Able to draw up a card, send that Sawbones away, generate a gold. Enki's always found some way to get off of the ground floor when it comes to that resource generation of gold.
Yeah, these Gravy Bones decks have gotten so good at just making sure they are able to make something happen on every turn.
Taking 2. First points of damage taken by Enki Dupaquier in this game. Here come the Mage Master boots. Shirui saying, I implore you to consider parting with some more of that cardboard. Here's Sawbones coming in for 6.
And a crooked grimace from Enki Dupaquier as he faces a big attack from this Sawbones, threatening to take away one of only 2 gold and further cement Shirui's gold lead.
Look at the way this is drawn up, though. Enki sees Shirui likely going to end on Arsenal. Yeah, Sawbones is a threat now that he needs to price in the cost of clearing that a little bit. And he'll enter the turn with nothing in the graveyard in terms of those allies with Watery Grave. So he's got a few hurdles to cross. Getting gold, not an issue. He has that already. Getting Sawbones into the bin. Getting him on the field. Doesn't always feel great to clear with Sawbones at 6 power. Up against what? 1 health, 2 health with 1 damage prevention. Doesn't line up amazingly well. I'm not sure if he's still sitting on that extra copy of Avasti, Enki.
It would make sense as the potential Arsenal card here. Could have been pitched on the last turn. Not 100% sure. But I am sure that Enki has work across the next few turns to do. We talked a lot about that checklist you have to move through in the Gravy Bones mirror. The moment you fail to do your busy work each and every turn.
It's busy work. You feel like you've got to build an enterprise from the ground up every time it passes over to you.
Absolutely. And it is going to be successful. The Sawbones attack takes a gold away from Enki Dupaquier. 5 gold to 1 in favor of Wu right now.
It's a golden tipple on the Arsenal for Enki.
Okay.
Hey, perfect. That lines up with Sawbones. 3 damage, anticipating potential damage prevention. Means that it is the golden number from the golden tipple to clear the dock hand.
Looks like our judges just checking in on something here, making sure everything is moving smoothly, is above board. Sounds like we're going to let the judges go ahead and sort this one out. But for me, Mitch, it feels like there's been a very, very steady progression in this game. Enki started things off fast, as he often does, is aggressive with those Mage Master boots. But as the game has progressed more and more, I'm starting to feel the trend lean towards Shirui. I think just, again, it's all about careful management in this spot. And we saw Hamilton put into a similar spot by Enki, but fell to a much lower life total. For me, despite the early aggression of Enki, I think Shirui is doing a better job just not bleeding life while it's happening, and now is starting to find some purchase in this matchup.
His Mage Master boots turn right lets him, get a limpet established, also that Sawbones, and then Enki sort of says, I do need to, insist on being the leader in this game. I do need to keep that tempo going. So, we're able to convert a very nice amount of damage finally from Shirui's side of the board. And then heading over to Enki, that red golden tipple is pretty nice. Good way to start off the turn, can sort of clear that Sawbones. But just the one ally in his hand, it's a Sawbones of his own. And yeah, obviously he's able to, with tipple, send that one away. There's a judge call here, I think, about resource use in the prior turn.
I think that's correct. I think they're just making sure that players had enough resources to go ahead and progress properly. And look, these gravy lines get complicated, and it is quite hard to track. Make sure you have the resources to do everything you want to do. You have to count for dead threads usage, how much you're going to put into gold, how many floating resources you're going to have. So sometimes I do think the calculations can get quite intense and maybe a step missed. We'll see if that's the case here, as judges do investigate with a Pro Tour Championship on the line, you have to do your due diligence, make sure everything is functioning smoothly.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, I guess, that take you out of standard sort of resource scenarios with this Gravy Bones deck. Saltwater Swell, obviously, can add a card to pitch. Dead Threads, maybe like you're forgetting to activate it, or you're playing under the assumption that you've got that extra resource from it, but you've not actually reached for it. That's what the discussion here in terms of the judge call has been, but looks like we're now headed back down to the table. But limited interruption.
Everything seems to have been sorted out here. We'll get you exactly what went on.
Yeah, it was just an investigation as to whether the resource use was correct. And our players have dotted their I's and crossed their T's. Nothing found to be amiss.
And we're back where we started with Golden Tipple, headed the way of Sawbones, I believe.
Golden Tipple, target Sawbones, attack triggers. Yeah. Discard Sawbones. Sure. Draw, create a gold. He's dead. 3 go again.
Effective clearance here from Enki Dupaquier. Getting Sawbones out of the mix. We mentioned Golden Tipple. Just make your hands work. This one is starting to work, and it looks like Conqueror of the High Seas might have something to do with this turn as well. Plenty of resources to work with here. Despite maybe not having those allies set up, you've got the next best thing. And we do have a Sawbones now as well. Don't want to forget about that one by virtue of the Tipple.
I mean, if there's a turn here where Enki is able to clear a Sawbones, get his own Sawbones developed, ram a galleon up the nose of Shirui here and threaten the arsenal, that it would be a very, very good result. Sitting on 2 blues right now is Enki in the hand, Portside Exchange and Golden Tipple. So certainly the kindling to fuel this kind of round, this kind of turn. But Limpet's never an easy sort of threat to address. Obviously, there's a few cards that will do it for you. Blue Tipple, for example.
It just feels so bad. You don't want to put any more than necessary into the Limpet, but you certainly don't want to let that Limpet stick around for multiple turns either.
It just means that Shirui has more flexibility in terms of clearing Enki's allies. Now, Limpet wouldn't be able to deal with Sawbones on his hand, but it would be able to force that to tap, meaning that Enki wouldn't have access to use it on the offense on that next turn. So it's just annoying. It's a wrinkle in the plan that our Frenchman probably feels like he cannot afford. Remaining in the graveyard is Oyston and Unka for Shirui. Not the preferred allies to try and throw out there, but, well, when you're Gravy Bones, anybody will do. This blue Golden Tipple, like we mentioned, gets right in there and deals with Limpet. But I think it's just a resource of consideration here for Enki.
It never feels great to go ahead and deploy a Tipple without your yellow. You're thinking about using that for a future arsenal. You know, we've said time and time again, these turns don't work a lot of the time without Golden Tipple going ahead and kicking them off.
So he doesn't want to gamble on a Tipple. Wants that goal, that yellow card in hand before he resolves that and not have to bank on it being from the top. Sunken treasure.
Additional blue picked up for this turn. Maybe not changing the offensive options, but is changing the density of blues.
Looks like this is enough for Enki to start to come to a decision on how this turn ought to play out. He's thumbing the Tipple here.
It's an interesting option here where Enki could get real aggressive. Think about something like Conqueror face, Sawbones face. Let the Limpet stick around for a turn. It's risky. Maybe it's ridiculous at this stage of the game, but we've seen time and time again aggressive play get rewarded here in our feature match area.
We are agonizing on this decision. For a moment there, it looks like it was going to be just the Tipple. Now, Conqueror to face with Go again, of course, still threatening that arsenal.
Thinking about the rest of this turn is Enki Dupaquier. I've already outed myself as not having the discipline to stay on task, to keep clearing those allies. Enki Dupaquier, though, is a Pro Tour finalist, has the hopes and dreams of his countrymen behind him, wants to do it all right, and we're going to look to activate Gravy Bones
All right. Okay, it looks like a Restless Bones found its way into hand.
Another blue for Enki Dupaquier.
He's trying to find it. He just wants that yellow in hand. He really wants to try and make sure, okay, it's going to be Sawbones that gets out there. Sunken Treasure, Enki not really thinking too defensively right now as he, again, is insisting on being the one calling the shots.
Is thinking about Shirui's possibility of defenses, though, as he gets that Sawbones out of the bin before he goes ahead and commits to this Conqueror attack. But now it is going to happen. Conqueror of the High Seas coming after Wu, trying to clear out that arsenal. Wu's going to take an opportunity to get more information on the top of the deck. We'll check in on the defensive options on Wu's side.
Tip the barkeep there. Anka. All right. Go to reactions. Blood on the water from Arsenal.
And again, a timely blood on the water, clearing out the arsenal here for Shirui.
So sick.
Feels like he's found this card and only, excuse me, he does have the 3 copies, but finding them really at crucial moments in this top 8 match.
Here comes Sawbones. No go again on this, but still 6 damage. Almost a third of Shirui's life total represented in that package.
Yeah, and it is going face here, Mitch. Note, Enki Dupaquier, in the end, just as greedy as I am, is going to let that limpet stick around for a turn. Likes his odds if he's able to go ahead and present some damage here. And maybe more importantly, does need to refresh that gold count. For Shirui, just absolutely rich at the moment. For Enki, he's living like a pauper trying to put together some gold economy. And yeah, Shirui is incentivized to, again, deny the gold, and Enki will go into next turn with no gold as of now.
Yep. Definitely clued into that economic game, but you know, Shirui has to use the Mage Master boots on that previous turn, and he's still finding himself in a position where he's taking setup turns now. Blocking with 2 cards, getting a Gold Kiss Rum in play, getting an ally on board, and that 3 lines up pretty darn well with Sawbones.
Couple of real annoying allies now in the mix for Shirui Wu. On Enki Dupacier's side, I do believe it was, in fact, a tipple that was arsenaled here. So we're going to see if the hand has what he needs to unlock it. Has a yellow golden tipple. So that will go ahead and be enough. But we are lacking in the ally department right now, Mitch.
It's a triple tipple hand. And the card he spied on top of the deck was a Conqueror of the High Seas. But again, like that's not, you want to see a yellow or a blue quite often in these cases, right? And Enki doesn't really have a way to manipulate that top card easily. No gold.
Can refresh it though, and he's about to pick up a gold on the back of this golden tipple, mercifully. Going to be disappointed not to get rid of an ally in this spot, but at least it does allow him to have gold on this next turn. Can keep things rolling here as well with that Conqueror, and Wu does have an arsenal this go-around, so maybe more potential gold if we're able to get that Conqueror to hit. And of course, gold-baited hook will be unlocked as well. So there are some ways that Enki starts to get back into this economic game.
Yeah, this is all looking fairly reasonable once more for the Frenchman. Life lead is contracted slightly to 11. Okay, yeah, golden tipple now goes into the bin, closing the chain. Gold is being cracked.
Joined by another blue in the form of Loot the Hold. So still, Mitch, no allies. Enki Dupaquier has run dry on that important aspect of Gravy Bones' plan.
I guess you could hope to find it with a blind tipple, but yeah, with that gold running as low as it does, Enki doesn't have the ability just to sift and search for it. So instead, another Conquer the High Seas. Murderous Rabble to power it. Does Shirui have his 3rd and final copy of Blood on the Water here? Or is this something he's going to have to pay more respect? Where have the allies gone? There's been defecting amongst the ranks of Enki's deceased helmsman.
14 allies in deck for Enki Dupaquier in total. Don't know if they're all in the mix in this configuration.
Ball's in Shirui's court right now. Would like to see the graveyard, maybe even a count of cards in general. So we're starting to work through. We've seen Gravy Bones games, mirrors sometimes go down to the last few cards, get towards that fatigue zone.
Excuse me, it's 16 allies for both of these players, so equal counts on both sides.
Neither of these players registered a copy of Scuba. So sort of started to recur some of those allies, not really an option. There's nothing to target with Sunken Treasure, unfortunately for Shirui, but can still get himself a gold flipping over a yellow card.
Yeah, and has still denied Enki Dupaquier of his own gold, and with no allies in the bin right now. Good stuff here from Shirui. And again, Mitch, we talked about this game of inches, but it feels like more and more those inches are shifting towards Wu's side.
And that gold generation is exactly how Michael Hamilton began to claw his way back into the game. And like you've mentioned now, Shirui hasn't given up nearly as much life as Michael did. But heavy block from hand that turn. Definitely going to shrink the scope of the Singaporeans' offering here. Yellow Golden Tipple, 2 copies of Sea Legs, Chart the High Seas in Enki's hand.
Another awkward hand for Enki Dupaquier. Still no allies showing up. That Chart the High Seas will go a little bit deeper into the deck, assuming he keeps that one around after defenses.
Here we go. Oyston will attack, and Enki says, you got it. Shrink that life disparity even further.
And it's just Oyston on this turn. Shirui Wu not finding any other uses for the cards in hand, and the turn passes back to Dupaquier. Going to go ahead, fire off a Golden Tipple here. Gets rid of the Sea Legs. It's not an ally, but it is going to bring some Gold Kiss Rum alongside with it. And a card has been picked up for Dupaquier. Did Golden Tipple do its thing once more? At the bare minimum, it will offer a redraw. It's another Golden Tipple here with another Sea Leg. So all of a sudden, this turned into a very effective setup turn for Dupaquier.
Tipple's out there, left, right, and center.
Tipple again from the arsenal. This one's going to clear the Oyston here.
It's a Tipple rainbow.
Again, going to get rid of a Sea Legs. Another card's going to be picked up here by Dupaquier, and now it's finally an ally.
Okay.
Sawbones joins the crew.
One resource available here, and he wants to check the top. See if he could draw into something with this third Tipple. And, of course, allow him to put that stone boards away. Break the chain, make sure the blue goes into the graveyard.
Can get work done with a Gravy Bones activation here in combination of Dead Threads to go ahead and get the Sawbones out and attacking. Maybe there's something even more efficient based on the top card of the deck. We'll see what Enki Dupaquier puts together here.
Tipple.
The triple Tipple, baby.
One more time.
Yahtzee, because that is all 3 colors of it. Either way, more importantly, generates a gold, puts Sawbones in the graveyard, draws Enki a card. And again, this Golden Tipple is just not fun to block. It's not an attractive prospect, so Shirui will leak more damage to it. Gravy Bones activation.
Looks like he's going to have to refresh the card here.
There are the allies, Brian. Rigor Mortis just found its way into Enki's hand.
Two allies still in hand. Sawbones again going to head to the bin. Dead Threads activation. Pitch the Rigor Mortis, and now Sawbones joins the fray. Going to come in with an attack as well. Enki was very, very close to bricking on that turn. Found the pieces he needed to go ahead and set up one more time. Also has the Sawbones at the ready in the bin.
I feel the rumblings, though, of a monumental turn. Shirui took a setup turn, a quiet one. Only ended up attacking him with Oyston. Now it has to be go time. Portside exchanges the opener with a chum heading into the bin. Gold created and a draw. Dead Threads activation. Swabby is in the hand there, and here comes the red Golden Tipple. Again, the perfect answer to Sawbones.
That's the first of those real heavy-hitting allies entering the bin, joining a second copy of Swabi there. But it feels like so often that's the determining factor when those big brawlers start coming in for 7.
I feel like this is really where Shirui has to take the game by the horns. He's starting to run out of that buffer we talked about. Plenty of gold to work with, though. Great Sign can absolutely go digging should the situation call for it. Sunken Treasure and Call to the Grave would be able to power that play pattern pretty well.
Yeah, Call to the Grave could also just be
An
anything.
action point.
Yeah, it can be anything. It can be whatever allies you need, although there's a whole host of the crew sitting there in the graveyard at this point.
Yeah, I guess maybe if there's more Sawbones in the deck and he's specifically desiring that one, but here's a gold pay. Card drawn. Avasti joins the grip. Looks like Shirui didn't like what he saw. We're digging further. Let's add a Rigor Mortis to the pack. Let's go again. Okay. It also looks like
Sea Legs now picked up. Let's do it one more time.
we have just drawn a ridiculous number of cards. Shirui also may not have created a gold off Golden Tipple this round. Well, that is mandatory, so that should be addressed.
Yeah, the whole squad is here. Full crew at the ready for Wu now. And he can figure out exactly what he wants to do with it.
Got enough for a shambling marching band.
How does the rest of this turn play out? Plenty of resources. All of the crew members there in the bin. 2 yellows and a blue. Looks like we're going to go ahead and pitch those 2 yellows. It's time for Chum to join the fray.
Balance and Justice, of course, as this has been an ungodly number of cards drawn. That yields the third and final Conqueror of the High Seas here for Enki. Looks like here's the intervention just by our judge.
Yeah, they're just getting that Golden Tipple sorted out. I don't think it'll take them long to go ahead and get that added. But I'll say, Mitch, a lot of cards drawn, a lot of work done. But how far did it actually move Shirui forward? We said that would be his big turn, but now when I actually look at the output, not that impressive. Let's see what Shirui can do with it as we head back to our feature match area.
Yeah, a lot of saber rattling, really.
Yeah, it does add the additional gold from Tipple, as we said. But now it's just a Chum attack and a card left to be set up in Arsenal. And Enki Dupaquier has picked up a 5-card hand by virtue of that Balance of Justice. And it's a pretty good one. It's a Saltwater Swell combining with Conqueror of the High Seas. Didn't get a look at what that card was on top. But if we're talking blue, we could talk a very resource-rich turn.
It was a Swabby on top.
Okay, so no blue as of yet. There will, of course, be redraws, but maybe no certainty on this turn for Enki Dupaquier. Would have just loved this question to be answered and seen that blue sitting right on top.
The Gravy Bones activation would sort of clear that up for Enki potentially. At least refreshing that top card, but the compass doesn't exactly give him the clearest path to the ideal turn. But it promises to be pretty broad. Saltwater Swell, Conqueror of the High Seas. Often find them in moments where Shirui was trying to preserve Arsenal. But this time around, the Singaporean doesn't really have the equipment to stave that off.
Wu has been ahead on gold basically this entire game. But it's getting closer, Mitch. And I will note, Enki has been ahead on Gold Kiss Rum. Used it very effectively in the early game.
I know who I'd rather be.
Into Blanche. Yeah, I do too, but maybe my priorities are a little different than yours, Mitch. I generally like to win games of flesh and blood.
I like to have a good time, right?
Okay. I'm not mad at you. I understand.
I think if you know anything about my playing career, I'm not that interested in winning games of flesh and blood.
Very interested in Gold Kiss Rum, though. I can attest to that after this weekend.
Good heavens. Okay, no blocks here is the call. Enki has quite the grip of cards, and with Balance of Justice giving him an extra one, he'll allow gold to be stolen away. Created by Shirui Wu, but he sees an opportunity now to really start to fold his opponent. Let's refresh our memory. 3 blues in hand. Call to the Grave, Murderous Rebel of Asti, and Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, let's kick it off with that. Keep it nice and simple here. We know it's coming eventually.
Now, we do need 2 blues in the pitch zone for our High Tide to be active.
Yeah, not going to be a problem for Enki. Does have plenty of blues to work with. Just can go ahead and pay this 4 and get charged up. Wants to consider his options one more time, though. We know the Sawbones at the ready. Are we looking at something like Conqueror, Swell?
Yep.
Sawbones seems completely fine as far as damage output goes, especially with Shirui at just 12. In that case, you're talking a 17 damage turn, Mitch. Only 1 point of block left on that equipment. There are moments when Gravy just does not block well. You find one of those, you could be in a really good spot. I will say a lot of the allies for Shirui are just sitting in the graveyard right now, so the possibility of a pure no block hand pretty slim.
Yep.
Go ahead and try and take a look at what Shirui's working with in just a moment.
I think he has a hand that sort of requires him to keep a number of those cards. I think I see a red Swiftwater Sloop, yeah, and the Conqueror of the High Seas. Shirui's not in a position to actually send those aggressively, so 2 of those reds gets put in front of this to block out the Conqueror. Continue to protect the arsenal. That's the last copy of this terrifying galleon that Enki has access to. And so Call to the Grave will look to set things up a little more.
It says the blue for the turn, so the graveyard is now unlocked for Enki Dupaquier.
Swabby.
We talked about when these heavy hitters were going to go ahead and get interested in this game. Seems like the moment is now as Swabby enters the bin. Is going to be a refresh here for Dupaquier. Maybe has an opportunity to go ahead and go for that swell with the top card looking a little bit different, or could just take the very consistent line here and go ahead and deploy. It's going to be the Sawbones deployed and Dead Threads used to go ahead and push, and we're just going to set that card up in Arsenal. I love it. Wait for the certainty of Compass. You've already taken so many cards from your opponent on this turn, and they have work to do. They got to clear out that Sawbones.
Yeah, 14 damage turn. But obviously the backside of it, Sawbones ended up going in to clear another ally.
Chart the High Seas going to miss here. Only go ahead and produce the 3 resources for Wu. It is a blue, though, so now the graveyard is unlocked. Going to be able to go ahead and get his own ally into the mix.
Shirui deliberating here, I think, on which one goes to the bin, which one goes to the pitch. Like you mentioned, there's no yellow amidst them. So Order Swell thrown away. Tip the barkeep and pitch.
Reaches for the team. Who's the best member to bring forth here? It looks like it's going to be Anka, and it's going to attack as well. Has the resource to be used to go ahead and clear out that Sawbones. Time for Enki to go ahead and figure out what the top card of the deck is. Didn't quite get a glimpse. I saw a little pinch of the cheek from Enki. Maybe a little bit of disappointment on the face.
Saltwater Swell kept over from the previous turn.
4 blue hand here. Double loot the hold, though. That's going to set up well for what's in graveyard right now.
Gold token cracked. Chum.
You can activate. 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, Anka's still... Okay.
Yeah, Enki apologizes for moving a little bit quickly with the Anka out there. They're going to sort it out here, figure out what the timing window is. I think it was resolved appropriately.
Yep.
Enki went ahead and put that card on top. And Shirui says it's fine. Go ahead and advance.
Just wanted to sort of consider if he was looking to respond there to Enki. Remember, Anka, very potent ability. Requires a card with Watery Grave to be discarded. And there is one there alongside that Ivophidia, but it is a hand with 2 cards that cannot block.
It is. Mercifully for Wu, this does not represent the apex of damage output that we saw perhaps on some previous turns, and I think it is just going to be about cleanup of the Anka here. Saltwater Swell is going to miss for Dupaquier.
I think that's what he saw when he maybe pulled a face briefly. So perhaps not surprising to him. So allies dealt with at least. Enki's gotten that step out of the way. The portside exchange here with the chum in hand. This lines up perfectly fine.
Yep, gets to pick up a fresh card here.
And a gold.
Get that gold back into play.
Dead Threads gets tapped with the chum having hit the bin this turn. Still very reasonable allies to draw upon here for Enki.
Looks like we've got Tipple to work with now, as well as a Rigor Mortis in hand for Enki.
Cost basis still needs to be assessed by our Frenchman here. Active player. Golden Tipple now coming in with a gold-baited hook activation alongside it. Shirui has sort of demonstrated precedent of allowing all these hits to come through.
He's going to actually back up here, not go for that quite yet. Maybe wants to apply it to the Rigor Mortis at stead, hit that bigger break point.
Yeah, just hoping to get closer to guaranteeing a gold or a 2-card block.
Picked up a block card here. Did Enki? Not going to want to use that one for the arsenal, so could be we have to spend a little bit of gold here to go ahead and refresh.
It's 2 Swabbies, an Anchor, and a Rigor Mortis, I believe.
Could look at a Loot the Hold played out here. Combining that with the Rigor Mortis. A lot of options here, as there are on almost every single Gravy Bones turn.
Brian, those decks are getting a little thin.
They are, and it's a real factor. And as of right now, I'm not entirely sure who's been planning towards this potential state better. I think there's pretty similar ally compositions left for both of these players right now.
Just given the requirement to survive in this matchup being to clear allies as soon as you see them, both players have probably had a pretty similar burn rate of those allied units.
I do want to note that neither player has shown a Whaler Humperdinck thus far. And I don't know if they're in the deck for either player, but given the state we've reached, I wonder if something like that could have a big influence over the game, especially if one chose to bring in a Whaler and one didn't, if we are going to start thinking about these kind of fatigue states. But we're nowhere near there yet, Mitch, especially with Shirui Wu at 11. And this Swabby now out there in the arena, rumbling in for a big 7 damage.
Again, threatening to equalize the gold count here. And now we know why Enki thought twice about activating gold-baited hook on that 1 power blue Golden Tipple. Sticking it to 7 seems much nicer. Looks like Portside Exchange and Avasti are going to be on block duty. They're the only cards that Shirui can block with from his hand.
Yeah, and that means 1 damage is going to get through. Gold stolen from Wu. Turn going to pass back now. Going to have some clearance here. I'm sure I have a video will be able to find the goods to go ahead and set that up.
Gravy Bones activation will do that for you as well. But Shirui pauses for a second. In theory, this is simply draw a card and send that Sawbones into the graveyard, but he's unsure if that is the optimal line. I think a lot of this could ride on what is sitting in his arsenal.
What's an arsenal? What's on top of the deck? This shouldn't be a hard task, but it is a required task.
Blue Saltwater Swell is the card drawn off.
Now I have a video. We'll go ahead and set up this next swell.
Pretty good. We're going to do opt 2 here. And there's the blue that we're looking for.
Has an ally to stash beneath it. Swell is going to reveal that portside exchange. Gets the resources necessary to bring us up to 5. That means the allies in the bin are unlocked. Blue has been played in the form of Swell. Still a card in Arsenal for Shirui.
Now, Shirui, again, might just be considering a little bit here the ally best suited to be conferred the gold-baited hook on hit. 5 resources, though, always smacks of Swabby to me. Coming for 7. Again, that 7 break point. We're just going to see gold exchange back across the table if that's the case. What was the arsenal? Avasti. Okay. So go again to the next pirate attack. But also an annoying on hit. It's going to be Anka, the choice for Shirui.
Yeah, and now it looks like we have the option to go ahead and set up 2 allies. Anka and Rigor Mortis going to be available here.
Yep, you're right. And 2 resources. Obviously, the second ally from Grave won't have Golgi, but there's a Gold Kiss from there. Is this the window to try and thrust 2 allies onto the board?
Gravy Bones is tapped here, though.
True.
So it would just be set up on the part of Wu. There's the
Okay.
Sawbones, and
Just
that's
sets it
going
up.
to be it. Yeah, and goes ahead. Takes the turn back. Does set up the 2 effectively. That Anka did go ahead and clear the board. Work was done. 2 allies for Enki Dupaquier to go ahead and clear out now. And what are the tools to do so?
Well, he's probably going to have to see a few more cards first. Doesn't have anything here that represents that sort of 3 power that he'd like to send in Sawbones' direction, and Anka's, in fact. Again, we're probably going to get deck counts relatively soon between these players. That's starting to become more of a possibility that we may run out of cards.
Yeah, you check out Shirui's deck down in the bottom side. Looks okay, solid. Also available in the player cam.
You can see that there on the left.
Over on.
It's always a bit of black magic because some of these players are, you know, multi-sleeving their decks.
Check out Enki's deck there.
Like 18, 20 cards maybe?
Yeah, both these decks starting to get down to that state. And we've seen Gravy Bones Mirrors come down to the final card in deck before. Are we headed on that kind of path, Mitch?
We've drawn a Saltwater Swell. Definitely no problem finding blues this turn. But it's a question of how we're supposed to be clearing these allies if we're on Enki's side of the court. Chum and Rigor Mortis, pretty solid duo to try and bring to bear.
At some point, the number of allies left in both these decks is going to become very relevant. You run out of allies, you run out of damage as Gravy Bones. Swabby discarded here.
Put 2 Saltwater Swells in the hand.
Plenty of blues.
Yeah, it's just he wants the red variety if he's looking to clear these allies with them.
Yeah, they're big allies. You know, Sawbones only has 2 life, but there is that virtual 3rd life by virtue of the prevention effect. And no big numbers available for Dupaquier thus far.
Another ally there.
There's something like the Gold Kiss Rum here that could allow Dupaquier to go ahead and deploy 2 allies in this turn. Doesn't have anything like the Limpet to get the attack yet.
Yeah, and that's probably what Enki's thinking about. You know, if there's a gravy activation that needs to be made, or if it's much better to spend the gold here just to draw up.
And we're going digging. We're getting deeper and deeper into the deck with more and more gold being spent. Give no quarter was the pickup here. So again, more resources available with a Swabby and a Chum. That's representing a virtual 6 resources. But there's work to do, Mitch. As we always say, you have to go ahead and clear things like the Anka, like the Sawbones.
Yeah, it's a question more of action points than it is of resources. And mindful that, you know, Shirui was only able to just develop Sawbones, not actually attack with it. But he, you know, values that damage prevention in terms of how it affects the maths.
12 cards was my count left for Enki Dupaquier. There's 2 in pitch, 4 in hand.
He did not ask for a count of Shirui's deck.
18 cards left for Enki Dupaquier to play this game with. 3 more allies in the bin, virtual 21 cards.
Got expensive allies in the graveyard, does Enki, so just give no quarter.
Feels like a good time for that.
It's reasonable. Swabby.
Coming out, getting go again by virtue of Gravy Bones' ability. I should say the compassability.
But how might one give Swabby's attack go again if Enki wants to get another ally?
That is, in fact, the trouble.
Yep, no Avasti or anything of that nature in the hand. Also, like the threat of Anchor activation does loom. But we saw Enki get through some gold, and Shirui didn't really look to intervene there.
Reaching for the Gold Kiss Rum here that would allow deployment of an additional ally.
So Enki's next action will have go again.
And it is going to be a Swabby attack here.
Okay. Once again, Judge getting involved. Okay. Gold Kiss Rum, though, available, and we've seen the players sort of spend a fair bit of time sitting on them. Shirui makes use of his in order to get 2 allies wide, even if he can't attack with that Sawbones, still able to look pretty threatening. And even with Enki at a pretty healthy life total, all things considered, he's really got to navigate through this turn carefully. And now there's the awkwardness of Swabby hitting quite hard, and it's a number that doesn't efficiently line up with a lot of the allies on Shirui's side of the board. But it's an expensive attack to make sure, costs you 2 resources. But if you've got so many of these blues in your hand, and you're so priced into the idea of keeping the board clear that it might just be an option you look to take here.
Sounds like players have it sorted out now. We'll head back down to the feature match area. With this Swabby attacking here.
So remember, Gold Kiss Rum. Okay, so the issue here with that potential take back requested was that information was gained. So it's a simple matter of sending 7 damage at Shirui, not at an ally.
Going face here is the Swabby. 7 damage is the offer.
Now, because Gold Kiss Rum gives your next action go again, Enki followed up with a hook, which already had go again. So we cannot attack twice. You cannot do anything after the Swabby attack. The sequencing there completely let him down. Oh, Key stumbled in this game.
And you see it. It just was the Gold Kiss Rum used for no benefit there, Mitch. And a huge misstep here for Enki Dupaquier.
Could have given that Swabby action to attack go again. Instead, it ends up being superfluous. Sure, you can have 2x go again on your next action. Okay. Shirui blocks that attack out. Knows that he's got to maintain that high life total if possible. It's been shipped back over to him. Okay. Chum comes in. Going to Swabby. And Enki acquiesces. So now that's 3 allies on the board to Enki's 0. That's not a good position to be in.
How do you possibly come back from a board built up like this? 3 allies deep against Enki Dupaquier.
At this level, it's been a 67-minute game. And Enki's had long ones today already. A weekend of them, in fact. That stumble could have cost him everything. I have a Fidia opt. Avasi spotted. Here's the chart, the high seas now going the way. Blue card getting into the graveyard. Sunken treasure set in hand. Give no quarter. Chart the high seas. Rigor mortis alongside that Avasi. How on earth does Enki swab the deck with this team of 3 allies sat in front of him? Needs these go-again enablers. Avasti is just that.
And he's got 2 demons to fight right now, Mitch. He has that cursed crew across the table.
He can't be attacking Swabby with this. Not with the Sawbones on the board. Chum, excuse me.
6 go again at you.
No, he's going face, Mitch, and he's identified that this board has gotten out of control, and he's got to use that life total advantage now to try and go ahead and close out this game. And for Enki Dupaquier, we have to move forward. We have to put the mistake behind us, and we have to focus on exactly how we can possibly win this game. For Shirui, it's a big pickup here, though. It's the sunken treasure turning down one of the few allies left to Enki Dupaquier, and I wonder if that was part of the rest of the plan here on this turn.
And Sawbones' damage prevention denies the gold away from Enki Dupaquier that he could have generated with a hit here. Rigor Mortis comes out after the fact. Gold Kiss Run being drunk by the gallon. But will that be enough to prevent this ship from capsizing? Peak to the top.
Few cards left for Enki. What has been the pitch deck for Shirui Wu? How many big defensive cards are left?
Does he have enough of a life buffer, Enki? Swing at you again, asking for cards from Shirui's hand. Very quickly, breaking step now. With the doctrine of simply deploying allies and clearing them, it's time. It's time to get into the red zone.
Cards in deck also necessitating this kind of shift here. There's only so much offense you can generate. And if you use every drip of it on clearing up these allies, you will reach a state where you cannot close the game. Enki found the moment that he thinks he needs to shift gears and go after Wu's life total. He's recognized this as his best path to victory, maybe spurred on by that Gold Kiss Rum misstep. But look, you play the game as it's presented to you, and Enki Dupaquier now has brought Shirui Wu down to just 4 life with this attack from Rigor Mortis.
And clearly, Shirui believes this is 3 more than he needs. He'll take it. Happily going low. Remember, he has offered some cards on block this turn, but now he gets to play a pretty unique scenario as far as Gravy Bones play is considered, especially in the mirror. Sitting behind a veritable wall of bodies. Anka, Chum, and Sawbones all still on the board.
But what a turn this is going to be, Mitch. It is the conqueror of the high seas to kick things off. And that, backed up by the Gold Kiss Rum, means the offensive numbers on this turn are going to look really good for Wu. Are they 24 points good? Maybe not, but we're getting closer and closer to that. And with the ally advantage, that could spell doom for Dupaquier.
It is a monstrous amount of damage, in fairness. With 2 allies that can get in. Enki trying to sit on Arsenal. No blocks, he says. It's time for him. Okay, block 3 instead. Sunken Treasure gets out there. Swabby flipped over, sticking to the game plan, or at least what remains of it. We've definitely gone off script a little bit here for the Frenchman. Tantalizingly low is his opponent, but this is all to plan for Shirui Wu. Taking that damage has allowed him to take a more aggressive slant on this round.
There is the rum. That means Chum is ready to go ahead and go on Rigor Mortis duty. Just going to still continue to do his job. And it makes sense with 3 allies set up to take advantage of the lead that you have.
And so the board is clear now. The way might be 2 for Shirui. 4 gold. No Watery Grave allies yet for Enki.
Here's the defensive hand. 2 3 blocks and a 2 block. Murderous Rabble is going to kick things off here. Still going face with Shirui only at 4. Going to reveal a blue. That's pumped up to 3. Sea Legs is the block. Clean block.
Enki has descended into Bloodlust now. He knows he has to swing for the fence. It has to be Haymaker after Haymaker at Shirui. He's lost the minigame of maintaining that board state.
But for Enki, there's no allies left. There's no allies in the bin. And that means we're relying on things like Murderous Rabble and what I think is going to be a back alley break line attack to try and get the job done. It feels very speculative now.
He's down to the dregs. He's down to the very last that he can work with. He has to go after it. A Chum activation here from Shirui, though.
Yeah, Shirui's saying, no, you're coming face. And Enki just says, okay, I'm done. I'm done with this turn. Let's send it back to you. And for Shirui Wu with 2 allies at the ready, that's exactly where you want to be. Do we have some method of go again here? Enki sitting at 19 life, still so much work for Shirui to do, but only has 4 cards left in deck.
Cold as ice, Shirui Wu has to know what the writing on the wall says. His deck definitely getting pretty thin as well. He's had to spend heavily, and he will have to spend in order to stay alive. Those cards he's putting in front of Enki's attacks are going to be lost from the deck.
But what attacks are left at this point? How strong are they? And I just saw Enki Dupaquier look over to the crowd and give a despondent shake of his head. Mitch, I think the writing is starting to get on the wall here. I'm not sure Enki Dupaquier has the gas left to get the job done.
Both of our competitors leaving it all out there. The tanks are starting to get empty. Shirui Wu, though, might have found a tailwind at just the right moment. Full board. Healthy enough hand here to continue to go on the aggressive, that chum activation, stopping Enki in his tracks as he was trying to drag him to the depths with him.
Looking at a Sawbones here.
Is that
just raw
natty?
Sawbones?
Just natty.
Raw Sawbones, and that's all about just saying, I'll just protect my life total.
Yep.
What are you going to do to me?
And of course, as it came from hand, it's going to be a pass over. Enki checks the top. Not an attractive looking hand.
And just passes back to Shirui Wu. He's out of options.
Just killed me, he said, begging for sweet mercies from Shirui Wu. Surely, who will acquiesce? Here come the attacks. Enki has to throw 2 cards in front of it and pass it straight back.
Again, picks up 2 more cards. It'll be one more time. Sawbones coming in. Enki Dupaquier will reach for more cards, allowing Shirui the satisfaction of bringing his life total down to 0 as he marches towards a Pro Tour victory here in his home country.
Now it's just a matter of going through the motions. The turns get passed back to him by Enki. Murderous Rabble at you, he says, showing I have a Ophidia on top. This is 3. Not enough to account for Shirui's life total. Not enough to demand respect from him. 1 damage in here from Saltwater Swell. That could be prevented with Sawbones. And Enki has burned through every single lifeline, every single resource, every single card that he's had access to. And the final hurdle, the Frenchman will be toppled. Cards to be put away. Shirui Wu can see it. He sees a light at the end of the tunnel. He steps forward. Gets these attacks sideways. Pass back for Enki. This now just a formality. As within the walls of the Lion City, a roar could be heard. The fans, the crowd getting behind Shirui Wu, the Singaporean taking glory in Singapore.
And for the first time, Shirui breaks. You see that tremble of emotion set in. And we have our hometown champion as the crowd goes absolutely wild.
What a moment. It's either another Frenchman standing up to take a Pro Tour title or a homegrown killer, and Shirui Wu, relatively unknown to us as he comes in here with only really a nationals placing to his name. Every time we sit down for an interview with this guy, he's very direct. He's very collected. He knows what he has to do. He understands the matchup, and he weathers a veritable barrage from Enki Dupaquier. The man, the Frenchman, is calling his shots from the very start of the game, knocking Shirui Wu down to 4 life, but eventually he falters. He stumbles, and the Singaporean finds his opportunity to stab the dagger into the heart and claim this victory, finally getting to see a smile from him after he had to keep it cool and calm for so much of that round. What an incredible moment, and what an end to a ridiculous game of flesh and blood.
And let's remind ourselves exactly how Wu advanced to this state in the tournament, became our Pro Tour champion. And I have to say, to me, it feels so fitting that he kicked things off here in this top 8 with a win over Arthur Trehet, because there's so many things about this story, Mitch, that remind me of Arthur Trehet's run back at Pro Tour LA. A relative unknown steps into our top 8 feature, and from the moment he sits down, it feels like he belongs. It feels like he is destined to go ahead and become one of the focal points of our game, and along the way took down the entire country of France. All, whatever, 30 million of them, I don't care. If you're French, stay away from this man. It's absolute danger zone when you're facing off against Shirui Wu.
I mean, incredible stuff. And the fashion that he's had to do it in, handling Arthur Trehet, Thomas Escoffier on the way through, and then, of course, Enki in that final game. And Enki's been the kind of player that in his top 8 matches has just gotten off to these absurd leads. It almost petered out against Michael Hamilton, right? Saw him get that, strong start, and that's what can happen in these Gravy Bones matches. It balances on a knife edge. But the moment that we heard him say, I'm going at your face, I'm going to try and damage you down, I'm going to do what I can to end this game.
Just a little bit too soon, Mitch. It was a little bit too soon, and it was forced, unfortunately, by the circumstances. But I have to give credit to Enki Dupaquier, very much in the same vein of somebody who we didn't know all that well headed into these top 8s. And I just can't say enough about how well these two players played, took down former Pro Tour champions, former world champions on their march in the Gravy Bones mirror. Do you know how tough the Gravy Bones mirror is? Do you know how impossible it feels when you sit down to play it against somebody like Michael Hamilton, like Arthur Trehet? You better know exactly what your game plan is, exactly what you're trying to accomplish, and time again, both these players proved that was true, but nobody more than Shirui Wu, who just proved mastery over this hero.
Coming into Pro Tour Singapore, we had the most wide open metagame we'd seen in Flesh and Blood. 17 different nationals winning heroes, every class represented. But the Gravy Bones loyalists, they stuck to the plan.
And they believed.
Stayed the course. And Shirui Wu is rewarded for it. My God, folks, what a story. It's a fairy tale here in Singapore. Shirui Wu advances through our bracket and comes out as the sole winner, your Pro Tour Singapore champion, to the elation, to the cheers of his home crowd. Enki Dupaquier showed us the very best of French Flesh and Blood alongside of his countrymen. But against this guy, it just felt like he had that plot armor to get through. An amazing Cinderella story. We'll be back after this to break down the weekend.
At the end of 3 unbelievable days of competition, I am lucky enough to be joined by the newest Flesh and Blood Pro Tour champion. And his name is Shirui Wu. Oh my God, dude. How are you feeling?
Amazing. Wow, that was a crazy game. And the reaction when I finished was even crazier.
For those of you at home, we saw some of it in that little recap video, but for the next 5 full minutes after Shirui won, there was literally chanting, cheering, crying. You can't really tell on coverage. This dude's really tall. How tall are you?
I'm 194.
I don't know what that means, but he's incredibly tall. 6'something", 6'3".
I'm 6'4".
6'4", yeah, okay, 6'4". He is just towering over everyone as they're cheering and crying. It was an unbelievable scene, and that is because we are here at the Pro Tour in Singapore. You are born and raised here? This is where you're from?
Yep.
Born and raised, baby. This is the hometown hero, and you are our newest Pro Tour champion. Just for a moment, try to describe the feeling of being surrounded by your countrymen and women and the adulation they were pouring at you.
It's just absolutely incredible seeing all the friends I've made along my 2 years of FAB journey all here to celebrate this victory. It's just amazing. Really, all the connections I've made, everyone I've met, all here just to be in this moment with me.
Yeah, just spectacular.
Yeah.
When you started the weekend, what were your goals? What did you want to try to accomplish?
I wanted to cash, I guess, because I have to go to university soon, and I need some funds for a laptop.
Okay. Hey, well, I got really good news. Yeah, I got really good news for you there. But okay, so you want to get some cash. I think you succeeded there. Did you ever imagine you would be putting yourself into literally a short list of legends in our game, individuals that will forever be known as the people to do it the very best?
No, never in my wildest dreams would I have thought I would end up here. But, you know, it happened, and, it's great.
Yeah.
I'm about to start a club for FAB.
Oh my gosh.
My university.
Oh, lovely.
And, this is great. I will be going
This
as
will help.
the Pro Tour champion.
This will probably help. Just put it on the flyer like, I promise I'm really good. It's just going to be you with the trophy. Yeah. Well, I'm so thrilled for you. I'm so happy for you. We have some things to give you. I'm going to start with the bigger box because the smaller box, something tells me you'll maybe like even more. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to show it to the camera first because just like at dinner, the camera eats first. If you believe my girlfriend, let's take a look. Oh my goodness. It is bigger than my head, but not yours because, again, you're 1'9", whatever. Take a look here, folks. Shirui, congratulations. Flesh and Blood's newest Pro Tour champion.
Thank you so much.
It's heavier than it looks, eh?
It is really heavy.
Unbelievable stuff. I asked Pablo Pintor this last time. He said it was going next to his other trophy. I don't know if you have another Flesh and Blood trophy, but where is it going? It's going in your room. Can you imagine where you want this to be in your living space?
I would put it in my club room.
Yeah, come on, totally. Dude, like Shoma. Dude, Shoma has in his store, he has like the huge check. That's going to be a pretty good flight. Here, I'll take this back from you because you will be taking it home momentarily. Now, there's something else that I do want to give you. And in our interview, and there's something else I want to mention as well before I get ready to give this to you. We talked about a number of things. We talked about your love for the Gravy Bones hero. This was not just like a meta pick. This was not just like, oh, I think it's the best deck in the room, even though clearly it was. This was coming from a place of, I love this deck. I love the flavor. I love the mechanics. I love playing this thing. I really attach myself to this hero. So my question for you is, as we reveal the Pro Tour champion prize card, Gravy Bones, 1 of 1. You can even see the cold foiling there. As I hand this to you, what's going through your head, man? Look at that thing, Pro Tour champion. Who knows if there'll ever be another one of those ever given out?
Incredible. What a handsome man.
God, handsome man. Oh my God, that thing is really sick. Come on.
I love this guy.
Let's go.
This is the GOAT.
Let's go. No, I think right now this is the GOAT. This is the GOAT. Now, something else I just want to bring up. we chatted with you earlier. We can put right here. We chatted with you earlier in the day. You'll be taking this home later. We talked yesterday. Today, I asked you like a couple different times. Brian asked you like, okay, you're about to be in the top 8 with the legends. You're about to be in the top 8 with Michael Hamilton, Arthur Trehet, a bunch of new challengers that are etching their own stories. And we asked you twice, are you ready for this? And you took a moment, you looked at me and you said, yes, I am. 2 different times. So where does, like, talk to me about that confidence, because you said, you never expected this in your wildest dreams, and yet, when we asked you think you can do this, some of our other players, they were like, I'll try my best. It just depends on how the card goes, but how I draw the cards. You were just like, nah, dude, I got this. You got this. You did it. Where does that confidence come from?
Clearly, my team.
Yeah, awesome.
The team cheering me on every single game was amazing. The support group coming around to analyze the deck lists. Wow, just the amount of support I felt today from my team, from the Singaporean players I just felt amazing.
Yeah.
Yesterday night when I was about to go into top 8, I asked multiple people to help me with sideboarding, and they got on immediately. They ran some games into me on Talishar.
Nice.
Such an amazing community, and I just love how this game brings everyone together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so amazing.
Well, speak a little bit, if you can, about your team, about the people that got you here. What has the journey been like for you in testing for this? If there's any people you want to talk about, the journey they've helped get you to this spot.
Well, I actually kind of formed the team about a few years ago during one of the events in KL. And we named it the Gas Guzzlers.
Yes, we saw that. We saw that on the thing.
Because we were discussing what poppers to run. Since my friend was playing Dash-IE and I was a Dash-IE enthusiast. And I suggested to just run Gas Guzzler because it was a funny card. And it's...
It is a funny card.
It is a very funny card.
It's a good name for a team.
True.
Okay, so you formed the team, and then what was the journey of like keeping them together, and how have they helped you? You're now, dude, you're a Pro Tour champion, So like, just talk to me a little bit about it.
I started the team as just a small group, but one of the players, Mohan Dietrich, he actually helped build the team to be huge. He grew the team. We even have some international players in the team, and he recruited many good players like Ivan Teo, Brandon Payne, the next champion, Jin Hanto as well. All of them recruited into this team, and we just test together very often. We banter on our social together. It's always a good time with them. We travel together. The team's amazing. I genuinely could never ask for a better team. Everyone's so supportive. There's never any issues with the team.
That's incredible. Well, all the banter is going to be a lot easier for you moving forward. I don't think they're going to have anything to say. You can just be like, sorry guys, Pro Tour champ. Pro Tour champ difference.
When talking to Pro Tour champ.
Yeah. So you're talking to the champ, all right? I'm gonna need you to puddle back a little bit. I want to give you just the floor and the time right here, my friend. If there are any people, friends, family you want to shout out or you want to thank, this is your time.
Thank you to my sister Eiling. I think she's watching me right now.
You say it right there. You say it right there.
Thank you to the people who helped me test this deck. Kelvin, Mervin, Chu Heng, Kayang. You guys are amazing. Everything helped. Thank you to my friends Ping Hao, Alex, Benjamin, Ian coming here, Zachary coming here to support me in this journey. And yes.
Incredible, dude. Incredible. Well, congratulations to you, my friend. I'm so happy for you, Shirui. This is the beginning of what I hope will be a long and fruitful journey in Flesh and Blood, but you've already achieved something that 99% of players might not even be able to dream of. Folks, it's our newest Flesh and Blood Pro Tour champion live from Singapore, and that is going to do it from us here in the booth. Thanks, of course, to all of you for watching. I want to, of course, shout out all of the incredible people that helped make this show happen. Everybody at the LSS marketing team, all of our incredible judge staff, Ethan and Nathan at Savage Feast, not part of LSS, and of course, for my fellow casters, Pankaj Bajwani, Mitch Leslie, and Brian Gottlieb. My name is Sam Byrne. This is Shirui Wu, our newest Pro Tour champion. This is going to be us signing off. We'll see you at the next one.
The high seas ain't big enough for the two of them, and now, one last time, Shirui Wu and Enki Dupaquier prepared themselves to be tested.